I crossed over to the Douluo continent. Other protagonist awaken formidable weapons like haotian hammer or 7-killing sword. But I managed to awaken was a rusty iron sword, only 0.5 soul power. I thought hopeless in my life. Unexpectedly bounding villain life simulator system. It didn't only life simulate with heroine and also give me reward. Chapter 101. Cheat your friends if you want, but don't deceive yourself. 3 months later, in the confrontation with Zhu Zuqing, Su Cheng was defeated. But this was within his expectations. Su Cheng did indeed hold back. He didn't use the pulse interruption continuation technique, nor did he fully reveal his cultivation level higher than Zhu Zuqing's. However, he didn't hold back much in other aspects. Su Cheng was well aware of Zhu Zuqing's rapid progress during this time, having met with her secretly every month. She wasn't dumb, just overly naive. In the past, she had worked hard, but her methods were wrong. Over the past year, after Su Cheng had reshaped her correct values, she finally learned how to tap into her potential. As for the faction in the academy, it dispersed with his defeat, which didn't bother Su Cheng at all. Those so-called factions were only brought together to temper Zhu Zuqing. Their departure was actually a good thing for him. Su Cheng simply didn't have the time to deal with them now. His research on martial souls had entered a crucial stage. Furthermore, both he and Zhu Zuqing would enter a period of rapid development, and he needed to further improve the Nirvana Sutra before then, at least to enhance the purification effect of bloodlines. Moreover, there was still the martial soul fusion technique to research. For Su Cheng, time was simply not enough. As for those aristocratic youngsters, it wouldn't be a bad thing for them to follow Zhu Zuqing in the future. In terms of family status, the Zhu family was much stronger than the Su family. Not to mention that Zhu Zuqing had already proven her potential and strength. These aristocratic youngsters, representing various family forces to some extent, might not have much influence in the Star Luo Empire, but in the future, as their tentacles spread out, they could gather considerable power for her. Tell me your thoughts. Shortly after the battle, Su Cheng and Zhu Zuqing came to the back mountain of the academy alone. They stood facing each other, surrounded by silence. Only the gentle breeze rustled through the bamboo forest. I want to cooperate with you to use the martial soul fusion technique, Zhu Zuqing said straightforwardly, without beating around the bush. Su Cheng nodded, showing no surprise on his face. She had already hinted at this during their conversation outside the restaurant. Besides that, Su Cheng didn't immediately reply but asked instead, even if we can really use the martial soul fusion technique, how much of an impact can it have? In the Star Luo Empire, it's not just you and me who possess the Hell Civet and White Tiger martial souls. I understand. Zhu Zuqing nodded, but the martial soul fusion technique is a necessary skill to have. Our innate conditions are already weaker than others, and if we can't even use the martial soul fusion technique, then there will be no hope for the future. Understand that it's your lack of hope, not mine. My situation is different from yours, Su Cheng chuckled lightly. That's true. Zhu Zuqing didn't argue, continuing, Su Cheng, I won't make empty promises to you. To be honest with you, I have a way to help you improve your strength, far surpassing that of orthodox royal disciples. With that, she handed him a manuscript. First, see if you can practice this technique. During these months, Zhu Zuqing had already begun using this technique to purify her bloodline and enhance her cultivation. In the process, she found that this technique was actually highly versatile, not limited to the dark spirit cat martial soul. It might be applicable to many beast martial souls, and perhaps it wasn't as simple as the so-called Zhu family's exclusive skill. Su Cheng took the manuscript, feeling somewhat shocked. It was exactly the Nirvana Sutra he had developed. Although it was something he had researched, he never expected Zhu Zuqing to have such insight. During these days of cultivation, she must have also discovered its preciousness and was willing to use it as leverage, which surprised Su Cheng. Indeed, it was the best choice for Zhu Zuqing. The upper limit of the Hell Civet and White Tiger martial soul fusion technique required both parties to progress together, and Su Cheng's strength was a crucial factor. But Zhu Zuqing, at such a young age, could make such decisions. Moreover, Su Cheng hadn't made any promises yet. After quickly scanning the manuscript, Su Cheng looked up and stared at Zhu Zuqing intently, solemnly saying, Zhu Zuqing, it seems I underestimated you. Do you know what this means? Of course, Zhu Zuqing replied calmly, this is my sincerity. Miss Forth is generous. Su Cheng lightly brushed his finger over the pages, saying slowly, "But aren't you afraid that I'll take this and refuse your request? This is just an appetizer. You are a smart person, you should understand what I mean. I just want you to know that I'm not making empty promises and truly regard you as a future friend and partner." Su Cheng slightly narrowed his eyes, realizing that Zhu Zuqing's growth rate once again exceeded his expectations. "But, a friend, Zhu Zuqing, you don't need to pretend in front of me. I know what you're thinking. I can agree to your request, but we're just in a cooperative relationship. It's better to say less about friends and the like." Zhu Zuqing silently gazed at Su Cheng for a moment, her expression gradually turning colder. She had never considered Su Cheng as a friend. How could she not hold resentment after a year of bullying? If it weren't for her father's teachings, the burden of her family, and knowing her sister's intentions from her father, she wouldn't have had any hope left. Under the shadow at that time, she didn't even know how long she could hold on. "That's right," Su Cheng said as he watched her change in expression, smiling lightly. "Miss Fourth, you can deceive others with those words if you want, even if you deceive me, it doesn't matter, but don't deceive yourself." Zhu Zuqing furrowed her brows, not saying anything more. She rarely let unnecessary emotions affect her nowadays. However, unlike the cold indifference of the past, she was now more calm and composed, with a clear mind. But some words from Su Cheng still stirred up some resentment in her. It was inevitable to have emotional fluctuations. In comparison, Su Cheng's thoughts at this moment were simple. He just wanted to wake her up and prevent her from deceiving herself. Su Cheng didn't want her to have any other thoughts, or even consider him as a future partner. If it developed that way, how could he deal with her in the future? How about the martial soul fusion technique? Zhu Zuqing looked at Su Cheng. "Since you're so sincere, let's give it a try first." With that, Su Cheng stood up straight. With a low roar, the white tiger martial soul emerged from Su Cheng's body. A slight bloodthirsty desire arose in his heart, but he was already accustomed to this feeling influenced by the beast martial soul and didn't pay much attention to it. At the same time, white fur mixed with black stripes surged out from within his body. Seeing this, Zhu Zuqing's teeth lightly bit her lip, a faint black light covering her body. She summoned her Hell Civet martial soul, and a soul ring hovered around her. Then, she rushed towards Su Cheng. Her body seemed to become transparent as she moved. The gazes of Su Cheng and Zhu Zuqing met in the air. He opened his arms and welcomed Zhu Zuqing's illusory figure. Then, the two figures finally merged at the last moment, and the aura of the white tiger and Hell Civet cat martial souls instantly blended. Boom! However, in the next moment, a violent energy fluctuation erupted. Both figures were thrown heavily away. The martial soul fusion technique failed. Not only that, under the huge energy backlash, both Su Cheng and Zhu Zuqing suffered significant injuries. Moreover, although the martial soul fusion technique just now failed, it still consumed a considerable amount of their soul power, leaving them both exhausted and panting. Zhu Zuqing looked blankly at the empty space, feeling somewhat lost. Su Cheng, on the other hand, appeared pensive. The first failure was normal in his view. They lacked cooperation practice and emotional foundation, and apart from the high compatibility of their martial souls, they lacked other necessary conditions. But the moment of fusion just now gave him a considerable insight. As expected, there's no need for so-called emotional resonance. During the moment of fusion just now, both their consciousnesses were momentarily blurred, and what followed was more of an instinctive impulse, not something they could control voluntarily. With Su Cheng's understanding of martial souls, he could clearly feel that the appearance of this martial soul fusion technique, besides the complementary nature of the martial souls, required a harmony between the fluctuation of soul power and mental fluctuations during fusion. The key was the perfect node at the initial fusion. As long as that moment was grasped, everything else could be left to instinct. The so-called emotional resonance only served to enhance the tacit understanding between the two, better controlling the rhythm. The deeper the emotion, the higher the degree of tacit understanding. Of course, it was also possible that with more use of the martial soul fusion technique, emotions would naturally develop between soul masters. After all, the bond between martial souls and soul masters was deeply ingrained. But using special techniques to cultivate the tacit understanding between soul masters and martial souls could also meet this requirement. Emotional resonance could be a bonus, but it was not a necessary condition. Another example was the martial soul fusion technique of the Golden Iron Triangle, Yu Shaogang, Flender, and Luer Long, the Golden Saint Dragon. If there was a slight possibility of emotional harmony between two people, it was even more unbelievable with three people like them. Unless there were more intimate special relationships between them, but this possibility was obviously slim. Try a few more times to study it. The martial soul fusion technique is indeed quite mysterious, Su Cheng thought to himself. His perception in the field of martial souls was astonishing now. The moment of fusion just now had given him a deep insight. He had a premonition that with the research on the martial soul fusion technique, he could greatly accelerate the progress of perfecting the Nirvana Sutra. Glancing at Zhu Zuqing, who was still dazed not far away, Su Cheng stood up and said lightly, "Don't look so dejected. It's normal for the first time to fail. Try a few more times, find the pattern, and you'll be fine." Chapter 102, Hell White Tiger and Bloodline Extraction. The various disputes within the academy gradually subsided as the competition between Su Cheng and Zhu Zuqing came to an end. In a blink of an eye, nearly 2 years had passed. Under the influence of the Nirvana scripture and various supportive medications, Su Cheng and Zhu Zuqing's cultivation progressed rapidly. They had both reached the 20th level, enabling them to add a second soul ring to their martial souls. During this period, Su Cheng continued refining the Nirvana scripture and periodically taught it to Zhu Zuqing under the guise of Zhu Hongtao. Zhu Zuqing had also informed Su Cheng about passing on her cultivation technique to him, a matter he didn't dwell on. Post-incident, Zhu Zuqing meticulously shared the modified cultivation technique with Su Cheng, leaving him somewhat amused. She had wondered about her father's ability to improve this technique, considering his status as only a soul Douluo. The existence of this cultivation technique alone had astounded her, as she had never heard of any technique capable of accelerating cultivation or refining martial soul quality. Su Cheng had hinted to Zhu Zuqing long ago that he had delved deep into the study of martial souls, attributing the improvements to his past research. Although this reason might seem a bit stretched, the world was not lacking in research-oriented talents, making it somewhat plausible. Zhu Zuqing, now trusting and admiring her father, tended to overlook these minor details subconsciously. The Nirvana scripture had undergone significant changes compared to the past. Aside from an increase in cultivation speed, its most prominent effect was in purifying bloodlines. Su Cheng and Zhu Zuqing's martial soul quality had improved considerably, reaching nearly the 8th level of innate soul power. While this improvement seemed minimal, it was substantial, considering they were already among the top talents in the world. Lower bloodline purity made it easier to enhance martial soul quality. For those whose innate soul power was below level 1, the technique could effortlessly overcome many previously insurmountable bottlenecks. Moreover, having practiced the Nirvana scripture for only 2 years, Su Cheng speculated that once martial soul quality reached level 8, the upgrade speed would significantly slow down. Breaking through to level 9 would then become a formidable challenge. However, this was just the primary function of the current Nirvana scripture. Su Cheng's focus in the subsequent research was on optimizing the core essence of martial souls. Only through this could he apply the technique effectively in reality. His original martial souls, the Eternal Sword and Innate Array, had exceptionally high quality and didn't require further enhancement. However, achieving a perfect fusion of these twin martial souls was likely impossible without external assistance. The interaction between tool-type and beast-type martial souls differed significantly. In terms of bloodline feedback alone, the impact of beast-type martial souls surpassed that of tool-type martial souls. This influence had both positive and negative aspects. Considering Su Cheng's personal preference, he favored the minimal self-affecting nature of tool-type martial souls. Now in the hunting soul forest of the Star Luo Empire, Su Cheng looked at Zhu Zuqing beside him and said, "Zuqing, we can try absorbing soul rings across years." Absorbing soul rings across years? Zhu Zuqing was surprised. What do you mean? It's exactly as it sounds. We can absorb soul rings from soul beasts that are over 900 years old as our second soul ring. Zhu Zuqing frowned slightly. Why would we do that? We have some inherited techniques in the Su family, just as your Zhu family does. By using drugs and external stimuli, we can temporarily boost our physical strength, allowing us to absorb higher-aged soul beast soul rings. Once absorbed, we can use our soul power to replenish the temporary physical exertion, without any lasting consequences. Su Cheng explained calmly, "If you're willing to share your cultivation methods and expedite our progress, and since we have a common short-term goal, I don't see the need to keep everything to myself. With the power of our martial soul fusion, I believe we can easily kill soul beasts that are 900 years old, right? Seeing Zhu Zuqing's puzzled expression, Su Cheng assumed she didn't believe him, but he didn't take offense. It's okay. I'll absorb first, and you can watch. If there are no issues after my absorption, you can go ahead and absorb your second soul ring. Zhu Zuqing stared at Su Cheng deeply and spoke in a deep voice, Su Cheng, you don't need to underestimate me. When the time comes, whoever is suitable for encountering the soul beast will absorb it. In the past 2 years, although their relationship hadn't become more intimate, an unspoken understanding had developed between them. Su Cheng's attitude towards Zhu Zuqing had remained consistent throughout. Whether it was mockery or harsh words, he treated her the same way. He never hindered her in any way and practiced as he pleased. Even the martial soul fusion technique now flowed smoothly between them. However, Zhu Zuqing's feelings towards Su Cheng were extremely complex. In the past, he had been like a nemesis, casting a heavy shadow over her psyche, seemingly impossible to shake off. But now, they were comrades striving for the same goal. No matter how much they appeared to dislike each other on the surface, their styles and objectives were remarkably consistent. Yes, comrades was the perfect term. They weren't friends, they weren't partners, and even the ultimate paths they pursued were different. But at this moment, she was willing to trust Su Cheng unconditionally and entrust her back to him. As Su Cheng looked at the colorful cat with over 900 years of cultivation in front of him, he chuckled lightly. It seems it's your turn to absorb first. Glancing at Zhu Zuqing, he asked, are you ready? Seeing her nod, Su Cheng's body trembled slightly. With a low roar, the white tiger martial soul emerged from his body, accompanied by his white fur and black stripes surging madly outward. Beside him, Zhu Zuqing was enveloped in black light as the hell civet martial soul appeared. Then, she charged towards Su Cheng. Su Cheng opened his arms, welcoming Zhu Zuqing's ethereal figure. Soon, their two figures merged, and the auras of the white tiger and hell civet martial souls completely blended in that moment. In the next instant, a heart-stopping energy fluctuation swept out. Su Cheng and Zhu Zuqing's bodies disappeared in the moment of fusion, leaving behind only a huge white tiger. The white tiger, over 6 meters long and 2 meters tall at the shoulder, transparent and adorned with white fur and black stripes, shimmered with a cold light in its purple eyes as it stared coldly at the colorful cat before it. The battle ended quickly. The hell white tiger simply lifted its right paw and gently slapped down. Crack! Under the palm's cover, the small figure of the colorful cat had no room to dodge, instantly crushed to pieces. Moments later, a yellow soul ring emerged. After unleashing this attack, the hell white tiger disappeared instantly, and Su Cheng and Zhu Zuqing reappeared. Both of them looked slightly tired but didn't show any significant signs of aftermath. They had used the martial soul fusion technique many times before. Now, they could control the fused energy with clarity. Seeing the 900-year soul ring floating above the colorful cat's corpse, Zhu Zuqing's eyes glittered. Su Cheng threw over silver needles and auxiliary potions. Just focus on absorbing the soul ring, I'll guard the perimeter for you. Su Cheng now had a deep understanding of using the martial soul fusion technique. The essence of martial soul fusion was to complete the martial souls, not to promote bloodline ascension. This insight was inspired by the Golden Dragon martial soul fusion technique of Yu Shaogang, Flender, and Luo Long, the Golden Saint Dragon. Yu Shaogang's martial soul, Luo San Pao, was originally a failed evolution. But after fusing with Luo Long's Fire Dragon and Flender's Owl martial souls, it could temporarily achieve the powerful state of the Golden Saint Dragon. Why was Yu Shaogang, with the lowest cultivation level, the core of this martial soul fusion? Because the core information of the Golden Saint Dragon existed within Luo San Pao. This illustrated that martial soul fusion techniques didn't necessarily rely on the strength of the user. In fact, even the participating soul masters, their strength level, soul ring configuration, spiritual power level, and other factors were irrelevant. These factors only influenced the final strength of the martial soul fusion technique, but had no effect on the fusion process itself. The core of it all was the essence of the information contained within the martial souls. Su Cheng's focus on this point was not on the fusion technique itself, but on bloodline extraction. The premise of bloodline extraction was based on the foundation that this martial soul fusion technique could achieve. Otherwise, Fusion of bloodlines would be detrimental, leading to a mixture of bloodlines. Su Cheng had discovered this during the last simulation. The so-called malignant mutation of martial souls was not just caused by one of the parents having a weak martial soul. It was the accumulation of impurities in the bloodline over generations that led to the degradation of martial souls. Purifying the bloodline to achieve atavism often represented a benign mutation. To extract bloodlines, the key point was to achieve perfect complementarity of the inherited information. Could the White Tiger and Hell Civet achieve this? There was no doubt about it. The martial soul fusion technique of the Dai and Zhu families, passed down through generations, was a perfect proof. As for how powerful the Hell White Tiger would be after the bloodline fusion, just from the demonstration of the fusion technique's power, Su Cheng had gained a deep understanding in the past year. A Hell White Tiger from one person, how powerful would it be? Can it reach the threshold of a divine-level martial soul? Su Cheng leaned against a large tree at the edge of the forest, gazing blankly at the swaying weeds in the distance, guessing randomly in his mind. Chapter 103. How much time do we have left? The starlight scattered, and the night air was as cool as water. Su Cheng, disguised as Zhu Hongtao, stood outside the academy quietly waiting. Before long, a graceful figure appeared at the entrance of the Royal Academy from afar, then swiftly approached with light steps. Though her face still bore a hint of youth, her figure had matured, exuding a captivating allure. Her cool demeanor added an unusual charm to her. It was Zhu Zuqing. "Father, I'm here," she whispered as she stood before Su Cheng. Under the guise of Zhu Hongtao's perfect appearance created by his soul bone, Su Cheng silently nodded at her. In reality, the frequency of their meetings had decreased from once a month to once every 6 months. The reason was simple: he had already taught her everything he could. Apart from cultivation techniques and martial soul attributes, Zhu Zuqing had to rely on her own comprehension. The more they met, the more vulnerabilities they exposed. He didn't want to risk revealing too much and jeopardizing his future with this important identity. He had even decided that after this conversation, Zhu Hongtao's facade could temporarily take a back seat. "Zhao King, you've done well over these past 2 years. Your cultivation and conduct far exceed my expectations. There's nothing more I can teach you," Su Cheng said solemnly as he looked at Zhu Zuqing. "Now that you've added a second soul ring to your martial soul, it means you can graduate from the academy at any time. From now on, you can rely on yourself for further improvement. Whether you want to join a higher-level Soul Master Academy or choose another path, it's up to you." Zhu Zuqing was momentarily stunned by his words. Although she knew this day would come sooner or later, she didn't expect it to happen so suddenly. She bit her lip, unsure of how to respond. "Don't think too much about it. If you manage to exceed my expectations in the future, I'll hand over control of the family to you," Su Cheng continued, disregarding her hesitation. "To be honest, you're doing even better than your older sisters. I suggest that when you feel the time is right, you should discuss this with them and me. But this is something between you sisters, don't bring up my involvement. Your talents and personalities are different, so my ways of helping you are not the same." "When is the right time?" Zhu Zuqing asked, puzzled about when would be appropriate. In this world, strength is what matters. The next day, as usual, Zhu Zuqing and Su Cheng finished their practice and then went to the back mountain of the academy to train in soul skills and martial soul fusion techniques. During this process, they helped each other find weaknesses and improve. Although it was said like this, most of the time it was Su Cheng giving advice to Zhu Zuqing unilaterally. After all, his experience in applying soul skills far surpassed hers. "What are your plans for the future? We've already advanced to Grand Soul Master level and can graduate from the academy at any time," Zhu Zuqing asked softly as they rested after depleting their soul power. For some reason, she suddenly felt nervous. "I personally suggest you join the Star Luo Advanced Royal Academy," Su Cheng casually replied. "It's the first choice for most noble children. Many of the students from this intermediate academy will also go there for further study. You'll have the chance to meet more people there. If you truly have any ambitions, there's no better place than the Star Luo Royal Academy." Zhu Zuqing nodded gently at his words, secretly relieved. It was also her own inner thought. But Su Cheng's opinion was also something to consider. Now she fully understood the power of martial soul fusion techniques and naturally didn't want to give up this assistance, nor did she want Su Cheng to leave her control in the future. Others were fine. even if they were separated for a short time, it wouldn't be a problem. But with Su Cheng, she always felt that she couldn't see through him. However, there's something you need to consider, Su Cheng spoke again at this moment. What, Dai Weisi and Zhu Zuyun are also in that academy? Do you understand what I mean? Su Cheng said lightly. Zhu Zucheng's expression darkened slightly at his words, feeling a sudden weight in her heart. Then she remembered what her father had said last night. Turning to Su Cheng, she said, then let's wait a few years first. Let's go find them after we reach the Soul Elder level. Suit yourself, Su Cheng nodded, looking indifferent. With their cultivation speed and the additional energy provided by the second soul ring across years, they could reach the Soul Grandmaster level in less than 3 years. By then, they could approach Zhu Zuyun first and possibly resolve the conflict peacefully. Now Zhu Zuyun wasn't too old, and her relationship with Davis might not be too deep. There was a good chance to sway her to their side. But then Su Cheng would have to stay by Zhu Zucheng's side. Otherwise, if there were any flaws in their communication due to Zhu Hongtao's identity, it would bring a lot of trouble. Zhu Zucheng stared at Su Cheng, not continuing to speak. What are you looking at me for? Su Cheng was somewhat puzzled, furrowing his brows. Su Cheng, don't you have anything you want to do? Zhu Zucheng suddenly asked. I do. What is it? I'll consider that after I have my freedom. If you achieve your ideals, then I'll be completely free too, right? Su Cheng stretched lazily, saying casually, if you fulfill your own dreams, then I'll be free too. Zhu Zucheng nodded, looking into the distance. Su Cheng had his own plans for the future arrangements. They didn't have much time left, but it should be enough. According to the original timeline, in about a dozen years, Qian Runshui would launch a coup under Bibi Dong's pressure. But the early launch was partly due to pressure from Tang San and others. However, in this world, there was no Tang San, the transmigrator. Without this major disturbance, Qian Runshui could continue her coup in Tiando. Even if she succeeded, it would still take a lot of time and effort to fully control the situation in Tiando with the help of the Soul Hall's numerous soul masters. On this basis, the establishment of the Spirit Empire would probably be delayed by 5 to 10 years. And the initiation of the national war would also require a lot of time and effort. Likewise, Qian Runshui and Bibi Dong's ascension to godhood would likely be delayed by many years. Bibi Dong was probably still undergoing the Rakshasa god's examination. But in the original timeline, she kept delaying without becoming a god. It wasn't until the appearances of the angel god Qian Runshui and the sea god Tang San that she took that last step due to stimulation. By this calculation, Su Cheng and Zhu Zucheng probably still had about 20 years of growth period. In Su Cheng's plan, they needed to cultivate to the level of Soul Saint at least within this time frame, and the higher the level, the better. Only when they reached this level could Su Cheng's final plan have a chance to succeed. With the active cultivation of the Nirvana scripture, supplemented by drugs, and the absorption of additional energy from the cross-year soul rings, combined with the continuous improvement of martial soul quality, reaching this level of cultivation shouldn't be difficult, Su Cheng thought silently in his heart, glancing at Zhu Zucheng who was lost in thought not far away. Chapter 104, Show her some respect. Star Luo Advanced Royal Academy. As the highest level Royal Academy in the Star Luo Empire, its grand scale and luxurious architecture far surpass those of ordinary Soul Master academies. The towering stone steps at the entrance of the academy were carved from white jade, each step adorned with different soul beast patterns, displaying exquisite craftsmanship. The morning sunlight scattered down, casting uneven shadows of trees on the stone steps, adding a touch of tranquility and elegance to the scene. A young couple, looking to be in their early teens, walked side by side on the stone steps. The young man wore understated yet not cheap clothes, standing over 1.7 meters tall, his black hair gently fluttering in the morning breeze. With sharp facial features and a hint of laziness, he exuded a unique charm that made people feel close to him at first glance. However, compared to him, the girl walking beside him was even more eye-catching. Her soft, black hair cascaded down her shoulders, her tall figure appearing only slightly shorter than the boy's. The black tight-fitting jacket, clearly of exquisite craftsmanship and high value, tightly wrapped her perfect figure, accentuating her slender and taut legs, which were mesmerizing. But the most striking aspect was her upper body curves that belied her age, indicating that this girl was broad-minded and destined for greatness. However, Her delicate yet somewhat aloof facial features contrasted sharply with her fiery figure, exuding a distinct aura of majesty. Although the girl still had a hint of childishness in her face, she carried herself with a remarkable air of authority, making people not dare to underestimate her. It was Su Cheng and Zhu Zuqing, who had just enrolled in the academy. In just 2.5 years, they had already cultivated to the level of spirit elder, despite being under 12 years old at the time. Walking along, Su Cheng casually admired the highest-level royal academy in the Star Luo Empire, silently sighing in his heart. This academy bore some similarities to the Tian Do Royal Academy in reality, but it appeared more solemn and serious, lacking the intense luxury of Heaven Do and boasting a higher average quality of students they occasionally encountered along the way. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared not far away, walking towards them. Su Cheng chuckled softly, "Your visitor is here. Do you need me to step aside?" "No need." Zhu Zuqing's eyebrows twitched slightly, then she said softly. Approaching them was a tall and slender girl, with skin as white as jade and a fuller figure than Zhu Zuqing's. The girl's facial features were extremely beautiful, bearing a striking resemblance to Zhu Zuqing. However, she wore a gentle smile on her face, in stark contrast to Zhu Zuqing's coldness, giving her a very gentle demeanor. She was Zhu Zuqing's elder sister, Zhu Zhuyun. However, she was alone at the moment, without the presence of Davis, which surprised Su Cheng. He thought they were always inseparable. But it wasn't ruled out that Zhu Zhuyun wanted to talk to Zhu Zuqing alone. Regardless, this made things much easier, as they could have a straightforward conversation today. Su Cheng glanced at Zhu Zuqing, who remained calm, and planned to see how she would handle it later. "Zuqing, if I remember correctly, you should be under 12 years old. Are you so eager to come to the Advanced Academy to see your sister?" In an empty and deserted square of the Star Luo Royal Academy, Zhu Zhuyun stood facing Su Cheng and Zhu Zuqing, with a charming smile on her face. Her voice was different from Zhu Zuqing's, lacking her coldness but exuding a genuine seductive charm. Her soft voice easily ensnared people's hearts. Just like the Tian Do Royal Academy, the Star Luo Royal Academy also occupied a large area, with countless simulated training grounds and soul skill practice areas. Finding an empty space without disturbances was not difficult. Moreover, Zhu Zhuyun had a special status, so many places that were off-limits to outsiders were accessible to her. In fact, Su Cheng's earlier guess was correct. Zhu Zhuyun's feelings towards Zhu Zuqing were indeed extremely complicated. Women are naturally more sensitive than men, and familial affection carries significant weight in her heart. Due to the significant age gap between her and Zhu Zuqing had practically been under her watch since childhood. However, what she didn't expect was that Zhu Zuqing would turn out to be the most talented person in the family, aside from her. She had to bear the burden of the long-standing tradition of the marriage alliance between the Zhu and Dai families. In recent years, Zhu Zhuyun rarely went home. Apart from not liking the oppressive atmosphere of the Zhu family, she also didn't want to face Zhu Zuqing, which was a significant reason. Actually, after learning about Zhu Zuqing's enrollment in the academy, she came over without informing Dai Wuxia, wanting to persuade Zhu Zuqing to voluntarily give up the family feud. As long as the other party could give up, coupled with Dai Wuxia's lack of ambition despite his outstanding talent, there was a good chance of resolving this matter. She was fairly confident in mediating and resolving this matter, which could potentially save her little sister. Upon hearing Zhu Zhuyun's teasing words, Zhu Zuqing's face remained calm, silent for a moment before saying softly, "Sister, I want to talk to you." Zhu Zhuyun was taken aback. Suddenly, she felt that the gentle girl in front of her was quite different from the little sister she remembered. "What do you want to talk about?" After a momentary pause, Zhu Zhuyun quickly regained her composure, speaking calmly. "I want you to give up on Dai Wuxia. You two don't have a chance." Zhu Zuqing thought for a moment, not directly revealing the deeper reasons but instead uttered what seemed like a slightly provocative statement. Zhu Zhuyun's face stiffened upon hearing this. Then her gaze turned cold, and she said in a deep voice, "Little sister, are you deliberately teasing me?" Zhu Zuqing remained silent. Instead, she took a step forward silently. The spirit of the Hell Civet emerged, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings swirling beneath its feet. Zhu Zuqing, level 32 Spirit Elder, with the Hell Civet martial soul. "Please advise," Zhu Zuqing announced. Zhu Zhuyun froze in place, her pupils contracting, and her lips slightly parted in surprise. It wasn't the sudden challenge that surprised her, but rather Zhu Zuqing's displayed soul rings and her announced soul power level, which completely exceeded her expectations. She had only recently advanced to Spirit Elder herself, and the 7-year age gap between them was substantial. Seeing Zhu Zuqing enter the martial soul fusion state, Zhu Zhuyun didn't have time to think too much. She solemnly summoned her own martial soul. After fusion, Zhu Zuqing's eyes changed color, her left eye turning emerald green and her right eye azure blue. Her long hair naturally adhered to her back, and spikes resembling cat claws grew on her hands. The soul rings beneath her feet lit up as she swiftly lunged forward, leaving behind faint illusions as she moved. Throughout the entire process, there was not a sound, no energy release, nor the sound of soul power breaking through the air. Like a ghost, she silently dashed forward. Zhu Zhuyun also moved, even faster. Her figure disappeared and reappeared in an instant, leaving only a faint trail in the air as she headed straight for Zhu Zuqing. Then the two quickly engaged in combat, leaving behind a series of sparks with each intense collision. In terms of strength, Zhu Zuqing was inferior to Zhu Zhuyun, given the significant gap in their soul power levels. Su Cheng hadn't taught Zhu Zuqing the techniques of meridian break and qi continuation. However, through his guidance over the years, Zhu Zuqing's techniques became more concise and clear. For an agility-based soul master, the speed of adaptation and attack frequency amplified the attack power far more than for other soul masters. Moreover, with the strengthening effect of the Nirvana scripture, Zhu Zuqing's martial soul intensity had surpassed Zhu Zhuyun's. Combined with her extraordinary second and third soul rings, although there was a gap between them, Zhu Zuqing still had some defensive power left after each clash. After a while, both sisters had numerous injuries. Zhu Zuqing seemed to be at a slight disadvantage, but she still had some defensive power left. After Zhu Zuqing dodged Zhu Zhuyun's attack, she leapt back out of the arena. Seeing this, Zhu Zhuyun didn't pursue but instead looked at her with a serious expression. The people present were all emotionally stirred, and the atmosphere became somewhat subdued for a moment. Actually, not only Zhu Zhuyun, but Zhu Zuqing was also surprised. In her opinion, she had been progressing rapidly in recent years, and Zhu Zhuyun shouldn't lag too far behind. Although she believed in her own efforts, she also understood that her elder sister's innate talent was superior to hers. With the support of the family's secret techniques and medicinal assistance, the gap between them might not narrow too much. Her confidence mainly stemmed from those two soul rings. But she hadn't expected Zhu Zhuyun's cultivation level to be much lower than she had anticipated. However, at this moment, Zhu Zhuyun was even more incredulous. Her voice trembled with disbelief. How is this possible? With your innate talent at level 7, it's impossible for you to progress so quickly. What's impossible about it? We've been practicing and progressing like this for so many years, and there's no shortcut to improving soul power. Su Cheng's lazy voice suddenly came from the side. Sometimes, you need to look at yourself. Have you really been practicing diligently for so many years? Zhu Zhuyun's face stiffened, and she was momentarily at a loss for words. She couldn't help but doubt herself, wondering if she hadn't been diligent enough. Zhu Zuqing glanced at Su Cheng strangely, pursed her lips, but didn't say much. Su Cheng spoke up at this moment to interrupt Zhu Zhuyun's questioning. It didn't matter how she thought, the key was not to let Zhu Zuqing make any unnecessary associations. Zuqing, should we show her what we're capable of? Upon hearing Su Cheng's question, Zhu Zuqing nodded silently. Then, the white tiger martial soul emerged from Su Cheng's body, blending with Zhu Zuqing's hell civet martial soul. A huge hell white tiger appeared, overlooking Zhu Zhuyun standing not far away. A powerful pressure immediately enveloped Zhu Zhuyun, causing her expression to change. This isn't right. She also knew the fusion technique of the hell white tiger martial soul and understood its power well. But the hell white tiger martial soul displayed by these two, using their spirit elder level cultivation, unexpectedly surpassed the power of the fusion technique displayed by her and Dai Wuxia, both spirit elders. Zhu Zhuyun naturally couldn't understand the fundamental reason behind this change, which originated from the special technique developed by Su Cheng, the Nirvana scripture. With the cultivation of the Nirvana scripture, Su Cheng and Zhu Zuqing's bloodline cores instinctively converged towards the essence of the hell white tiger. In this premise, the fusion technique they displayed was closer to the original essence of the Hell White Tiger. Unlike Zhu Zuyun, an outsider, who naturally couldn't understand the mystery behind it, the fusion technique only lasted for a moment before dispersing on its own, and Su Cheng and Zhu Zuqing reappeared. They only wanted to show Zhu Zuyun their deterrent power and had no intention of doing anything else. At this moment, Zhu Zuyun was indeed shocked. Her emotions were tumultuous, and she felt a bit at a loss. The clear future she had seen seemed to have suddenly become blurry. Zhu Zuqing waited quietly, observing her elder sister's reaction. The way she responded next would determine the negotiation approach in the future. Because the person who had just displayed the fusion technique with her wasn't the royal heir Dai Mubai, who was engaged to her, but Su Cheng, the illegitimate son of the Star Luo Emperor. Chapter 105. Father, I want to talk to you. After a long silence, Zhu Zuyun forced herself to calm down. Swallowing hard, her voice dry, she questioned, is that the Hell White Tiger? Her voice no longer carried the previous softness. Isn't it? Zhu Zuyun was speechless at his response. Indeed, it was. Whether it was the White Tiger martial soul in this fusion technique or the appearance of the Hell White Tiger after the fusion, it was identical to what she and Dai Wuxia had attempted before. But the terrifying aura was completely different. She never doubted the true power of that Hell White Tiger, nor did she think the other party was bluffing. Because she knew this fusion technique herself, and she could easily tell whether it was real or not. She just couldn't believe the fact. Miss Zhu, the same martial soul and soul skill can have varying levels of power, not to mention the combined skill of two people. Don't you know the difference between a hair and 1,000 miles lost? At this moment, Su Cheng's calm voice rang out from the side. Martial soul fusion techniques depend on the compatibility between the user's martial souls. Like Zuqing and I, you can't imitate it. Zhu Zuyun fell into silence. She was a layman in this regard, but Su Cheng's words seemed to make sense. Zhu Zuqing also fell silent. Previously, when Su Cheng told her that the Hell White Tiger they displayed was different from that of other royal offspring, she didn't believe it much. At that time, Su Cheng had the same opinion. Undoubtedly, both of them lacked education in this matter. The Nirvana scripture could refine the quality of martial souls, she knew that much. But she didn't know that the improved Nirvana scripture could not only refine the quality of martial souls but also delve deeper into their core information for reinforcement. It was precisely because of this that their Hell White Tiger martial soul was so unique. Zhu Zuyun no longer dwelled on the issue of martial soul fusion techniques. Leaving aside the unimaginably strong shadowy White Tiger just now. Just in terms of cultivation, the opponent's current strength was equally despair-inducing for her. The deadline given by the royal family to Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing was 25 years. Even considering Dai Mubai's age, the current Zhu Zuqing still had nearly 10 years of growth time left. By then, it would not be impossible for her to surpass Zhu Zuyun by 1 or 2 major realms. In that case, she and Davis would hardly have any chance. But she didn't want to die, not even to be exiled or imprisoned. At this moment, a flash of insight struck her mind, and she gazed intently at Zhu Zuqing's calm face. What did you mean by asking me to give up Davis earlier? As she spoke, her expression shifted slightly, and she glanced at Su Cheng standing behind Zhu Zuqing. After noticing the look in the other's eyes, Su Cheng shrugged and nodded lightly at Zhu Zuqing before turning away, leaving them alone. Zhu Zuyun seemed to have grasped the general meaning of Zhu Zuqing's words just now. It's just that concerning the secrecy of the royal family, she felt it was not convenient to discuss many things in the presence of an outsider. Su Cheng naturally didn't mind. The matters of cultivation and martial soul fusion techniques had already been explained and covered up, and what they were going to talk about next would likely be future plans, perhaps even touching on Su Cheng's own identity issue. These things didn't matter much to him whether he listened or not, as Zhu Zuqing would tell him everything afterwards anyway. Since Zhu Zuyun wanted to talk to her sister alone, let them have their conversation. He had already warned Zhu Zuqing not to mention Zhu Hongtao's matter before. With Zhu Zuqing's deep thoughts and her not being a talkative person, there shouldn't be any problem. You don't need to send Su Cheng away, he knows everything. Zhu Zuyun's heart trembled at these words. The amount of information revealed by this sentence was astonishing. Rejecting the arranged fiancé of the royal family and instead seeking out a bloodline of the Dai family, the implications behind it required no further contemplation. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Zuyun tried hard to calm her emotions. She stared at her little sister whom she hadn't seen for many years. Zuqing, you've changed a lot. No choice. Born into such a family, who wouldn't grow? Zhu Zuqing said lightly, her face becoming softer despite her cold demeanor. Aren't you the same, elder sister? Zhu Zuyun fell silent, and in her mind flashed the years of painstaking cultivation she had gone through. No one wishes for their future to be decided prematurely. But the weakness in power forced them to compromise with their respective destinies. Was it just a coincidence that the Dai and Zhu families had been intermarrying for generations, each generation's men and women falling in love and eventually voluntarily marrying each other? Impossible. Even with martial soul fusion techniques serving as a bridge, human hearts are always fickle. Martial soul fusion techniques only deepen the understanding between soul masters. There has never been any mention of them subtly influencing users to become lovers. Give me a reason to give up Davis. Zhu Zuyun's face was serious as she spoke. She thought the same in Zhu Zuqing's earlier statement referred to this meaning. But she didn't know that Zhu Zuqing was also alluding to the statement made by Zhu Hongtao about, your sisters are also working hard for this. However, this topic only brushed past, and today she was talking to Zhu Zuyun with a specific purpose in mind, not to reminisce. Zhu Zuqing was very clear in her heart that she didn't have the qualification to reminisce at this moment. As long as she roughly understood the other's thoughts, she could make her final decision based on the other's choice. You don't need to pin your hopes on the royal family, Zhu Zuqing said, her cold demeanor softening slightly as she looked at her sister who had grown up with her. Why should the Dai family use such means to cultivate the heir to the throne? Why should they drag us down with them? As expected, Zhu Zuyun stared blankly at her familiar yet unfamiliar sister before her, feeling a bit tense in her heart. Do you really think this through? Do you know the consequences of doing so? If you fail, do you know what the end result will be? At this point, Zhu Zuqing observed her sister's expression and roughly understood some of Zhu Zuyun's thoughts. Actually, the other party wanted to stand on her side, otherwise, they wouldn't have been so hesitant. Since their first meeting, their attitude had been very subtle, mainly due to fear of the royal family, resulting in avoidance in their speech. After some thought, Zhu Zuqing didn't immediately answer Zhu Zuyun's question. Instead, she sighed and asked, Sister, what do you feel about Davis? What feeling? Hearing her question, Zhu Zuyun seemed somewhat puzzled for a moment. It seemed like there was nothing special, just going along this path all along. As the extraordinarily talented eldest daughter of the family, designated marriage partner of both families, the future empress of the Star Luo Empire, or even the empress herself, she had never thought of breaking out of this framework to pursue her own path. Nor had anyone ever asked her which path she wanted to take. At most, she only hoped to do her best to ensure Zhu Zuqing's safety at the critical moment. That person told me never to lack the courage to break the rules. Zhu Zuqing stared at Zhu Zuyun. I don't need your help with anything. Just observe quietly, give yourself a little leeway, and you'll have more options for your own future. This shouldn't be difficult for you, sister. Zhu Zuyun and she locked eyes for a moment, and Zhu Zuyun nodded lightly. What is your relationship with that Su Chang? Just as Zhu Zuqing was about to leave, Zhu Zuyun couldn't help but ask this question, harboring doubts in her heart. We're just comrades in arms, Zhu Zuqing turned her head and said softly, and now, do we have the qualification to think about those trivial matters? Zhu Zuyun stood rooted to the spot upon hearing this. Over a decade passed in the blink of an eye. On the surface, the situation in the Star Luo Empire seemed calm, but in reality, there were undercurrents surging. But under the strong suppression of the imperial family, these undercurrents could only remain as such and couldn't stir up too much trouble. In the imperial capital of the Star Luo Empire, under the cover of night, Zhu Zuqing stood quietly at the door of the Zhu family mansion, now 25 years old. Her black-fitted long dress enveloped her from head to toe, with only her face, containing a unique charm in its coldness, and her black hair floating in the wind exposed. Despite standing alone, she exuded the demeanor of a leader who had been at the top for a long time. With just one person, it seemed as if there were thousands of troops behind her, and even the starlight seemed to fall only for her. If anyone else were to look at her, they might subconsciously ignore her exquisite appearance, leaving only a deep and unfathomable impression in their minds. Not long after, the gates of the Zhu family opened with a bang. Unlike before, there weren't just a few servants welcoming her this time. Even the patriarch of the Zhu family, the Duke, Zhu Hongtao himself, stood not far from the door, waiting for her to enter. Zhu Hongtao looked at his youngest daughter with a trance-like expression. In these years, Zhu Zuqing rarely returned home. Most of the time, she was either practicing and improving her soul master level outside or enjoying favor and connections in the upper echelons of the empire. Her growth rate completely exceeded his expectations, and she remained silent and restrained. It wasn't until these 2 years that she explosively displayed astonishing power, completely stirring up the deep waters of the upper echelons of the empire. First, shocking the entire imperial capital by reaching the peak of the 69th level Soul Emperor at the age of 24, and then, under the pretext of cultivation, forcefully postponing the marriage contract with the third Prince Dai Mubai, which had been arranged long ago, delaying the battle for the heir to the throne by 5 years. Most importantly, most nobles actually clearly expressed their support for Zhu Zuqing's actions. Her influence had silently spread to the entire upper echelon of the empire during these 10 years. And under this prestige, even the imperial family couldn't turn a blind eye, agreeing to her requests. The White Tiger Dai family was ultimately just the largest noble family. In the Star Luo Empire, the emperor was not an absolute authority, he also needed to consider various influences. Plus, the fact that the Crown Prince Dai Wuxia was not supportive played a role. With Dai Mubai dragging his feet, maybe there was still a slim chance for him and Zhu Zuyun. Otherwise, with Zhu Zuqing's talent, who knew what heights she would reach in another 5 years. But obviously, with his lone strength, he couldn't change the situation. Now, whoever saw Zhu Zuqing had to give her 3 points of courtesy. This was not only because of her strength and background but also because of the astonishing potential she had demonstrated over the years. Sometimes, people even compared her to Tang Hao, the former haotian Douluo of the Haotian sect, who was once famous. Father. Zhu Zuqing stepped into the main gate of the Duke's mansion, bowing lightly to Zhu Hongtao. Why do you suddenly have time to come home today without informing me beforehand? Zhu Hongtao said with a smile, like a kind father. Now, in Zhu Hongtao's mind, Zhu Zuqing had a very high probability of becoming the next empress of the empire. I have something important to discuss with you. Are you available now? Seeing Zhu Zuqing's serious expression, Zhu Hongtao's expression also became serious. With the current status and strength of the other party, being regarded as important by her was obviously not trivial. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Hongtao looked at Zhu Zuqing and said in a deep voice, "Follow me." As he spoke, he waved his hand to dismiss the servants and led her to a study behind the main hall of the Zhu family mansion. After Zhu Zuqing entered, Zhu Hongtao closed the door behind her and turned to look at her. "Speak up, what happened?" Zhu Zuqing didn't beat around the bush either, taking out a manuscript from her bosom and handing it over. She said softly, "Father, the reason why I have advanced so rapidly in recent years is thanks to this ancient and unparalleled cultivation method." Chapter 106, The Secret Technique of Bloodline Seizing. Zhu Hongtao was surprised by the words he heard. He had always been puzzled by Zhu Zuqing's progress in cultivation over the years. He was well aware of his daughter's talent, otherwise he wouldn't have been so cold towards her in the past. In his mind, no matter if his daughter could avoid death in the future, her fate wouldn't be good. In comparison, Zhu Zuyun was the most likely successor to ensure the stable development of the Zhu family. Looking at the booklet handed over by Zhu Zuqing, Zhu Hongtao's eyes narrowed, and he reached out to take it, flipping through it gently. The more he read, the more shocked he became. As a Soul Douluo level powerhouse, he naturally had some insight. Although he hadn't practiced to truly experience the effects, he was already deeply moved. In the cultivation system of the Douluo continent, soul masters were not completely ignorant of the role of meridians, they just didn't know where to start. The human body is like a sophisticated instrument. For ordinary people, without extensive experimentation, who would dare to easily attempt to guide the flow of soul power within the body? If it weren't for Su Cheng possessing the extraordinary talent of medical genius, in the last simulation, even with a lot of human bodies, drugs, and medical data, without conducting extensive human experiments, he wouldn't achieve much in this field. Glancing at Zhu Hongtao, who was deeply shaken, Zhu Zuqing continued, "Not only that, Father, this technique also has the effect of enhancing the quality of martial soul. As she spoke, a faint shadow appeared around her, and her martial soul, the Hell Civet, manifested beside her, with 6 soul rings quietly hovering around her feet. "Father, take a look." Zhu Hongtao, hearing this, reluctantly shifted his gaze from the Nirvana scripture in his hand to Zhu Zuqing. His pupils shrank again. The martial soul, the Hell Civet, seemed to have some essential differences from his own martial soul. Although the outward appearance didn't change much, the sinister and cold aura seemed to be even more intense. Martial soul, possess. Sharp cat claws instantly sprang out from Zhu Zuqing's palm, sending a chill down Zhu Hongtao's spine. The possession of the martial soul was completed in an instant. The sharp claws thrust forward like lightning. During the extension of the claws, her entire right arm gradually transformed. White fur emerged, with black stripes appearing. The sharp claw-like protrusions further grew longer and thicker, resembling resilient and sharp short daggers inserted into her palm, emitting a dazzling cold light. During this process, the 7th soul ring under her feet quietly emerged. The whole process was as smooth as flowing clouds in water, without giving Zhu Hongtao any time to react. The technique of severing meridians and reconnecting qi. When Zhu Hongtao first read the Nirvana scripture, most of his mind was immersed in it. He was completely unguarded against his own biological daughter and didn't expect her sudden violent attack. The power of severing meridians and reconnecting qi was completely different when used by a soul saint compared to its lower levels. Even with Zhu Hongtao's strength, he couldn't react in time. If the opponent's soul power were weak, he could rely on the pressure of a soul Douluo and higher-level physical strength to dodge. But now, the 7 soul rings under Zhu Zuqing's feet clearly indicated her cultivation level as a soul saint. And not just an ordinary soul saint. The aura she burst out in an instant made Zhu Hongtao feel like the opponent was also at the level of a soul Douluo. The 7th soul ring, which seemed to have a hint of red in the darkness, made him even more astonished. Kai, the sharp claws instantly pierced his heart, and the sound of flesh tearing followed. The violent soul power instantly shattered his heart. Zhu Hongtao died. Zhu Zuqing bent down and gently retrieved the manuscript of the Nirvana scripture from his hand. Then, a wave of soul power flashed across her beautiful face. Like ripples on water, her facial features and figure slowly changed, revealing Su Cheng's appearance. Nothing more than a soul Douluo. Su Cheng, who had now reached a higher cultivation level than Zhu Zuqing, had already advanced to the level of soul saint. And his externally attached soul bone, mask, had been reinforced several times with his increased strength. Not to mention an ordinary soul Douluo like Zhu Hongtao, even an ordinary titled Douluo couldn't see through his disguise. Unless it was a titled Douluo with relatively strong strength and keen perception, who carefully observed, they could discern some flaws. However, although the disguising ability of this soul bone was strong, it could conceal everything from appearance to martial soul and aura. But when he launched a full-scale attack, he could no longer continue to conceal it. This was why, when he just ambushed Zhu Hongtao, he unconsciously revealed the true appearance of his 7th soul ring and the true form of the white tiger martial soul. The most crucial aspect is that there will be extensive contact between him and Zhu Zuqing in the future. Su Cheng doesn't understand Zhu Hongtao and doesn't know what the other party's true intentions are. At this moment, if he hesitates due to too many concerns, it is easy to leave hidden dangers. Striking first is the strongest move. Without the real Zhu Hongtao, he is the only Zhu Hongtao. In the following period, Su Cheng, under the guise of the Duke, temporarily handed over the power of the ducal mansion to Zhu Zuyun. He then proceeded to assassinate several staunch supporters of the royal family. These individuals may not be top tier in terms of strength, but they are definitely formidable, ranging from soul kings to soul emperors, with one even being a soul saint. After all, in the political system of the Star Luo Empire, it is difficult for those with weak strength to hold high positions. The strength of these individuals is secondary, the main point is their crucial positions. Their unexpected deaths greatly weakened the influence of the Dai family in the Star Luo Empire in the short term. During this process, he did not use his martial soul, all were resolved with swordsmanship. Although Su Cheng no longer had the immortal sword of martial soul, the outward manifestation of his sword intent was naturally suppressed in the simulated world. However, his sword intent still flowed freely, and his swordsmanship remained top-notch. Combined with his own cultivation and the technique of severing meridians and reconnecting chi, conducting an ambush was effortless. However, he didn't go too far. Dealing with a few key individuals was sufficient. Doing too much would inevitably reveal his hand. If any traces were discovered, it wouldn't matter much, but if it led to Zhu Zuqing suspecting him, it would not be worth it. Moreover, excessive interference would also lead to a lower final assessment score. The current situation was enough for Zhu Zuqing to maneuver in murky waters, he didn't need to do much more. The unexpected deaths of these individuals indeed caused considerable chaos among the upper echelons of the empire. Although no one knew who was behind it, most people suspected Zhu Zuqing. Many of these vacant key positions were seized by people from Zhu Zuqing's faction. 3 months later, the power struggle among the upper echelons of the empire temporarily eased. In the study of the Zhu family, Su Cheng, disguised as Zhu Hongtao, stood behind the desk. Facing him was Zhu Zuqing, whose complexion was now dark and difficult to gauge her true thoughts. Zhao King, your recent actions have been quite bold. It seems that I am really getting old. Zhu Zuqing frowned at his words, but didn't deny anything. Although she felt somewhat puzzled by the recent series of changes, she ultimately gained the greatest benefit and saw no need to deny anything now. As long as she knew what was going on in her heart, that was enough. What is your current cultivation level? Su Cheng asked in a deep voice. I'm already at level 70, and I'm planning to absorb the 7th soul ring to advance to Soul Saint, Zhu Zuqing replied. Don't rush to advance. The cultivation of the Nirvana scripture has no bottleneck. Not absorbing soul rings only temporarily hinders your level advancement, but your actual soul power continues to accumulate. In a while, I'll help you inquire about some news on soul beasts. It will be much better for you to advance then. Zhu Zuqing was taken aback by his words. The quantity of Millennium soul beasts was not uncommon, so why suppress her cultivation for this? Indeed, with the technique, even without a breakthrough, her soul power would continue to accumulate, but the efficiency would be much lower. In her view, this was sacrificing the essential for the trivial, completely unnecessary. You don't need to rush. I know what you're thinking, but I won't harm you, Su Cheng said lightly. I may not be able to match you in political maneuvers now, but in cultivation, I can still give you some guidance. You don't need to wait too long, I won't disappoint you when the time comes. After pondering for a moment, Zhu Zuqing nodded in agreement. Although slowing down her cultivation speed, she could still wait patiently for a year or two. For the next period, I will be quite busy. I'll leave the matters in the mansion to you to handle fully. Feel free to use any resources, Su Cheng instructed. Okay. Zhu Zuqing nodded calmly in response, without making any excuses. The Zhu family had considerable influence in the capital, and with these political resources, her faction and authority could be further strengthened. There's one more thing. Su Cheng took out a page from his pocket and, after gently rubbing it with his fingertips for a moment, looked at Zhu Zuqing. In these years, I have developed a secret technique that can seize a person's martial soul bloodline. Zhu Zuqing suddenly raised her head, her pupils constricting as she looked at Su Cheng. The previously calm eyes suddenly flashed with a glint of light, murmuring repeatedly, seizing a person's bloodline. That's right, Su Cheng nodded gently, his gaze deep as he looked at her. Su Cheng is the best choice to use this technique. Zhu Zuqing furrowed her brows, staring deeply at the slightly aged face of her father in front of her. Resolutely, she said, I don't need it. With that, she turned and left the study on her own. Su Cheng stood behind the desk, watching her departing figure, his expression calm. He murmured softly to himself, no, you will need it, but the time is not yet ripe. Chapter 107, Make a Tough Decision, Shao Qing. After leaving the study, Zhu Zuqing's face remained calm as usual, but her heart was tumultuous. No wonder her father, who had not contacted her privately for many years, suddenly wanted to talk to her today. It turned out to be about this matter. Including those talks about advancing to the Soul Saint, they were probably secondary. The key was the so-called secret technique for seizing bloodlines. But it was different for Su Cheng in Zuqing's eyes. Zhu Zuqing's feelings for Su Cheng had always been extremely complicated. Over the years, her rapid progress in cultivation and the skillful management of the aristocratic network balancing the royal family owed much to the assistance of the Nirvana scripture. However, in this process, Su Cheng also contributed significantly to her, even claiming half of the credit wouldn't be an exaggeration. In terms of soul masters, whether it was absorbing soul rings beyond the age limit or understanding soul skills far beyond ordinary people, even the fusion skill of the Hell White Tiger, all of them contained Su Cheng's efforts. When expanding the Empire's upper-level network, many times it relied on Su Cheng to negotiate. Whether it was his special identity or the unique trust-inspiring aura, it greatly reduced the difficulty. Moreover, their soul fusion skill became smoother over the years, displaying the strength equivalent to title Douluo when used by 2 Soul Emperor-level soul masters. It's hard to say there is no connection between the support of those old aristocratic forces in this matter. Although their attitudes are still ambiguous, they greatly alleviated the pressure from the Dai family. Zhu Zuqing stood in the center of the courtyard, watching the swaying shadows on the wall, lost in thought. Along the way, it seemed like she had gained a lot, but it felt like nothing had changed. Clearly, it was once the deepest and most detested shadow of her adolescence, but it seemed to have occupied her entire childhood. But now, looking back suddenly, Zhu Zuqing found that she never really had any friends. No, she didn't even have enemies. Between coming and going, all that was discussed was interests. Only that figure, like a milestone, inserted itself into her heart. Hey, Zhu Zuqing suddenly chuckled. All the entangled worries seemed to dissipate like smoke. How could I do that? Give me another 20 years, who can stop me in the Star Luo Empire? As for the so-called 5-year deadline, it was just a strategy discussed with Su Cheng back then. She raised her head and looked at the Zhu family, gazing at the wide courtyard and tall walls, taking a deep breath. From today on, I will be in charge here. However, fate played a huge joke on Zhu Zuqing. There were no 20 years. Not even 5 years. During those 5 years, there were sudden changes on the continent. First, Shui Qinghe, the crown prince of the Heaven Do Empire, ascended the throne. Subsequently, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile clan within the Tian Do Empire were destroyed overnight. At the same time, several kingdoms and duchies within the Tian Do Empire were rapidly incorporated. Then, even before there was any movement from the Star Luo Empire, the Tian Do Empire took the lead in deploying troops and declaring war. In the process, the Soul Hall showed no intention of stopping. Instead, they gathered all the soul masters they could control, forbidding them from assisting the 2 major empires. As the 2 countries fought, the Star Luo Empire suddenly discovered that the Tian Do Empire had recruited a large number of high-level soul masters and titled Douluos who frequently appeared on the battlefield. Although the Star Luo Empire's army was still resisting stubbornly, it was evident to anyone with eyes that it was just a facade. It finally came. Su Cheng, who received the news, was not surprised at all. Instead, he felt a sense of relaxation as if everything was finally on track. During this time, apart from necessary communication with Zhu Zuqing, he rarely acted under the identity of Zhu Hongtao. Most of the time, he interacted with Zhu Zuqing as his original self. Now, most of the Zhu family's power was under Zhu Zuqing's control. Although he was very familiar with Zhu Zuqing, he didn't know much about the other members of the Zhu family. Casual conversations were fine, but living together was obviously impossible. Xiao Qing, how do you view the war between the 2 empires now? In the Zhu family study, Su Cheng, disguised as Zhu Hongtao, looked at Zhu Zuqing and asked. In less than 3 years, the Star Luo Empire will be defeated. Ordinary civilians might not understand, but they, who were familiar with the situation, could see clearly that the Tian Do Empire clearly had the support of the Soul Hall behind them. Although they didn't know the reasons, those titled Douluos and high-level Soul Masters' strength clearly could only come from the Soul Hall. If viewed from the perspective of the martial Soul Hall, these former subjects of fallen countries were inconsequential, and they would probably allow them to continue existing. But from the perspective of the royal family of the Tian Do Empire, there was no way they would spare a single member of the royal bloodline of the Star Luo Empire. And as the Zhu family, who had been intermarried with the Dai family for generations, how could they possibly escape death? These years, I have been exploring everywhere and finally found a soul beast that is extremely suitable for you to attach soul rings to. But to absorb this kind of soul ring, you need to have a hidden soul power level equivalent to that of a title Douluo without attaching soul rings. What? Zhu Zuqing was stunned upon hearing this, not immediately grasping the meaning behind Su Cheng's words. Attaining a soul power level equivalent to that of a title Douluo without attaching soul rings was something she could achieve with the help of the Nirvana scripture. In fact, her current soul power level was already around 74th rank. However, progressing to become a title Douluo in the conventional manner would be vastly different in terms of difficulty. The amount of time required for this process was simply incalculable. In the current crisis, discussing this matter was utterly meaningless. You have the chance, Xiaoqing. As long as you see Su Cheng's bloodline, you can soar to new heights. Su Cheng produced the manuscript filled with the secret technique for seizing bloodlines again, speaking with a solemn tone. Make a decision soon, it's getting late. Even if you are unwilling to act, when the time comes, Su Cheng, as a white tiger bloodline holder, will not escape death. His existence is not a secret in the Star Luo Empire. Seeing Zhu Zuqing remain silent, Su Cheng frowned involuntarily. He's just a lone person, and even if you seize his white tiger martial soul bloodline, it won't harm his life. It's not just him who possesses the white tiger bloodline. After a long silence, Zhu Zuqing finally spoke again, her voice slightly hoarse. No, Su Cheng shook his head slowly. Davis and Dai Mubai are too weak. Even if you choose Davis, who has a stronger cultivation, to seize his bloodline, you won't be able to elevate your cultivation to the level of a title Douluo. In fact, besides cultivation, there was another important reason that only Su Cheng understood clearly. The white tiger martial souls of those two individuals were fundamentally different from his. Over the years, his Nirvana scripture was not just for show. The essence of bloodline fusion was completion. By using this method to seize the white tiger martial soul, merging it with her own white tiger, and reproducing the complete form of the phantom white tiger, it would not harm her foundation or taint herself. It was by no means a twisted or evil method. But there was only one chance. Absorbing too many phantom white tigers would indeed lead to a path of darkness. Since that was the case, Zhu Zuqing should naturally absorb the strongest and most compatible one. After Su Cheng cultivated the Nirvana scripture, the purity of his bloodline had long surpassed that of Davis, and the core information in his martial soul was also closer to the essence of the phantom white tiger. Plus, with his higher cultivation, Zhu Zuqing could definitely elevate her cultivation to a high level after seizing his bloodline. However, it seemed that Zhu Zuqing was concerned about another matter at the moment. Her eyes flickered with a hint of resentment as she stared at Su Cheng, questioning coldly, "So, you didn't teach this technique to my elder sister at all? Because 20 years ago, you already had your eyes on Su Cheng, didn't you?" Su Cheng's expression stiffened, then he explained, "You have to understand, he's just a bastard son with no significant status. Even if he has potential, if he doesn't receive a clear status, it's wasted. No one will hold you accountable for what happens to him." He forcefully handed the manuscript to Zhu Zuqing. "Here are the detailed instructions on how to seize the white tiger martial soul bloodline. In addition, there's a method for making a slow-acting potion. This potion can enhance your cultivation and combat power in the short term, but at the same time, it will cause fluctuations in the opponent's martial soul and blood. By using a secret technique during this period, you can slowly extract the opponent's bloodline. You've spent enough time together in daily life, so you have plenty of opportunities to slowly erode his white tiger martial soul." Finishing his explanation, Su Cheng took out a pale red glass bottle. The transparent bottle was filled with a thick, pale red liquid, reflecting a faint pink light on the bottle's surface. This potion can force out all of the opponent's bloodline potential at once. If you have the chance, you can directly use this potion on him all at once. Zhu Zuqing stared blankly at the dazzling potion bottle, her lips inexplicably dry. "Make a tough decision, Xiaoqing. The fate of the entire Zhu family rests on you alone," Su Cheng said solemnly. "In fact, I have reached this age, and it's no longer possible for me to advance further in cultivation. Being a soul Douluo is already my limit, and I've long put life and death aside. But you're different, you are the hope of the Zhu family. Moreover, don't forget your elder sister. These years, she has been waiting for the day when you succeed." Zhu Zuqing stood still for a long time before finally accepting the bottle of potion, her fair and slender fingers trembling slightly uncontrollably. Su Cheng is the emperor's illegitimate son, and in terms of status, he's insignificant. Even if he has potential, without a clear identity, if he's disabled, he's just disabled, and no one will pursue your responsibility for him. Su Cheng stared at her. But this is your last chance. The last chance. Zhu Zuqing lowered her head to look at the manuscript and potion in her hand. Then she slowly raised her head, closing her eyes as if countless shadows flickered before her. Zhu Zuqing, Zhu Yun, Zhu Hongtao, and even her second and third sisters, whose impressions were becoming blurred. Finally, the scene froze at the punch they exchanged when they first met in the academy. The gears of fate began to turn once again. Zhu Zuqing once again keenly felt her own powerlessness. Chapter 108, Time to take medicine. Hey, what's wrong with you? You've been brooding all the way, did someone die in your family? In the Stardow forest, two figures were walking side by side. With the aura of a soul saint and a peak soul emperor spreading freely, ordinary soul beasts on the periphery avoided them, making their journey almost unimpeded. Su Cheng glanced at Zhu Zuqing beside him and casually remarked. Zhu Zuqing's expression turned cold at his words, but she remained silent. She had long been accustomed to his unreserved attitude. You better focus, it's not easy to deal with 100,000-year soul beasts, Su Cheng said as he looked at the map Zhu Zuqing had handed him. It's not 100,000-year soul beasts, it's 390,000-year soul beasts. 390,000-year soul beasts. Su Cheng pretended to be surprised and asked, that's a bit tricky, but with the power of our martial soul fusion skill, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. But then, we'll be wasting 2 soul rings for nothing. He didn't mention the issue of the soul ring's age limit. Because with Zhu Zuqing's physical condition at this moment, coupled with the silver needle acupuncture method, absorbing 90,000-year soul rings was already sufficient. Both of them were well aware of this. What's on your mind? Is it because of the war situation in the Starluo Empire? Su Cheng asked again after they had walked for a while. Su Cheng, I want to ask you a question. Go ahead. Between family members and friends, if you have to give up one, which one would you choose? Zhu Zuqing said slowly. Her voice was low, her eyes flashing, seemingly implying something. But Su Cheng seemed not to understand the deeper meaning, and replied firmly, of course, I would give up friends. Zhu Zuqing frowned. After a while, she spoke in a subdued tone, why? Why ask? Friends can be replaced, but can you bring back your sister or your father if you lose them? Is that how you treat friends? Zhu Zuqing's eyebrows raised, her voice involuntarily louder. Yeah, that's how I am, Su Cheng said seriously, come on, fourth miss. We've been together for over 20 years, and you still don't know what kind of person I am. Let me tell you, friendships are just for fun, real emotions come from family. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zuqing stopped in her tracks, turned around, and glared at Su Cheng. Her already towering chest rose and fell as she breathed heavily, creating an enticing curve. Her reaction caught Su Cheng off guard, he hadn't expected such a strong response from her. After a moment of staring at each other, Su Cheng calmly spoke, do you, the future Duchess, really think that people like us would have so-called friends? Zhu Zuqing gave him a cold glance, then turned and continued walking forward. I didn't expect a bastard like you to value family so much. I'm not from the Dai family, the Su family is my home, and blood is thicker than water. Any problem with that? Su Cheng remained indifferent. I'm asking you, Zhu Zuqing, what's with all this beating around the bush? Are you planning to sabotage someone again? Make a decision and act decisively, this doesn't seem like you. Zhu Zuqing hesitated for a moment, then glanced deeply at Su Cheng beside her. Su Cheng, what is your greatest pursuit? Freedom, I guess, Su Cheng pondered for a moment and replied lightly. Anyway, just freedom, I don't have any special pursuit. Power, authority, those things are optional for me. As long as I can be free, everything else doesn't matter. But with my current identity, it's probably difficult to achieve this. The Dai family definitely has plans. I was thinking of relying on you, fourth miss. But I see that the Starluo Empire is about to collapse soon, so there's no need to worry about these trivial matters. Enjoy the moment. To be honest, I don't even know why you called me to accompany you to kill soul beasts for advancement. Even if we become Soul Douluo, what's the use? We'll still face death in the end. He smiled at Zhu Zuqing. Freedom. Zhu Zuqing ignored his sarcasm, sighed softly, and nodded quietly, I understand. Not long after, with the help of the map, the two of them reached their destination, the central area of the Douluo forest. Su Cheng had already figured out the situation here when he came alone to explore before. As expected, the 200,000-year soul beasts had long since disappeared. Without Tang San's interference, Bibi Dong had already killed them and absorbed their soul rings. And now, the 390,000-year thousand jinns and emperors were dwelling here. At this moment, the three soul beasts had obviously noticed Su Cheng and Zhu Zuqing's presence, but they showed no intention of retreating, quietly waiting for their arrival. It was to be expected. With their cultivation level, how could they scare away 390,000-year soul beasts? Soon, the two of them arrived nearby. A thin layer of mist rippled on the calm lake surface, making it one of the rare peaceful places in the Douluo forest. However, the faint aura of killing pervading the surroundings spoiled the tranquility of the place. Three identical demon beasts were crouching coldly by the lake, staring at them. They were their targets for this trip, the 1,000 jinns and emperors. The 3,000 jinns and emperors were about 3 meters in length, which, in terms of size, was not considered large even among 10,000-year soul beasts. But even so, it was still extraordinary. 1,000 jinns ants' body was usually only 3 inches long after 10 years of cultivation, and it wouldn't exceed 6 inches even after 100 years. Only after 1,000 years of cultivation would it have the possibility of growing to a foot long, which was already very rare. One could imagine how rare it was for 1,000 jinns and emperor with a length of 3 meters to reach such a cultivation level. The 1,000 jinns ant itself was extremely tenacious, with outstanding defense, formidable resistance to attacks, and immense strength that far exceeded its body proportions. Unfortunately, as a kind of soul beast, they didn't have any soul skills themselves. Although their defense was good, it was ultimately limited, and lacking soul skills as an attack means made it difficult for their strength to be fully utilized. As a result, this species often found itself at the bottom of the food chain in the soul beast forest. But unlike ordinary 1,000 ants, the 3,000 ant kings in front of them had a pair of huge transparent wings each, and their 2 forelimbs, covered in a green glow, were as sharp as triangular spikes. What's even more peculiar is that each of them had 6 eyes on their heads, 2 large and 4 small, emitting a faint green light. The 3,000 ant kings were covered in shimmering dark gold metallic light on their hard shells. Their 6 sturdy legs were now raised upright, poised for action. Then, the 2 on the left and right slowly spread apart, forming a semi-encirclement around Su Cheng and Zhu Zuqing, gradually pressuring them forward. The dark golden hue on their bodies became more pronounced, but their energy remained completely internal, without any leakage. Su Cheng and Zhu Zuqing exchanged a glance. Then, without hesitation, they summoned their martial souls and directly unleashed the martial soul fusion skill, Hell White Tiger. A wildly powerful aura, far beyond that of ordinary title Douluo, surged outwards, causing a commotion in the surroundings. The giant white tiger crouched on the ground, coldly staring at the 3 soul beasts in front of them. Under this coercion, the movements of the 3,000 ant kings were slightly hindered. Their momentum was completely suppressed by this transcendent martial soul. Immediately after, a silver-white light radiated outwards from the hell white tiger like a gust of wind. In that instant, the massive body of the ghostly white tiger seemed to merge with the wind. Not only did it exude an extraordinary sense of power, but its huge figure also gave a sense of agility like the wind. On the other side, however, the 3,000 ant kings felt heavy resistance closing in from all sides, constantly pressing on their bodies, limiting their speed. In the current state of Su Cheng and Zhu Zuqing unleashing the martial soul fusion skill, the ghostly white tiger also possessed its own domain skill, named Wind God Domain, by Su Cheng. In the domain, the already highly agile ghostly white tiger's speed was further enhanced to an extraordinary level. Combined with its already formidable strength, it was nearly flawless among peers. Although the 3,000 ant kings found it hard to comprehend how a soul saint and a soul emperor could suddenly burst out with such formidable power, they were clearly aware of the crisis. They began to slowly flap their wings and rise into the air. These 3 brothers, living together for many years, moved in perfect unison, like a mirror image. Whether it was the speed of wing flapping or the height of ascent from the ground, everything was exactly the same. But it was futile. These 3 soul beasts were almost completely restrained by the hell white tiger. 1,000 ants themselves were straightforward, with their strength lying in their exceptional defense, strength, and speed compared to ordinary soul beasts. But when their strength and speed were suppressed, breaking their defense was only a matter of time. Moreover, the Hell White Tiger had its own soul skills. Soon, the two sides began a 1-on-3 battle. Although the 3,000 Ant Kings were slightly at a disadvantage, their actions were coordinated, and they came to each other's aid instantly if one was attacked. At this moment, although the Hell White Tiger appeared to be in control and moved with ease, the battle was not easy for Su Cheng and Zhu Zuqing. The reason was simple. The martial soul fusion skill consumed soul power at an incredibly fast rate. Even with the advantage in speed, they had to exert all their strength to finish the battle quickly and avoid being dragged into a war of attrition. Therefore, the Hell White Tiger deliberately exposed weaknesses in its attacks. After dozens of rounds of entanglement with the 1,000 Ant Kings, the ghostly White Tiger controlled by Su Cheng and Zhu Zuqing suddenly pounced on one of them, its huge claws raised high. The other two Ant Kings immediately converged from both sides to launch a combined attack. But instead of dodging like before, the Hell White Tiger chose to directly confront the combined attack of the other two Ant Kings. It even used this extreme force to further accelerate. Then, the silver-white claws surrounded by wind blades struck down on the head of the Ant King in front. Normally, physical attacks would be almost ineffective against their hard shells, and energy attacks would have difficulty breaking through their defense quickly. But the Hell White Tiger was clearly extraordinary. With this claw, it directly shattered the frontal Ant King's head. However, even with just this one attack, Su Cheng and Zhu Zuqing had exhausted almost half of their soul power. But it was all worth it. Although the 3,000 Ant Kings were closely connected and coordinated their attacks, their two-person attacks left many openings. Afterward, the Hell White Tiger barely suffered any further damage and managed to kill them all. As the dust settled, the giant Hell White Tiger also dissipated upon landing. Su Cheng and Zhu Zuqing's figures reappeared. But this time, they no longer had the composed demeanor from before. Instead, they looked extremely disheveled. Both had pale faces, panting heavily, their soul power almost depleted. Blood seeped from their mouths and noses, injuries from the powerful attack they had earlier faced. At the same time, 3 black soul rings appeared on the bodies of the 3,000 Ant Kings. Seeing these 3 soul rings, Zhu Zuqing didn't immediately rush to absorb them. Instead, she stood there in a daze. "Why are you standing there dumbfounded?" Su Cheng coughed lightly and said, "Hurry up and absorb the soul rings. Do you remember how to stimulate your physical strength?" Su Cheng had already told Zhu Zuqing in advance about the acupuncture points that needed to be stimulated to absorb 9,000-year or even 10,000-year soul rings. Oh, yeah, only then did Zhu Zuqing come back to her senses and walk towards the bodies of the 1,000 ants. Seeing her actions, Su Cheng frowned inwardly. Judging by Zhu Zuqing's style of doing things over the years, she was already decisive and cunning enough. She shouldn't have been constrained by meaningless notions of good and evil, otherwise, she wouldn't have climbed to her current position in the harsh environment of the Star Luo Empire. Why was she dragging her feet now? After some thought, Su Cheng casually said, "I guess if these 3 soul rings can be absorbed simultaneously, there might be some additional effects." "Too bad, but it doesn't matter. I can see that the Star Luo Empire won't last much longer. As descendants of major aristocrats and as illegitimate children of the royal family, you and I won't have a good end." As Zhu Zuqing, who was walking ahead, heard his words, her footsteps suddenly halted. Then, she turned back and returned with a bottle of pale red potion in her hand. Chapter 109, The First Intimate Contact. Su Cheng, you said earlier that you would rather give up the power you've worked so hard to cultivate over the years for the sake of freedom. Of course, Su Cheng's face remained extremely pale, and his voice sounded somewhat weak. Power is just a tool to achieve goals. But, how can one pursue freedom without power? Yeah, without power, nothing can be accomplished. Zhu Zuqing's voice lowered. Su Cheng glanced at the 3 soul rings not far away and then asked, "What are you holding?" Zhu Zuqing hesitated for a moment, then stuttered, This is a special potion that can temporarily restore soul power or even stimulate cultivation." However, before she could finish her sentence, Su Cheng grabbed the glass bottle from her hand. "A restoration potion, huh? You seem to be well prepared." With that, he pulled out the stopper and gulped it down in one mouthful. Zhu Zuqing's face immediately showed a trace of astonishment. As the potion flowed into his body, Su Cheng instantly felt a rush of heat surging up and down his body. Then, His soul power quickly circulated, vaporized, and surged through his meridians like a torrential river. A tingling sensation emerged from his bones, flesh, and skin, gradually spreading throughout his body, causing him to lose partial sensation bit by bit. This sensation wasn't exactly painful, but rather extremely strange, as if his flesh was being gently peeled away, and he was gradually being split in half. Even his soul seemed to vibrate along with it. This was thanks to his strong willpower, resilience, and the presence of sword intent. Unlike the chronic potion described in the manuscript given to Zhu Zuqing, the effect of this bloodline potion was more thorough and violent. As martial souls coexist with soul masters' souls, if it were anyone else, they would probably have lost consciousness under such a strange sensation long ago. Even soul masters with slightly lower cultivation and spiritual power would be unable to withstand the potency of the potion, most likely turning into a puddle of blood after ingestion. However, to Zhu Zuqing, Su Sheng's state at this moment seemed terrifying. She saw the illusionary white tiger martial soul spontaneously manifesting from him. But it was no longer the fierce and violent appearance of before, with white fur and black stripes. Instead, it resembled a skeletal frame, with blood-red muscles exposed, covered with viscous blood vessels and constantly rising blood qi. Crimson tiger eyes gleamed with murderous intent. But since they had reached this point, Zhu Zuqing couldn't hesitate anymore. She forced herself to calm down, and her hell civet martial soul manifested outside her body. Before coming here today, Zhu Zuqing had already read the entire contents of the manuscript. With her current cultivation and knowledge, although she couldn't create such a secret technique herself, she could roughly understand its feasibility, the general principles involved, and the subsequent changes after its use. Otherwise, with her meticulous thinking, she wouldn't easily use it on anyone, even if it weren't for Su Sheng. As the secret technique operated, dark and profound mist surged from the ghost shadow cat martial soul, then enveloped the approaching blood tiger. The blood tiger, as if possessing self-awareness, instinctively looked towards the drifting mist. Its exposed bone-white fangs gently opened, revealing sharp, gleaming teeth, as if emitting silent growls. In the next moment, the mist covered the frame of the blood-red white tiger martial soul. The blood tiger roared in anger, but no sound came out. As the blood tiger struggled, Zhu Zuqing's face turned pale. She was also injured in the previous battle, and her soul power consumption was immense. Because of her slightly lower cultivation than Su Sheng, her condition was even worse at the moment. But at this moment, the blood tiger's struggle suddenly weakened, and then it stood motionless, allowing the dark mist to absorb and devour it. Soon, the essence of the white tiger martial soul's bloodline was completely consumed, leaving only scattered remnants. At the same time, a far greater soul power fluctuation erupted from Zhu Zuqing than what her current surface-level soul emperor cultivation would suggest. Her aura was even stronger, surpassing that of an ordinary title Douluo. Her martial soul had completely changed. A giant translucent, white-haired, black-striped tiger with purple eyes shimmering now crouched behind her. From now on, she no longer needed to rely on martial soul fusion skills to recreate the might of the Hell White Tiger. On the other side, as Zhu Zuqing's bloodline technique reached its conclusion, the remaining traces of martial soul residue in the air returned to Su Sheng's body. But his aura plummeted. Once at the formidable 76th rank of soul power, he now barely reached 30 ranks. And this was a permanent drop. His martial soul was now crippled, with no possibility of recovery. Unlike the typical malignant mutation of martial souls, this was a fundamental injury, almost impossible to remedy. Zhu Zuqing looked at Su Sheng, who seemed to have lost consciousness, with a complex expression, then got up and walked towards the nearby corpses of the 3,000 ant emperors. The central area of the Star Doe forest they were in was originally dominated by the two forest kings, the ape god and the bull god, and no soul beasts dared to approach within 100 miles. Later, when those two forest kings disappeared, this place was occupied by three 90,000-year-old Thousand Ant Emperors. Now that the Thousand Ant Emperor had just died, there would be no risk in absorbing soul rings here for a short period. Zhu Zuqing temporarily suppressed irrelevant thoughts and silently sat cross-legged on the ground, summoning the first of the three 9,000-year soul rings before her. Her original plan was to absorb one of them to advance to Soul Emperor. With her current physical strength and actual cultivation level, this step wouldn't require much effort. After quickly absorbing the second soul ring, regardless of whether she could fully accommodate it, she had to attempt to break through the final barrier before the last soul ring disappeared. However, when she summoned a soul ring from one of the 1,000 Ant Emperors, something unexpected happened. 3 black mists simultaneously emanated from the bodies of the 3,000 Ant Emperors, forming black-red soul rings that enveloped her hell-white tiger. Watching this scene unfold, Zhu Zuqing was momentarily startled but quickly reacted. Her current strength, combined with the immensely powerful ghostly white tiger martial soul, exerted too much attraction to the soul rings. Although she only initiated the summoning of 1 soul ring, the proximity of the 3 spirit beasts' bodies, coupled with the immense power of her martial soul, and her attainment of the level of a title Douluo, caused all 3 soul rings to react simultaneously. However, absorbing 3 soul rings at once undoubtedly posed great risks, especially considering they were all across the 10,000-year threshold. Yet, Zhu Zuqing didn't hesitate for a moment and allowed the 3 soul rings to encase her hell-white tiger. The interaction between martial souls and soul masters is mutual. This is particularly evident in soul masters with beast martial souls. The kingly aura of the hell-white tiger also subtly influenced Zhu Zuqing. If in the past she leaned more towards cautiousness and calmness, she now exuded a more profound and domineering aura. Even in the face of the terrifying 390,000-year soul rings, she showed no sign of retreat. For this step, she had already paid a hefty price and had no other choice. Soul rings are for tempering and evolving martial souls. When absorbing soul rings, the soul master's physical fitness is just the first threshold. However, if the energy within the soul rings is too immense, it's possible for the martial soul to be shattered by it. Under the impact of immense energy, the hell-white tiger roared angrily, its purple eyes turning crimson, blood oozing from its pristine fur, and its domain spontaneously expanding. The surge of energy pouring into her body was terrifying. Despite Zhu Zuqing's thorough preparation, she still felt her vision darken and nearly fainted from the shock. A trickle of blood seeped from her lips, but her gaze remained as resolute as ever. Come, whether it was the 390,000-year soul rings or the hell-white tiger, both were peerless in the world. At this moment, Zhu Zuqing's seemingly delicate body became the battleground for these 2 vastly different powerful energies colliding with each other. It was fortunate that she had been absorbing soul rings beyond her years, which had elevated her physical fitness far beyond her peers. Combined with her constant cultivation of the Nirvana scripture, her meridians were extremely resilient, otherwise, she wouldn't have lasted even a moment. However, even so, she felt that she was nearing her limit. The violent soul power rushed through her meridians, tearing her body apart. It wasn't just her meridians. Blood flowed rapidly through her veins, and her organs were under extreme pressure, blood seeping from all 7 orifices. But Zhu Zuqing couldn't afford to slow down her soul power circulation. The energy within the soul rings was too violent for her to guide. The only solution she could think of was to meet it head-on. The sharp and ferocious soul power inherent in the hell-white tiger wouldn't be at a disadvantage in this collision. However, as the 2 tremendous energies collided, Zhu Zuqing's meridians finally couldn't withstand the pressure, and fractures began to appear. Intense pain swept through her body, and her entire body was covered in a layer of blood. Su Sheng, who had been silently observing Zhu Zuqing's state, frowned slightly, his expression becoming serious. He had underestimated the power of the 390,000-year soul rings gathered together. Even though he had instructed Zhu Zuqing to suppress her soul power beforehand and had helped her transform her martial soul into the hell-white tiger and ascend to the level of a title Douluo, attempting to absorb 3 soul rings simultaneously with her newly advanced physical constitution was still too strenuous. After a moment of contemplation, Su Sheng got up and walked towards Zhu Zuqing. Her clothes were already tattered from the overflow of violent soul power within her body. With a flick of his soul power at his fingertips, Su Sheng effortlessly cut through her clothes, which then fell to the ground. Zhu Zuqing naturally felt his movements. In fact, she had already sensed it when Su Sheng got up. Although she had almost all of her focus on controlling her own soul power, Zhu Zuqing's current strength level was vastly superior to his, making it impossible to conceal his actions from her. In Zhu Zuqing's perception, the familiar aura and soul power fluctuations gradually approached and then stood behind her, emitting soul power. His actions made her sigh inwardly. But she didn't have much desire to resist. However, when she realized that his soul power only cut through her clothes, she couldn't help but feel a surge of anger, her face involuntarily flushing with embarrassment. But then, A complex mix of emotions washed over her mind, even strangely devoid of any disgust. Instead, it quickly turned into calmness. Let him do whatever he wants. Chapter 110. The True Form of a Hell White Tiger. Under the precise manipulation of Su Cheng's soul power, Zhu Zuqing's tight black ceremonial robe fell to the ground. Subsequently, the specially tailored white inner lining for top-tier aristocratic youths was also discarded by him. Finally, the last layer of protection was removed, and her naked body was now fully exposed in front of Su Cheng. However, Zhu Zuqing's once flawless skin was now covered with bloodstains, detracting slightly from her beauty but adding a unique sense of desolation. Her figure had always been excellent, almost unmatched among her peers. Even Su Cheng often found himself amazed and admiring of it. But at this moment, Su Cheng obviously had no time to consider such things. Although his cultivation had greatly declined, his perception remained sharp. He could clearly feel that the next energy surge in her body was imminent. But given Zhu Zuqing's current condition, she seemed powerless to resist. Su Cheng was preparing to stimulate her physical potential with external force, enhancing her meridians, capacity to contain energy and thereby cushioning the damage caused by the energy clashes within her body. Using silver needles at this moment would be foolish, her soul power was too violent, and silver needles were only suitable for use when the body's condition was stable. The better approach now was to briefly stimulate her with his fingertips, directly activating her soul power. However, before his fingers could approach her body, there was already a clear barrier blocking his approach, like a layer of energy enveloping her body. With just his measly soul grandmaster level soul power, he couldn't break through this defense. Su Cheng couldn't help but furrow his brow. This defense was likely not intentional on Zhu Zuqing's part. It was simply that her energy level was too high at the moment, and her body's passive defense was enough to render him helpless. In fact, if it weren't for this instinctive defense, her body would likely have been shattered by the extremely violent energy fluctuations long ago. Without hesitation, Su Cheng took out a bottle of potion and poured it down his throat. In the instant he consumed it, his previously languid soul power surged, even slightly surpassing his previous peak state. This potion was originally his contingency plan. He intended to use it in the future to stimulate his bloodline to burn at the expense of vitality after his cultivation had declined. His bloodline foundation was already damaged, so how could he regain his past peak without a price? But now, he had no time to consider such things. If Zhu Zuqing died here, what would be the point of the future? With the support of his advanced soul saint cultivation, Su Cheng easily broke through the energy defense on her body's surface. His fingers touched her fair skin. Zhu Zuqing's body trembled slightly, and her breath fluctuated violently. Her closed eyelids quivered slightly, but she didn't speak. Don't worry, I'll support your physical body. You just need to focus on resisting the energy surges within your body. Su Cheng's calm voice rang in Zhu Zuqing's ears, invisibly soothing her turbulent emotions at the moment. Her body was now covered in bloodstains. Although it seemed miserable, it was merely superficial wounds caused by the energy outburst earlier, insignificant compared to the chaos within her body. In just a short moment, everything had been restored to its original state. Su Cheng's fingers touched her skin, which was as soft as cotton. Ah! As he pressed his finger down, Zhu Zuqing's lips parted slightly, unable to help but emit a sound that seemed like a mixture of pain and a moan. Immediately, she felt a sense of relief throughout her body, and her meridians instantly expanded. Su Cheng's actions didn't stop. Starting from her scapula, he moved down to her spine, then down to her lower back. Then, he sequentially applied soul power to her waist, arms, armpits, and other areas. After everything was done, he let out a sigh of relief. Without hesitation, he moved directly in front of Zhu Zuqing. The fair curves and two crimson points in front of him momentarily distracted him. He forcibly calmed his mind and placed his fingers on her chest, sternum, abdomen, and spiritual gate. After everything was done, he breathed a sigh of relief, sweat dripping from his forehead. He wasn't nervous but exhausted. With his understanding of the human body and his long interaction with Zhu Zuqing, having performed countless soul fusion techniques, he had a precise grasp of each acupoint. But at this moment, Zhu Zuqing's strength far exceeded his. Moreover, he was in a state of external strength and internal weakness, with her hell white tiger suppressing his already damaged white tiger martial soul, making it difficult for him to penetrate with his soul power. Of course, the beautiful sight he had just witnessed also posed a significant test to his will. To concentrate under such circumstances required exceptional willpower. As Su Cheng's actions concluded, Zhu Zuqing's breath stabilized once again, ready to face the second energy surge. Zuqing, take the initiative. At this moment, Su Cheng suddenly spoke. Zhu Zuqing, upon hearing this, hesitated no longer. She disregarded her own injuries and promptly activated the energy within her body, launching the second round of attacks on those soul ring energies. This may seem reckless, using her own body as a battleground, harming herself before the enemy, but it was the best solution at the moment. Another fierce collision ensued. This time, with Su Cheng's external assistance, Zhu Zuqing's own energy was fully integrated, forming blades like hurricanes, slicing forward. During the first energy clash, the energy condensed by the 390,000-year-old Ant Emperor's soul rings had already been scattered backward. Although only a small amount was shattered and absorbed into her body, it still required time to condense again. Under Su Cheng's command, Zhu Zuqing didn't give them that time this time. Before the surging energy could fully condense for the second time, her attack had already arrived. Another loud boom echoed, and a thick mist of blood sprayed from Zhu Zuqing's mouth and nose once again. At this moment, her face was pale as paper, and her body trembled violently. But no matter what, she managed to withstand the second energy surge. The dispersed soul ring energy was continuously absorbed by her at this moment, repairing her broken body at the fastest pace. However, Su Cheng didn't feel too excited about this. He could sense that the massive soul ring energy within Zhu Zuqing's body was still continuously condensing. This would be the final impact, but for Zhu Zuqing, it would be extremely difficult to handle. With Su Cheng's recent assistance, her physical potential had been fully stimulated. Continuing to stimulate it now would greatly exhaust or even damage her future potential. Even if she successfully absorbed these 3 soul rings later, the consequences would be unbearable for Zhu Zuqing. Her current martial soul level was too high. Without sufficient energy to support it, she might even directly drop to the level of a soul Douluo. Her Hell White Tiger martial soul might even be damaged as a result. Su Cheng furrowed his brows, silently pondering. After a moment, he suddenly spoke, Zuqing, have you ever thought about the essence of the Hell White Tiger? Essence? Zhu Zuqing was taken aback. A series of unexpected changes had just occurred. First, there was the unimaginable energy impact from the 3 soul rings, then Su Cheng's unexpected actions, which successfully helped her stabilize her internal crisis. However, she still had to face the upcoming new wave of energy attacks. In this situation, she couldn't calm down to think. Her mind was already in a whirl. Now, hearing Su Cheng ask this question, she couldn't help but feel a little bewildered. Su Cheng's brow furrowed even tighter. Zuqing, now is not the time for random thoughts. Just focus on answering my question. Zhu Zuqing's body trembled, quickly pushing aside her doubts. Now was a matter of life and death. There was no room for her to think about irrelevant matters. Do you desire power? Do you crave strength? But are these really your ultimate pursuits? Zhu Zuqing, think carefully about why you have embarked on this path today. Su Cheng's voice rang out sternly. What is my ultimate pursuit? Zhu Zuqing's heart stirred. You yearn for freedom, you long to be unrestrained. No one can control your fate, and no one can determine your future. Zhu Zuqing, think carefully. In your heart, what kind of martial soul should the Hell White Tiger be, and what kind of person are you? In that instant, Zhu Zuqing felt enlightened. She seemed to transform into the proud Hell White Tiger roaring in the heavens and earth. Free and unrestrained, in the vast world, she could go wherever she pleased. Understanding her martial soul, at the next moment, all the energy in Zhu Zuqing's body instantly merged. Between her and her martial soul, there was no distinction. At the same time, the Hell White Tiger martial soul, which had been continuously absorbing soul ring energy from outside her body, emitted a bright white light. Then, as if coming to life, it raised its head and roared angrily. Behind it, amidst the surging wind, a pair of transparent wings formed entirely of hurricanes appeared out of nowhere. The wind god wings rose high, and an astonishing energy fluctuation spread out in all directions. In this state of supreme concentration and king-like demeanor, Zhu Zuqing had already forgotten the pain in her body and the impending trials. Her own aura also reached a new level. Like an abyss or an ocean, profound and unfathomable. Chapter 111, Regret. At the same time, the energy of the 390,000-year-old Ant Emperor's soul rings finally completely converged. At this moment, the energy fluctuations they emitted were far stronger than the previous 2 times. However, they no longer had the momentum they once did, just lingering there without advancing. But Zhu Zuqing was already too impatient to wait. If the energy fluctuations within her body at this moment could be likened to a clenched fist, then they had already transformed into a steel blade. Kai, the sound of tearing, inaudible to the outside world, echoed within Zhu Zuqing's body, as the energy cluster was rapidly decomposed without any resistance. The shattered energy was swiftly devoured and assimilated by the Hell White Tiger, without any remaining resistance. Then, the Nirvana scripture spontaneously operated, continuously condensing higher-level soul power. The energy contained in the 3 soul rings also began to massively nourish her body, becoming the perfect capital for Zhu Zuqing's current perfect promotion. With the further sublimation of her martial soul bloodline, the recondensed soul power of Zhu Zuqing began to comprehensively transform her body. Meridians, bones, organs, flesh, every part of her body inside and out was rapidly being repaired. Broken meridians quickly regenerated, the internal organs that had shifted under the previous energy impact returned to their original positions, and at this moment, she felt rejuvenated. Compared to before, Zhu Zuqing was not just several times stronger. When she completely absorbed the soul rings and everything ended, she had directly broken through the bottleneck of the 95th level peak Douluo. Zhu Zuqing gently opened her eyes. At this moment, she was wearing a white men's long shirt, covering all the tempting scenery. At her feet, the crimson 7th, 8th, and 9th soul rings still shimmered brightly. These were the last 3 soul rings from the 3 Ant Emperors, which had unexpectedly evolved into 100,000-year soul rings through their previous fusion. Just as Su Cheng had said before, absorbing these 3 soul rings simultaneously would have miraculous effects. Of course, the process was extremely perilous. But when Zhu Zuqing's gaze passed over these several coveted 100,000-year soul rings, she only showed a slight daze before quickly sweeping past them, not even taking the time to carefully experience the additional soul ring skills. Instead, she looked around. The surroundings hadn't changed much compared to before. The clear and calm lake, the gentle mist pervading the air. Although there had been fierce battles before, the beautiful environment remained unscathed. There was just one person missing. Zhu Zuqing gently tightened the long shirt on her body, her expression slightly confused. Why would he choose to help her at a critical moment? Didn't he know what she had just done to him? And why leave quietly alone now? Didn't he say he needed her to help him gain freedom? Zhu Zuqing lowered her head, the breeze brushing her cheeks, her long black hair fluttering in the wind. Was it because of disappointment? She wasn't worth trusting at all. She gently extended her right hand. Between her slender and fair fingers now harbored unimaginable power to the world. Even within the entire Star Luo Empire, there was no one who could withstand her punch. Hey, power, indeed, with what she had done before, why should she expect the other person's trust? There were many other choices available. Directly explaining the reasons, seeking the other person's opinion, perhaps he wouldn't even care about these things. Or why must the one who ultimately benefits be herself? Does Su Cheng not have the qualifications to possess the Hell White Tiger martial soul? He clearly understands how to use the power of the Hell White Tiger better than she does. Perhaps it was just as Su Cheng had said before. People like them simply didn't have so-called friends, so there was no trust between them. He didn't trust himself, just as she didn't trust him before. But just now, Su Cheng unexpectedly woke up early and didn't harbor resentment or revenge as she had imagined. Instead, he helped her completely master the Hell White Tiger martial soul. For so many years, he had always been like this. Always standing behind her, helping her, supporting her. Freedom. Zhu Zuqing sighed deeply. She finally understood that she and Su Cheng were not just comrades in arms, but also kindred spirits. They were ultimately pursuing the same thing. But it was too late now. She possessed unparalleled power, an unparalleled martial soul. She had a weapon to completely control her own destiny. But at this moment, she felt a sense of blandness. If I could start over. Before Zhu Zuqing completely absorbed the soul rings, Su Cheng had already left the Star Do forest and returned to the Duke's mansion. It was a helpless move. Staying there would lead to many things being difficult to explain. Such as why he helped Zhu Zuqing by repaying betrayal with kindness, as he had never been a moral role model, and the other party knew that very well. Or how he had erupted with the strength of a soul saint at that time, which was also hard to justify. It was better to simply choose to disappear and let the other party guess for themselves. But he had to return to the imperial capital to keep track of the changes in the situation. He didn't have enough certainty now whether Zhu Zuqing would ultimately choose to ascend the throne. According to her character, reaching this point, she wouldn't miss this opportunity. But just to help her overcome the crisis, he had to help her completely master the Hell White Tiger martial soul. After realizing her true self, the position of the emperor might be dispensable for her. Of course, this possibility was relatively small, under the premise of not knowing Shui Qinghei's true identity as Qinren Shui. From the perspective of preserving the family, it was undoubtedly the normal approach to ascend the throne and confront the heavens. After all, if the Tian-Do Empire truly unified the continent, and they had the support of the Spirit Hall behind them, it still wouldn't be considered absolutely safe until Zhu Zuqing truly achieved the peak Douluo level. Even for her, the other members of the Zhu family wouldn't be exempt. From Qinren Shui's perspective, choosing to spare the Star Luo major families and incorporating them into her control would make sense. But for the Tian-Do royal bloodline, it was obvious that they wouldn't miss the opportunity to eradicate it. And if they wanted to establish themselves in the imperial capital of Star Luo, Zhu Hongtao's identity was the safest. However, it's better to avoid meeting Zhu Zuqing during this time. If things really become impossible, it's not too late to make plans. Now that Su Cheng's cultivation was lost, many things were not as convenient as before. Fortunately, the evolved external soul bone level remained, and it didn't degrade. But his disguise was confident enough to deceive ordinary title Douluo, but he wasn't sure if he could fool those above the 95th level, let alone someone like Zhu Zuqing, whose strength surpassed her own level. Let's observe the changes quietly for now. Chapter 112, The Lie from 20 years ago. 3 months later, just when the situation on the border between the two countries seemed clear, tumultuous waves suddenly surged once again. In the early morning, under the clear blue sky without a single cloud, a gentle breeze blew. The sprawling camp of the Star Luo Empire stretched for nearly 100 miles, like an ancient behemoth lying across the plain before the mountains, emanating an atmosphere of tension and solemnity. But beneath this apparent atmosphere of bloodthirstiness, there was an undeniable sense of exhaustion and anxiety. They were now clearly at a disadvantage. The military strength of the Tian-Do Empire was originally supposed to be weaker than that of the Star Luo Empire by a significant margin, whether in terms of the combat proficiency of ordinary troops or the average strength of soul masters. However, with the covert support of the Spirit Hall, the Star Luo Empire was being gradually pushed back, forced to continually retract its defensive lines. By now, the only thing they could do was to hold their ground at the border and delay time by taking advantage of the natural terrain, but there was no way for them to organize a counterattack. Even though some of the title Douluo elders, renowned throughout the world, were not convenient to take action, there were always some lesser-known figures among them who could appear on the battlefield, bringing immense pressure to the Star Luo army. Any title Douluo level combatant would have a significant impact on the local battle situation, let alone the fact that there were more than one title Douluo on the side of the Tian-Do Empire at the moment. In addition, a large number of soul masters continuously deployed by the Spirit Hall were pouring into the battlefield, greatly exaggerating the increase in military strength. In the past few months, the defensive lines of the Star Luo Empire on the plain had been rapidly broken and dismantled. Meanwhile, the Tian-Do Empire was steadily advancing and was fundamentally unstoppable. 50 miles outside the Star Luo Empire's military camp, early in the morning after breakfast, the sound of war drums, resembling thunder, could be heard from a distance, and everyone knew that the Tian-Do Empire was once again launching an offensive. One after another, formations appeared outside the camp, each composed of tens of thousands of soldiers. Accompanied by a series of commands issued from the Central Army, hundreds of thousands of troops from the Tian-Do Empire slowly moved forward. They consisted of 10 entire heavy cavalry corps, which were the entire heavy cavalry force brought by the Tian-Do Empire this time. Their advance was not fast, but the overwhelming pressure they exerted made the earth tremble. Following behind the 10 heavy armored corps were 22,000 soul masters assembled by the Tian-Do Empire. After that, 10 light cavalry corps dashed out from both wings, all composed entirely of soul masters. They continuously cut the plain battlefield into numerous small battlefields, allowing the soul masters in each corps to maximize their effectiveness. Under the combined efforts of tens of thousands of soul masters, flame and ice attribute soul skills were quickly deployed on the battlefield. With various auxiliary soul skills being cast to enhance the heavy cavalry, the momentum of the entire army increased significantly. The overwhelming pressure coming towards them made the overall commander of the Star Luo Empire's military complexion even more unsightly. Such situations had been repeated countless times in the past 3 months. In such a scenario, their only option was to rely on the advantage of the terrain to barely cope. Fortunately, the current Tian Do army was not in a hurry and had no intention of directly confronting and consuming the Star Luo Empire. Instead, they were slowly encroaching, dividing the battlefield while retaining their own strength. But everyone understood that this fragile balance would not last long. Zhu Zuyun walked anxiously through the military camp. Having depleted her soul power, as a high-level soul king, she had a relatively high degree of freedom on the battlefield and could retreat to the camp at any time to rest. However, she was alone, not with Davis. On the one hand, as Davis's identity, he had few opportunities to go to the battlefield, and there were many affairs in the imperial capital. On the other hand, they had not used their martial soul fusion technique for a long time now. Ever since the conversation with Zhu Zujing many years ago, a considerable barrier had gradually formed between her and Davis. Moreover, martial soul fusion techniques were powerful but extremely soul-consuming. On the battlefield, it was much more effective for her to fight alone, utilizing the characteristics of her spirit of the Hell Civet for assassination and ambush. At this moment, Zhu Zuyun's originally bright and charming eyes were filled with confusion. The current situation of the empire was deteriorating rapidly, and with her understanding, she couldn't think of any way to turn the tide. But at this critical juncture, Zhu Zuqing, the true core of the Zhu family faction, suddenly disappeared, adding another layer of shadow to her heart. Before, when she asked her father, the only information she got was to wait patiently. But how could she wait at a time like this? Whether it was to seize power in the imperial capital at this opportunity, to establish merit on the battlefield, or even to prevent being targeted by the Tian Do royal family after the country was destroyed, she couldn't afford to do nothing. If the border defenses could not hold, then the demise of the entire empire would only be a matter of time. It wasn't just Zhu Zuqing. Su Cheng had also been missing for some time. Over the years, because of Zhu Zuqing's relationship, she was somewhat familiar with Su Cheng and knew some of his background. Compared to her increasingly prominent sister, Su Cheng, although not well known, was not to be underestimated in strength, and even surpassed them in cultivation. Most importantly, Su Cheng often had unexpected insights and always hit the nail on the head. Even a few hints from him occasionally could help her gain many new insights. She even had a vague feeling that Su Cheng's understanding of the Hell Civet martial soul might surpass that of their Zhu family members. She had a strange intuition that as long as these two individuals could be present, even if they couldn't reverse the situation, they would definitely play a crucial role. Moreover, the martial soul fusion techniques they displayed were completely different from hers. That strange Hell White Tiger, apart from being slightly inferior in soul power, was absolutely not weaker than an ordinary title Douluo in terms of strength alone. Just as she was lost in thought, cries of astonishment suddenly reached her ears. What's that? It's the Hell White Tiger. It's the martial soul fusion technique, the Hell White Tiger, exclusive to the royal family and the Zhu family. Zhu Zuyun heard the commotion and turned around abruptly. She saw a giant white tiger shadow, dozens of meters in size, rushing across the sky like a gust of wind. But at this moment, she was even more surprised, and she couldn't help but slightly open her red lips. Zhu Zuyun, who was extremely familiar with this martial soul fusion technique, could tell that it was not the Hell White Tiger martial soul fusion technique. It was the true form of a person's martial soul. How is this possible? The giant white tiger flew through the air. Behind it, the transparent wings formed by hurricanes stirred up gusts of wind, and in an instant, it crossed hundreds of meters and plunged straight into the center of the battlefield. At that moment, there was a tidal Douluo-level powerhouse from the Tian Do Empire camp, recklessly unleashing various soul skills, continuously slaughtering the Star Luo Empire's soul masters. In the next moment, that person suddenly felt an overwhelming killing intent sweeping over from behind. Immediately after, a gust of wind surged forward, and as he turned around, a claw was already coming down on him. Hell White Tiger's 8th soul skill, Divine Wind Slash. This soul skill, attached to the 100,000-year soul ring mutated by the Hell White Tiger, could integrate Zhu Zuqing's full strength into one claw, maximizing both power and speed. It was her strongest single-target attack skill at the moment. The title Douluo, whose soul power was already depleted by more than half, was instantly shrouded in a sense of death and hastily defended. Although he successfully used a soul skill to block, he still couldn't resist its edge. The huge claw mark pierced through his body, and his vitality quickly dissipated. After the devastating blow from the Hell White Tiger, it didn't stop for a moment. It leapt directly, and with the raging winds, it pounced into another part of the battlefield, striking down another title Douluo who was showing off his might. Subsequently, the tyrannical Hell White Tiger began to rampage on the battlefield. With the wind god's wings flying wildly, it harvested the high-level soul masters of the Tian Do side with absolute strength and speed advantages. By the time they reacted and sent out several title Douluo to join the battle for containment, the casualties were already heavy. At this moment, Zhu Zuqing's soul power was almost depleted. The short-term explosive power of the Hell White Tiger's martial soul was so strong that it was almost unreasonable, but the rate of soul power consumption was equally astonishing. Zuqing, you're finally here. The dark clouds covering Zhu Zuyun's heart dissipated instantly in joy. Her eyes also became bright in an instant. But amidst the joy, there was still a hint of hesitation. After pretending to look around, she jokingly said, "Where's your little sidekick? Aren't you two always inseparable? Are you talking about Su Cheng? He can't come for now." "Oh, I see." Zhu Zuyun nodded thoughtfully, then looked at Zhu Zujing. "But how did you suddenly become so strong? And just now, that was the Hell White Tiger, right? But your martial soul." "Yeah, my martial soul has undergone some changes, and my strength has also broken through because of it." Zhu Zujing didn't explain further. Actually, with her current strength, she no longer needed to explain anything to anyone. But Zhu Zuyun was different to Zhu Qing after all. Mutated, Zhu Zuyun's smile stiffened for a moment. Then she quickly resumed her usual sweet and gentle demeanor. "I envy you so much, Zhu Qing. If only I could be like you," she sighed softly. "With your current strength, you can finally control your own destiny completely. Someone like Dai Mubai can be easily pushed aside by you. And with someone like Su Cheng, a friend who stands by your side wholeheartedly, strong in power and pleasant to be around, it's indeed very comforting." Zhu Zuqing was stunned by her words and turned to look at Zhu Zuyun, asking incredulously, "Is that what you think?" "What? Su Cheng is my friend, and it's comfortable to be with him. Isn't that what you think?" Zhu Zuyun struggled to maintain her smile, her usually gentle face now somewhat stiff and unnatural. "Zhu Zuqing, perhaps you have truly changed. No, you changed more than 10 years ago, but I just refused to admit it to myself," Zhu Zuyun sighed. "Sometimes I really feel lucky. My lack of ability and weak strength, and no value to exploit, at least proves that your feelings for me are genuine." Zhu Zuqing stared blankly at Zhu Zuyun, her already pale face becoming even paler. She never expected that in her sister's eyes, Su Cheng would be seen in such a light. Was it because she had been with him for too long, becoming accustomed to his sacrifices? Or was it because he never pretended in front of her, often revealing his ruthless and cynical side, while treating others with politeness and humility? Which was the real him? Perhaps she had misunderstood. The side he showed her was the facade. But why? Zhu Qing suddenly realized that she had spent over 20 years with Su Cheng and yet she didn't really understand him at all. How had she spent these years? Endlessly striving to cultivate, using any means to gain power and influence. Perhaps, as Zhu Zuyun said, she had only seen him as a tool. Even treating everyone around her as tools to use. No, that wasn't true. Both Su Cheng and Zhu Zuyun were extremely special to her. Perhaps she had truly changed now. She could easily be ruthless towards others. But when she first learned about the possibility of taking Su Cheng's bloodline, she was strongly opposed to it. "You're wrong, sister." Zhu Zuqing looked at Zhu Zuyun and said each word carefully, "I've never seen Su Cheng as a tool." With the slight relaxation of the situation between the two countries, Zhu Qing didn't linger at the border battlefield. After informing the Central Army Command, she returned to the Star Luo imperial capital with Zhu Zuyun. The military command naturally felt reluctant to let go of such a powerful force. With her staying at the border, she could partially reverse the situation. But they had no authority to change Zhu Zuqing's decision, given her status and strength. Back at the Duke's mansion, Zhu Qing didn't go to see Zhu Hongtao immediately. She preferred to avoid him for now. Although logically, she should have gone to him first. After all, her current strength was largely due to the guidance of her father over the years. But after years of being together, she was no longer the little girl she used to be. There were many things that didn't quite add up, causing doubts in her mind. However, everything he had done for her was indeed helpful. One could even say that Zhu Qing owed her current position to Zhu Hongtao. From teaching her how to navigate the world to later imparting martial techniques and potion formulas, and finally the bloodline seizure, he had guided her every step of the way to the pinnacle of the world. But because of the bloodline seizure, her feelings towards him were more complex. Although she knew she couldn't blame Zhu Hongtao for it, the emotions were still there. Even though she was aware of how irrational it was, after the regret, it was difficult to ignore those special reasons. It was normal to redirect anger towards others in extreme emotions. It was precisely because Zhu Zuqing was aware of this that she didn't want to go see him now, to prevent herself from losing control of her emotions later. Towards this father, Zhu Zuqing had some doubts, but more than anything, she felt grateful. After all, in this world's normal understanding, there was no ability to perfectly disguise oneself as another person in appearance, physique, or even martial soul aura. Perhaps only 100,000-year soul bone could achieve that. But if such a thing existed, Zhu Hongtao wouldn't have struggled to break through to the title Douluo realm for so many years. Zhu Qing's speculation was that there might be other forces behind Zhu Hongtao. But it wasn't the time to investigate the hidden truth yet. After all, the empire was facing internal and external troubles, and the fate of the Zhu family was equally uncertain. It was pointless to dwell on irrelevant matters. Not long after, the two inadvertently walked to the outside of Zhu Zuqing's room. "Want to come in for a while?" Zhu Zuqing said casually. "Sure." Zhu Zuyun smiled faintly. "It seems like I haven't been to your room since you were 6. Saying this, she also felt a bit emotional. Zhu Zuqing's room hadn't changed much since Su Cheng's visit. It was clean and tidy as always. The two walked from the front hall to the main hall, and Zhu Qing went to the table to pour 2 cups of tea. Zhu Zuyun took the opportunity to look around. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw the arrangement in Zhu Qing's bedroom. Surprised, she exclaimed, "Oh, you have this plush toy too." "What?" Zhu Qing was stunned for a moment, walking over. "That one." Zhu Zuyun pointed to the teddy bear on the table. "Father gave me a plush toy when I was a child, before I awakened my martial soul. Ah, that seems to be the last time he saw me alone. Hey, royal bloodline." After sighing, she put on a smile again. "But it's okay, Zhu Qing, you can change everything soon." Zhu Qing didn't listen to what she said afterwards, but instead went into her room to take out the teddy bear. "You just said, that was the last time father saw you alone." "Yeah, is there a problem?" Zhu Zuyun felt that her expression seemed off, and cautiously asked. Zhu Qing shook her head, but didn't explain further. The two didn't stay in the room for too long. After drinking 2 cups of tea, Zhu Zuyun prepared to leave. Mainly because she felt that her younger sister's emotions seemed a bit off at the moment, making her feel inexplicably oppressed. Zhu Qing didn't try to stop her either. At this moment, she was only calm on the surface, but her heart was already in turmoil, with countless memories churning. After sending Zhu Zuyun out of the room, Zhu Qing silently stared at the teddy bear in her hand for a moment. Then gently tossed it aside. Bang! Just as Zhu Zuyun walked a few steps away, she heard the noise and turned back in surprise. She saw the old teddy bear exploding in midair, turning into countless powders scattering in the wind. Chapter 113. Who is Qinren Shui? Everything is a lie, then. Above the clear sky, sudden gusts of wind stirred up waves. Inside the vast mansion, a subtle sense of oppression rose in everyone's hearts out of nowhere. "So, you've been targeting me since 20 years ago. You really are a good father, a good family head. Then what am I?" Zhu Zuqing's eyes flashed with cold light as she looked back towards the depths of the Duke's mansion, where Duke Zhu Hongtao was at the moment. The boundless blue sky was instantly shrouded by patches of dark clouds. There were no other people, no big sister, second sister, third sister and the like. It turns out it was all fake. In fact, the only one involved in the whole scheme from beginning to end was myself. I was the one being used as a tool. The accumulation of oppression, resentment, hatred, and regret over the past few months. Endless turmoil and boiling. Until this moment, it all erupted in an instant. Boom! A huge roar erupted into the sky. The air was displaced, and fierce winds swept in all directions. The finely carved stone sculptures, carved beams, and painted pillars collapsed into ruins in an instant. A huge air current originated from where Zhu Zuqing stood at this moment, straight through to Zhu Hongtao's study room. The next moment, whoosh, accompanied by a loud rumble, the huge and exquisite study walls instantly disintegrated, turning into an empty space. Only Zhu Hongtao remained unscathed, sitting calmly in place. But he wasn't resisting the impact, he was firmly pressed onto his seat by the force of the wind pressure. Zhu Zuqing stood at a distance, looking at him, then slowly walked forward. At this moment, she suddenly realized that there was something wrong with this father in front of her. With a step, her tall figure crossed the air and appeared in front of Zhu Hongtao in an instant. Her fair and slender palm gently reached out. The soul power flowing on Zhu Hongtao's body was instantly dispersed. Ripples spread, and Su Cheng's face appeared in front of Zhu Zuqing. How is this possible? Her eyes widened slightly. Even at this moment, all the complex emotions in her heart dissipated, leaving only a full sense of astonishment. Zhu Zuqing's eyelids trembled slightly. Her delicate fingers slowly reached forward, as if wanting to touch the other's cheek. But at the moment they were about to touch, she suddenly turned her palm into a claw and grabbed his collar. Su Cheng. Zhu Zuqing gritted her teeth and growled lowly. The astonishment just now and the momentary joy turned into a raging anger again. How could it be you? Su Cheng was helpless at this moment too. He knew Zhu Zuqing would definitely have doubts, and her emotions must have been unstable recently, so he had been low-key during this period. But he didn't understand why she suddenly erupted today. Clearly, they were about to reach the final step, yet unexpected complications arose. Sighing inwardly, he could only speak intermittently in a low voice, could you let go of me first? His physical body was weak now, lacking in vitality, and his cultivation had plummeted. Just the subconscious breath fluctuation from Zhu Zuqing just now made it difficult for him to breathe. If it weren't for her instinctively restraining the outward release of her breath, he wouldn't even be able to speak now. Zhu Zuqing ignored Su Cheng and carefully examined him. Then she seemed to notice something, and her expression suddenly froze. The fingers that had tightly gripped his collar relaxed slightly. What else do you have to say now? Zhu Zuqing said coldly, her tone without much fluctuation, but clearly suppressing the complex emotions in her heart. No matter what, you are the biggest beneficiary, aren't you? I won't harm you. And then, what do you want me to do next? Zhu Zuqing was not moved by his explanation, but asked Su Cheng coldly. Become emperor, then surrender to the Tian-Do Empire, Su Cheng said in a low voice. Surrender? Why should I surrender? Zhu Zuqing furrowed her delicate eyebrows, dismissing his words. You can't beat the Tian-Do Empire. Don't think their strength is only superficial. The Martial Soul Hall has 7 great envoys, there's Pope Bibi Dong, and there's Zhu Jiyu 2 peak Douluos. If Tian-Do Empire is not strong enough, they will support it wholeheartedly. Zhu Zuqing showed a slight surprise at his words, but did not speak. And if you surrender, you'll be safe. The current ruler of the Tian-Do Empire is not from the Tian-Do royal family, their emperor is someone from the Martial Soul Hall. Su Cheng continued, why do you think the Martial Soul Hall would choose to help them? The current emperor is not Shui Qinghe himself, he has long been replaced by the Martial Soul Hall's young mistress Qian Runshui. Zhu Zuqing's eyes flickered slightly as she stared at Su Cheng. So, you've actually been with the Martial Soul Hall all along. If Shui Qinghe, the Grand Tian-Do Emperor, could be impersonated by someone else, it seemed understandable that Su Cheng could also disguise himself as Zhu Hongtao. After all, before this, she had never heard of anyone being able to disguise even their martial soul. After a moment of silence, Su Cheng nodded and said, yes, I am from the Martial Soul Hall. Zhu Zuqing narrowed her eyes, silently watching him. After a while, she calmly said, Su Cheng, you've lied to me all my life, and now you still want to deceive me. If Su Cheng were truly from the Martial Soul Hall, with his abilities, he could have achieved even better results than what they had now. There was no need for him to go through the trouble of nurturing her to achieve what they had now. Not to mention, Su Cheng's cultivation was even higher than hers before. He could completely control the martial soul of the Hell White Tiger himself, and then ascend to the throne with absolute power. In this regard, her identity as a miss of the Zhu family might not even be higher than his identity as a bastard. Zuqing, you don't need to be so wary of me. With your current strength, who else is worth fearing for you, let alone me, just a mere soul grandmaster. As I said before, I won't harm you. Zhu Zuqing remained silent about his words, and instead asked, then who is the one currently impersonating the Tian Do Emperor Qinren Shui? She is the daughter of the former Pope Xianxia and the current Pope Bibi Dong, as well as the granddaughter of the 99th level limit Douluo Qiandaolu. In other words, she is the current young mister of the Martial Soul Hall, and the power she can wield far exceeds your imagination. You seem to know her well. Zhu Zuqing's eyes flickered uncertainly as she silently scrutinized him. Sort of. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zuqing fell silent for a moment, pondering something. After a long while, she nodded lightly and looked at Su Cheng. Su Cheng, do you know, you've been the only friend I've had since childhood. I know saying this now might seem even more ridiculous to you. But in the past, that's what I thought. I thought I was the one who understood you the most. Zhu Zuqing's voice lowered, it seems I was just being presumptuous. Su Cheng's eyelids drooped slightly, remaining silent. What about my father? He went to a distant place. At Zhu Zuqing's words, her eyes twitched slightly, and the hand gripping Su Cheng's collar unconsciously tightened a bit. When did this happen? 5 years ago. Did you do it? Seeing this, Zhu Zuqing sneered mockingly, you really are calculating and lucky. You even managed to obtain an external soul bone, and immediately used it to deceive me. What have I done to offend you? Zuqing, think about it, have I ever done anything to harm you these years? You haven't done anything to harm me, and then you think you can decide what's best for me. Have you ever considered my feelings? Am I just a tool or a puppet in your eyes? Zhu Zuqing's voice suddenly became somewhat agitated. I know you must have further plans. Just spill it out, what do you want me to do? I just said, after you become the emperor, surrender to the Tian Do Empire. I'm talking about what comes after. Her tone was impatient. There's nothing after. Nothing. Zhu Zuqing widened her eyes slightly. Did you do all this, turning yourself into a cripple, just to let me become a title Douluo, then become the emperor of the Star Luo Empire, and then surrender to that Qinren Shui? You could say that, then you really are scheming. Zhu Zuqing's face turned ugly, but why should I listen to you? Didn't you say that Qinren Shui wouldn't hold the Star Luo royal family accountable? Yeah, why should you? Su Cheng sighed inwardly. If he wouldn't have told Zhu Zuqing about Shui Qinghei's true identity, she would probably fight to the death for a glimmer of hope, with uncertain outcomes in the end. But now, she seemed to have no need to ascend to the throne anymore. Although it was a readily available position for her now. You're getting soft again. Su Cheng felt somewhat helpless. With Zhu Zuqing's current strength and influence, coupled with the precarious situation of the empire, becoming the emperor of Star Luo would indeed be a piece of cake. But did she still need this position now? Zhu Zuqing was never someone who sought power. Power was just a means to achieve her ultimate goal. After a long silence, Zhu Zuqing observed Su Cheng's expression and suddenly said, do you really want me to become the emperor? Yes. For the sake of the Martial Soul Hall. No. Then is it for that Qinren Shui? Not exactly. Are you begging me? Hee. Su Cheng chuckled lightly, let's just say that. Fine, I agree. Zhu Zuqing nodded, I hope you weren't lying to me this time. Main mission completed, you can withdraw at any time within 1 hour. Upon hearing the prompt that the main mission was completed, Su Cheng's heart stirred, and he suddenly realized. With Zhu Zuqing's current strength and authority, she already had the conditions to seize power. If there were any deficiencies in reputation before, after the battle on the border, she had almost raised her prestige to the peak of the entire Star Luo Empire. The rest depended on her own will. Since she had made a decision now, the mission naturally completed. Just like the first simulation, destroying the Martial Soul Hall depended on their remaining strength. As long as it plummeted to the bottom, there was no need to destroy the Martial Soul Hall's buildings, and the mission would naturally be completed. Su Cheng looked at Zhu Zuqing and said lightly, "What else do you want to do? Do you want to kill me to vent your anger? It's up to you." HMPH. Zhu Zuqing snorted coldly at his words, loosening the hand that had been gripping him tightly and saying coldly, "Your wish was to be free, right? I'll give you freedom. Go wherever you want, just don't bother me here. Then I'll thank Miss Zuqing." A hint of a smile appeared in Su Cheng's eyes as he adjusted his clothes and got up from the already shaky chair beneath him. He walked away slowly. Zhu Zuqing silently watched his departing figure, her expression trance-like for a moment. "Surrender. Why should I?" she murmured softly to herself. "We'll see if it's feasible after a fight." At this moment, Zhu Zuqing was fearless. Even if she couldn't win, she was still in control. As a 28-year-old title Douluo, with the incomparable power of the Hell White Tiger, she had her own pride. Moreover, according to Su Cheng's words, even if she lost, her life wouldn't be in danger. So this is what freedom feels like. Zhu Zuqing silently felt the immense power within herself at this moment, as well as the unfathomable potential in her bloodline, couldn't help but let out a light laugh. The legend of reaching godhood at level 100 was just that, a legend. But the 99th level, the human limit, was only a matter of time for her. Seems like that's all there is to it. Her laughter gradually faded. Tears silently streamed down her cheeks. Having torn apart Su Cheng's disguise just now, Zhu Zuqing could already sense clearly that he didn't have much time left to live. With depleted bloodlines, damaged martial souls, and a life force as fragile as a candle in the wind, it could be extinguished at any moment. As for avenging her father, a joke. After her martial soul awakened at the age of 6, she no longer had a father. Chapter 114. External Soul Bone, True Vision Eye. In the Star Luo Empire, at the Zhu family mansion, within Zhu Zuqing's room, she lay there with her eyes open, seemingly staring into nothingness for an extended period, traces of tears still evident on her cheeks. After some time, as if awakening from a deep slumber, her expression remained somewhat blank. Feeling the coolness on her face, she touched it gently, sensing the dampness on her fingertips, surprised by her own tears. She couldn't remember the last time she cried. It seemed like she hadn't shed a tear since childhood. She endured the bloody traditions of her family's alliance with the royal family, the revelation of being chosen as another heir with a bleak future, and even the departure of Dai Mubai from the capital without shedding a tear. Even when her beloved older sister, who had been affectionate to her, turned cold and indifferent overnight after she awakened her martial soul at the age of 6, she didn't show any weakness. However, the dream she just had felt too real. So real that she couldn't distinguish between what was dream and what was reality. Those experiences, those memories, had already ingrained themselves deeply in her mind. Zhu Zuqing's expression grew solemn. For a moment, she bore a striking resemblance to the Zhu Zuqing who had reached the peak of the Douluo realm, possessed the martial soul of the Hell White Tiger, wielded great power, and was about to ascend to the throne of the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire. This dream, her eyes narrowed, realizing there was a simple way to determine whether it was just an ordinary dream or not. Martial arts. In the dream, disguised as her father Su Cheng, he taught her a miraculous martial art. Zhu Zuqing focused her mind, silently guiding the flow of soul power within her meridians. This action was actually extremely dangerous for her at this moment. She indeed remembered the method of operating the Nirvana scripture, but she was not the Zhu Zuqing of the past, who had reached the peak of the Douluo realm. Although the insights were still there, most of the corresponding techniques required her to reach a matching realm before she could use them. In other words, those insights could help Zhu Zuqing adapt to her internal power quickly and unleash strength far beyond that of an ordinary person, even without encountering any bottlenecks during breakthroughs. But it wouldn't instantly elevate her to the level of a peak Douluo, possessing their vision and abilities. Without strength, talk of insights was just empty words. Given her current state, she was obviously unable to perceive whether there were any flaws in this martial art. After all, she was not like Su Cheng, who had a solid theoretical foundation. However, Zhu Zuqing completely ignored the risks at this moment. As soul power circulated within her body, condensing and flowing through her meridians, gradually strengthening, her blood vessels underwent subtle changes and sublimation. After completing one cycle of cultivation, Zhu Zuqing's aura calmed down. She opened her eyes, got out of bed silently, and went to the main hall. Taking pen and paper, she began writing. Before long, an entire page was filled with words. Recorded on it were the methods of blood extraction and chronic potion brewing that Su Cheng had taught her earlier. She wouldn't dare to produce the one-time blood potion. Dai Mubai was, after all, the legitimate heir of the Dai family. If she blatantly took his blood, the consequences would be unpredictable. But this chronic potion, which was recorded alongside the blood extraction method, had never crossed her mind to use on Su Cheng before. Yes, in just that short moment, Zhu Zuqing had made a decision. She looked towards the direction of the Tian-Do Empire, her gaze calm without a hint of ripple. Since you dare not face the future, let me face it for you. As for the white tiger martial soul of the Dai family, it's a waste on you. This is a fair trade. With your cultivation potential, you can at least exchange it for a way to survive, right? Zhu Zuqing withdrew her gaze and carefully kept the manuscript close to her. She recorded it just to prevent forgetting. When she went to find Dai Mubai after making the potion, she would naturally destroy it. Next, let's go and talk to my older sister. Zhu Zuqing sighed inwardly. Everything in the dream was no different from reality, except for one thing. And that difference was the fundamental reason for all the changes. Su Cheng. In her original memory, there was no classmate named Su Cheng, nor did the Su family even exist. But she subconsciously believed that this person must exist somewhere in this world. And then there was Qian Runshui. At the thought of this, her eyes flickered, her expression darkening slightly. Spirit Hall. The dream that lasted for more than 20 years had a tremendous impact on Zhu Zuqing. Although it didn't completely change her like Qian Runshui, who had developed a second personality. But the subtle influence was enormous. Moreover, as time passed, the effects derived from years of memories would continue to deepen. In the seven treasure glazed tile sect, in Su Cheng's room. As Su Cheng slowly opened his eyes, the simulated memories of the world quickly merged into his mind. Unlike the previous time, because this time was in free exploration mode, the acquired memories were even richer and fuller. But for him, there wasn't much extra feeling, actually. His true intentions remained unchanged, coupled with the self-preservation mechanism of the human brain. Except for those deeply ingrained memories, a large amount of irrelevant information settled in the depths of his mind, having little effect on him. Mainline task reward settlement bonus, 87%, additional 25% floating in free exploration mode, external soul bone, true vision eye, additionally gaining the power of the source. Accompanied by a prompt, a distorted dark golden vertical line appeared out of thin air on Su Cheng's forehead. At the same time, he felt his spiritual power rapidly draining at a terrifying speed. More accurately, it was instantly drawn into the external soul bone on his forehead. If someone were to look from the side at this moment, they would clearly see a faint golden light enveloping Su Cheng's head, with threads of golden light continuously converging towards the vertical line on his forehead and his eyes. However, in just a few breaths, his spiritual power was depleted. A severe headache and a sense of emptiness spread throughout his body, and even his vision darkened. But then, waves of warmth flowed out from the external soul bone on his forehead, re-entering his sea of consciousness. The spiritual power that returned became extremely concentrated and resilient. The entire process went smoothly, without causing any discomfort to him. At the same time, leveraging the insight of sword intent, it seemed that there was a light spot hovering above his sea of consciousness, but he couldn't touch it, only observe it from afar. Su Cheng slowly opened his eyes, a bright white light flashing through them. At that moment, the entire room seemed to flash brightly. In his perception, it felt like there was an extra organ on his forehead, making him slightly uncomfortable, but he believed he would get used to it with time. However, the appearance of this external soul bone only served as a side effect to help him further condense and enhance his spiritual power. Su Cheng could clearly feel that his intuition in mid to short-range combat had been enhanced to an incredible extent. He looked around, silently pondering. It should be the effect of true vision. The specific intensity will have to be gradually explored in future battles. Apart from that, the eternal sword appeared in his hand. Su Cheng activated the true vision eye. As he continuously poured his spiritual power in, a faint glow emanated from the vertical line on his forehead. Su Cheng shifted his gaze to the eternal sword in his hand. But what he saw was not the martial soul of the sword, but the 3 soul rings attached to it. His perspective had completely changed. The scenes presented in his eyes were no longer concrete objects, but strands of different energy and information fluctuations, emitting colorful lights in an indescribable pattern. His first soul ring was obtained from a 900-year-old earth dragon, a soul beast with the ultimate earth attribute. As his gaze further focused, the colorful world in his eyes suddenly turned black and white. Only the first soul ring, which he was focusing on, shone with an earthy yellow light. It was not the color of a 100-year soul ring, but the light of the ultimate earth attribute. Wrapped in the yellow light was a slender but indistinguishable figure. As he continued to infuse spiritual power, the figure gradually changed and twisted, beginning to transform into another form. At this moment, Su Cheng suddenly felt dizzy in his mind. The faint golden vertical line on his forehead, which had been slightly open, suddenly closed, then became dim and dull. It was only now that he realized in astonishment that in just that short moment, his spiritual power had been completely depleted. It's worth noting that although Su Cheng's combat power far exceeded that of an ordinary soul emperor, this was by no means his strongest point. With the nourishment of medicine and the tempering of sword intent, his spiritual power was still higher than his actual cultivation level by a large margin, not much weaker than that of a soul king. However, even so, it was still far from enough to support the consumption of true vision eye. Not only that, as he further sensed his own condition, he suddenly discovered that the simulator, which had been completely intact after the last simulation, was almost completely silent at this moment, leaving only a trace of extremely weak response. Although Su Cheng was somewhat surprised, he was not panicked, pondering with furrowed brows. What does the power of the source mean? The rewards for completing this task seemed to far exceed his expectations. This is not just based on his judgment, but also the current situation of the simulator, which indicates that this true vision eye is some kind of existence beyond normal standards. However, with his current level, it is still difficult to fully explore its power. As for the silence of the simulator, it is not a big problem. He now needs to spend energy to digest and assimilate the gains from this simulation. Whether it is the research on martial souls or the improvement of the nirvana scripture cultivation, it will take a lot of time. Especially since he will need to use the nirvana scripture to achieve the fusion of his 2 martial souls in the future, he does not plan to start a new round of simulation in the short term. However, after obtaining this true vision eye, he has some new ideas. Although this thing consumes a lot when used, the special vision it provides is very helpful to him, and he can even use it to study the essence of soul rings. In this way, his originally planned follow-up plans will also need some corresponding adjustments. Chapter 115, Ning Rongrong's Anger. The next day, after having breakfast together, Su Cheng and Ning Rongrong arrived at the core hall of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Today, they were about to return to the Tian Do Royal Academy, so they came to say goodbye. When Ning Rongrong saw Su Cheng, there was a slight awkwardness on her face, and her eyes seemed to avoid him. Su Cheng didn't think much about it. His mind was preoccupied with various thoughts, and he didn't have much energy to focus on other matters. Plus, he planned to take the opportunity later to consult Ning Fengji and others about some other issues. At this moment, without actively probing with soul power, others couldn't see the dark golden patterns on his forehead anymore. Su Cheng temporarily concealed it with a prepared drug. After the 3 of them sat down in the hall, they started chatting casually. Regarding their imminent departure, Ning Fengji didn't show much reluctance. The Tian Do Royal Academy was close to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, so meeting up anytime wouldn't be a problem. Sect Master, do you have any knowledge about the major elemental academies? After some small talk, Su Cheng finally asked the question he had in mind. I do know some, Ning Fengji nodded. Although he didn't understand why Su Cheng suddenly brought up this topic, he still nodded. Unlike other sects that were either closed off or low-key, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect had always been active in the upper circles of the Tian Do Empire, and they were well informed about various matters. These major elemental academies are Thunderclap Academy, Divine Wind Academy, Heavenly Water Academy, Blazing Academy, and Elephant Armored Academy. They all possess considerable strength and represent the powers of 5 powerful elements, collectively known as the 5 major elemental academies of the Tian Do Empire. I remember there's also a Botanical Academy. The strength of the Botanical Academy cannot be compared to these 5 academies. Moreover, Their academy mainly focuses on plant-type martial souls, but both the martial soul attributes and the combination of soul rings are not singular, making it quite unconventional, Ning Fengji explained dismissively. Having heard this, Su Cheng nodded and continued, if I want to join one of these 5 elemental academies, is it possible? Ning Fengji was surprised by Su Cheng's question, do you want to go to one of the elemental academies? Yes, I have that idea. Ning Rongrong, who had been sitting quietly beside him, couldn't help but tremble slightly when she heard Su Cheng's words. She first looked at him in astonishment, then her face turned pale, and she looked visibly upset. However, the others didn't notice her reaction at this moment, they were still surprised by Su Cheng's sudden idea. Your plan may not be feasible, Ning Fengji said after a moment of contemplation. The elemental academies themselves are powerful, with ample resources, and they don't often accept external students. Although your talent is unique, the problem is, these academies have always been exclusive, accepting only students with the same elemental affinity, especially those from their own families. Their teaching philosophy emphasizes teamwork. I see, Su Cheng said thoughtfully, not too disappointed. He roughly knew some information about the 5 elemental academies but hadn't interacted with them personally, so his understanding was not detailed. As for the so-called emphasis on teamwork, Su Cheng knew about it too. He knew about the concept of limit flow, where a soul master's abilities were focused on a single attribute to maximize its potential. However, he believed that with his unique path of advancement, he didn't need to conform to such principles. However, the others didn't know about his unique circumstances. So, they continued explaining. In addition to the elemental affinity issue, the key lies in the powerful forces behind these academies. They are more like sects than mere academies. For example, the Thunderclap Academy is supported by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Although they recruit some peripheral disciples, the core disciples are trained internally within the clan. The same goes for other academies, each with its own background. Su Cheng nodded silently, realizing that he could only understand more about these academies during the academy competition. He didn't have the intention of visiting them just for the sake of it. Since there was no enmity between them, and he didn't belong to a powerful force like the Martial Soul Hall or the Haotian sect, there was no need for him to unnecessarily offend others. After a moment of silence, Ning Fengji added, moreover, someone like Rongrong, with a clear family background as an auxiliary-type soul master, would not be accepted by those academies. Su Cheng was taken aback by this statement. He hadn't planned to bring Ning Rongrong with him to enroll in another academy. If he were to go, it would be on his own. Seeing the somewhat scrutinizing looks from the others, he couldn't help but furrow his brows inwardly. Were they treating him as Ning Rongrong's guardian? However, Su Cheng didn't say anything more. Since it seemed that his plan wouldn't work out, he decided to let it go. After the Soul Master competition, he would go to the Martial Soul Hall. Until then, everything was just a transition. After having lunch, Su Cheng and Ning Rongrong left the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect and started walking back to the Royal Academy of Douluo. During the journey, Ning Rongrong seemed a bit gloomy, but Su Cheng didn't pay much attention as he was still pondering his own issues. The knowledge about elemental academies should be profound, especially regarding martial soul and soul ring attributes. There would definitely be many things worth learning from there, which he might not have noticed before, but with his true sight now, there were many areas to explore. However, according to Ning Fengji's explanation, his previous idea of enrolling in another academy seemed far-fetched. Brother, what did you mean by what you said at home? While Su Cheng was silently contemplating, Ning Rongrong suddenly asked beside him, her tone somewhat subdued, catching him off guard. What, you never really intended to take me with you to other academies, did you? Right, why would I take you with me? You're not suitable for joining elemental academies anyway. Obviously, you're not suitable for those elemental academies either. Why did you just leave me at the Royal Academy of Tian-Do for no reason? Ning Rongrong stopped walking, her bright eyes fixed on Su Cheng. The teaching environment at the Royal Academy of Tian-Do is more suitable for you, Su Cheng said somewhat puzzled, and it's closer to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, making it more convenient for the sect master and the teachers to look after you. I don't need anyone to look after me. Why do you all treat me like a child? Aren't you just a few years older than me? Ning Rongrong's voice suddenly became agitated. Or is it because you're avoiding me that you want to go to other academies? Su Cheng frowned slightly, helplessly saying, "You're overthinking it. It's my own idea, nothing to do with you. And why would I avoid you?" Ning Rongrong didn't believe his words. In her view, in just one night, Su Chang's attitude had suddenly changed, wanting to go to those elemental academies for no apparent reason. There must be another reason. After all, Su Chang had been eagerly looking forward to joining the Imperial Combat Team before. But now, he was thinking of leaving after joining the academy and the team. Thinking about it, the reason for this sudden change could only lie with her. More precisely, it was because of Ning Fengji's proposal last night. "If you want me to stay away from you, just say it. With my talent, there are plenty of people willing to have me. Is the Royal Academy of Tian Do really that good?" Ning Rongrong's mood was extremely bad at the moment. The night before, Ning Fengji's words had indeed not affected Su Cheng much. His mental age was already very mature, with his own thoughts and understanding, not easily influenced by others' words. But Ning Rongrong was different. Those words had a great impact on her. Even she had not expected that the dream of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, the legendary 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda, which had been the aspiration of the entire sect for countless years, would actually be realized with Su Cheng's help. Last night, under Ning Fengji's guidance, the complex emotions in Ning Rongrong's heart had finally fermented further. However, these were all unilateral thoughts on her part. At this moment, in Su Cheng's view, Ning Rongrong's recent behavior was completely irrational, making him feel somewhat annoyed. "So, what do you want to do now?" "I'm not going back to the Royal Academy of Tian Do. You go back by yourself. I can do just fine in other academies." Su Cheng stared at Ning Rongrong, who also stared back unapologetically. After a moment of silence, he calmly said, "Rongrong, if you stay by my side, I will teach you to protect yourself, fulfilling my duty as an elder brother. But if you act recklessly, you'll have to bear the consequences of your actions, even if it means dying. I won't regret or blame myself for not saving you." Ning Rongrong's expression changed rapidly upon hearing this, her eyes suddenly filled with tears. "I'm saying this not out of spite. Since you claim you're not a child anymore, I'll treat you like an adult and explain some principles to you." Ning Rongrong remained silent, her eyes red with anger and frustration, overwhelming any sadness. Su Cheng, however, remained indifferent, his voice calm and cold. "I just want to tell you 2 things. First, everyone has the right to choose their own future, and no one has the authority to make decisions for you, including your parents. Second, if you want to take control of your own destiny, then take responsibility for your actions. Don't think just because you're my sister, I'll take care of you forever. If you're determined, even if you die outside, don't regret or blame anyone, and don't expect me to save you from danger." Su Cheng gazed calmly at Ning Rongrong. Wanting to be willful but afraid of danger, making a choice but unwilling to pay the corresponding price. There was no such good thing in the world. Chapter 116. Talent isn't arbitrary capital, strength is. Watching Ning Rongrong's departing figure as she ran away, Su Cheng frowned, then turned back towards the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. It was fine to say those words to Ning Rongrong. She was pampered at home, but maintaining such a personality outside would eventually lead to trouble. The 7 treasure glazed tile sect was not an invincible force in the world. If she wanted to leave home, that was her choice, but he still needed to inform someone. As for how to handle the aftermath, it was Ning Fengji's problem, not his. Su Cheng was willing to take care of Ning Rongrong as a younger sister, for the sake of Chen Xin's face. But they had only been together for a short time, and while it was fine to say certain things to others, he couldn't deceive himself about his true feelings. Besides Chen Xin, he didn't have deep emotional bonds with anyone else in the sect. Calling someone a friend was the extent of it. Moreover, he believed he had done right by Ning Rongrong. In fact, except for Qian Runshui in the simulated world, Su Cheng believed he had treated everyone close to him fairly. He always had a balance in his heart. It was fine to give more in certain situations and to take later, but it shouldn't be excessive. Ning Rongrong's current behavior was clearly crossing the line. Where she wanted to go to which academy was her freedom. Whether she wanted to stay in the Tian Do Academy was also Ning Rongrong's choice. She was not yet 11 years old, so she still had time to follow the original timeline and enter the Shrek Academy. It was not an exaggeration to say that what he had given to the 7 treasure glazed tile sect was much more than what he had received. He gave Ning Rongrong the beautiful silk tulip to help her evolve her martial soul to the 9 treasures level. If one insisted that this should have been her opportunity, then before this, Su Cheng had also sent her potions to improve her foundation. In addition, he drove away Qian Runshui. Although the purpose was to prevent her from wasting her talent here, it indirectly prevented the 7 treasure glazed tile sect from suffering the fate of being slaughtered by her in the future. Not to mention that the training environment in the Tian Do Academy was far superior to that of the Shrek Academy. He did need the 7 treasure glazed tile sect as a background support at this stage, but even without the sect, Go Gobo was not someone to be trifled with. This was just an extra insurance. Inside the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, Ning Fengji, Chen Xin and Ji Yu Rong looked at Su Cheng, who was returning alone, with some surprise. Xiao Cheng, why are you back? What about Rongrong? Ning Fengji was somewhat puzzled. Rongrong is upset because I wanted to go to another academy, and she's making a fuss about leaving home. You can go and persuade her, Su Cheng said. What? Ning Fengji was momentarily baffled. When Ning Rongrong left the sect, she did indeed have a sullen expression. At that time, he thought the child was emotional because she didn't want to leave him. He even felt emotional for a while, wondering if he was being too presumptuous. Which way did she go? Ning Fengji hadn't had a chance to speak yet, but Ji Yu Rong's expression was already somewhat anxious. It should be to the west, Su Cheng thought for a moment and pointed in a direction. Humph. Ji Yu Rong, constrained by Ning Fengji and Chen Xin's face, didn't say much more and just snorted before turning away. He had always been the most doting on Ning Rongrong, so naturally, he was now also resentful towards Su Cheng. Xiao Cheng, why did you want to go to the 5 Elements Academy before? Seeing that Ji Yu Rong had gone to look for Ning Rongrong, Chen Xin couldn't help but stop, her gaze turning to Su Cheng, and he couldn't help but ask this question again. At this point, Ning Fengji, who had originally planned to go out with Ji Yu Rong to look for Ning Rongrong, also couldn't help but stop, listening attentively. Su Cheng hesitated for a moment, then said, my soul skills involve various elemental attributes. Perhaps the combination of some soul rings and soul skills at the elemental academies could give me some insights. To be honest, I've been at the Tian Do Academy for a while now, and the environment here has limited help for my cultivation. This explanation may seem a bit far-fetched, but it still holds water. I see. Chen Xin nodded thoughtfully. He had seen Su Cheng display his soul skills and sword techniques in the sect before, and even had some guidance on his sword techniques with the 7-kill sword art, so he knew how effective his first few soul rings and talent areas were. As for Su Cheng's situation in the academy, he had also learned some things through Ning Rongrong. Knowing that he mostly practiced alone, rarely accompanying the team, or going to the teachers for classes. After a few more casual chats, Su Cheng left the 7 treasure glazed tile sect and headed back to the academy. As he left, Chen Xin and Ning Fengji exchanged glances, both with a somewhat helpless look on their faces. After thinking for a moment, Chen Xin said to Ning Fengji, Fengji, those things you're thinking about can't be rushed. The 2 children are still young, and you may easily backfire by doing this. I understand, I'll go find her now. Ning Fengji nodded, also feeling that what he had said earlier might have been inappropriate. In any case, you must persuade Rongrong to come back to me. Don't let her just enroll in any academy casually. Rest assured, Uncle Jian. Just as Su Cheng hurried back to the academy, Ji Yu Rong also found Ning Rongrong's whereabouts along the direction he had pointed. Under the powerful perception of the title Douluo, finding such soul master who hadn't even added a 3rd soul ring was too easy. She hadn't gone too far at this time, just standing under a tree in a daze. The leaving figure of the old man, who looked like a withered bone and a skeleton, descended from the sky, and in a flash, he moved to Ning Rongrong's side and gently said in a gentle voice that was completely inconsistent with his appearance, Rongrong, what are you thinking about? Grandpa Bone. Ning Rongrong looked up and glanced at Ji Yu Rong, her eyes slightly red. What's wrong? Who made our little princess angry? Seeing her eyes, Ji Yu Rong suddenly felt distressed. Is it because of Su Cheng? Hearing Su Cheng's name, Ning Rongrong lowered her head and fell silent for a moment. Ha! I knew it was that kid. Let me go teach him a lesson and vent your anger. Does that kid think I won't dare to touch him just because that sword guy is protecting him? And the poison Douluo, Ning Rongrong said with a slight nasal tone, mumbling. The poison Douluo is nothing. I can hang him up with just one hand, Ji Rong said, pretending to leave, saying, I'm going to the Tian-Do Royal Academy to find him now. Grandpa Bone, Ning Rongrong hurriedly called him, her tone somewhat hesitant and aggrieved. If I encounter danger outside in the future, won't you take care of me anymore? He said that. Ji Rong was suddenly angry and shocked. He had only speculated that something had happened between Su Cheng and Ning Rongrong, leading to Ning Rongrong's desire to leave home, but he didn't expect this kind of talk. His anger surged. If it was just a joke earlier, now he was really starting to get upset. Rongrong. At this moment, another voice came from nearby. Ning Fengji rushed over. What your brother said isn't wrong, we can't take care of you forever. You have to understand, both Uncle Sword and Grandpa Bone are not invincible. There are far more powerful people in this world than you can imagine. What nonsense are you talking about? Ji Rong's eyes widened, and his already withered face suddenly became somewhat terrifying. If you want to say something, say it about yourself. Don't drag me into it. I can take care of Rongrong for a lifetime. Ning Fengji wasn't afraid of him, but he was also helpless against his reprimands. These two titled Douluo, who protected the sect, were strong and had high status. To him, they were like fathers, and many times he couldn't argue with what they said. And it must be said that most of Ning Rongrong's quirks were indulged by them. Alright, I won't say anything. Ning Fengji didn't want to argue with him anymore, and turned to Ning Rongrong, saying softly, actually, your brother is worried about you. After you left, he came to the 7 treasure glazed tile sect to find us and even told us about your whereabouts. Really, if you don't believe me, ask your Grandpa Bone. How do you think we found you? Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up at these words, and she looked at Ji Rong hopefully. Ji Rong frowned at her hopeful gaze, unwillingly replied with a grunt. Rongrong, listen to father and go back to the academy, Ning Fengji said gently. You should know that Xiaocheng has done a lot for you. Your martial soul's evolution is also thanks to him. And in the future, as long as you follow him, we can all rest assured. In fact, Ning Rongrong understood these reasons herself, but it was just her temperament. When her emotions rose, she couldn't control herself. Now that she had calmed down, and with Ning Fengji's persuasion, her previous emotions gradually dissipated. She nodded silently. Go back and talk to Xiaocheng. Whatever your brother said, believe that it was all for your own good. Don't be so willful in the future. Rongrong, don't listen to your father's words. Do whatever you want. If anything happens, Grandpa Bone will support you. Ning Fengji smiled bitterly at his words. After Su Cheng returned to the academy, he first went to see Du Bo. Although Qian Runshui had left the Tian-Do Empire, he was still staying in the academy. After all, Su Cheng hadn't treated him for the poison yet. The reason Su Cheng found him was also for this matter. He planned to wait a while and then go to the ice and fire yin-yang well together to detoxify him. By the way, help him choose a suitable immortal grass to improve his foundation, so that he could break through to the realm of peak Douluo in the future. When Su Cheng walked out of the team's rest room, he saw Ning Rongrong standing under a tree not far away, looking at him silently. Seeing him coming out, her eyes brightened, but she also seemed hesitant. Su Cheng thought for a moment, then didn't ignore her, and walked over directly. He had no intention of quarreling with her. In Su Cheng's eyes, Ning Rongrong was just a child. Since she had returned to the academy, she was probably persuaded by Ning Fengji. Want to go eat together? Ning Rongrong nodded silently and followed Su Cheng towards the cafeteria. Brother, do you look down on me? Halfway through the walk, Ning Rongrong suddenly spoke softly. Su Cheng was somewhat surprised to hear her say that. He had never had such a thought. Everyone has their own way of life, and he himself was not stable yet, so he had no leisure to judge others. Although he wasn't interested in teaching children, seeing Ning Rongrong's posture softened his heart a bit. He couldn't help but sigh. You're thinking too much, Rongrong. I've never looked down on you. You have good talent, a good family background, you're the princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, everyone's darling. It's normal to feel a bit superior. I'm just a soul elder, not much higher in cultivation than you. I have no qualifications to criticize you, let alone look down on you. Su Cheng kept walking as he spoke softly. I've said before, everyone has their own choices. As long as you have awareness, don't regret it later. At home, you can be willful and capricious because of your talent, but outside, others only recognize the size of your fists. He glanced into the distance, his eyes seeming distant as if lost in memories. Among the people I know, there are two whose backgrounds are no worse than yours, and one of them has even greater talent than you. Even I feel inferior to her, but she has never been willful because of her talent, not even once. Ning Rongrong remained silent, quietly following him. After a long time, she whispered, "Are you talking about the woman who disguised herself as Shui Qinghe that day?" Su Cheng's eyes twitched, not understanding how she made that connection. Chapter 117, Joining the Martial Soul Temple. Not really, Su Cheng replied as he walked forward, his footsteps steady. Ning Rongrong, following behind him, glanced up but didn't continue the conversation on that topic. Instead, she asked, "Are you really not going to other academies because of me?" Su Cheng sighed, somewhat helpless. "I've already told you before. It's my own reasons that I want to go to the Five Elements Academy. If it was because of you, why would I go to the Five Elements Academy? Haven't you heard what the master said? They don't accept outsiders there. You want to participate in the Spirit Master Tournament, don't you? Who said you can't participate if you go to the Five Elements Academy? As long as you can enter the academy, joining a team depends solely on strength. Anyway, this has nothing to do with you, so don't think too much about it. Then why did you let me stay at the Tian Do Academy by myself?" Su Cheng stopped walking, turned around, and looked at Ning Rongrong. "To be honest, the training environment here is most suitable for you, and it's close to the sect, making it convenient for them to take care of you. Unlike the master, who has a title Douluo to protect him, the wealth of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect is inevitably coveted by others. How much experience do you have? Can you avoid these dangers?" After saying this, he shook his head. "Now, telling you all this, you might not understand. The environment within the sect is too comfortable, and there are many things you haven't seen. Like the events of yesterday, they may happen again, but it would be too late to regret it if such things really happen. Before you throw a tantrum and want to run away from home in the future, you should think twice. Currently, with the Martial Soul Hall suppressing and the existence of the City of Slaughter, the number of wandering evil soul masters is small but not non-existent. Ning Rongrong herself is an auxiliary-type spirit master, and the possibility of encountering danger is not small. Even he himself is cautious, having hired Dugu Bo as a bodyguard. The title of heir to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect is much more prominent than his, and the wealth it represents is astonishing. It's inevitable that someone will take risks. If Ning Rongrong were to expose the existence of the 9 Treasure Glazed Pagoda Martial Soul in the future, it would undoubtedly become a target for many. By the way, are you going to add a 3rd soul ring? Remember to find a teacher from the academy and promote to next stage as soon as possible." As he said this, Su Cheng felt a bit regretful. Currently, he couldn't reveal his external soul bone yet, otherwise, he could have used this opportunity to observe how the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda absorbs soul rings and transforms them into fixed soul skills. Su Cheng had thought about this issue before but hadn't found a good way to conceal it. If he solely relied on his insight combat technique, he could only observe with his eyes. But to delve into that deeper level of vision, he would need to use the true vision eyes in his brow. However, its aura fluctuations and external manifestations couldn't be concealed from Ning Rongrong and others. As for the promotion and use of the 9 Treasure Glazed Pagoda Martial Soul, it was no longer necessary for Su Cheng now. That special vision that could see through martial souls and soul rings was much more useful than observing an unconventional auxiliary-type martial soul. He glanced at the hot spring beside him. He knew that beneath this spring, the bones of the 2 Dragon Kings, Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King, were buried. He didn't know if there were any dragon soul bones left, but even if there were, they weren't something he could touch now. Not to mention the extraordinarily high status of the 2 Dragon Kings, their energy must be extremely powerful. Even if the soul bones were easy to absorb, there was a limit. Moreover, at such a depth, he couldn't reach it with his current strength. Even a newly promoted god-level powerhouse at level 100 might not be able to reach that depth. And the remnants of the pressure left by such top-tier powerhouses over thousands of years would be extremely astonishing. Ordinary people probably couldn't bear it. So after a glance, Su Cheng didn't look any further, nor did he put much thought into it. He shifted his gaze back to Doupo in front of him. This was the last time he would treat Doupo. After this treatment, he would be able to completely eliminate the severe poison in Doupo's body. Su Cheng acted quickly. Over the past 3 months, he had repeated the same operation many times. The snake venom in Doupo's body had long been integrated into his blood and marrow, especially deeply rooted in his soul power, even more so than in simulations. He needed to guide it multiple times to completely eradicate it while not damaging Doupo's soul power foundation and poisonous characteristics. I heard that you didn't get along well with the new coach of your team. Doupo, bare-chested, felt the extreme comfort in his body and casually remarked. Not really, Su Cheng replied casually. A month ago, the spots for the Emperor team were finally officially confirmed. There were a total of 7 official members plus 5 substitutes. In addition to that, the academy assigned them a coach, Qin Ming. He was very strong himself, with exceptional talent. At the age of less than 32, he had already reached the peak of a Soul King, not far from becoming a Soul Emperor. He could break through within 2 years. It can be said that his talent was quite outstanding, with a high probability of becoming a titled Douluo in the future. And you said there wasn't. Doupo, upon hearing Su Cheng's reply, sounded somewhat amused. I've heard from Yan Yan that because you often don't participate in team training, Qin Ming is very dissatisfied with you. Talking about this, Su Cheng also felt somewhat helpless. He didn't have any issues with Qin Ming. Although this teacher will leave Tian Do Royal Academy and return to Shrek Academy in the future, it doesn't have much to do with him. At this stage, this teacher is still very responsible. However, Su Cheng really doesn't want to waste time with the team's training programs, as those training projects are almost useless to him. Moreover, even if he doesn't participate in the training, it won't have much impact on the team. He is a strong attack-type Soul Master, not a control-type Soul Master, and he is not considered the core of the team's combat system. He just needs to adapt for a few days at the end. But Qin Ming obviously doesn't think so, which also leads to their somewhat cold relationship. While Su Cheng was drawing blood from Doupo and neutralizing it with drugs, he said, actually, whether he is satisfied or not doesn't matter anymore, anyway, he won't be able to control me soon. What do you want to do? Doupo looked at him strangely. What's with that look? Su Cheng was a little speechless. To tell you the truth, I'm planning to join the second team of the Royal Fighters. What? Doupo was taken aback. You know that the Royal Fighters, first team is guaranteed to enter the finals, don't you? That's exactly why the first team is guaranteed to enter the finals. I want to join the second team, Su Cheng casually remarked. Are you crazy? I remember you said before that you wanted to join the Martial Soul Hall as a champion. The second team can also win the championship, Su Cheng said lightly. The spot in the finals doesn't matter. With me leading the team, we will definitely make it to the finals. I need to compete with the 5 Elements Academy. If we're guaranteed a spot, then I won't have this opportunity. Why compete with the 5 Elements Academy? What's special about them? I could tell you, but you wouldn't understand. I find that your arrogance is getting worse, Doupo snorted. After a moment of thought, he suddenly said, how about I let Yan Yan go to the second team with you? I think you're more reliable than Qin Ming and can guide her. Su Cheng couldn't help but smile wryly at this suggestion. Forget about those messy things of yours. Have you forgotten what happened that day? Hearing this, Doupo suddenly remembered the woman from the Martial Soul Hall he had seen that day. So, are you still planning to let your granddaughter follow me? Su Cheng looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. I want to his surprise, Doupo nodded. I don't have any other intentions, so don't get ahead of yourself. Anyway, as you said, you can secure a spot in the finals. If you get eliminated later, I'll hold you accountable. Sigh, forget it, Su Cheng shook his head. You need to consider other people's thoughts. It's fine for you, but if I go along with it, won't I become a target? Doupo Yan is the vice captain of the first team. If she follows me to the second team, what will the academy think? What will the other team members think? What will Yu Tianeng and his Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan think? I don't want to offend the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan because of you. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Doupo frowned at the mention. Regardless of what Yu Tianong's true intentions were, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan definitely had some agenda. If they could use Yu Tianong's relationship to tie down this title Douluo, it would be a safe bet. He didn't want Su Cheng to get into trouble because of this. Actually, Su Cheng himself doesn't really care about offending the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. The name of this family sounds impressive, but their strength is not that strong anymore in this generation. Even when it comes to real strength, they may not be able to match the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile clan. But whether or not he cares is one thing, whether it's necessary is another. Doupo Yan is fine staying in the first team. She cultivates a snake-type martial soul and has a title Douluo as her grandfather. Su Cheng doesn't have the ability to guide her. Let's not talk about your granddaughter for now. Let's discuss something else. Su Cheng put away the silver needle and started preparing the medicine. He said, I have a way to help you break through the bottleneck of the peak level 95 Douluo in a short time. Do you have anything to say about that? Doupo was initially surprised by his statement, but then he reacted and became somewhat excited. Is it that kind of immortal herb? He knew his own situation very well. The foundation of his Azure Snake martial soul was not strong. It was somewhat lucky to break through to the title Douluo realm. Evolving his martial soul into the Azure Snake Emperor had already reached its limit. It was almost impossible to make further progress. This was one of the reasons why he had been ridiculed as the weakest title Douluo. His potential had been almost completely exhausted. If he wanted to make further progress, he could only study some sideline methods like poisons. Although his group attack was powerful, it was also due to the nature of his martial soul, not because of his high level of strength. Yes, it's the immortal herb, Su Cheng said straightforwardly. Do you have a snow swan kiss here? It can catalyze toxins and make them exert their full effect in a short time. However, even you can't directly take it. I need to process it first. With this thing's help, your foundation will be greatly improved. After hearing his explanation, Doupo's expression gradually calmed down from the initial excitement. With some hesitation, he asked, can Yan Yan use the snow swan kiss? Su Cheng looked at him in surprise, didn't expect him to be willing to give this opportunity to Doupo Yan. But he still shook his head and said, I don't recommend giving her this immortal herb. The strength of the snow swan kiss lies in catalyzing the potential of toxins itself. I can adjust it slightly to delay the catalytic effect as much as possible, so it won't be too dangerous. But it's difficult for Doupo Yan's body to bear it now, and it would be a waste given her foundation. I see, Doupo nodded thoughtfully. At this moment, Su Cheng suddenly asked, Senior, what do you think about joining the Martial Soul Hall with me? Doupo widened his eyes and turned to look at Su Cheng. After all this fuss, you're here waiting for me. I'm just making a suggestion, not seeking to repay a favor. If you're unwilling, I won't force you. Su Cheng chuckled, I previously took 2 immortal herbs from you, it's only right to help you advance. After a moment of silence, Doupo smacked his lips and said, do you know that I've already rejected the Martial Soul Hall's invitation before? Of course, I know. To be honest, your reason for not wanting to join the Martial Soul Hall is nothing more than not wanting to be restricted. But the treatment of an ordinary title Douluo and a peak Douluo in the Martial Soul Hall is completely different. Those few worshippers in the Martial Soul Hall, how many times have you seen them make a move after living for so many years? Not to mention, after using the immortal herb, your martial soul's bloodline will also undergo a transformation. By then, you won't be the same old ordinary poison Douluo. You really dare to speak. You're just a small soul elder, yet you call me, a title Douluo, ordinary. Doupo was amused by his last sentence, but his eyes flashed with a thoughtful look. I'm a ordinary soul elder, Su Cheng smiled and continued, you're a ordinary title Douluo. You see there are differences. Wanting to train your granddaughter is just going down a wild path, it's difficult to systematically impart knowledge. In this regard, the Martial Soul Hall is not bad. They can at least give you both a place to belong. After all, your reputation as Poison Douluo is not good. The words he spoke at this moment were, of course, out of his own interest. If Doupo, who had greatly increased his strength, joined the Martial Soul Hall with him, he wouldn't be someone without a foundation then. But these words were not deceiving Doupo either. In the Martial Soul Hall, the treatment of Peak Douluo was indeed different. Even Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan, although he had many tasks, it was because he was the most trusted confidant of Bibi Dong. Usually, most of the dirty and tiring work didn't fall on him, it was already handled by ordinary title Douluo. For example, during Qian Runshui's plan to usurp the throne. At that time, besides Serpent Spear and Porcupine, who were part of the Qian family, there were 2 title Douluo on standby, both of whom held ordinary positions within the Martial Soul Hall. Su Cheng didn't beat around the bush with these thoughts and spoke frankly about the pros and cons. Doupo wasn't stupid either, he knew how to weigh the gains and losses. He was indeed somewhat tempted. The most crucial point was that, as Su Cheng said, the Martial Soul Hall Academy was more suitable for the training of children. Nowadays, most of the students in the Martial Soul Hall Academy are descendants of the Hall's Soul Masters. Some of them were the descendants of Soul Masters who died in service, and they received excellent education. Currently, the so-called Golden Generation of the Martial Soul Hall consisted entirely of such individuals. Chapter 118. I'm going to lead the second team. In the Royal Academy of Tian-Do. In the luxurious lounge of the Academy's team, there were 11 people scattered around, some standing, some sitting. These people didn't look very old, they were all students of the Academy. They were the members of the current Royal Academy's team. Among them were both official team members and substitutes, and everyone except Su Cheng was already present. "Where's Su Cheng?" Yu Tianeng glanced at the members in the room and asked in a deep voice. "He's with my grandfather, he should be back today," Du Guyan said from the side. Hearing this, Yu Tianeng couldn't help but feel a bit envious. He couldn't understand how Su Cheng, at such a young age, could get along so well with someone like Doupo. Every time he saw Doupo's expression, he felt a bit uneasy from the bottom of his heart. "He won't come back to train with us." The one speaking was a handsome young man, with lively eyes and a slightly frivolous tone. This person's name was Yufeng, a sensitive attack-type soul master with a wind bell bird martial soul, and he was already an official member of the first team. He was not tall, with a head of golden short hair, currently leaning against the large crystal window on the south side of the room, looking relaxed. Not coming is normal. If you had Su Cheng's strength and age, you wouldn't come either. Opposite Yufeng, on the other side of the crystal window, was a youth dressed in all black, with a face as beautiful as a woman's. This person also had golden hair, and his tone was somewhat mocking. "Oslo, are you saying I'm weak? How about we spar outside?" "Tisk." Oslo, the black-clad youth, sneered disdainfully. "You, a flying-type soul master, want to spar with me, a ground-type soul master? You're shameless. If you have the guts, go spar with Su Cheng. What's the point of arguing with me here?" Oslo's martial soul was a ghost leopard, and as an agile attack-type soul master, he happened to be restrained by Yufeng. "Alright, I'll see what this so-called genius can do. He's so arrogant," Yufeng sneered and said, leaping from the window and standing up straight. It was evident that there was more than just the team leader, Qin Ming, who was dissatisfied with Su Cheng's frequent absences. When Su Cheng fought against Ji Yuan that day, Yufeng was also not present. He thought that with his flying ability, even if he couldn't win, he could still stand undefeated. Hearing his words, Oslo smirked triumphantly. This guy with wings on his martial soul always acted carefree, which had been bothering him for a long time. "I'll watch you get plucked clean later." At this point, the others in the room also had various expressions. Most of the substitute members had a low-key attitude and didn't want to get involved in such discussions. The 2 brothers from the Shi family, with straight noses and square mouths, and a sturdy and steady aura, were sitting on the ground against the wall, meditating and ignoring the outside world. Yi Lingling, standing alone in the corner, glanced lightly at Yufeng, then lowered her eyelids, without making any sound. Du Guyan frowned slightly. Su Cheng had shown her kindness, and she didn't want such a meaningless conflict to happen, so she was prepared to intervene. At this moment, however, a clear voice suddenly rang out, tinged with a strong smell of gunpowder. "Do you even qualify?" It was Ning Rongrong who spoke. She was currently a substitute member of the team, but none of the official team members dared to underestimate her. With her current level of soul power, it would be effortless for her to become an official member in the future. After becoming a soul sage, the medicinal power of the immortal herb had further enhanced her strength, and in recent times, her soul power had been increasing at an extremely fast rate. However, she had been focusing on cultivation during this period, and usually kept a low profile. But after hearing Yufeng's words just now, she couldn't help but speak up, rebuking him on the spot. Yufeng also knew Ning Rongrong's identity and frowned, intending to retort. "Alright, let's calm down." Yu Tianeng intervened at this point. "Teacher Qin will be here soon, and it's meaningless to argue before then." In fact, he didn't have any dissatisfaction with Su Cheng's absence from training on a regular basis. During this time, the two of them had also sparred, and although he was a bit higher in level, with his Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial soul, he was no match for Su Cheng. Not to mention that Su Cheng's cultivation had been advancing by leaps and bounds recently, and he was about to surpass him, not far from becoming a soul ancestor. Yu Tianeng's character was not strong, nor did he have the arrogance of a member of a prestigious family. In fact, he was quite envious of Su Cheng's free and easy behavior. This was also closely related to his upbringing. Although he was the eldest son of the main line of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, he received limited attention within the family. Moreover, there were some conflicts within the family, and the factional struggles were serious. Even the family head's words didn't carry much weight. Although Yu Tianeng had good talent, there were others in the family with talents not inferior to his own. The superiority of his status did not bring him more confidence, on the contrary, it gave him immense pressure. At this moment, the door of the team lounge suddenly opened, and a person walked in from outside. As this person appeared, all the members of the team in the room stood up and bowed to him. "Teacher." The person who walked in from outside was a middle-aged man, looking around 30 years old, with an ordinary appearance and simple clothing, with only his eyes particularly bright. This person was none other than Qin Ming, the guiding teacher of the first team of the Royal Academy. After entering the room, Qin Ming nodded slightly to everyone and quickly scanned the room. With a slight frown, he looked at Yu Tianeng. "Su Cheng isn't here again today." Yu Tianeng and Du Guyan subconsciously glanced at each other, both showing a trace of concern in their eyes. Qin Ming was strong, a peak soul king in his early 30s, deserving of everyone's respect. It was an honor for them to have him as their guiding teacher. But Su Cheng was also strong. Judging from his current progress, it wouldn't take him a year to advance to soul ancestor, making him the core combat force of the team. If the two of them had an unpleasant situation, it would not be good for the team. But their ideologies seemed to be conflicting, and this was not a sustainable situation. "Teacher Qin, my brother was busy yesterday and may not have returned to the academy yet." In the silence, Ning Rongrong took the initiative to defend Su Cheng. Qin Ming glanced at her but didn't say anything. Du Guyan also spoke up. "Yes, Teacher Qin, Su Cheng's absence shouldn't affect our team training, right? We can just replace him with a substitute member. As long as I control the field, and Lingling assists, it should be enough." Qin Ming's face sank upon hearing this and rebuked. "Yan Zi, as the vice-captain, how can you have such an attitude? Can you just casually change players during matches? If you don't take training seriously and cooperate well, you will encounter even greater setbacks in the future." Seeing this, Yu Tianeng quickly intervened. "Teacher Qin, the situation is like this. Su Cheng's self-improvement speed is faster on his own. Compared to being with us, he may gain greater improvements. From this perspective, it may even be more beneficial for the overall combat effectiveness of our team in the future." Qin Ming deeply glanced at everyone and sighed. His tone became heavy, and deep emotions appeared in his black eyes. "Before I went to school, my teachers always taught me the principles of team cooperation, to share the joys and sorrows with my partners. Even if they were punished, I would actively bear it with them. I'm glad that you're willing to speak up for Su Cheng today, but his behavior disappoints me." Your previous school. Hearing Qin Ming's words, the students in the room couldn't help but be curious. They really didn't know which academy the highly talented Qin Ming had come from. "Yes, my previous school, the place where I was taught to grow." Qin Ming was about to explain further when a sound of the door opening suddenly sounded. Everyone in the room turned their heads to look. They saw Su Cheng walking into the room. Seeing everyone present, he seemed a little surprised. After a slight pause, he bowed to Qin Ming and said, "Teacher Qin." But Qin Ming didn't show appreciation. Instead, he snorted. The next moment, the members of the Royal Academy's team in the room all felt their hearts contract for a moment, and a strong shock caused everyone to show a trace of astonishment on their faces. Only Su Cheng, facing Qin Ming directly, had a thin layer of sword intent with a faint sword chi spontaneously emerging around him. After a faint ripple, it immediately disappeared, as if nothing had happened. Su Cheng looked calmly at Qin Ming and asked softly, "What's wrong, Teacher Qin?" Qin Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at him deeply. He didn't intend to harm Su Cheng just now. That snort was just to intimidate him. But although the sonic wave had low power, its speed was extremely fast, and its penetrative force was extremely strong. Soul masters with insufficient cultivation wouldn't even know where to start with their defense, and they would inevitably fluctuate their breath before doing so. However, just now, it seemed that the protective layer around the youth had passively emerged, and it instantly dissolved his invisible attack. There wasn't even the slightest breath fluctuation during the process, which caught him off guard. Before, Qin Ming had only heard a few members of the academic committee boasting about Su Cheng's talent, and had never seen him take action in person, so he didn't take him too seriously. Today, however, he realized that he had definitely underestimated Su Cheng. This was not something that a Soul Elder should be capable of. Not to mention a Soul Elder, even an Soul King would not be able to do this, at least not so effortlessly. Your strength is indeed good, but that's not a reason for you to skip team training, Qin Ming stared at Su Cheng and said in a deep voice. As someone who came from Shrek Academy, he firmly believed in the concept of teamwork. I will raise the standards, and ordinary individuals won't meet my standards, and I might even raise the threshold to a level that ordinary people cannot reach. But once you cross that threshold, regardless of whether your talent and strength are strong or weak, you have to act together with others, become a whole, and there's no special treatment. You're right. Su Cheng also looked at Qin Ming and nodded. I feel very sorry for this matter as well. I did indeed delay the team's training progress before. Upon hearing Su Cheng admit his mistake, Qin Ming's expression softened, and he pointed towards the others in the room. In that case, come over here first, and don't act alone in the future. Qin Ming's tone softened, but the others in the room were quite surprised. Those who didn't know much about Su Cheng could be easily persuaded, but those who had a lot of contact with him before, like Yu Tianeng and Du Guyan, were surprised. Especially Ning Rongrong, her face was full of incredulity. She knew what kind of person Su Cheng was. How could he change his plans just because of a few words from a guiding teacher? At this point, they heard Su Cheng speak again. Teacher Qin, I won't come over for now. Qin Ming, who had just turned away, turned back again. Su Cheng smiled apologetically at him. I'm sorry for delaying the team's training before. But luckily, it's not too late to mend the fold. The team has only been established for a month, and there's still a long training time ahead. I've decided to transfer to the second team of the Royal Academy, so as not to take up the spot of the first team anymore. What, junior brother, think it through. Su Cheng, don't be impulsive. Quote. When Su Cheng said this, Qin Ming hadn't said anything yet, but Yu Tianeng and others were already in a panic. Oh no, the big thigh is leaving. The worst case scenario has happened. Qin Ming was also momentarily stunned. He found himself not knowing what to say at this moment. If the other party didn't plan to stay in the first team anymore, what position did he have to discipline him? After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. Changing teams is not just a matter of will. The first team has already been established, and the academic committee needs to consider it. Su Cheng smiled. It's okay. In fact, I just came from the academic committee. I just came here to say hello to you all. You can continue your normal training. Today, before coming to the team lounge, Su Cheng had already gone to the academic committee. With the royal family's guest, Doupo, as a guarantor, and with the promise that he would stay for the next competition if he didn't make it to the finals this year, and taking up a less important spot in the second team wouldn't affect the first team's guarantee, how could the members of the academic committee not agree? The matter seemed straightforward to Su Cheng. Since he had already made a decision, there was no need to delay any further. Regardless of how Qin Ming intended to manage the team in the future, that was his own approach. Since he didn't plan to stay here anymore, it was better to leave now than to delay. After all, there was always going to be a departure. Although Su Cheng didn't plan to stay here anymore, Qin Ming was obviously not pleased. Su Cheng, I advise you to think it over carefully. The first team has a guaranteed spot, and you can directly enter the finals of the Soul Master Grand Competition. Going to the second team is purely wasting your talent. Do you still want to rely on your teammates in the second team to make it to the finals? Su Cheng looked at him with some surprise. Teacher Chin, is it appropriate for you to speak like this? Although talent is important for any Soul Master, it can be compensated for by hard work. Moreover, if a Soul Master's future achievements rely solely on talent, then I would like to ask you, what is the use of a teacher like you? Seeing Qin Ming's furrowed brow, Su Cheng continued, Teacher Qin, it's not meaningful for you to say these things to me. I've already decided to go to the second team. Su Cheng glanced at the other team members and nodded gently, senior brothers and sisters, keep up the good work. After saying that, he turned and left the team lounge. After he left, Yu Tianeng and the others looked at each other, and then there was silence. He's gone, he's gone. Seeing that the morale of these students seemed a bit low, Qin Ming cleared his throat and, with a shock of soul power, instantly woke them up. I can tell you frankly that one person's strength is limited. With Su Cheng's attitude, he will never achieve anything in the competition. You all need to pull yourselves together. Before he finished speaking, another figure also left the team lounge. Huh, Qin Ming was stunned. It's wrong. Du Guyan gestured to Yu Tianeng. Yu Tianeng smiled bitterly. Losing two key players at once would make it difficult to face the Star Luo royal family team. As for the team from the Martial Soul Hall Academy, he had never thought about defeating them in the first place. Su Cheng had just left when he heard footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw Ning Rongrong's figure. Why are you here? Did Teacher Qin say something? It's not Teacher Qin. Ning Rongrong came to Su Cheng's side, calmed her breath, and looked at him. I'm also going to the second team with you. Su Cheng was momentarily surprised, then thought for a moment. The members of the second team were all relatively weak, which he knew very well. They might not even reach Soul Ancestor level during the competition. Now that Ning Rongrong had improved significantly after taking the Immortal Herb, and was about to enter a period of rapid advancement, she could definitely contribute to the team. Thinking of this, he looked at Ning Rongrong's fair face. If you want to come to the second team, that's fine. At least you won't be a substitute player, and you'll definitely be able to fight all the time. But you won't be able to guarantee entry into the finals, and the process might not be easy. It depends on how far we can progress in our cultivation. It doesn't matter, I didn't want to be guaranteed anyway. Even if I get into the finals, I won't be able to beat the Martial Soul Hall Academy team. Ning Rongrong smiled. Su Cheng nodded. For you, it's also a kind of experience. Now that you're evolving your martial soul, you need to work hard in cultivation. Don't waste your talent. In less than half a year, I should be able to reach Soul Ancestor level. If there are any opportunities before the competition, reaching the finals will be a piece of cake. The so-called opportunity he mentioned was the 10,000-year blue-silver emperor right leg bone. Ning Rongrong didn't know what Su Cheng was thinking, but after hearing his words, she was surprised, opening her mouth wide and looking at him in astonishment. You don't need to look like that, Su Cheng chuckled at her expression. Don't think that coming to the second team means slacking off and doing poorly. Since I've been looking forward to participating in the competition, I'm definitely aiming for the championship. Coming to the second team is a kind of experience for both you and me. Since we can't go to the 5-Element Academy, let's show them what we've got in the competition. There's less than 3 years left. Let's work hard. Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement. No matter what, we have to defeat the first team to let that coach see what we're made of. Just now, he was in the lounge boasting that you definitely won't achieve anything. He can think whatever he wants, it's none of our business. Besides, the real challenge is the Martial Soul Hall Academy team, not them. As he spoke, Su Cheng couldn't help but think of Qian Runshui's face. This year's Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament had an age limit requiring participants to be under 25 years old. Qian Runshui was eligible to participate in this competition after returning to the Martial Soul Hall. If she really participated, Su Cheng was confident that he could limit her, but it would be impossible for him to fight multiple opponents at once. However, he had an instinctive feeling that she might personally participate in the competition. Normal Little Snow might not, but Su Cheng recalled the appearance of that black-clothed figure calling him Little Brother Su Cheng, and couldn't help but shiver. That person had a bad temper and an unpredictable style. It was hard to say what she would do. Chapter 119, Little Kitty's first entrance to Shrek. In the forest on the border of Tian-do, a voluptuous and delicate-looking girl in black clothes, with her long hair flowing gently in the night breeze, resembling an elf in the darkness, swiftly moved through the woods. It was none other than Zhu Zuqing, who had just left the Star Luo Empire. It had been over a year since she left the Star Luo Empire to cultivate the Nirvana scripture. Now, her cultivation had reached the Soul Elder realm, and she had added a third soul ring to her martial soul. The enhancement of her bloodline combined with the effects of her techniques helped her make up for the lack of foundation she had before. Furthermore, with the absorption of soul rings, her current level was 4 levels higher than in the original timeline. However, replicating this situation in the future would be difficult. After all, the lower the strength of the martial soul, the easier it is to refine and strengthen it. As the quality continued to improve, the difficulty of further advancement would also increase. Unless she could compensate for the missing essential information in her martial soul and evolve the Hell Civet into the Hell White Tiger, she could only rely on time to slowly accumulate power. And her purpose for this journey was precisely to obtain the Hell White Tiger. In the south of the Tian-do Empire, in the Barak Kingdom, in the city of Soto. As Zhu Zuqing followed the young man with heterochromatic eyes and a pair of twin sisters out of the hotel, she quietly observed the scene outside the village where the Shrek Academy registration point was located. At this moment, Dai Mubai's cultivation was only at the Soul Elder level, not much higher than Zhu Zuqing. But Zhu Zuqing had richer experience and comprehension in using martial souls. Her martial soul, the Hell Civet of the agility attack system, silently followed him without being noticed. After observing for a while, Zhu Zuqing couldn't help but frown at the behavior of the academy. She was not someone with a soft heart. In the memories imprinted in her mind from her dreams, she effortlessly moved among many nobles, where countless scenes of bloody battles unfolded. But extorting money from ordinary people was something she couldn't bring herself to do. It was too cheap. 10 gold soul coins might not be a small amount for ordinary people. In the Douluo continent, 1 gold soul coin was enough to sustain a normal family of 3 for several months of normal expenses. But for high-level soul masters, this money was insignificant. The elder sitting behind the table clearly had considerable strength. If the admission standards were stated beforehand, it would have been acceptable. But taking the registration fee and then saying that the applicant didn't meet the admission criteria, refusing to refund the fee, was simply cheating under the guise of power. However, Zhu Zuqing had no intention of righting the wrong. She was different from before, having long recognized the reality of this world. Her disgust at the other party's actions had nothing to do with a sense of justice. She simply felt that such methods were too primitive. At this moment, another young man and a girl walked over from not far away. Originally, Zhu Zuqing didn't pay much attention, but after noticing their age and cultivation, she was surprised. Although these two were slightly older than her, they were close to the 30-level mark from their aura. Brother, don't think too much about that Su Cheng's matter. Maybe he just felt unsuitable to be a soul master and chose to drop out early. Zhu Zuqing had turned away, but after hearing the name, she suddenly turned her head and looked in the direction where the two were. Tang San raised his head sharply, scanning around, but did not notice anything unusual. Zhu Zuqing, hidden behind a tree, felt a slight shock in her heart, secretly acknowledging the other party's keen intuition. She had just focused her gaze slightly, and the other party had sensed something amiss. What's wrong? Xiao Wu looked puzzled and glanced around. It's nothing, probably just a misconception. Tang San shook his head, and his slightly gloomy expression calmed down. Originally, at graduation, he wanted to find Su Cheng first to avenge his previous humiliation, then follow Yu Xiaogang's instructions to come to Soto City for enrollment. After all, with his current formidable 29-level soul power, defeating Su Cheng would be a breeze. However, after searching in vain, he learned from the dean that Su Cheng had already dropped out of the academy long ago, but the specific circumstances were not disclosed to him. He glanced at Xiao Wu, a smile appearing on his face. You're right, the teacher told me before that with his innate soul power level, he was not suitable for the path of a soul master and probably gave up early. As Zhu Zuqing noticed, these two people seemed to imply that Su Cheng had poor aptitude and was not suitable for cultivation. Although they were slightly older than her, if Su Cheng was truly that person, his cultivation aptitude would definitely not be poor. Moreover, the White Tiger martial soul should not have been left unattended in the Tian-Do region for so many years without anyone noticing. Even if ordinary people couldn't recognize it, the forces of the Soul Palace scattered across the continent should have detected it. Shaking her head, she temporarily suppressed this matter. Shrek is a kind of monster, even among soul beasts, it is a very peculiar existence. The meaning of our Shrek Academy is the Academy of Monsters. In other words, we only accept monsters, not ordinary people. If you are over 13 years old or your soul power has not reached level 21, there is no need to waste time here. At this moment, the cold voice of the old man came from afar. Zhu Zuqing sneered inwardly at his words. Dai Mubai actually found such a broken place to hide. This academy didn't seem very significant, but its attitude was quite arrogant. However, for her, it was a good thing. This academy was already remote, and with such bizarre admission criteria, there wouldn't be too many people inside, making it more convenient for her future actions. Moreover, with the Nirvana scripture in her hand and the experience of cultivation in her dreams, she didn't need the knowledge accumulation of the school. It would be much easier to seize Dai Mubai's martial soul bloodline here. However, the next moment, the elder behind the table suddenly emitted an extremely powerful aura, and a bright red light appeared from him. A staff with countless intricate patterns appeared in his right hand. Even more terrifyingly, 6 soul rings, 1 white, 1 yellow, and 3 purple, rose from under his feet, making him the focus of the entire scene. Zhu Zuqing's eyes narrowed slightly. She didn't expect the other party to be a soul emperor. She had indeed sensed his strength, but she couldn't clearly probe his specific cultivation level with her current level, nor dared to probe. But the powerful cultivation level displayed by the other party not only didn't excite her expectations but also made her feel more disappointed. A soul emperor had fallen to such a state, even needing to find a way to extort 10 gold soul coins from ordinary people, which was embarrassing. She suspected that the other party had probably gotten into trouble outside and had to hide in such a remote place. In the grand scheme of things, for a dignified soul emperor to stoop to the point of squeezing even 10 gold soul coins from ordinary people is truly disgraceful. Internally suspecting that the other party must have gotten into some trouble outside, forcing them to hide in such a remote corner. Equally shocked were the crowds lining up. If there were some parents who were unwilling before because of the old man's words, now everyone seemed to be silent as if under a spell. Who would dare to offend a powerhouse at the level of a soul emperor? In war, the strength of a soul emperor could at least match thousands of skilled warriors. The disdain and contempt in the eyes of parents and prospective students vanished in an instant. On this continent, strength represents righteousness. Equally changing expressions were Tang San and Xiao Wu. But unlike Zhu Zuqing's disappointment, their expressions were rather excited at this moment. Looking at the applicants in front of them, Xiao Wu excitedly whispered to Tang San, "This academy seems very interesting, especially the teacher's remark about only accepting monsters and not ordinary people. It's really cool." Tang San smiled and said, "Now you don't doubt the teacher's advice, do you? This Shrek Academy is extraordinary." The remaining students quickly passed the old man's first round of testing, and it was finally Tang San and Xiao Wu's turn. At this point, after sending off a few applicants, Dai Mubai had also returned to the old man's side. Tang San was about to greet him when he suddenly noticed that Dai Mubai's gaze had changed, staring directly behind him as if he had seen something incredible. He instinctively turned to look, although not as startled as Dai Mubai, his heart still trembled. Behind him and Xiao Wu, there was only one applicant left, and it seemed she had just arrived. She was also a girl, looking slightly younger than him and Xiao Wu, with long black hair cascading over her shoulders, a delicate face expressionless, and fair skin like warm jade. But what was more impressive was the extraordinary aura emanating from this girl. Although she was young, she seemed to possess an extraordinary leadership quality, with even her gaze seeming to look down on them from a high position. Her face was calm, not exactly cold, but naturally exuding a sense of distance that kept others at bay. Under this aura, even her mature figure and exquisite beauty didn't seem as striking. Her limbs were well proportioned and slender, her hands naturally hanging at her sides, and the calm aura around her made people hesitate to approach. "Do you intend to register or not? If not, don't block the way here." The old man's voice brought Tang San and the others back to their senses. Tang San felt a pain in his hand and turned to see Xiao Wu glaring at him fiercely. We'll register together. Tang San endured the pain in his hand and placed the 20 gold soul coins he had prepared into the wooden box, reaching out his hand along with Xiao Wu. The old man pinched Xiao Wu's hand first, nodded, and said, "Your age is appropriate." When he moved to Tang San's hand, he couldn't help but exclaim softly. Seemingly unable to believe it, he pinched Tang San's hand a few more times, his expression becoming strange. Looking up at Tang San, he asked, "Have you been practicing some soul technique?" The reason he pinched the applicant's hand was to discern their true age by feeling the bones in their palm. This was something that couldn't be faked. But Tang San's hand felt extremely flexible, making it difficult to discern the condition of his bones. Tang San's heart skipped a beat but nodded, saying, "Yes." The old man furrowed his brows, "Raise your calf." Following his instructions, Tang San lifted his calf and placed it on the table. The old man pinched his calf through his pants, causing Tang San to feel a tingling sensation. Nodding to himself, the old man said, "Muscle development is good, bone age is appropriate. All right, release your martial souls." Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged glances and simultaneously activated their soul power. Blue and red lights rose simultaneously, and their 100-year soul rings hovered up. Tang San's blue-silver grass martial soul and Xiao Wu's soft bone rabbit martial soul were presented before the old man. After a brief moment of surprise, the old man nodded in satisfaction. Seeing this, Dai Mubai stepped forward, smiling at Tang San, but his attention seemed to be focused behind him. He felt a certain complementary aura between him and Zhu Zuqing. After noticing each other's gaze, Zhu Zuqing also walked forward openly. With a cold face, she looked at Dai Mubai with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Nodding at him, she said lightly, "Hello." At this moment, Dai Mubai couldn't help but feel a sense of being honored and surprised. He hurriedly nodded and said, "Hello, I'm Dai Mubai, 15 years old this year." Cough. Seeing that Dai Mubai seemed to continue his self-introduction, the old man coughed lightly to interrupt him. His gaze also turned to Zhu Zuqing, gesturing for her to extend her hand. After sensing for a moment, he nodded and said, 11 years old, the age is appropriate. All right, release your martial soul. A dark blue light shone, and the soul rings hovered up. At the same time, cat ears sprouted from her head, sharp claws protruding from between her fingers, and her body became even more slender. Martial soul, Hell Civet. But that wasn't the most eye-catching aspect. The light of her 2 yellow, 1 purple, 3 soul rings was the focus of their attention. Especially after hearing her age, Tang San and the others found it even more unbelievable. After all, Tang San and Xiao Wu themselves only reached rank 29 at the age of 12 with full soul power from birth. But this girl, who was even younger than them, already had the cultivation of a soul ancestor. Upon seeing her martial soul, Dai Mubai's eyes widened slightly, his face full of disbelief. Chapter 120, Dai Mubai's Dilemma. The old man's face showed a hint of admiration, as he had already sensed Zhu Zuqing's soul power level before, but was hesitant to confirm it. Turning his head, he said, "Mubai, take them inside." Under Dai Mubai's guidance, they entered Shrek Academy, the village behind the admissions office. During this time, Dai Mubai's eyes couldn't help but drift towards Zhu Zuqing, who was slightly behind the group. Zhu Zuqing seemed oblivious, silently following behind the others. Before long, they arrived at the next assessment location. Seeing the queue not far ahead, Dai Mubai patted Tang San's shoulder and said, "Let's go, I'll take you through the exam, no need to wait in line." With that, he led the few of them towards the front of the queue for the second round of assessment. The one in charge of the second round of exams was also an older teacher. Dai Mubai approached the teacher and whispered a few words in his ear, then pointed to Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zuqing. The teacher nodded and said, "All right, you can take them directly to the 4th round. If they pass, they're accepted." Dai Mubai returned to Tang San and Xiao Wu, about to lead them deeper into the academy. But other candidates waiting in line objected. One male candidate said, "Teacher, what's going on? Why can they skip ahead to the 4th round while we have to pass each stage one by one?" The senior teacher replied calmly, "If your soul power is also over level 25, then you can directly go to the 4th round exam, without needing to pass each stage here. But your soul power tested only at level 21, so you must pass each stage. Their soul power is over level 25. That's impossible. We're all only 12 years old, how could we have such high soul power? Those who could stand here all had soul power over level 21 and were under 13 years old. In their previous junior academies, students like them were undoubtedly the stars of the academy. But here at Shrek Academy, they faced continuous setbacks, inevitably causing some changes in mood. Dai Mubai snorted, just because you can't doesn't mean others can't. When I entered the academy, my soul power was already at level 25. After a moment's thought, he smirked and picked up a white crystal from the table, handing it to Zhu Zuqing. But when his gaze met her calm eyes, he inexplicably felt nervous and apprehensive. He asked softly, "Do you want to test it?" The testing crystal's color varies based on the level. This white crystal is for testing below level 30. If the soul power exceeds level 30, the crystal will shatter. Zhu Zuqing glanced at him and didn't refuse. She took it and infused her soul power. Boom! The crystal shattered instantly. The teacher in charge of testing froze, his smile turning into a stiff expression as he turned to Dai Mubai. "What is?" This junior sister, at only 11 years old, has already reached the level of a soul elder. Impressive. It seems Shrek Academy will welcome some promising talents this year. This scene not only astonished the teacher but also silenced the other candidates, who now regarded Zhu Zuqing with strange gazes. If someone hadn't tested the crystal before, they would have suspected foul play. 11 years old, over level 30 soul power. How is that possible? The testing teacher looked at Zhu Zuqing again, then said firmly, "Mubai, take the three of them directly to the 4th round." Yes, Dai Mubai respectfully agreed, leading them towards the inner part of the academy. This time, no students raised objections, their strength had proven everything. Tang San looked at the silent Zhu Zuqing with complex emotions, then asked Dai Mubai, "Brother Dai, are there only 4 rounds in the entrance exam?" Dai Mubai nodded. There are 4 rounds in total. The first checks age, the second tests soul power and martial soul, the third tests the application of one's martial soul. However, the academy has a rule that if a candidate's soul power exceeds level 25, they can skip the second and third rounds. As for the 4th round, it tests practical combat skills. Some students may have excellent martial souls and control, but growing up in noble families, they lack understanding of the outside world, let alone combat. Such students, the academy won't accept. The dean once said, "Those pampered won't be accepted." Listening to Dai Mubai's explanation, the three of them fell into silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Xiao Wu couldn't help but speak up, "Are you picking students or wives? It's too strict." No wonder the teacher at the door said this academy only accepts monsters. I want to ask, how many students does Shrek Academy have now? And how many students can it enroll each year? This time, Dai Mubai smiled bitterly. Since its establishment until now, Shrek Academy has only admitted 42 students in 20 years, averaging a little over 2 per year. Before that, the academy hadn't admitted any students for 2 years. Currently, including me, there are only 3 students studying in the academy. 3. Tang San and Xiao Wu were almost astonished, while Zhu Zuqing raised her eyebrows, unable to understand what the academy's dean was thinking for a moment. If he's greedy for money, but obviously, this approach won't make much profit. Moreover, with the strength of the teacher guarding the gate, there are better ways to make money. If it's about selfless dedication, aiming to cultivate more outstanding soul masters, then recruiting top-tier talented soul masters with such bizarre admission criteria doesn't seem like a suitable method. With their talents, they could excel in any academy. And this academy, judging from the environment, doesn't seem to be particularly good. Unless there's something extraordinary inside. But from what they've seen so far, it doesn't seem to be the case. Or perhaps, this academy simply wants to gather young talented soul masters. At this point, Dai Mubai laughed self-deprecatingly. In the entire Douluo continent, we might be the only academy where the teachers outnumber the students. Even if we admit you, our student count won't exceed the number of teachers. Then how does the academy survive? Without students, there shouldn't be any income, Xiao Wu wondered. Dai Mubai shrugged, casually replying, "Otherwise, why do you think the academy is located in such a small village? It's because of a lack of funds. If it weren't for my family's sponsorship, the academy would have closed last year. If we can't enroll students this year either, then the 3 of us studying here will be the last batch of students at Shrek Academy." Why doesn't the academy relax the admission requirements a bit? There seem to be quite a few applicants, Xiao Wu asked puzzledly. Dai Mubai's expression showed a hint of respect, explaining earnestly. The dean once said, better to lack than to take inferior. No matter when, even if Shrek Academy closes, it will never accept mediocrity, only monsters. Do you know the graduation requirements of the academy? We're neither a middle level nor a high level Soul Master Academy, our requirements are different from theirs. We only want students under 13 years old with extraordinary talent. The graduation condition is surpassing level 40, and before 20 years old, reaching Soul Sage level to be eligible for graduation. The academy has admitted 62 students in total, but only 14 have graduated. These 14, after leaving the academy, all became renowned figures. The most outstanding among them is now the youngest elder in the Spirit Hall, second only to the Pope. The rest who didn't graduate either couldn't reach level 40 before 20 or died while hunting soul beasts. The dean said, if you're not at least level 41, don't embarrass yourself. In the end, Dai Mubai's emotions became excited, indicating his deep respect for the Shrek Academy dean. Tang San smiled and said to Dai Mubai solemnly, I'm grateful to have come here. Zhu Zuqing remained silent. As for the conversation behind them, she was too lazy to listen anymore. We're here. Before long, Dai Mubai stopped, and they arrived at another open space. This area was much smaller than the second round, only about 200 square meters. A middle-aged man in his 50s was sitting in a chair, dozing off. Teacher Zhao, I brought someone for the 4th round assessment. Someone came for the 4th round this year. And it's 3 of them. Zhao, the teacher, opened his sleepy eyes, looking surprised at the 3 young boys and girls in front of him as if encountering something unimaginable. Dai Mubai quickly said, not only did they come for the 4th round, but they also skipped the 2nd and 3rd round tests. Teacher Zhao's eyes brightened, immediately standing up from his chair. He wasn't tall, with a very ordinary appearance, but he exuded an extremely strong and sturdy aura, giving off a feeling of strength despite being shorter than 12-year-old Tang San. His broad shoulders were like city walls, his outerwear unable to conceal the steel-like muscles underneath. Though his facial expression was gentle, his robust physique unintentionally gave off a strong sense of oppression. All 3 of you are over level 25, not bad, not bad. It seems there are quite a few little monsters this year. I'm the final test. If you pass my test, you can officially become a member of Shrek Academy. However, my test isn't that easy to pass. Practical combat experience is a necessary skill for every soul master. And what I'll be testing is your ability in this aspect. His gaze swept over Zhu Zuqing and the others, looking at them warmly. I'm Zhao Wujin. Since all 3 of you have passed the 2nd and 3rd rounds, I'll personally play with you. Now, I'll give you 1 stick of incense as time to get to know each other and discuss. After 1 stick of incense, the test begins. The test content is for you 3 to work together to withstand my attacks for half a stick of incense. As long as one of you can hold on until the end, you'll pass. I hope you understand, don't try to cheat. No one can escape from this area with speed. At the same time, I can remind you, using individual strength alone won't be able to block my attacks. Mutual coordination and cooperation are your only chance of success. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai glanced at Zhu Zuqing and the others before hesitatingly saying, Teacher Zhao, isn't this a bit too much? Zhao Wujin gave him a glare and said, what's wrong? The dean is not here, and in this academy, I am the highest authority. Whatever I say goes. Alright, I'm going to light some incense. You all don't have much time, so get ready yourselves. Xiaobai, you can also tell them about my strengths to prepare them. With these words, Zhao Wujin somehow pulled out an incense from somewhere, pinched the tip with his fingers, and lit it directly. In the blink of an eye, the incense was inserted into the ground without any trembling. After doing all this, Zhao Wujin sat back in his chair, closed his eyes, ready to continue sleeping. However, at this moment, a cold voice suddenly interrupted. I don't want to fight in a team. Are there any other assessment methods? Everyone turned to look at the source of the voice. They saw Zhu Zuqing calmly staring at Zhao Wujin. Upon hearing her words, Dai Mubai suddenly looked nervous, while Tang San and Xiao Wu showed surprise on their faces. Sitting in his chair, Zhao Wujin frowned unhappily. I've just said it, here, I'm the one in charge. In that case, I'm afraid I won't have the chance to join this academy. Goodbye. Zhu Zuqing nodded and immediately turned to leave the assessment site. Zhao Wujin was stunned. Not only him, but Tang San and Xiao Wu also didn't react for a moment. Only Dai Mubai anxiously looked at Zhao Wujin and said, "Teacher Zhao, she's an 11-year-old soul elder." Hearing this, Zhao Wujin was taken aback. He hadn't really paid attention to Zhu Zuqing, who had been silent behind everyone all this time. He didn't expect her to have such talent. And, sigh, Dai Mubai originally wanted to say something more, but seeing the girl's figure gradually moving away, he could only glance at the others and then turn to follow Zhu Zuqing. Zhu Zuqing walked alone on the road leading away from the village. The reason she refused the 4th test of the Shrek Academy was partly due to her own safety concerns. She could tell that the Soul Master just now was very strong, much stronger than the teacher at the entrance of the academy, at least reaching the level of a Soul Saint. Because of this, she was even more unwilling to join forces with others to face the enemy. Because she didn't know what abilities Tang San and Xiao Wu had. As for Zhao Wujin's previous statement about understanding each other, Zhu Zuqing dismissed it as nonsense. What could you understand in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn? From the observation just now, Tang San seemed mysterious, a person who kept his abilities hidden. Zhu Zuqing, who had been practicing the Nirvana scripture for years, considered herself to have some understanding of martial souls and simply couldn't believe that someone could reach the 29th level of cultivation with a blue-silver grass martial soul at the age of 12. Unless that was not a blue-silver grass martial soul at all, or the other person had a cultivation technique similar to hers. Because of this, she was even more reluctant to join forces. Facing a soul saint with 2 people, if both she and Tang San used extraordinary means to resist Zhao Wujin's attacks, if one couldn't control their power under the stimulation of a soul saint, then she would be in danger. Instead, a one-on-one battle would make her feel more at ease. In addition, this academy was also somewhat strange. She felt that even if she didn't accept the 4th test, the other party would not want to give up on her as a student. On the way to find Zhao Wujin with Dai Mubai just now, Zhu Zuqing had carefully considered what the academy wanted to do. From the style of their actions, both the dean and the teachers were obviously not the kind of people who were selfless and dedicated. Otherwise, they would have chosen to cultivate those commoner children who had soul master talent but did not meet the requirements of the martial soul hall and couldn't afford to go to the advanced academies. But the Shrek Academy didn't do that. Their admission standards were even higher than those of the martial soul hall. So, the dean of this academy might be someone who sought fame and reputation. Even if it wasn't that exaggerated, there was still some desire for comfort. In Zhu Zuqing's eyes, such people were not difficult to deal with. Without desires, they would be firm. Once they had desires, they would naturally have weaknesses. A soul elder at the age of 11, the other party might not easily give up. Of course, the key point is, she knew that Dai Mubai would follow up. With the experiences from before, she had a grasp of human nature. How should she deal with someone like Dai Mubai, who was always immersed in the world of flowers? Show him kindness, make him feel grateful and dependent on you. Wrong. On the contrary, give him a chance to show his abilities, let him help you without violating your will, such as helping you enter the academy successfully. Let him continuously move himself emotionally, even immerse himself in it. The higher the sunk cost, the more he couldn't leave you. In the meantime, give him some emotional feedback, and naturally you can control him easily. Of course, all this is based on the fact that you have gained a certain degree of attention from the other party from the beginning. Undoubtedly, all of Dai Mubai's actions of secretly observing before were seen by Zhu Zuqing. A moment later, footsteps came from behind, followed by Dai Mubai's shout. "Hey, wait for me." Zhu Zuqing stopped in her tracks, turned around with a calm expression, and looked at Dai Mubai who was chasing after her. She saw his eyes flickering, as if he had something to say but was hesitating. In fact, his complex emotions at this moment were completely understandable from Dai Mubai's perspective. From Dai Mubai's point of view, originally, he was almost ready to give up the competition for the family heir, preparing to lie down and wait actively for the tragic ending. But one day, he suddenly discovered that his future comrade in arms and fiancé had such extraordinary talent. How could his heart not be stirred? Zhu Zuqing watched Dai Mubai, lightly saying, "You already know who I am, right? My name is Zhu Zuqing, the youngest daughter of the Zhu family. Is it really you? Dai Mubai, upon hearing this, revealed a complex light in his evil eyes. I didn't expect you to be so strong and also come to this place. Strong. Zhu Zuqing's lips curled into a faint smile. Like a fleeting blossom, my eldest sister is much stronger than me. Dai Mubai stared blankly at her smile, only returning to his senses after a moment. He hurriedly said, "It's okay, I'll help you." "You'll help me?" Zhu Zuqing restrained her smile, her tone tinged with a hint of sarcasm. "How will you help?" "By escaping from the Star Luo Empire, as you said." Dai Mubai felt a heat rising to his face, but for a moment he didn't know how to explain. "It's okay." At this moment, Zhu Zuqing shook her head lightly. "I can understand. You were young at that time, and there was great pressure from the royal family. Leaving there might not have been a bad choice." Dai Mubai nodded quickly. "However, I'm only 11 this year, and when you left the Star Luo Empire, I was only 6. Zhu Zuqing looked at him quietly. Dai Mubai hesitated for a moment, his expression serious as he met her gaze. "Don't worry, I'll go talk to Teacher Zhao for you. The foundation of this Shrek Academy is very deep. Both the Dean and the Vice Dean are soul saints. As long as you're here, you will definitely achieve something. Come back with me." "Is that Teacher Zhao the Vice Dean you mentioned? I don't want to fight against a soul saint." Zhu Zuqing shook her head, looking at Dai Mubai. "Do you have any other way?" Dai Mubai looked at her calm eyes, his heart surging with emotion. He gritted his teeth and said, "Don't worry, I'll go talk to him. You don't need to fight, you will definitely be able to stay in the academy." "Can you do it?" Zhu Zuqing tilted her head slightly, showing a hint of doubt in her eyes. "I think Teacher Zhao seems quite difficult to talk to." "Don't worry, there won't be any problem." Dai Mubai nodded firmly. "Okay, then I'll wait for your good news." Zhu Zuqing nodded. "Mubai, the past is in the past, don't dwell on it too much." Hearing this, Dai Mubai's heart trembled, feeling touched. Then he turned to leave. "Wait." At this moment, Zhu Zuqing suddenly spoke again. "Take this." As she spoke, she took out a bottle of potion and handed it over. "What's this?" Dai Mubai looked puzzled as he took it. "A potion that can increase your cultivation speed," Zhu Zuqing said lightly. "It also has the effect of enhancing combat power when used in battle. You can try it when you have time." Dai Mubai looked at the potion in his hand, feeling a surge of excitement in his heart. Then he looked up at Zhu Zuqing and said, "Zuqing, is your cultivation speed so fast because of this thing?" "It's part of the reason. You can try it first to see how effective it is. I won't let you down." Dai Mubai clenched the bottle of potion in his hand, his expression resolute. As he turned to leave, Zhu Zuqing's eyes gradually became deeper. Even if Dai Mubai showed the potion to the teachers in the academy, it wouldn't matter. Because it wasn't poison at all. Unlike the one-time potion used by Su Cheng before, this chronic potion was actually something that could assist in cultivation. Although the effect was mediocre, it could indeed improve cultivation and combat power in a short period of time. It just caused fluctuations in martial souls and chi when used. Chapter 121, 100,000 Year Soul Bone. Just as Zhu Zuqing entered Shrek Academy, Su Cheng had already left the Tian Do Royal Academy. In the past year, his cultivation had progressed rapidly. Even though Su Cheng's martial soul bloodline had almost no room for improvement, the Nirvana scripture mainly manifested its effect in transforming the essence of his martial soul. However, the technique itself had the function of improving cultivation efficiency. Furthermore, although Su Cheng couldn't use the extremely powerful medicinal effects of the immortal herb due to its severe impact on the body, he could still use other herbs from the ice and fire dual attribute eyes to concoct various auxiliary elixirs. Coupled with the 2-level increase in soul power from absorbing the 4th soul ring across the year boundary, he had already reached the rank 44 soul ancestor realm. Deep in the thousands of miles of mountains on the edge of the Tian Do Empire. Watching the huge waterfall cascading from a cliff hundreds of meters high in the distance, a hint of a smile appeared in Su Cheng's eyes. As early as during the first simulation, he had already identified this location, so it was easy to find it now. This was the burial place of the 10,000-year soul bone of the Blue-Silver Emperor. In fact, absorbing the 10,000-year soul bone of the Blue-Silver Emperor was not difficult. Moreover, the earlier this soul bone was used, the better the effect. Not only did it greatly enhance the foundation of the body's qualities, but the wood attribute soul skills were also very suitable for Su Cheng. But unfortunately, he couldn't be sure whether Tang Hao would be guarding the corpse here, so he didn't dare to take risks easily. This place was definitely the enemy's reverse scale. Not to mention taking the soul bone from here, even if he was discovered near this place, he might not survive. Moreover, his cultivation speed was too fast. Whether it was entering school or going to the martial soul hall to test soul power, there would inevitably be situations where his body was probed. If he had the soul bone on him at that time, it would definitely be discovered. The temptation of this thing was indescribable. Only at this moment, with Tang San going to Shrek Academy, could he be sure that Tang Hao would definitely not be here, so he dared to come and take it. As he got closer, the roaring sound became louder in his ears, gradually becoming deafening. The air also became more humid, a few degrees cooler than the outside temperature. Finally, Su Cheng stopped by a pool of water. The water in the pool was clear, tranquil, and deep. A waterfall about 20 meters wide hung like a jade belt across the mountain wall, splashing countless water droplets onto the pool. Su Cheng looked up. The cliff here wasn't high, but because of the erosion from the waterfall, it was extremely slippery, making it difficult to stand on. The eternal sword appeared in his hand, and the soul ring under his feet lit up. First soul skill, bearing the weight of virtue. As the soul skill was activated, the longsword in his hand instantly became heavier. At the same time, a warm sensation emanated from under his feet. Although this earth attribute soul ring had a great status bonus, in Su Cheng's opinion, its passive attribute was what truly deserved attention. Every time this soul skill was used, as long as Su Cheng stood on the ground, he could feel as if he were one with the earth, like a child of the earth. Swinging the longsword in his hand, he leapt off a slightly protruding rock with little effort, and soon arrived at the center of the waterfall. Reaching out and pressing on the rock behind the waterfall, the seemingly seamless rock instantly sunk in, revealing a doorway. With a flash of his figure, Su Cheng had already entered. The air inside the cave was extremely humid, about 3 meters high and 2 meters wide, extending continuously inward, shrouded in darkness. However, in Su Cheng's eyes, which had been strengthened, everything was as bright as day. Soon, he reached the innermost part of the cave, entering a stone chamber of only about 10 square meters, with sunlight streaming in from the hole in the ceiling. There were no furnishings in the stone chamber, but directly below the hole in the ceiling, there was a small dirt mound bulging up, with a blue-golden right leg bone of the blue-silver emperor sapling gently swaying. Su Cheng didn't pay attention to the blue-silver emperor sapling and instead reached out and slapped the side of the nearby rock wall. With a ding sound, a black lead box descended from above, landing in his hand. Su Cheng opened it and glanced inside, and a gentle and powerful aura poured out, revealing a blue-golden right leg bone twinkling with starlight. Not bad, not bad. Even with Su Cheng's current state of mind, he couldn't help but feel a wave of joy in his heart. Although he had long known that the right leg bone of the blue-silver emperor was hidden here, he didn't have full confidence in obtaining this precious and extremely compatible 10,000-year soul bone until he saw it with his own eyes. After all, there had been many changes in the world of Douluo continent. The threads of fate had undergone a major shift due to the influence of the simulator. Who knew if this would affect Tang Hao and cause him to choose to give this soul bone to Tang San ahead of time? Only now did he secretly breathe a sigh of relief. However, this was obviously not a good place to absorb the soul bone. The energy contained in the 10,000-year soul bone was too vast, and it would take a lot of effort to fully utilize it. With a flip of his palm, he resealed the lead box and then placed it into his storage soul device. After everything was done, Su Cheng turned to look at the blue-silver emperor sapling. At this moment, he suddenly noticed something was amiss. Originally, Su Cheng had intended to take away this blue-silver emperor sapling, hide it, or even destroy it directly. After all, although it was not a soul beast with intelligence of over 10,000 years, if it were resurrected in the future, who knew if it would retain instinctual memories from the past? He didn't want to leave behind any trouble, but upon closer inspection, Su Cheng sensed a problem. Although he hadn't used an externally attached soul bone to observe the blue-silver emperor sapling before, the peculiar fluctuations on the sapling seemed to be sensed by him through his enhanced vision and powerful intuition. After thinking for a moment, Su Cheng began to pour his spiritual power into the external soul bone true vision eye on his forehead. With golden light flickering at his brow, his field of vision underwent a earth-shattering change in an instant. What appeared in Su Cheng's eyes was no longer the original objects in the stone chamber, but strands of different energy and information fluctuations, filling his eyes. And among them, the most intense presence was where the blue-silver emperor grass sapling was located. As he further infused spiritual power to focus his vision, the colorful world in his eyes suddenly turned black and white. Only the blue-silver emperor sapling, which he was currently focusing on, revealed deeper changes. But unlike the previous observation of the first soul ring by Su Cheng, what he saw now was not the indistinct phantom that was difficult to identify, but a real figure. He was astonished to see a lively young woman curled up with her slender legs, arms wrapped around her knees, her delicate body curled up quietly floating there. A blue-gold long skirt covered her whole body, with golden ribbons fluttering around the skirt, setting off her elegant and noble temperament, complementing her extraordinary beauty. Although the woman's eyes were tightly closed at the moment, in a state close to death-like slumber, it was still difficult to conceal the dazzling beauty of her appearance. Is this the blue-silver emperor's soul body? Or something else? Su Cheng didn't observe for too long, quickly retracting his gaze. His mental power was still not enough to sustain true vision for too long, and this place was not absolutely safe either. He needed to conserve his strength. After a moment of contemplation, Su Cheng abandoned his original idea of destroying all evidence. He took out a wooden box from his soul tool and swiftly transplanted the blue-silver emperor into it. In his view, the blue-silver emperor in front of him, along with its soul, was simply excellent material for observing soul beasts and soul rings. As he was about to leave, he threw a bottle of highly corrosive potion into the stone chamber. With a surge of soul power, the potion bottle shattered instantly, and the corrosive liquid quickly vaporized and dispersed. It wouldn't take long for the scenery here to undergo earth-shattering changes. No one would be able to tell what had happened here. In Su Cheng's wooden house, within the ice and fire yin-yang eyes. He took out the lead box used to contain the 100,000-year soul bone from the soul tool. At this moment, Doupo was accompanying his granddaughter at the academy. Since the detoxification of his body, he had rarely returned to this place. Now this earthly paradise had almost become Su Cheng's soul base. Su Cheng focused his mind and took out the blue-golden right leg bone, placing it on his right leg. With a slight hum, Su Cheng distinctly felt his right leg tremble involuntarily. Then, a cool breath quietly entered his leg from all directions. The sparkling blue soul bone also disappeared, turning into countless streams of blue-golden energy spreading around his right leg. A cool and comfortable feeling filled his whole body. The martial soul eternal sword emerged automatically, and the 5 elements domain also spontaneously spread out. At the same time, the soul power in Su Cheng's body was slowly increasing, becoming purer in the process. It truly deserves to be the top-tier soul bone of wood attribute. With his eyes closed, Su Cheng entered a state of inner observation, quietly observing the changes in his body. Then, the gentle fluctuations gradually spread, and his whole body began to undergo further transformation. Unlike the significant enhancements brought about by attaching soul rings and taking medicine in the past, this time the sensation brought by the enhancement was not so straightforward. Whether it was the flexibility of his meridians, the strength of his bones, or even the muscle fibers, there was no dramatic improvement but rather subtle adjustments. But this change was definitely not weak. Su Cheng could feel that it was fundamentally enhancing his physical potential. This made him extremely surprised. Su Cheng had a very thorough understanding of the human body. Strengthening the structure of meridians, bones, and flesh was not difficult, but changing the structure was almost impossible. It was like moving a hair to move the whole body, which was beyond the realm achievable by human effort alone. The last time a similar enhancement appeared was due to the reward from the first simulated settlement. Subsequently, the nirvana scripture within him suddenly began to operate spontaneously. What is this? Su Cheng's eyes suddenly opened wide, as the soul power circulation route of the nirvana scripture began to show subtle changes bit by bit. Before, the nirvana scripture was a cultivation technique he developed based on his research on the human body, martial soul, and bloodline, the ultimate achievement of his various knowledge accumulations. But now, this change was more akin to an instinct. All living creatures in the world have the instinct to evolve, driving themselves to become more perfect and better able to adapt to their environment. However, This process often takes tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years to complete. But at this moment, he seemed to be accelerating this process by 1,000-fold or more. Su Cheng could be sure that if he were to cultivate according to the thoroughly perfected Nirvana scripture, it wouldn't take long for his martial soul strength to reach a level comparable to Qian Runshui. How is this possible? The 100,000-year soul bone was certainly very strong, but Su Cheng didn't believe that all 100,000-year soul bones could produce similar effects. Or is it because it was produced by a plant soul beast? Or because of the special significance represented by the blue-silver emperor itself, the only miracle among the countless blue-silver grasses? Or is it because of the natural harmony with my own 5 elements? But now was obviously not the best time to ponder these things. After a brief reflection, he temporarily set aside this matter and closed his eyes again. The transformation process brought about by the 100,000-year soul bone was not violent, quietly changing his body in a gentle and silent manner. 3 days later, Su Cheng finally completely absorbed and transformed the 100,000-year soul bone. As everything came to an end, he opened his eyes again. Blue-Silver Emperor. Feeling his current body, his gaze involuntarily moved outside the house, looking at the Blue-Silver Emperor seedling he had casually planted. Chapter 122, Blue-Silver Emperor Ayin. Su Cheng did not rush over, but carefully felt the changes in his body first. The Blue-Silver Emperor's right leg bone bestowed him with 2 skills. One is the ability to fly, and the amount of soul power required to use it is minimal, making it an excellent soul skill. The other soul skill, however, is even more powerful, called, Wildfire Burns Endlessly, Spring Breeze Brings Rebirth. It is a healing skill that can help the body self-repair, and can even achieve the regeneration of severed limbs. If blessed with wood attribute enhancement, its effects can be further enhanced. In addition to this, as Su Cheng silently circulated the soul power in his body, he could clearly feel that both the speed of soul power circulation in his meridians and the concentration and quality of soul power condensed in the acupoints were far superior to before. Even when he used the pulse interruption and chi contention technique, the speed of activation was more than 20% faster than before. This was already a significant improvement. He had developed this skill of pulse interruption and chi contention for a long time, and apart from the few basic sword techniques, it was probably the self-created soul skill that had accompanied him for the longest time, naturally undergoing countless optimizations. Now, almost all his soul skills had reached a state where they could hardly be improved any further. But just after a few nights, he had once again raised the limit of this skill, and with continuous exploration and adaptation to the changes in his body in the future, he expected that this improvement could be further enhanced. After a simple cleansing of the impurities expelled from his body, Su Cheng walked towards the direction of the Blue-Silver Emperor seedling. At this point, although this Blue-Silver Emperor was only casually placed by him, the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye was a treasure trove for any plant. As long as it wasn't placed in an extreme environment, it would definitely be much stronger than the previously poorly lit cave. At this moment, the state of this seedling had also improved significantly, no longer as listless as before. Feeling the terrifying energy fluctuations within the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye, Su Cheng looked around. Even without using the True Vision Eye, he could easily feel the energy division here. Before long, he found a place that was more suitable for the growth of the Blue-Silver Emperor seedling. The Blue-Silver Emperor is a neutral plant, as long as it is placed in a place where the Ice and Fire spiritual energy converges and balances. After transplanting it, he reached into the soul tool and took out 3 bottles of potions. They were respectively the essence of plants for promoting plant growth, spiritual potions for assisting mental power cultivation, and concentrated spiritual essence. Without hesitation, he directly opened the bottles and poured them all onto the Blue-Silver Emperor seedling. As the various liquids dripped down, the seedling in front of him immediately emitted a blue light, and the grass leaves quickly extended and grew. In a short time, they grew more than twice as large. The Blue-Silver Emperor itself has extremely tenacious vitality and a solid foundation, and there is no such thing as being unrecoverable. Moreover, Su Cheng's purpose at this moment was to stimulate the awakening of the Blue-Silver Emperor's soul, so he didn't care much about that. The eternal sword appeared in his hand, and the 5 elements domain spread out. Silently, Su Cheng once again opened the external soul bone on his brow. His vision changed, and the body of that stunning woman appeared again. But unlike last time, she didn't continue to curl up her slender body, but gradually stretched it out, revealing the charming and graceful figure in front of Su Cheng bit by bit. With a soft moan, the woman slowly opened her eyes, with a hint of confusion in her gaze. As if waking up from a nightmare, she looked around blankly, as if searching for someone. At this moment, her memory still remained at the moment of her sacrifice more than 10 years ago. As her gaze shifted, she finally noticed the young man standing in front of her who had been silently observing her all along. Although the young man in front of her still had a slightly immature face, his temperament was profound, especially the dark golden lines between his brows, which made her feel a little palpitated. "Who are you?" She looked at Su Cheng with suspicion, scanning him up and down. "Before asking others, shouldn't you introduce yourself first?" Su Cheng said lightly, but he was also secretly surprised. The conversation between the two of them at this moment was not conducted through words, or rather, it was only him speaking. And on the side of the Blue-Silver Emperor's spiritual body, they weren't even communicating on the level of spiritual power. It was through the special vision of the true sight that the other party's words were being transmitted to him in a strange way. But it made sense. If it weren't for this special vision, the spiritual body of the Blue-Silver Emperor wouldn't even have had the chance to manifest in front of him. Naturally, it wouldn't have the ability to communicate with humans. "I'm Yin. I'm a blue-silver grass," Yin stammered, feeling somewhat puzzled about her current state. She could clearly see the environment she was in now, as well as the various scenery in the ice and fire yin-yang eye. But there seemed to be a thin layer of transparent glass between them, with an obvious barrier between them, as if they were separated in two different worlds. Only the young man in front of her seemed to be in the same world as her. Moreover, the young man in front of her always gave her a special sense of intimacy, especially the aura emanating from him, which made her extremely comfortable. She didn't know that the source of this sense of intimacy was precisely the 100,000-year soul bone taken from her original body by him. Under the effect of the Nirvana scripture and Su Cheng's own 5 elements domain, the right leg bone of the Blue-Silver Emperor had been completely assimilated by him. Even Yin, without probing her body with soul power, would definitely not be able to find out. Upon hearing her answer, Su Cheng silently gazed at her for a moment. In front of these eyes, Yin felt as if she had been completely seen through. Especially the slightly open dark golden lines between his brows, which gave her a feeling of nowhere to hide. At this moment, Su Cheng finally spoke again. "Do you want to know things? I know everything, but it seems like you don't have much sincerity. So let's end it here today. When you're ready, we can communicate again." With that said, Su Cheng immediately closed the true vision. He turned and left without looking back. Only the blue-silver grass seedling swayed gently in its original place. The next day, Su Cheng woke up from his cultivation. After a night of cultivation, he keenly felt the changes in his body. Just the speed of cultivation alone had increased by nearly 30%. This was only the most basic change. Su Cheng opened his left hand, and the second martial soul appeared. For a soul master with twin martial souls, it was no problem to summon both of his martial souls at the same time, but it was extremely difficult to use them simultaneously. The biggest challenge was the inability of the body to bear it. Even Su Cheng in the past was far from capable. As the soul master's soul power level continued to increase, the martial souls naturally became stronger, and the two progressed together. So, with the improvement of physique, the burden of using both martial souls simultaneously would also increase, and it was not something that could be easily achieved by reaching a certain level of soul master rank. Moreover, the biggest difference between twin martial souls and ordinary soul masters' single martial souls was that when twin martial soul masters switched martial souls, their own soul power would also quickly merge with the martial soul they were using. In Su Cheng's view, if not for cleverness, only when one's spiritual power, physical body, and soul power were all strong enough and surpassed the intensity of a single martial soul could they have a chance to use twin martial souls simultaneously. This method of simultaneous use was to control a part of the soul power in the body to merge with the second martial soul, while keeping a part of the soul power merged with the first martial soul. In addition, one also had to consider the close relationship between the soul master's martial soul and soul, as well as the conflict between martial souls, and whether there would be a backlash issue. But there were also clever ways. Su Cheng had always wanted to increase the compatibility of his two martial souls to the point where they could merge completely, thus greatly reducing the standard for using twin martial souls simultaneously. However, now, with the upgrade of the Nirvana scripture and the changes in his body, he found that he could already control both martial souls to a certain extent. Although he couldn't use them in battle for the time being, crossing the initial threshold meant that the rest was only a matter of time. Putting away the second martial soul in his left hand, Su Cheng, holding the eternal sword, came to the blue-silver emperor seedling. The domain expanded, and his vision changed, and Yin's figure appeared in front of him again. Have you made up your mind? Do you want to tell the truth? After a night of contemplation, Yin had obviously thought of many things to say. Her eyes were clear now, and her face became more serious as she looked at Su Cheng and said, I'm sorry, I lied to you yesterday. My name is indeed Yin, but I'm not an ordinary blue-silver grass. Due to a mutation, I crossed the threshold of 100,000-year soul beast and appeared in this special form. But because of this, I consumed too much energy, which led to the degeneration of my original body, and then I fell into a state of dormancy until you awakened me. This is the last chance. If you lie again, we have no need to continue communicating. Su Cheng's face showed no fluctuations upon hearing this, but he pointed to the location of the ice and fire spring eye behind him. You should be able to sense the situation there, right? If I want to completely erode your vitality, it will indeed take a lot of effort, but if I throw you in there, do you think you can still survive? Yin's long eyelashes trembled slightly at the sight. Think carefully before you speak. Su Cheng tightened his grip on the eternal sword with his right hand. Yin fell silent at his words. She dared not lie again. The man in front of her seemed to have a lot of information about her. After a moment of silence, she spoke again. I was actually originally 100,000-year soul beast, the blue-silver emperor of the blue-silver grass clan, and after accidentally dying in human form, I ended up like this. Su Cheng nodded slightly, his face devoid of much expression, making it difficult for Yin to guess his thoughts for a moment. You died from the sacrifice, right? Su Cheng suddenly spoke after a moment. Yin's heart skipped a beat, showing a look of astonishment. That's right, Su Cheng thought for a moment, looking at her. How about this? You ask a question, I ask a question, fair trade, what do you think? You must have many things you want to know. I'll answer your previous question first. My name is Su Cheng, honest and sincere. Upon hearing this, Yin first stared at him blankly, then quickly nodded in agreement. You can ask your question now, Su Cheng said indifferently. How did you find me? In a cave, besides that, there's also your soul bone. As he spoke, he slightly revealed the soul technique fluctuations in his right leg, which Yin immediately sensed. Yin looked at Su Cheng's right leg direction with disbelief. Immediately, a wave of despair surged into her heart. After her sacrifice, this soul bone should have remained in Tang Hao's hands. But now the soul bone was on the young man in front of her. Did that mean? In an instant, she felt overwhelming grief, but as just a soul body, she couldn't even shed tears at this moment. She immediately wanted to inquire about Tang Hao's situation, but Su Cheng interrupted her. If I remember correctly, after 100,000-year soul beast sacrifice, the soul also merges into the soul ring and soul bone, right? What's your situation now? The blue-silver emperor's soul unexpectedly parasitized intact within the blue-silver emperor seedling was highly unusual. It's important to note that the sacrifice technique of 100,000-year soul beast is extremely domineering. Burning all one's cultivation and soul, only then can the soul ring be perfectly bestowed upon the sacrifice target. But Yin was an exception. What's going on? Yin was momentarily stunned, seeming puzzled by his question. Why are you still here? After the sacrifice, shouldn't the soul disappear? The blue-silver emperor is immortal. Yin suppressed her inner emotions and explained slowly. The highest mystery of the blue-silver domain is immortality. No one can kill me. No matter how severe the injuries, I can come back to life within 49 days after death. Su Cheng's eye twitched lightly. At this moment, he suddenly felt an impulse to throw this grass leaf into the spring behind and see if the other party truly was immortal. It wasn't a rebellious emotion but genuine curiosity. He increasingly felt that the blue-silver emperor's soul beast was too contrary to common sense. In various respects, it was different from normal soul beasts. Ask your question. How much do you know about the haotian sect? Have you heard of Tang Hao's name? Yin asked eagerly, her question brewing for a long time. I know, and I also know he has a son. Su Cheng nodded lightly, glancing at her. Hearing this answer, Yin's face showed a hint of surprise. The fact that the other party knew about their son meant that what was said earlier was likely true, and they might have knowledge about them, even about her situation. Moreover, from the other party's words, it seemed that Tang Hao and the others were still safe. How are they now? This is the next question. Yin was slightly surprised, then a blush appeared on her fair cheeks. She was angry. In her view, this was simply a question. However, Su Cheng didn't care about her emotions and continued, "Why can only one blue-silver emperor appear in the blue-silver grass clan? Why, there's no why to it." Yin furrowed her brows slightly. "The blue-silver emperor is passed down from generation to generation. Only when the previous blue-silver emperor dies will the next one appear." "I don't believe it." Su Cheng frowned, staring at her. Ignoring the fact that in the original timeline, Tang San awakened and Yin was resurrected as the blue-silver emperor as usual. Even without this example, based on his research on martial soul bloodlines, he had never heard of such a saying. It was possible for the original bloodline to be unique, constantly diluting or changing during inheritance. Or there might exist some unique soul beast in the world, which was also entirely reasonable. But the notion of a single bloodline being passed down through generations didn't fit with his research on martial souls. But that's the truth. Yin also found it difficult to understand Su Cheng's thoughts. Seeing the other party's expression, it didn't seem like he was lying, or perhaps she herself didn't understand the reason. After thinking for a moment, Su Cheng didn't delve deeper for the time being. Anyway, the blue-silver emperor's original form was here, and he could study it himself in the future. "Your turn to ask. How, Tang Hao, and my children, are they okay?" "Those are two questions." Su Cheng raised his eyebrows. "Forget it, I'll tell you. It doesn't matter, Tang Hao is still alive. As for your son..." He took a deep look at the other party. "He is considered alive, but he is also considered dead." "What do you mean?" Yin didn't bother to delve into this. Regardless of whether the words were true or not, the content of the second half of the sentence made her heart twitch, and she looked very anxious. "Now's my turn. Where is the blue-silver king?" Su Cheng asked, his expression slightly strange, pointing to the extraordinary golden-patterned blue-silver emperor seedling. "Do you want to harm it?" Yin immediately asked, fearing for her subjects' safety. "Rest assured, I won't harm it. If I really wanted the soul ring, it would be easier to raise you and then kill you. You should see the environment here, right?" Su Cheng replied calmly. After a moment of silence, Yin still disclosed the whereabouts of the blue-silver king. In her current situation, she didn't have many choices and could only trust the other party. Moreover, Su Cheng was right about the environment here, allowing her cultivation to have a chance to recover in the future. After saying it, Yin stared at Su Cheng eagerly. "Can you tell me now how my child is doing?" "I don't have anything else to ask for now, let's save your question for next time." "You..." Yin became angry, and even a faint ripple appeared on her slightly illusory body. Su Cheng ignored her, turning to leave. In just this short moment, he had already consumed most of his mental energy and was about to collapse. "Wait," Yin hurriedly called out to him, but received no response. "Su Cheng, wait." Seeing her urgency, Su Cheng stopped and looked back. "What's the matter? When is the next time you mentioned?" "It's uncertain, maybe several tens of days, maybe hundreds of days. He wasn't idle lately, and there were many things to do. Especially with the competition approaching, he was currently in good condition, and the Nirvana scripture had been optimized. He had a chance to advance to the Spirit King before the competition began. Moreover, with the current state of true sight, his research efficiency was too low, and he didn't want to waste time at this stage. That long." After receiving the reply, Yin's complexion changed for a moment, then she pleaded, "Can you take me out for a look?" "Take you out for a look?" Su Cheng's expression was somewhat strange, pointing to the obviously extraordinary golden-patterned blue-silver emperor seedling. "Do you want me to carry this thing around outside? Do you think I'm as foolish as Tang Hao?" Chapter 123, Sword Spirit. Upon hearing Su Cheng disparaging Tang Hao here, Yin immediately felt unhappy. But since she needed something from him, she didn't immediately retort, just furrowed her brows lightly. Previously, from Su Cheng's words and implications, it seemed like he had seen her lover and son before, and even knew something about their past. Yin naturally didn't want to miss this opportunity. Hastily, she said, and no need to bring out my true form. What do you mean? I can sense that your martial soul is very special, capable of accommodating my current soul. I can inhabit your martial soul. Oh, Su Cheng was somewhat surprised at her words. At this point, he suddenly thought of the 2 enshrinements in the martial soul hall. Before, he had similar thoughts, trying to compensate for the defects of his martial soul by sealing some kind of exotic beast. But since his martial soul transformed into the eternal sword, that thought faded away. I don't even know how to do it myself. Can you? Su Cheng narrowed his eyes and looked at Ah Yin. I should be able to. Ah Yin nodded cautiously, casting a glance at the vertical mark on Su Cheng's forehead. Unlike Su Cheng's situation, Su Cheng was the one deploying soul skills, constructing this special communication environment. He could observe Ah Yin's situation, but he didn't know how she felt at the moment. However, as the observed object, and being a pure spirit body, Ah Yin could feel the special nature of this peculiar view even more. Moreover, there was a faint sense of calling coming from the seemingly flawless Longsword martial soul. Seeing Su Cheng hesitate, Ah Yin quickly added, "This won't harm you. I can sense that my existence can complement the attributes of your sword martial soul. You can sense that too." This time Su Cheng was genuinely surprised. His 4th soul ring didn't follow the original sequence to choose the wood attribute, but absorbed a 10,000-year soul ring of a fire attribute soul beast. Since the 5 elements cycle and he had the 5 elements domain, whether it was fire or wood for the 4th soul ring didn't matter. Su Cheng had always had some thoughts about the Blue-Silver King. But unlike the hidden place of the Blue-Silver Emperor's soul bone, there were no obvious markers where the Blue-Silver King was. He couldn't find it at all. And without the Blue-Silver Emperor's soul bone, even if he found where it was, relying solely on the 5 elements domain wouldn't be able to deceive the Blue-Silver King to obtain the soul ring. He wasn't in a hurry for the time being. Actually, for Su Cheng, the characteristics and age of the soul ring itself were not important. The key was he wanted to understand the principle behind the natural aggregation of soul rings. If he could grasp the rules, he wouldn't have to worry about additional soul rings in the future. Even all the soul rings afterward could be condensed according to the limits of his own body. Compared to hunting soul beasts or so-called divine bestowed soul rings, Su Cheng instinctively felt that this natural aggregation method was the best means. After thinking for a while, Su Cheng didn't refuse Ah Yin's proposal. If the other party were a 100,000-year soul beast spirit body, he would definitely not agree. But with Ah Yin's current state, even if she inhabited the martial soul, she couldn't have any impact on him. Moreover, if she could be brought along, it would be convenient for future observation and prevent any other unexpected accidents if she were left here. Thinking of this, Su Cheng looked at the Blue-Silver Emperor in front of him and said in a deep voice, "Let's do it then. What do I need to do?" Upon hearing this, Ah Yin's face showed a hint of joy and said, "You don't need to do anything. Just bring your martial soul closer to me." Besides wanting to go out to see if she could meet her lover and son, she also had other reasons. She could feel it. If she could get Su Cheng's permission to enter the eternal sword to nurture her soul, it would also benefit her greatly. Su Cheng handed out the eternal sword, hovering it in front of Ah Yin. Ah Yin then extended her fair and slender hand and gently grasped the hilt of the eternal sword. However, the next moment, an anomaly occurred. Just as her soul touched the eternal sword, a brilliant light suddenly burst from Su Cheng's forehead mark. He immediately felt his spiritual power pouring out like a burst dam, flowing into the external soul bone at his forehead. At the same time, in his sea of consciousness, the vague light spot suddenly flickered slightly. In an instant, Ah Yin felt a huge chill surge from the bottom of her heart. Then, this chill, like a tsunami, rushed towards her, giving her a feeling of impending disaster. Although she was currently just a virtual soul body, she was enveloped in a terrifying aura, as if she were placed naked in a jungle full of malice, with no place to hide. In this moment, instinct screamed at her to flee. And so she did. Without hesitation, without any thought of resisting this instinct, she wanted to release her grip. However, it was too late. From the moment her soul touched Su Cheng's martial soul, it was already destined that she couldn't escape. If she were still the 100,000-year soul beast from the past, Su Cheng's spiritual power would naturally be unable to restrain her. But now, Ah Yin clearly didn't have that kind of power, nor the ability to resist. The next moment, both Su Cheng and Yin lost consciousness simultaneously. However, Su Cheng fell into a coma due to the exhaustion of his spiritual power. Yin was different. At this moment, she emitted a faint five-colored light from within, and her spirit body seemed to be gradually transformed, then gradually merged into the eternal sword martial soul. After who knows how long, Yin's spirit body floated out from within Su Cheng's body. She looked at the unconscious Su Cheng with a dazed expression, but she couldn't summon any thoughts of resistance or harming him. At this moment, she felt completely controlled by him. It was as if she had become his martial soul. No, even worse than a martial soul, she was just a soul imprisoned within the martial soul. With a myriad of thoughts in her mind, Yin's expression kept changing. Her face first showed a blush, then quickly turned pale, and even a hint of despair emerged in her heart. But at this moment, she couldn't even control her own life or death. Not long after, Su Cheng slowly woke up. Immediately, he felt a severe headache in his mind. The feeling of completely depleted spiritual power was extremely uncomfortable, as if his body had been completely emptied, and even the slightest movement was difficult to achieve. He took out several bottles of potions from the soul device and swallowed them all, feeling slightly better afterward. There was no way, even if there was a thread of spiritual power left, with his foundation, he could quickly recover without the use of drugs. But if it were completely depleted, the recovery process would be much slower. "What did you do to me?" At this moment, Ayan, who was standing opposite him, finally spoke. However, her eyes were hollow, her tone was confused, and there was a hint of resentment and bitterness. "I said I didn't do anything. Do you believe me?" Su Cheng glanced at her indifferently. Nothing. Even with Yin's temperament, she couldn't suppress the anger in her heart at this moment. "Can't you feel it yourself?" "I can feel it, but I really don't know what's going on." Su Cheng frowned. "And didn't you propose this yourself? Why blame me?" Yin looked at Su Cheng blankly. Then, a bitter expression appeared in her eyes. "Yes, I volunteered." Su Cheng was also somewhat puzzled now, but he did find out that he had completely controlled the other party. Even her existence and destruction were within his one thought. After thinking for a while, Su Cheng didn't dwell on it too much. For him, this sudden event didn't seem to have any disadvantages. In this extraordinary world, there were too many mysteries that could occur, and some things were inevitably beyond his control. Not to mention the true vision eye, which was connected to the existence of a higher-level simulator. He wasn't surprised by some supernormal abilities, and moreover, he was clearly benefiting from it. Su Cheng could already feel that his eternal sword was nearing completion. Although the enhancement provided by Yin's spirit body was inferior to a soul ring, it still had a positive effect on the five elements cycle within the eternal sword, benefiting his cultivation. And with this extra spirit body in the martial soul, if used properly, it would undoubtedly help him better control the eternal sword and perform more complex soul skills. As Su Cheng noticed the blank expression on Yin's face, he changed his previously indifferent attitude and began to advise her patiently. "Well, this situation wasn't my intention at all. Rest assured, even though I can influence your actions to some extent, I won't force you to do anything you don't want to. As compensation, I can answer any questions you have." Now that he had complete control over the situation, there was no need for fair exchanges of questions anymore. The other party couldn't lie to him. Upon hearing Su Cheng's words, Yin lifted her head and stared at him blankly. But she didn't speak for a while, her face full of confusion. Su Cheng didn't rush her, just stood there patiently waiting. Meanwhile, he took the opportunity to quietly cultivate his techniques, speeding up the recovery of his depleted spiritual power. After a long silence, Yin finally spoke again. "Can you tell me now what's going on with that child?" "That child, named Tang San, indeed didn't die and lives together with Tang Hao." Yin breathed a sigh of relief, but then heard Su Cheng continue, "However, his soul has been replaced by someone else." "What do you mean?" Yin's beautiful eyes widened slightly, not quite understanding the implications of his words. "Simply put, although that Tang San is theoretically your son and has inherited your martial soul, his soul has been occupied by someone else, an adult soul in that body." After thinking for a moment, Su Cheng continued to explain, "To be precise, ethically speaking, he shouldn't be considered your son. After all, here in the Douluo continent, the concept of souls does exist. It's like how you are now." Yin shuddered at these words. At first, she felt disgusted, then absurdity set in. I'm already like this, and you still want to deceive me? A tremor crept into Ah Yin's voice. With her experience, she had never heard of such bizarre things before. And she was unwilling to believe such things could happen. Yeah, you're already like this, why would I deceive you? Su Cheng raised an eyebrow slightly, responding with a question. Have you ever seen a 6 or 7-year-old child inventing hidden weapons and using them to injure or even kill soul masters 2 or 3 levels higher in cultivation? Have you ever seen a child from an ordinary family practicing martial arts from birth, and even possessing innate soul skills? Do you think if it were a child from a normal family, with a deadbeat father who drinks all day and doesn't care about him, could he survive and awaken to full innate soul power at the age of 6? Su Cheng said lightly, if you still don't believe, you'll understand once you see him. Don't worry, it won't take long, probably just 2 years, and then everything will be clear. Ah Yin stared at him in astonishment, digesting the information contained in his words little by little. Suddenly, she furrowed her brows and asked, what do you mean by a deadbeat father who doesn't care if he lives or dies? What else could it mean? It seems like Tang Hao wanted your son to reincarnate early. According to what I know, Tang San basically survived on his own when he was young. Su Cheng slowed his speech and wore a pensive expression on his face. Come to think of it, I originally thought Tang Hao was just too stupid to notice anything wrong with Tang San. But now that I think about it, maybe he had some suspicions early on but just didn't know how to deal with it. Ah Yin trembled inwardly at his words. If Tang Hao really knew the truth but deliberately ignored it, it would be so disappointing. She didn't want to believe her beloved would have such an attitude. But if it wasn't because of this, then it really was as Su Cheng said, that he was simply slow to react, which would also tarnish Tang Hao's image in her heart. Moreover, if he really hadn't noticed anything wrong, then he should have taken care of the child's well-being. After a long while, Ah Yin stared tightly at Su Cheng and said coldly, I don't believe what you're saying. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Su Cheng sneered, anyway, in 2 years, the truth will come out. There's no benefit for me to lie to you. I only told you these things out of pity for you. If you don't believe it, then I won't say anything. Seeing Ah Yin's silence, Su Cheng rubbed his chin and muttered softly. I actually lean more towards Tang Hao not realizing anything strange at all, because this person's behavior has always been quite foolish. After all, daring to roam around the world with the cultivation of a title Douluo, accompanied by 100,000-year spirit beast, probably only the Tang family can do that. You're not allowed to speak ill of him. Ah Yin glared at Su Cheng angrily. The heir of the Douluo of Sky Emperor. Such a grand title, he should know how many people are watching him around the world, right? Su Cheng looked at Ah Yin with a smirk. Well, you could also say he's not stupid, which is really strange. What do you think his intention was in parading you around? Could it be that he wanted you to sacrifice yourself? Ah Yin's face turned pale instantly, and she quickly shook her head, denying, no, Hao wouldn't do that. Well, I actually agree with you. Su Cheng nodded slightly. If he really wanted your spirit ring, there are better opportunities. Of course, it's possible that he didn't act because he wasn't yet at the 90 level, but the risk of attracting the martial soul temple's attention was too great. If it were me, I'd wait a few more years. After all, there's a readily available 100,000-year spirit ring around him, why bother competing for the title of the youngest title Douluo? And judging from his reaction after your sacrifice, it doesn't seem like an act. Su Cheng's finger gently stroked his cheek, continuing to instill his analytical thinking into Ah Yin. But speaking of which, after your sacrifice, his behavior of escaping reality seemed very weak, completely different from his previous actions. Was it because he was young and successful, but finally learned a lesson from reality? Ah Yin looked at Su Cheng with a dazed expression. Muttering, she asked, how do you know so much about them? The young man in front of her, both in terms of cultivation level and soul ring configuration, far exceeded her inherent understanding of soul masters. His earlier words left her speechless, making it impossible for her to refute. Facing Ah Yin's questioning, Su Cheng chuckled, because I've met your son before, we attended the same primary soul master academy. His last name is Tang, clearly with a trash blue silver grass martial soul, but he awakened to full innate soul power. Anyone with a normal mind would have doubts about whether there's something wrong here. Afterward, I did some investigation and dug up all these old stories about you. Unfortunately, I have a good relationship with someone high up in the Martial Soul Temple and can obtain some internal information. A yin looked astonished, exclaiming, "You're from the Martial Soul Temple?" "Not exactly, just have a good relationship with someone." Su Cheng waved his hand lightly. "Anyway, these things aren't your concern. Instead of being curious about my situation, you'd better think about what's going on with your son. Oh, and reflect on why you fell for Tang Hao in the first place. Tang Hao is much more outstanding than you imagine." Ah Yin's face flushed, hurriedly defending, "He's talented, willing to progress, and never afraid of difficulties. He always takes the lead in facing danger, never putting me in jeopardy." "Your naivety makes me want to laugh." Su Cheng showed a hint of mockery on his face. "I don't know how long you've been living with a 100,000-year spirit beast with a raised cultivation level, but it seems like it's just raising your cultivation without expanding your mind, or you really haven't seen much of the world." Su Cheng's tone turned cold. His bravery is only because of his strength. Brave men are angry and wield their weapons at stronger opponents. Cowards are angry and wield their swords at weaker opponents. Strength is not a symbol of courage. To be honest, I think in this regard, he's not even as good as you. Do you know what happened after you died? At that time, because of your sacrifice, both the Pope of the Martial Soul Temple and Tang Hao were severely injured. The Haotian sect faced anger and was forced to close its doors, and the disciples dared not leave the sect for years. But at this time, Tang Hao hid like a rat in a small mountain village, drinking all day long, completely lacking the courage and determination to avenge you. It wasn't until he learned that your son possessed twin martial souls that he regained his spirit." Su Cheng stared at Ah Yin's eyes intently. The strange color in his eyes made her hesitant to meet his gaze. Cowards will always seek shelter. The so-called courage he showed before was just because he ignorantly overestimated his own strength. When he realized his own strength was insufficient, he couldn't even raise his fist. Chapter 124, You Shameless. "No, it's not like that." Ah Yin murmured softly, but for a moment, she didn't know how to refute Su Cheng. Only scenes from the past kept flashing in her mind. Su Cheng hadn't said anything wrong, indeed, she hadn't seen much of the world. Since birth, the only people she had known were Tang Xiao and Tang Hao. Everything that followed was their shared experience. Throughout this process, as the third sister, she had always passively accepted their guidance. As the spirit of the 100,000-year blue-silver emperor, Ah Yin was gentle and reserved by nature, not one for revelry, and seldom interacted with others. All her experiences in the human world were observed from a bystander's perspective. She thought she understood a lot, but she had never truly experienced the complexities of human interaction and how volatile human nature could be. It wasn't until the final battle before death that she truly touched upon the evil of human nature. "All right, I've said what I needed to say. Think about the rest yourself. After all, we have plenty of time in the future." Su Cheng glanced at Ah Yin. Since she had merged with the Eternal Sword, her overall state had improved significantly. At least in his presence, even without the True Vision Eye's true vision, he could clearly see her existence. She still couldn't manifest as a tangible soul in front of others, but she was slowly nurturing towards it. And this wasn't necessarily a bad thing, otherwise, Su Cheng wouldn't dare to easily summon her. Furthermore, this process didn't solely benefit her, the Eternal Sword was also advancing synchronously with her. Though progress was slow, it was better than nothing. Wait, maybe now I can observe more about her. With a thought, Su Cheng slowly infused some of his recovered spiritual power into his brow soul bone. Accompanied by flickering golden rays, his vision changed. All irrelevant things gradually faded away, leaving only Ah Yin's stunning figure occupying most of his sight. As his gaze delved deeper, Ah Yin's image indeed underwent further changes. The elegant and conservative blue-gold palace dress gradually disappeared from his sight. Underneath the dress, her fair and delicate body was exposed before Su Cheng's eyes without any concealment. Her slender waist stretched, her long legs straightened together, without a gap in between. A pair of jade arms hung naturally on either side of her body, with long, slender, and fair fingers gently curled. The contrasting snow-white and pale pink colors on her chest formed a vivid contrast, like a plum blossom blooming in the snow, proudly standing on its branches. Even the distinctive blue-gold hair below exhibited clarity. The breathtakingly beautiful sight, like a painting, made Su Cheng momentarily stunned. Then he quickly suppressed his wandering thoughts and further infused spiritual power into the true sight pupil, wanting to continue exploring the essence of the blue-silver Empress soul. However, he encountered a significant obstacle in this process, making it difficult for his perception to delve further. It wasn't because his spiritual power was insufficient. It was because a strong sense of resistance emanated from her at this moment, preventing him from breaking through that barrier. Su Cheng speculated inwardly that it was probably due to his previous exhaustion of spiritual power, or perhaps he still hadn't completely gained full autonomy over her. Realizing he couldn't observe any deeper, he didn't force it and slowly withdrew his spiritual power. But in the end, he couldn't help but take another glance at her fair and soft body before exiting his previous true vision. When he withdrew his gaze, he found Yin staring at him with a face full of indignation. Her face flushed, as if about to bleed. Obviously, she was not unaware of what had just happened. "You shameless." Yin's chest rose and fell gently, her lips trembling slightly. "You're so young, how can you have such filthy thoughts?" Su Cheng remained expressionless, feeling slightly embarrassed inwardly. Initially, he indeed didn't have such thoughts, he simply wanted to take this opportunity to see if he could further understand the principles behind her unique existence. But he hadn't expected to accidentally see something like that. After a moment's hesitation, he opened his mouth, wanting to explain himself. I've misjudged you. I thought you were calm and rational, articulate and organized, not someone who would cross the line. I thought you were different from ordinary humans. I didn't expect you to have dirty thoughts and behave obscenely." Seeing her reaction, Su Cheng closed his mouth and fell silent, letting her vent her emotions. Anyway, he hadn't really lost anything now. Moreover, Yin's vocabulary was extremely limited, and she kept repeating the same few words, which didn't have much impact on him. Shrek Academy. After having breakfast, several students gathered on the small square of the academy as the bell rang punctually. Although it hadn't been long since the start of the school year, the new students were relatively familiar with each other by now. Especially after the events of the past few days, such as the hunting of soul beasts, Tang San, Oscar, and Xiao Wu advancing, Tang San obtaining an additional external spirit bone, and the Titan Ape's ambush, they had gained some understanding of each other. However, amidst this familiarity, there was a subtle atmosphere of tension, and there seemed to be some distance between them. Especially after witnessing Tang San's hidden weapons, although Zhu Zuqing didn't say anything explicitly, she became increasingly wary of him. Such things were not supposed to be possessed by someone of Tang San's age, in her opinion. She believed Tang San, like herself, had the shadow of other forces behind him. But apart from Tang San and Xiao Wu, who always stuck together, the others were relatively easy to control. In addition to the students, the teachers were already present on the square. Zhu Zuqing noticed that besides the headmaster and deputy headmaster, as well as a few teachers, there was also a new face. Judging by his level, his cultivation seemed to be lower than hers. At this moment, Flender arrived in front of the students, his gaze sweeping over the six of them in turn. "All right, everyone is here. Now, I have something to announce." With that, he walked to the side of the middle-aged man with a weak aura and put his arm around the man's shoulder. "This gentleman, let me introduce him carefully to everyone. He is the one who, through his research, came up with the 10 strongest martial soul rankings, known as the wisest soul master in martial soul theory. He is also Tang San's teacher, Mr. Yu Shaogang. Of course, he is also my old buddy. We've known each other for decades. You might not be familiar with his name, but I believe you've heard of his title. You can call him Master from now on." Hearing the word, Master, the expressions of the crowd varied. Zhu Zuqing suddenly realized who he was. She had even read some of his works before. However, having cultivated the Nirvana scripture for so long, she didn't think much of the so-called 10 strongest martial soul rankings. Flender didn't notice the expressions of the students below and continued speaking to himself. "From today onwards, Master will be fully in charge of your teaching, and we will all cooperate with him. You just came back yesterday, and I think you're all quite tired. I'll give you a day off today, and we'll resume classes tomorrow." This trip to the Star-Do Forest has resulted in 3 more people reaching the Soul Grand Master realm. Ma Hongjun, you have to work hard and catch up with the others as soon as possible. After speaking, he looked at Yu Shaogang, Xiaogang, do you have anything to say? Yu Xiaogang nodded, his stiff face as usual, looking calmly at the students in front of him, his eyes full of confidence. The academy only has 6 students, and in my opinion, you are also a whole. I have already reviewed your resumes, and I will formulate some targeted teaching methods. Apart from cooperation, I don't want to hear any dissenting voices. Whoever it is, I will treat them equally. Since you are students of the Monster Academy, you must stand out from ordinary soul masters. In the future, let everyone only think of you as monsters. From now on, you 6 will no longer be divided into the initial and advanced groups. We will conduct unified teaching. In terms of age, I will rank you. Number 1, Dai Mubai, number 2, Oscar, number 3, Tang San, number 4, Ma Hongjun, number 5, Xiao Wu, number 6, Zhu Zuqing. Yu Xiaogang's gaze swept over the crowd. All right, you can disperse now. Gather here tomorrow morning. Also, I don't want to see anyone absent during breakfast. Otherwise, they will receive special training. After announcing this, they quickly left. Watching the teachers leave one after another, Oscar glanced at Zhu Zuqing, and after receiving her eye signal, he walked to Tang San's side and whispered, "Little San, your teacher seems even more formidable than Headmaster Flender." Tang San smiled faintly. The teacher has always been meticulous in his work. As long as we strictly follow his instructions, there won't be any problems. He had naturally noticed the eye contact between Oscar and Zhu Zuqing earlier, but he didn't care much about it. After receiving guidance from the master, he believed that his strength would quickly surpass everyone present, becoming the true leader of the team. The next morning, the students of Shrek Academy gathered once again in the small square. Yu Xiaogang looked at the students in front of him and said solemnly, "I have understood each of your martial souls and abilities. From today onwards, I will conduct strengthening training for you all. Dai Mubai, step forward." Dai Mubai stepped forward, his expression serious. He had always respected the teachers of Shrek Academy deeply, and he unquestionably followed their orders. Zhu Zuqing was well aware of this, so she had never spoken ill of the Academy's teachers in front of him. Yu Xiaogang looked at the tall figure of Dai Mubai and said, "I'm giving you a task. Starting from now, without causing any serious injuries, defeat each of the other 5 one by one." What? Dai Mubai was momentarily stunned, looking surprised. Yu Xiaogang frowned. "You're at level 37 in soul power, while they're at most at level 33. Is there a problem?" Dai Mubai turned his head, his gaze flickering as he looked at Zhu Zuqing and Tang San. Regarding Zhu Zuqing, aside from whether he could defeat her or not, he really didn't want to lay a hand on her. And Tang San's strength also made him uncertain. He had already witnessed the incredible power of Tang San's hidden weapons in the Stardo Great Forest. "Tang San, step forward." The master's voice rang out again. Tang San immediately stepped forward and stood beside Dai Mubai. Yu Xiaogang looked at Tang San and said, "You're not allowed to use your special weapons. You may begin." The confrontation between the two did not last long, as Dai Mubai was quickly restrained by Tang San's blue-silver grass martial soul enhanced by his third soul skill, resulting in his defeat. Yu Xiaogang walked up to them, looking at Dai Mubai who wore a somewhat dejected expression. Every soul master has their own strengths and weaknesses. It's normal for power attackers to be restrained by control-type soul masters. There are no perfect soul masters in this world, but there are perfect teams. An individual's strength cannot reach absolute heights, but a team can achieve perfection through tacit cooperation. By complementing each other's abilities, you can face any type of enemy. You are a whole. When facing enemies together, the first thing you need to do is to compensate for each other's shortcomings and fully utilize each person's strengths. Then, you will become invincible among your peers. After saying this, the battles between the other team members also began. After one round of battles, except for Zhu Zuqing, who won against Dai Mubai and Tang San, and even defeated the combination of Oscar and Ma Hongjun 3 times, the others each had their wins and losses. As the battles came to an end, Yu Xiaogang's expression turned slightly grim. "So, these are the so-called monstrous geniuses. I'm disappointed in your performance today. Each of you has committed unforgivable mistakes. Now, all of you will receive punishment. Run forward, supervise each other, and refrain from using soul power. I want you to run from the academy to Soto City and back again before lunch, completing 10 round trips. You will only eat when you finish running. Tang San, your mistake is the most severe, so you will run 12 round trips. Start immediately. Tang San was the first to run out, and Yu Xiaoging's words were no different from commands to him. Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun quickly followed. At the entrance of the academy, there are rocks prepared. Each of you will carry one and run. Remember, you are a team. If one person fails to complete the punishment, then no one will eat. Just as they were about to start, they heard Yu Xiaoging emphasize one more thing. Seeing the figures of Tang San and the others running out, Zhu Zuqing remained expressionless, pondering silently. Why aren't you running? At this moment, Yu Xiaoging's cold voice rang out. It was clearly directed at Zhu Zuqing, who hadn't moved. Why should I run? Zhu Zuqing was somewhat surprised at the question, looking up at him. I said that all of you will receive punishment. I won. Yu Xiaoging said calmly, I'm asking you, what are they to you? Classmates. There's a saying, sharing joys and sorrows together. Have you heard of it? You are companions. Do you think you should watch them be punished while you rest? Of course, they deserve the punishment, but I won. So, I can rest. Zhu Zuqing said indifferently, if you want everyone to be punished together, you should have made it clear beforehand. Haven't you heard of the saying, to kill without teaching is called tyranny? Yu Xiaoging's expression grew even more grim. Upon hearing the commotion, the others also stopped in their tracks and turned to look. Dai Mubai looked anxious, not wanting conflict between Zhu Zuqing and the academy's teacher. Ma Hongjun was curious, secretly giving a thumbs up to the new big sister he had just met. Oscar appeared pensive, lost in thought. Tang San furrowed his brow, feeling uncomfortable with Zhu Zuqing's defiance towards the master, who was akin to a father figure to him. Only Xiao Wu remained indifferent. After a moment of silence, Yu Xiaoging spoke again, since the academy appointed me as your teacher, you shouldn't disobey my orders. So, this is your method of education. I see now. When there's no reason, you resort to tyranny. It seems that's all there is to it. Zhu Zuqing nodded calmly. Dean Flender has reached the rank of Soul Saint and is my senior on the path of cultivation. I have no problem listening to him. So, may I ask this, Master, what qualifications do you have with a soul power level below 30? Just because of the title, Academy Teacher. You didn't even clarify the rules beforehand, and now you want me, a student who hasn't made any mistakes, to accept punishment alongside them. Do you think you're justified? The others looked at Zhu Zuqing's words and actions in astonishment, feeling a chill run down their spines. They were not very old, nor were they pampered children. Where had they seen such a direct confrontation with a teacher? Zhu Zuqing remained unfazed, feeling somewhat amused. She had been thinking of how to skip class earlier, even considering using this person, who had been praised by the dean, to establish her own authority. However, the other party had simply handed her the opportunity on a silver platter. She stayed at this academy for Dai Mubai's White Tiger martial soul and didn't want to waste time like this. Running with rocks was simply foolish, she would rather spend this time practicing the Nirvana scripture. As for people like Dean Flender, Zhu Zuqing wasn't worried. After spending these days in the academy, she had gained some understanding of the teachers. As long as they were on the same side, behaving like this to persuade them with reason and evidence wouldn't anger them. She wasn't being unreasonable, everything she said was well grounded. In my opinion, you can't teach me. Seeing that the other party remained silent, Zhu Zuqing continued, how about this, Master? I'll give you 3 months to prove yourself. If, after 3 months, you can make Tang San defeat me, or any one of them defeat me, I'll follow your teachings, even if it means using his strange weapons. At this moment, Dean Flender, who had silently approached Yu Xiaoging, heard her words and was somewhat stunned. He had originally wanted to say something to smooth things over, but after seeing the grim expression on Yu Xiaoging's face, he remained silent. Another day passed at Shrek Academy. Chapter 125, Fangirl of Qian Runshui. Zhu Zuqing saw Flender arrive at the square and ignored the silent Yu Xiaoging. Turning to Flender, she said, Dean, you are aware of my age. All the other students are older than me, so this duel isn't unfair to them. Of course, if the esteemed master wishes to extend the deadline, it's entirely up to you. I don't mind either way. Flender thought for a moment, not giving an immediate answer. Instead, he looked at Yu Xiaoging beside him, prepared to delegate the decision to him. After all, based on yesterday's conversation on the square, he had elevated Yu Xiaoging's status considerably. At a time like this, as the dean, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to speak too much, as it would undermine the others' authority. Moreover, he had great trust in Yu Xiaoging's abilities. In Flender's view, although Zhu Zuqing was exceptionally talented and worked hard in her cultivation, she was still just a child. Challenging the invincible theoretical master Yu Xiaoging was too young of her. But this was also a good thing. He could tell that several students clearly admired Zhu Zuqing. As long as he could persuade her, it would be much easier for Yu Xiaoging to discipline these students in the future. To be honest, Yu Xiaoging's cultivation strength was indeed a weakness. Ultimately, this world spoke with fists. Since the beginning, Yu Xiaoging, who had remained silent, stared at Zhu Zuqing. His already stiff cheeks were now even more gloomy. After a while, he nodded and said coldly, "Fine, if you're not convinced, let's wait for 3 more months to see. I hope that by then, after witnessing the progress of several of your peers, you won't regret today's decision." Zhu Zuqing, however, just smirked, seeming indifferent. The other onlookers nearby witnessed the turn of events and their moods changed slightly. Although Tang San still felt some anger, upon hearing Zhu Zuqing's words, he found her ridiculous. Zhu Zuqing's cultivation was indeed slightly higher than his, but that was only due to her superior background. Given some time, surpassing her was only a matter of time. And to give up the opportunity to learn from his teacher was simply foolish. Not to mention daring to let him use Tang's sect hidden weapons was simply asking for trouble. Dai Mubai, on the other hand, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there were no bigger conflicts, he didn't mind. Zhu Zuqing didn't care about the thoughts of the other students. Her actions not only aimed to avoid wasting time in this backward training method but also served another important purpose. To further establish her influence among the students of the academy. After Yu Xiaoging appeared at the academy, Zhu Zuqing keenly sensed this as a golden opportunity. Flender's remarks yesterday, elevating Yu Xiaoging to such a high position, were not a bad thing. For her, it was a great opportunity. As long as she climbed up on the others' prestige, it would undoubtedly be a shortcut for her. Flender's authority was unshakable, because he was a soul saint. Including Zhao Wuji and other teachers, it was the same. Strength was everything. But Yu Xiaoging was different, he was too weak. Since Flender had given her this opportunity, she wouldn't hesitate to take advantage of it. Those students had decent talent, Zhu Zuqing didn't want to let go. Dai Mubai was likely a lost cause, but Oscar and Ma Hongjun had decent talent. The former was a food system soul master with a full spirit power, and the latter, although his talent was average, had low intelligence, making him easy to control. But she didn't consider targeting Tang San and Xiao Wu. These two were either too deep-minded or completely enlightened by Tang San. Mountains behind the Martial Soul Hall. The famous Martial Soul Hall Academy was built on this vast mountain range spanning tens of thousands of miles. Although it hadn't undergone extensive renovations like the royal academies of the two empires, the actual training effect was far superior to those top academies on the mainland. The natural environment here was complex, with a variety of soul beasts, and the teachers in the academy were top-notch experts from the Martial Soul Hall. It was because of this that every young soul master who could study in this academy was undoubtedly a top talent of their generation. Placed in any advanced academy, they could easily take the lead. But even for them, there was a mountain they couldn't surpass in their lifetime. Seeing the stunning beauty in black clothes stepping into the team's resting room, all the team members couldn't help but feel a chill and thought it wasn't good. These students were already accustomed to Qian Runshui's two different personas. Not only them, but Bibi Dong and Qian Daliu also knew about it. It was impossible to conceal. Whether it was Bibi Dong or Qian Daliu, they belonged to the top-tier powerhouses on the continent. Even if they didn't realize it immediately, they would naturally notice it over time. But even if they knew, they didn't have any good solutions. They had heard of this split personality situation, but they didn't know how to correct it. Strictly speaking, both of Qian Runshui's personalities were their daughter and granddaughter. It's just that compared to the one in black, Qian Runshui in white was much more normal. Although she was still quite cold and indifferent, at least she belonged to the category of normal people. But if it were the one in black clothes, her temperament was simply atrocious. Not only was she capricious, but her methods were also ruthless and domineering, with almost no regard for consequences. Bibi Dong and Qian Daliu didn't mind, but the team members suffered. Every time the one in black appeared, if there was anything displeasing, they would experience half an hour of domain pressure. The feeling of being shrouded in that eerie and harsh domain pressure for a long time was easier to collapse one's will than physical pain. What made them most uncomfortable was that the one in black seemed to be appearing more and more frequently. From rarely seen in the past to almost every time they saw her now, she was dressed like this. Because of this, earlier, those team members who were originally attracted by her beauty and temperament now, upon seeing her, had almost no other thoughts besides awe. What are those expressions? After giving those silent students a glance, Qian Runshui looked at Hu Liena standing at the front and said lightly, "Liena, come out with me for a moment. As for the rest of you." She glanced around at the remaining people, focusing on the leaders, Xie Yu and Yan. "With your current level, you won't be of any use in the competition. If you can't meet my requirements by the end of the year, you might as well leave the team now and not drag us down." After speaking, she turned and walked out of the resting room. Hu Liena, upon hearing this, stuck out her tongue at her brother Xie Yu before quickly following Qian Runshui out. The others left in the room exchanged wry smiles. "Get practicing, don't just stand there dumbly. Don't you think you haven't suffered enough from the lessons you've learned before?" Xie Yu said calmly, then also walked out of the resting room, heading towards the training ground in the back mountains. Although he couldn't help but feel puzzled, he didn't understand why Qian Runshui's requirements were so high. Logically speaking, the strength of everyone present was already at the peak for their age group. Could there be players in other academies who were as talented and powerful as her? If it were in the past, Xie Yu wouldn't believe it no matter what. But after getting to know Qian Runshui's strength and character, he couldn't help but feel that her temperament wouldn't exaggerate. The captain never underestimated others, but she also never overestimated her opponents. No one was more proud than her. In Xiaoyu's eyes, if there were truly no strong enemies, Qian Runshui would definitely not bother wasting words on them. She might not even need her teammates, her strength alone could sweep through the other academy teams. Just over 20 years old and already an advanced Soul Emperor, he hadn't even heard of such a person before. "Have you made up your mind?" On a hillside behind the Martial Soul Temple, Qian Runshui stood straight with her hands behind her back, showing a hint of impatience in her expression. Hu Liena stood opposite her, her red dress fluttering, her figure perfect, exuding an invisible charm from head to toe. Both of them were unparalleled beauties. But one was fierce and dominant, while the other was gentle and enchanting. Standing together, they formed a strange harmony. Unfortunately, this beautiful scene was unseen by anyone. Upon hearing Qian Renjure's inquiry, Hu Liena's eyes showed a faint worry, and she whispered, "Sister, why do you insist on opposing the teacher? I can tell that the teacher cares about you." Qian Runshui frowned and replied coldly, "I've been waiting for you for so long, and you say this to me." She took a few steps forward, patting Hu Liena's shoulder gently, her movements soft but her eyes as cold as an icy abyss. "I see potential and hard work in you, which is why I'm giving you this opportunity. Bibi Dong can't teach you anything, following her would only waste your talent." Qian Runshui said this with confidence. Most of Bibi Dong's current strength could be attributed to her extraordinary talent. In terms of knowledge and experience, she couldn't compare to Qian Runshui, who possessed memories from another world. After all, she was Su Cheng's proud disciple. The reason she valued Hu Liena was also because of her mental charm talent. This type of martial soul was not common, and reaching Hu Liena's level of talent was rare. In Qian Runshui's eyes, this girl was worth cultivating, and it would be a waste to leave her under Bibi Dong's tutelage. Of course, it also had to do with Hu Liena's personality. This child was obedient and listened to her almost unquestioningly. Since she took over as the leader of the Martial Soul Temple Academy, despite the rigorous training that even the male students complained about, Hu Liena had silently persisted, which impressed her. Plus, they got along relatively well in the simulated world, so she was willing to give her some opportunities. But she didn't expect Hu Liena to be ungrateful. "Hu Liena, let me be clear. Without my permission, just by Bibi Dong's appointment, you won't be able to sit on the position of the Martial Soul Temple Saint in the future." However, to Qian Runshui's surprise, when Hu Liena heard her words, she gently shook her head. "Do you think I can't do it?" Qian Runshui's eyes narrowed. "Sister, I never thought about becoming the Martial Soul Temple Saint." Hu Liena looked at Qian Runshui earnestly. "I lost my parents at a young age, and to me, the teacher is like my mother. If she wants me to become the saint, I will strive for it. But for me, these things are not important. Qian Runshui frowned and fell silent. After a moment, she turned and walked towards the direction of the martial soul city. Never mind, she waved her hand lightly. In a while, I'll go to the Tian-Do Imperial City. You take care of yourself. Go to the Tian-Do Imperial City. Hu Liena was stunned and hurriedly asked, why go to the Tian-Do Imperial City? What for? By now, she had already learned about Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui's mother-daughter relationship, as well as Qian Runshui's previous infiltration into the Tian-Do Imperial family. But she didn't expect that after returning to the martial soul city, Qian Runshui would prepare to go back. Qian Runshui paused for a moment, then continued walking away. To see someone. That momentary movement didn't escape Hu Liena's eyes, which had been fixed on her. A surge of curiosity welled up in her heart. Who could make Qian Runshui so unforgettable? Sister, is the person you've been talking about before this one? If it was truly an opponent, then that person's age must not be too old, otherwise, they wouldn't qualify to participate in the academy competition. To Hu Liena, Qian Runshui was an extremely special existence. She had lost her parents at a young age and relied on her brother Xiaoyu for survival, experiencing many hardships in her youth. Although her talent was good, her spirit was far from resilient. She admired strong individuals and longed for familial affection. If Bibi Dong was like a mother figure to her, then Qian Runshui today was the kind of person she hoped to become in the future. Dominant, powerful, emotionally impenetrable, and unconcerned about anyone's opinions. Moreover, being able to infiltrate the Tian-Do imperial family for over 10 years was something she could never achieve. The key was that the other party wasn't much older than her. For Hu Liena, Qian Runshui's appearance was like a guiding light in her life, pointing her in a direction. If in the past, all her actions were aimed at fulfilling Bibi Dong's expectations and not disappointing her teacher, now, she also hoped to become a person like Qian Runshui. Don't worry about that, Qian Runshui kept walking, her voice reaching Hu Liena's ears before her figure gradually disappeared from view. Walking alone in the martial soul temple's rear mountains, Qian Runshui silently extended her palm. A few blood-red spots stained a white flower silently floating on her fingertips, emitting a faint golden red light. It was the heartbreak red, disconnected from its root, the heartbroken red, which she had successfully plucked. Qian Renshu knew that if she were to consume it now, the medicinal power within it would be enough to promote her to a soul saint in a short period. But whether to take it or not, she hesitated. This time, she decided to go to the Tian-Do Imperial City precisely because of this. She felt that her recent state was a bit off. Despite the unfriendly environment of the martial soul city, filled with a strong sacred aura, her dominant attribute had strangely subdued, while she became more active, which puzzled her. Chapter 126, Changes in Ayin. In the Pope's Hall of the martial soul city, Bibi Dong stood holding a scepter in the council hall, with Yu Guan by her side. Have you found out? Bibi Dong asked in a deep voice. Yes, I have, Yu Guan nodded. Miss previously used the connections of the martial soul hall while in Tian-Do City to investigate a soul master named Su Cheng. It was only shortly before returning to martial soul city a few years ago that she obtained specific information about this person. Her decision to abandon the mission this time should have a lot to do with him. At this point, Yu Guan paused slightly, observing Bibi Dong's expression. He remembered this name. Bibi Dong had mentioned it once before, a long time ago. Although back then it was just in passing, there was an inexplicable familiarity with this name, so he had kept it in mind. Bibi Dong's expression indeed changed. She found this person. Yes, she did, but, at this point, Yu Guan's expression was slightly puzzled, that Su Cheng is now less than 13 years old. When Miss began investigating with the help of the martial soul hall, that child had just awakened his martial soul not long ago. Less than 13 years old. Bibi Dong was taken aback. Tell me more about his situation. All right. In the sunset forest, ice and fire yin-yang eyes. Are you ready? Su Cheng looked at the spiritual body, Yin, standing in front of him. It had been over a year since he last absorbed the soul bones and met Yin for a conversation. The time until the start of the Soul Master Grand Competition was also not far off. His cultivation had also made tremendous progress under the slow infusion of the immense energy of the 100,000-year soul bone. Coupled with the optimized nirvana scripture for auxiliary cultivation, he had now reached the 49th level, just one step away from advancing to a soul king. Su Cheng sat cross-legged on the ground, the martial soul eternal sword lying across his knees, and the five elements domain spreading out to cover the surroundings. The five elements domain had undergone considerable changes compared to before. Not only did it consume very little soul power, but it was also easier to control. Whenever Su Cheng was within the domain, he even had a feeling of, I am the world, with the speed of conversion between attributes increasing by more than one level. If applied in battle, whether it was suppressing enemies or enhancing his own state, it was far beyond what he could achieve in the past. All of this undoubtedly benefited from Yin becoming the spirit of the eternal sword, which brought about enhancements to the operation of the five elements attributes. Su Cheng felt that after attaching the fifth soul ring to the eternal sword, his domain would further improve, perhaps not inferior to the effects of the domains used by soul saints in their martial soul true body state. It was not only Su Cheng who benefited from this, Yin also gained significantly. Now, when she manifested her form, she could no longer be called a soul body, but rather a spirit body, would be more appropriate. With Su Cheng's permission, she could already utilize a trace of five elements soul power to manifest in front of people. However, compared to a real person, there were still significant differences. Her body was slightly transparent, her aura fluctuated violently, and even an ordinary person could see that something was off about her just by looking with the naked eye. At this moment, what Su Cheng was preparing to do was to use the power of the five elements, his own blood, and the essence of plants to build a simple temporary, physical body, for a yin, based on the nirvana scripture. It was called a physical body, but in reality, it was just a more realistic embodiment of her spiritual body. But even so, in front of soul masters with lower cultivation levels, who couldn't reach the level of a titled Douluo in spiritual power, she could still appear no different from an ordinary person. In this way, not only could she move relatively freely, but more importantly, perhaps she could transform her nature from a sword spirit to a sword spirit plus domain spirit, deepening Su Cheng's control over the domain. If he failed, it didn't matter much. This was mostly an experimental attempt, which could help him gain a deeper understanding of his own martial soul and soul power. After hearing Su Cheng's question, Yin nodded silently, her expression seeming unnatural. The next moment, a faint golden light radiated from Su Cheng's forehead. His field of vision also changed accordingly. The fair body once again appeared before his eyes. But this time, Yin seemed to be on guard. One arm was raised to cover her chest, while the other was placed below her abdomen. Obviously, in the past year, Su Cheng had done similar things more than once. Su Cheng didn't linger too much on this beautiful sight, his gaze delved deeper. Yin's abnormal skeletal meridians and muscle tissues were all displayed before his eyes. Under the influence of multiple factors such as the five elements domain, the 100,000-year soul bone, and the approaching soul king cultivation, the duration of his true vision had greatly extended. But even so, he didn't dare to waste any time. Su Cheng's actions were non-stop. He used the eternal sword to cut open his palm, and blood gushed out, quickly dyeing the sword blade crimson. Then, a large amount of plant essence, which had been laid out on the ground earlier, rose into the air, slowly condensing into a human form. During this process, blood continued to flow, and Su Cheng's complexion became increasingly pale, his breath rapidly weakening. After about 10 minutes, Su Cheng's palm trembled, and the eternal sword's martial soul dissipated, the light on his forehead also dimming. Su Cheng sighed heavily, closed his eyes, and concentrated his mind. Did it fail? No, it succeeded. Su Cheng took out a bottle of potion and poured it into his mouth, using soul power to activate the medicinal effect, while saying, "It's probably formed enough now. The rest will evolve naturally." It actually. Yi stared at the still unformed body, feeling a mix of emotions. Although the body taking shape before her was just a hollow shell, with only simple meridians and bones, its strength was far inferior to an average person's. According to Su Cheng's previous life, it was more like a silicone doll. It was his limit. But at least it was a body she could inhabit. For Yi, this undoubtedly exceeded her initial expectations. Thinking of this, she glanced again at the pale Su Cheng, feeling complex emotions. Compared to the past, the current IE seemed much more mature. Although the transformation took a long time, her past level of thinking was actually quite simple due to her living environment. Why, did you really think I did all this just to see your body? Su Cheng said casually, regaining some of his vigor as he opened his eyes. Hearing such blunt words, IE was clearly taken aback. Her face instantly flushed red, and she bit her lip inwardly. Yet, she couldn't help but grow even more curious about Su Cheng. After hesitating for a moment, she tentatively asked, "How did you do it? You're still so young, why do you know so much?" She had actually been suspicious of this matter for a long time. Combined with what Su Cheng had said about her son, Tang San's situation in the past, although she never admitted it verbally, she had already believed it in her heart. That was why she felt that Su Cheng was not quite right. After spending such a long time with him, she had gained considerable insight into Su Cheng. She knew that if he didn't want her to know something, he would straightforwardly say it, but wouldn't deceive her with words. Upon hearing IE's questioning, Su Cheng glanced at her. "It's surprising that you waited so long to ask. But, aren't you afraid I might imprison you for a lifetime?" Daring to inquire about such secrets. IE fell silent for a moment before coldly snorting, "You didn't plan to let me go in the first place, did you? Otherwise, why would you be willing to create this body for me? You've got it wrong. I can't let you go now because my own strength is insufficient, and many secrets cannot be known to others. You know too much, and I'm afraid you might leak it out," Su Cheng said as he stood up, indifferently. "Besides, that Tang Hao, I can't currently surpass him. If I become invincible in the future, letting you go wouldn't be a problem." IE was taken aback by his words. She knew that Su Cheng had never held Tang Hao in high regard, but she didn't expect him to so openly admit that he couldn't match Tang Hao in strength. "Weren't you always thinking that Tang Hao was nothing special? Why are you saying this now? Recognizing one's own shortcomings is nothing to be ashamed of. If someone can't even recognize their own strengths and weaknesses, they probably won't survive long in this world," Su Cheng said with a glance at IE, somewhat exasperated. "And I don't like Tang Hao not because of his strength, but because of his intelligence and temperament. As for his strength, I've never said he's weak, he just can't compare to the martial soul hall." These words left IE momentarily speechless. In her eyes, Su Cheng was different from many people in this world. No, to be precise, he was different from everyone. In terms of cultivation, all those conventional things, like the limits of soul rings, rules of soul power operation, and techniques for using soul skills, he seemed to ignore them entirely. In addition to this, in his eyes, the martial soul hall, the two empires, the top 3 sects, and even the lower 4 sects were all the same. They were all enemies of his soul beast race. The reason why the top 3 sects kept a low profile was simply because of their lack of strength, not because they were of a different faction. But these things were not very clear to her. Although some of his words seemed reasonable, IE was actually very resistant to hearing such remarks. Because as she encountered more and more of these things, she found that many of her original beliefs were slowly being shaken. At this moment, she heard Su Cheng speak again. "To be honest, whether intentional or unintentional, you have indeed helped me a lot. Whether it's this soul bone or your own existence, your contributions have far exceeded my initial expectations. As for the question you just asked," Su Cheng glanced at Yin. "Actually, my situation is somewhat different from Tang San's, but I can't figure out the specifics myself right now. Just consider me in a similar situation. Now, enough with the chatter. Go and try out your new body." Yin was pondering the deeper meaning behind Su Cheng's words just now when she heard his reminder. She suddenly remembered the matter of her body and hurriedly prepared to enter it to feel it out. But just as she took a few steps forward, she suddenly realized something. She quickly turned to Su Cheng and said, "You turn around first." Su Cheng seemed somewhat surprised at her words. "Haven't you already gotten used to it?" Hearing this, Yin felt a surge of anger rising within her. But soon, her face turned pale, and she looked bewildered. She had indeed started to get used to it. Su Cheng didn't pay attention to the changes in Yin's expression at this moment. He said indifferently, "Have you ever thought that you chose Tang Hao in the first place because you had already gotten used to it?" Chapter 127, Qian Runshui returns to Tiando City. "How do you feel?" Su Cheng turned to look at Yin, who was no longer an illusion in front of him, and asked. Even he, at this moment, relying solely on his naked eye and spiritual power, without using the correlation of the domain and the true vision, would find it difficult to perceive that the other party was not a real human. Yin had now transformed her soul into a blue golden palace dress, wrapping herself completely, revealing a perfect figure. After her soul completely merged with this body, the vague outline of the flesh that had no specific appearance before had now become indistinguishable from her. Her blue golden hair cascaded to her waist, her fair and flawless face radiating a gentle blue hue, and her eyes, unlike those of ordinary people, rippled like blue waves, full of tenderness. Su Cheng was slightly taken aback by the sight. Yin, now materialized, was even more beautiful than before. In her spiritual state, she was beautiful, but there was a sense of unreality, like a character in a painting, always lacking a sense of vitality. But now, she was no different from a real person. Every frown and smile carried a unique charm. Not bad, Yin answered softly upon hearing Su Cheng's question. Although her words seemed dissatisfied, her face was already filled with a smile. It had been a long time since she had been this happy. The feeling of regaining her body made her emotions overwhelming and difficult to express. Especially after truly experiencing death once, she could feel the preciousness of life even more. Before this, she had never thought she would have another chance at resurrection. The so-called immortality of the Blue-Silver Emperor was only because of the existence characteristics of the Emperor of their race and the extremely strong vitality that made it difficult for her to be killed by external forces. But the sacrificial skill was essentially giving up all life and soul, a form of suicide. She had never sacrificed herself before, and she had never thought she could survive. Not bad, Su Cheng glanced at her and said somewhat helplessly. You can't expect me to rebuild your muscle tissue and acupuncture points all over your body. Then I wouldn't be human, but a god. Be grateful that this body can maintain basic balance for you. At least it's a normal person with intact limbs. Yin looked up at him seriously and said, Thank you, Su Cheng. No need. As I said, you've been quite helpful to me during this time, so consider it your deserved reward. And now that you have a physical body, it's also beneficial to me. Su Cheng waved his hand. He could now clearly feel that his domain had gained an independent central hub and was no longer entirely dependent on the operation of his martial soul. In other words, even if he didn't use his martial soul in the future, he could still perfectly release the 5 elements domain. Upon hearing his answer, Yin pursed her lips and didn't say anything else. She silently lowered her head to feel her new body. You can feel it, right? Su Cheng looked her up and down. As long as you are within the domain, you can freely change your physical form, and you also possess the immortality attribute. This body is essentially composed of my blood and the essence of plants, with my blood stored in the martial soul and the essence of plants linked to the foundation of the domain, allowing you to switch between reality and illusion freely. Yin nodded, and she could feel that her current body could grow and strengthen together with Su Cheng's domain. She glanced at the Blue-Silver Emperor sapling swaying silently in the distance. Your main body can grow here slowly, but your existence is no longer restricted by the main body. If that sapling matures in the future, we can try to make it into an avatar for you. Su Cheng explained casually as he followed her gaze. Then he stepped towards the valley and said, let's go out and take a look. As they approached Tian-Do City, Yin's figure moved slightly, preparing to hide herself as she did before. But Su Cheng stopped her. I'll be staying in the academy for a while. Now that you have a body, you can go out and explore on your own. He gazed at the bustling streets of Tian-Do City nearby. As long as you don't go to places like the Martial Soul Temple, the Tian-Do Imperial Palace, and the Royal Academy, you won't be discovered by others. Even if you encounter danger, it won't be a big deal. Although you can't freely resurrect without any injuries like in my domain, you won't be in mortal danger. Your soul core still resides in the Eternal Sword. If you die outside, your soul will weaken to the state it was in just over a year ago when you first woke up. Yin was stunned for a moment when she heard this, then fell silent, seeming somewhat hesitant. She had a lot of curiosity about the world, but she was more afraid of human nature and the unknown. During the time from her transformation to her sacrifice and death, her life was mostly filled with adventure and travel, and she rarely interacted with strangers. After a moment of thought, she turned her gaze to Su Cheng, hesitating as if she wanted to say something. Observing her expression, Su Cheng spoke before she could, interrupting her. Don't expect me to accompany you. I have my own things to do. Besides, always hiding behind others, you'll never truly understand many things. Then go attend to your own matters. I don't want to experience anything. Just let me return to your martial soul, Ayin said softly, lowering her head. Su Cheng didn't immediately respond, but stopped walking and stared at her. It wasn't until he noticed her slight discomfort that he suddenly spoke, actually, I admire you. Ayin was startled by his words. Although I don't think Tang Hao is worth sacrificing your life for, the courage to face death is something not everyone possesses. No, it should be said that very few people have such courage. Su Cheng's tone was unusually serious at this moment. Knowing you'll die but daring to make sacrifices. Whatever reasons supported your decision, they deserve my admiration. There is great terror between life and death, and without experiencing fear, one cannot be called brave. Tang Hao's past actions were merely rash and ignorant, but you are different. You are truly brave. To be honest, I don't know if I could face death for my beliefs when confronted with a situation similar to yours, with the opportunity to escape, Su Cheng said as a sword-intent shadow rose behind him. In an instant, a terrifying shadow seemed to loom over Ayin's heart. The scenes of death flashed repeatedly in her mind. Do you feel it? Su Cheng glanced at Ayin, whose face had turned pale. This is my sword intent, capable of evoking fear in the hearts of sentient beings. It's because I understand the power of fear that I appreciate the value of courage even more. I hope you haven't lost your courage because of your past death. Ayin stared at Su Cheng in astonishment. His words echoed repeatedly in her mind. After a long time, she lowered her eyelids slightly, her gaze seeming to dodge. Softly, she asked, is that how you see me? Do you think I need to flatter you? Su Cheng retracted his sword intent and said indifferently. I also hope that you don't become like Tang Hao, hiding behind others for protection, he added. Don't say those nonsense anymore. Ayin's face turned gloomy, and she said in a low voice. She was somewhat afraid to hear Su Cheng's words. Whenever he spoke like this, it would inadvertently shake her beliefs. The most frightening thing was that she found herself increasingly unable to refute his words. Like a sharp scalpel hanging over her heart, gradually removing the marks of the past. Lies never hurt, only the truth is a swift blade. Tian Do Imperial City, Martial Soul Temple. Here, under the management of the Martial Soul Temple system, it was second only to the Pope's Hall of the Martial Soul City, and was only established in the capitals of the two major empires. But today, all the high-ranking members of the Martial Soul Temple in the temple were gathered in the hall under the leadership of the Platinum Bishop Solace, quietly waiting. At the same time, numerous guards patrolled outside the hall, suspending all business related to Soul Masters. He was wearing a set of formal attire rarely used on ordinary days. The clean and tidy scarlet ceremonial robe represented his identity, and the pentagonal platinum crown adorned his head. His slender body stood straight like a javelin, his face serious, and his normally sleepy and hazy eyes were now radiant, showing no signs of drowsiness. As the Lord of the Martial Soul Temple in Tian Do City, the position of Platinum Bishop Solace was second only to the Pope in the ruling hierarchy. His actions today puzzled many people in the Martial Soul Temple, secretly speculating whether the Pope had personally come. In the eyes of ordinary people, even if it were ordinary elders, it wouldn't be worth making such a big fuss. After a while, the person Solace was waiting for arrived. A young man dressed in a black coronation robe stepped into the hall, followed by two powerful figures dressed as elders of the Martial Soul Temple. His appearance was only considered average among the crowd. But there was an indescribable aura emanating from him. Although his face wore a gentle smile, it made people hesitant to approach him. Like a tiger strolling through the forest after a feast, despite his lazy demeanor, he still evoked a sense of fear. Bishop Solace of the Martial Soul Temple, I greet your highness, Solace greeted respectfully as the young man entered, bowing lightly. Although the presence of the young man was unknown to many in the lower ranks of the Martial Soul Temple, Solace, as a powerful bishop with real authority in the Martial Soul City, could still hold his own in the Martial Soul Temple. The young man nodded lightly in response, his smile still calm. Bishop Solace, there's no need to be so formal. I'm here just for a personal matter. Everyone can disperse. Once everyone left, Solace led him to a relatively private meeting room, followed by two elder-level figures of the Martial Soul Temple. What brings your highness to Tian Do City? Solace couldn't help but feel a bit nervous as he spoke. After spending these years in Tian-Do City, although he had not lacked in major decisions, there were still some minor matters that were not entirely clean, and he was worried that the other party might be here to investigate him. But the young man clearly didn't care about those minor matters. After taking a sip of tea from his cup, he said, "Later, I'm going to visit the Tian-Do Royal Academy and stay here first. When the time comes, it'll be more convenient to visit in the name of the Martial Soul Temple. Otherwise, if I'm shut out by the Tian-Do Academy, wouldn't it be embarrassing?" Solace breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this, quickly agreeing, "That's no problem." Then he looked at the two elder-level figures of the Martial Soul Temple beside him, his tone slightly hesitant, but these two elders. If the title Douluo-level figures of the Martial Soul Temple also wanted to enter the Tian-Do Royal Academy, the commotion would be too great. That place was a gathering place for a large number of noble children and was the apple of the Tian-Do royal family's eye. In addition, with the incident involving Shui Qinghe a few years ago, the royal family was as timid as a frightened bird now. If these two people went together, it might cause quite a stir. The young man saw his dilemma and said lightly, "They can stay here first, and I'll go by myself when the time comes." Solace quickly stopped him. "How can that be? Your Highness's status is noble. Going alone would be disrespectful. I'll accompany you when the time comes." After a moment's consideration, the young man did not refuse and nodded, "That's fine. I'll trouble you, Bishop." Chapter 128, Shrek's entry into the Tian-Do Royal Academy. In the end, Su Cheng returned to the academy alone. Upon entering the school gate, he noticed that Doupo was standing not far from the gate, seemingly waiting for someone. "What are you doing here?" he asked, surprised, changing direction to approach him. "I'm waiting for you," Doupo said, seeming relieved to see Su Cheng. "If you hadn't said you'd come back to the academy today, I would have gone looking for you in the Sunset Forest." "What's the hurry? A lot of people have come to the academy, and since I'm not a teacher here, I didn't pay much attention at first. But then I overheard some discussions, and it seems those people have some thoughts about the second team's spot. I think it's best for you to go over and take a look." Su Cheng's mind raced, realizing that it was likely the people from Shrek Academy had arrived. He knew that Shrek Academy had a plan to borrow a chicken to lay eggs, by leveraging the entry spot from the Tian-Do Royal Academy, but he wasn't sure of the specific timing. And with many things having changed now, he hadn't paid much attention, unsure if those people would still come. Unexpectedly, they had arrived today. With the fourth Prince Shui Beng currently in the Imperial Palace being groomed as the Crown Prince by Emperor Shui Yi, and Shui Xing also gaining considerable power and responsibilities, it seemed like no one could stop this. But that was provided he didn't intervene. Now, Su Cheng held considerable influence within the Royal Academy. With multiple identities, even the members of the Education Committee couldn't ignore his opinions and act unilaterally. With a quick thought, he didn't worry too much about it and said to Doupo, "Senior, no need to rush. If they want the spot for the second team, they should at least ask for our opinions, right? Shall we go over together and take a look? You understand, the fate of the second team has nothing to do with me. My granddaughter is in the first team." Doupo snorted coldly, but still followed Su Cheng. Tian-Do Royal Academy, Education Committee. Three Spirit Douluo sat in the main seats, with Qin Ming, the leader of the first team, sitting in the next position. Opposite them were the group from Shrek Academy, including 6 teachers such as Flender and Yu Xiaoging. In addition, there were 7 students standing behind them. Compared to before, in addition to Dai Mubai, Oscar, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zuqing, there was now an auxiliary system soul master among the students. Although their talent was not as good as the others, it was still quite impressive. This was a student specially recruited by Flender for the opportunity to participate in this competition. As a veteran Spirit Douluo, he still had some connections within the academy. But even with the students gathered, it wasn't enough. Shrek Academy was considered an unrecognized academy, not acknowledged by the 2 empires and the various kingdoms and principalities on the continent. Therefore, they didn't have the qualifications to participate in the continent-wide Advanced Soul Master Academy competition and needed other means to secure a spot. After coincidentally encountering Qin Ming at the Soul Arena, these teachers had the idea of using the resources and spots of the Heaven Do Royal Academy to ensure their students' participation. According to Qin Ming, the current strength of the Tian-Do Royal Academy was insufficient, and the second team was particularly weak. Apart from one strong assault system Soul Master and one auxiliary system Soul Master, there were almost no combat power to speak of. Moreover, in Qin Ming's view, those two individuals had never participated in team training with the rest of the team members. Although they were talented, they lacked teamwork and went against the educational philosophy they had received at Shrek, so their overall strength was inevitably inferior to the young students before them. As long as they were willing to come to the Tian-Do Royal Academy, they would surely be approved by the 3 members of the Education Committee and obtain a spot in the competition. At this moment, the 3 spirit Douluo in the Education Committee were also hesitant. The qualifications of these young people before them were indeed impressive, surpassing more than 90% of the students in their academy. But to be honest, even if these people joined the academy, they would only be adding to the already impressive lineup. They had already conducted some tests. The 2 individuals repeatedly praised by Qin Ming, Zhu Zuqing and Tang San, not only had qualities far superior to their peers, but also managed to advance by 1 level in their cultivation under the oppressive aura of the spirit Douluo. Moreover, Tang San, the control system Soul Master, even had an external soul bone. But external soul bones weren't that rare. Su Cheng had one too. Qin Ming was in charge of the first team, and Su Cheng kept to himself, naturally not knowing much about him, his impression still lingering from over a year ago when he led the first team. But Qin Ming didn't know that these 3 members of the Education Committee had some understanding of his strength. Not to mention Su Cheng. Even with the strength of the 3 spirit Douluo, their status, they couldn't compare to the majesty of a title Douluo, let alone the fact that the poison Douluo was the only guest member of the imperial family. Not to mention that Su Cheng not only had a good relationship with the poison Douluo but also had the background of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. Furthermore, with the current powerful Prince Shui Xing and 4th Prince, and even the fact that the Shui Xing was the overall director of the Tian-Do Royal Academy, Su Cheng usually kept to himself, but that was because he didn't want to be distracted by trivial matters, not because he could be easily manipulated by them. After some thought, Meng Shenji, the chief of the Education Committee, looked at Flender and the others and said tactfully, "It's an honor for you all to come to our academy. But as Qin teacher may have mentioned to you, the second team actually has 2 exceptional members. We also need to consider the opinions and feelings of other students, so we can't make a decision too early." Flender and the others were well aware of the situation Meng Shenji mentioned, but they didn't pay too much attention to it. In Qin Ming's explanation, those 2 individuals indeed had good talent, and one of them was even the successor of this generation of the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda. But they are just ordinary geniuses at best, definitely not comparable to the monstrous students in Shrek Academy. Moreover, even the strength of the first team under Qin Ming's training is only so-so, not to mention the second team. Immediately, he asked, "I wonder what level of strength the 2 people mentioned by the senior are at now." Meng Shenji thought for a moment and simply said, "The auxiliary system Soul Master of the second team is not yet 14 years old, but her soul power cultivation has reached level 38. He only mentioned Ning Rongrong's situation, but didn't mention Su Cheng. Mainly because he was afraid that even if he said it, the other party might not believe it and might even feel that he was looking down on them, intentionally exaggerating. That wasn't the result Meng Shenji hoped for. Even if the 2 sides couldn't cooperate in the end, he didn't want to make enemies with them. However, even if there was only Ning Rongrong, it would probably be enough to impress the other party. Seeing that the other party only mentioned one person, Flender assumed that the talent of the other person must be inferior. But even so, it still surprised him greatly. At the same time, there was also a sense of excitement in his heart. He didn't expect that there would be such extraordinary talents in the Heaven Do Academy. If they stayed here in the future, wouldn't there be a chance to recruit them to their own academy, thereby alleviating the current weakness of the auxiliary system Soul Masters in the Shrek team? He had great confidence in Yu Shaoging's teaching abilities and believed that he would have the opportunity to win them over. Although a year ago, Yu Shaoging ultimately lost to Zhu Zuqing in the bet. But it couldn't be said that he lacked skill, it was just that Zhu Zuqing's talent was too astonishing. Today, after breaking through to level 38 in soul power cultivation, she even surpassed Dai Mubai, who originally had the highest level in the team. This bizarre speed of advancement made her, a spirit elder, feel suspicious. On the other hand, Dai Mubai's soul power hadn't increased much in the past 2 years, still at level 37. While Flender was lost in thought, Yu Shaogang, sitting beside him, suddenly spoke with a calm expression. Gentlemen of the Education Committee, sometimes level alone cannot fully prove one's strength. Not to boast, but the students in our academy all have the ability to fight beyond their level. Meng Shenji and the others couldn't help but exchange glances, all thinking of the scene when Su Cheng first entered the academy and became famous in one battle. How about this? Let my students have a spar with the members of your second team. Spar? With whom? Just then, a voice suddenly echoed in the Education Committee meeting room. Su Cheng walked into the room with a calm expression, not hesitating because of his student status, but simply bowed lightly to the 3 members of the Education Committee. The Shrek Academy students who had their backs to the door all turned to look, only to see a young man slowly approaching. Although the other party didn't look very old, the deep and profound aura emanating from him surprised both Flender and Zhao Wuji, 2-spirit Douluo. In addition, the twisted vertical golden mark on his forehead was particularly eye-catching. External soul bone. At the same time, they all had a sense of realization. Tang San, a student from Shrek Academy, also had an external soul bone, so they naturally had some understanding of it. In addition to Su Cheng, there was also a middle-aged man silently following behind him like a shadow. The man wore a gray robe, his figure slender, his hair and beard as black as ink, and his ink-colored eyes cold and emotionless. Doupo today was different from the past. Because of the effect of the immortal herb, his poison technique had become even more condensed, and from his appearance alone, there was no trace of poison. His strength had also advanced further, reaching the peak of the 95th rank of the title Douluo realm. With his strength returning to its original state, he appeared even more restrained, even his appearance had become a bit younger. Master Doupo. The 3 members of the Education Committee stood up and saluted as Doupo also arrived. After Su Cheng greeted the Education Committee, he turned his head to look at the Shrek group in front of him. His gaze first fell on Tang San, but he didn't linger, just swept past him, and finally stopped on Zhu Zuqing. At the sight of Su Cheng, the hearts of the Shrek group were equally turbulent. Apart from the academy teachers who were shocked by his strength, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zuqing were the most shocked. How is this possible? Tang San found it hard to believe that he would encounter Su Cheng again here, and the other party's aura fluctuation was even stronger than his own. Moreover, the disdainful attitude of the other party towards him at this moment made him extremely unhappy. It's him. Xiao Wu's heart trembled, the childhood fear seemed to envelop her heart again, and she quietly clenched the broad hand of Tang San next to her. Tang San's heart tingled at the touch of her cold fingers. Suddenly understanding, Tang San realized that the shadow in Xiao Wu's heart had never been eradicated, but only temporarily concealed with the disappearance of the other party. It's you. Zhu Zuqing's expression was trance-like. Looking at Su Cheng's familiar face, familiar voice, familiar expression, and familiar movements. For a moment, she was stunned. Su Cheng's gaze swept over the Shrek group. Student Su Cheng, as the captain of the second team of the Royal Combat, who just said he wanted to spar with me. As he spoke, the martial soul eternal sword appeared in his right hand, and 4 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black floated and circled under his feet. At the same time, a sword intent enveloped the 7 Shrek students. Chapter 129, In the Grip of Fear. The sword intent rose like a desolate desert, casting boundless shadows over everyone's hearts. At this moment, the 7 students from Shrek Academy felt as if they were walking alone in a desolate wilderness. Despite knowing that their teachers were by their side, it seemed as if they were the only ones left in the entire world. Meanwhile, the abyss-like darkness continued to encroach relentlessly, oppressing them, making it increasingly difficult to breathe. The vast malice pervading the surroundings felt like countless blades hanging over their necks. It stiffened their limbs, leaving them with nowhere to hide. After fear came despair, and within despair, even deeper fears arose, perpetuating a vicious cycle. The blood drained from Tang San and the others' faces, cold sweat rolling down their temples. Under the enveloping sword intent, the 7 talented soul masters from Shrek Academy were completely immobilized, their breath rapidly dwindling like receding tides. Just as Flender and the others were about to act, they were locked in place by a gaze, freezing them in place instantly. Doupo took action. He didn't bother with the lower-ranked young students but instead looked at the academy's teachers. The moment he opened his eyes, the temperature in the entire Education Commission hall seemed to drop several degrees. His ink-black eyes were filled with a deathly silence, and although it was just a connection of qi, no one dared to make any reckless moves. Meng Shengji and the others sighed inwardly at the scene, choosing not to say much. They were also astonished by the strength Su Cheng displayed at this moment, but they believed he had a grasp of the situation and wouldn't go too far. On the other hand, Yu Shaogang, who was ignored due to his low cultivation level, felt the most relaxed at this moment. However, his attention was not focused on his own people but rather on Su Cheng, his face pale as he stared in astonishment at the 4 soul rings circling around Su Cheng's feet. To be precise, he was looking at those 4 soul rings, each absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring at Su Cheng's second ring, and reaching the 10,000-year level at the 4th ring. This was unreasonable. The next moment, a change occurred in the room. Brilliant lights flickered. The martial souls of the Shrek Academy students spontaneously appeared. Silver Staff, Phoenix, Sausage, Rabbit, White Tiger, Blue Silver Grass, Hell Civet. One martial soul after another flashed on the 7 members of Shrek Academy. However, this was not them launching another attack with their remaining strength. It was an instinctive reaction of their bodies to protect themselves under the immense pressure brought by Su Cheng's sword intent. At this moment, Doupo suddenly moved his expression, slightly tilting his head, and his gaze fell on Xiao Wu. Then he looked at Su Cheng, lips moving slightly as if saying something. But Su Cheng just shook his head. Seeing this, Doupo was momentarily stunned, then he didn't say anything more, but continued to suppress Flender and the others with his momentum. Xiao Wu seemed to have sensed something, and the blood drained from her face in an instant. Beside her, in Tang San's left hand, there was also a shadow flickering intermittently. It was his second martial soul, Haotian Hammer. However, due to cultivating the purple demon eye, his mental power was relatively higher, and he still had some residual strength to suppress the instinctive resistance of this martial soul. Complex emotions surged in his heart, but compared to the fear that kept growing and spreading, there was more anger and unwillingness. How is this possible? Isn't his innate soul power only at the 0.5 level? Why is he so strong? Trash martial soul, weak attack. The words Su Cheng said when he defeated him years ago echoed in his ears once again. If it were the Haotian Hammer. If it were the Haotian Hammer. Tang San's eyes slightly reddened. If at this moment it was only him struggling to no avail, it would be one thing, but he also noticed Xiao Wu trembling beside him, which made him feel like his heart was being torn apart, subconsciously attributing it to Su Cheng's influence. Waves of pressure surged incessantly like tidal waves, seeming to have passed for a long time in the 7 people's senses. But in reality, only a few minutes had passed outside. At this moment, the pressure on the 7 people suddenly lightened. Sweat poured out of their bodies, soaking their clothes instantly. Like a stress response, the martial souls on everyone's bodies immediately radiated brightly. But they were then suppressed by another wave of sword intent that followed closely. However, the pressure of this sword intent was much weaker than before, just making them unable to move, but their 5 senses had returned to normal. At this moment, Su Cheng suddenly spoke, looking at Meng Shengji. Forget it, Master Meng, there's no need for any tests or anything like that. These few people, whether they are here or not, won't affect the second team. Anyway, they are not enough for me to fight alone. His expression was relaxed, full of indifference as he glanced at everyone from Shrek Academy. He chuckled softly, don't you think so? No one responded. Everyone trembled under his sword intent. Only Zhu Zuqing suddenly raised her eyes, stubbornly locking gazes with him. Su Cheng's gaze flickered slightly, lingering on her face for a moment. Then he turned around and left the Education Commission. Let's go, Senior Dougu. Senior, was that person you mentioned the other member of your second team? After Su Cheng and Doupo left the Education Commission, Flender swallowed hard, his face filled with fear as he looked at Meng Shengji. He had just been locked in place by Doupo's murderous intent, and even now, his emotions had not completely calmed down. Yes, it was him. Meng Shengji sighed inwardly, feeling somewhat regretful. Seeing Su Cheng's attitude just now, it seemed that he was not planning to accept these people as new team members. Dream Commission, how old is that person just now? Yu Shaogang suddenly asked. Unlike Tang San, he had never seen Su Cheng before, and he had long forgotten about the person Tang San mentioned. He's the same age as that auxiliary system soul master, not even 14 yet. 14. That's 14. Flender was speechless. He could vaguely sense Su Cheng's level when he released his martial soul just now, but he still couldn't believe it. How about his rank? In fact, when Su Cheng released his martial soul just now, he could also sense it vaguely, but he still couldn't believe it. Meng Shengji paused for a moment before speaking. He was still at level 48 just a month ago. The emotions of the few present became extremely complicated, with doubt, admiration, worry, and other emotions intermingling. Teacher, he's the Su Cheng I mentioned to you before, Tang San suddenly whispered to Yu Shaogang. Which one? Yu Shaogang was momentarily puzzled. Then he realized and widened his eyes, looking at Tang San incredulously, that waste soul master with only 0.5 innate soul power. Innate soul power of 0.5. A waste. Meng Shengji, slightly surprised upon hearing the conversation between the two, first responded. Then he chuckled and shook his head. Su Cheng mentioned this when he entered the academy. The person who tested his soul power at the martial soul hall made a mistake. He has a mutant martial soul and already had the cultivation of a soul grand master when he first came to the academy. Yu Shaogang and the others fell silent again. So, he left Nuoding City early because he had already cultivated to the level of soul grand master. Tang San suddenly understood and clenched his teeth. It seemed as if he had never regarded him highly. At this moment, a graceful figure suddenly turned and ran out of the room. Zhu Qing. But Zhu Zuqing paid no attention to the call behind her and quickly disappeared. Dai Mubai's expression changed upon seeing this. He had been observing them all along and naturally noticed that something was off between Zhu Zuqing and Su Cheng. They seemed to have known each other for a while. Although he didn't understand why these two had any connection, it didn't stop him from feeling angry. He moved to follow and see what was happening. Mubai, after seeing his actions, Flender rebuked sharply, "Come back." Zhu Zuqing was indeed difficult to control. Dai Mubai couldn't control her either. Dai Mubai's footsteps paused. Although unwilling, he dared not disobey the dean's orders and could only silently return to his original position. In the past year, his cultivation progress had been slow, greatly disappointing his teachers and teammates. If he didn't obey now, Dai Mubai dared not imagine the consequences he would face. After the recent series of changes, everyone was feeling uneasy and their emotions were erratic. No one noticed the lingering fear in Xiao Wu's eyes. "Why didn't you let me take action?" Outside the education committee, Su Cheng and Doupo Bo walked side by side. Doupo Bo finally spoke up and asked Su Cheng, "What's the use of capturing her? Don't you see where we are?" Su Cheng replied indifferently, "Are you waiting for the martial soul hall to come?" In the education committee meeting room just now, Doupo Bo had transmitted to him the true identity of Xiao Wu's soul beast transformation. Su Cheng naturally knew about it, but even if he captured Xiao Wu here, what would be the point? 100,000-year soul beast, could he even get his hands on her? Even if he temporarily got hold of her, with his current level, he couldn't absorb that soul ring. He would only obtain a soul bone that wasn't quite compatible with him. Not to mention, he didn't know where Tang Hao was at the moment. In short, now was definitely not the best time to kill her. Should we wait until they leave the academy before taking action? Doupo Bo's expression was grim. He was not one to hesitate when it came to necessary actions. "You're overthinking it." Su Cheng glanced at him. "Have you heard of Tang Hao?" Tang Hao? Doupo was startled. "You mean the once famous Sky Douluo of the Haotian sect's new generation?" "That's right, the Sky Douluo Tang Hao. The kid who just used blue-silver grass martial soul," Su Cheng continued. "He's his son. Right now, who knows where he is? Even if your strength has greatly improved now, you can't beat him. That man has 100,000-year soul ring. This soft-boned rabbit, is it the soul ring Tang Hao left for his son?" Doupo Bo suddenly realized. "Can't say for sure." Su Cheng shook his head. "I don't know what he's thinking right now, but if he wants to get that soul ring, he'll definitely need to think of some other way." "You don't seem surprised." Doupo Bo glanced at him strangely. Doupo Bo himself didn't really care about things like 100,000-year soul rings. His own soul rings were already full, and even if he killed her, he wouldn't be able to absorb that soul ring. He had mainly mentioned this matter for Su Cheng's sake. After all, Su Cheng had saved him and his granddaughter's lives and helped him ascend to the peak Douluo level. Although he hadn't mentioned it much, he had always been grateful for it. I've known for a long time, Su Cheng nodded. I and they were in the same elementary Soul Master Academy before. As he spoke, he was also silently pondering. Now that the spirit thwarting red had covered up her aura, Xiaowu might not necessarily participate in this Soul Master competition. She might even find an opportunity to hide back in the Stardow forest until she matured. Anyway, she had already been exposed to many human auras, and her growth rate was already fast enough. And once she returned to the Stardow forest, it would be difficult to capture her again. Those 200,000-year soul beasts were not to be trifled with, and killing her might cause a huge commotion. Moreover, it might end up benefiting Bibi Dong. There were too many variables. At this moment, Doupo suddenly looked at Su Cheng with a strange expression. Someone's looking for you. Even if he didn't say it, Su Cheng could sense the rapidly approaching aura behind him. Stop! A cold female voice rang out behind him. Su Cheng's footsteps halted. Then he turned around to look at the curvaceous girl in black clothes. Zhu Zuqing's face was calm, but her chest rose and fell slightly, as if she was trying hard to suppress complex emotions. Chapter 130. Su Cheng, stop pretending. Don't let me interrupt your conversation, feel free to find me if you need anything. Doupo glanced at Su Cheng's expression and knew there was a story behind it. With a slight movement of his lips, he disappeared like a phantom, leaving no trace behind. Is there anything else you need, young lady? Su Cheng looked bewilderedly at Zhu Zuqing. Su Cheng, stop pretending. Zhu Zuqing's anger surged upon seeing his feigned confusion. She gritted her teeth and took a few steps forward, closing the distance between them to less than 2 feet. Her once cold cheeks twisted slightly, her eyes widened, eyebrows raised high, a mixture of complex emotions like anger, resentment, surprise, and excitement reflected in her gaze. In front of this person, she could no longer maintain her previous calm demeanor. The memories, longer than her own life, surged like a volcano, suppressed deep in her heart to prevent them from erupting. If the others from Shrek Academy saw her strange expression now, their jaws would drop. Zhu Zuqing's voice trembled slightly, with a hint of anticipation. Do you dare say that those strange memories of mine, those inexplicable dreams, have nothing to do with you? Unlike Qian Runshui's situation, in Qian Runshui's perception, Su Cheng appeared at the wrong time. In reality, Su Cheng was too young. In her view, given a few more decades, Su Cheng would naturally grow into the appearance of that teacher from her memories. His premature appearance meant meeting the right person at the wrong time, a kind of wonderful fate. She wouldn't consider that the dreams actually originated from Su Cheng. As for Su Cheng's abilities and talents far surpassing ordinary people in reality, it was also because, like her, he possessed memories from the dreams. But Zhu Zuqing was different. Su Cheng was the same age as her in the simulated world. When they were young, he not only acted as her childhood friend but even pretended to be her father, secretly guiding her. Furthermore, he taught her the Nirvana scripture cultivation method, told her how to absorb soul rings beyond the age limit, and finally imparted to her the method of seizing bloodlines, helping her cultivate the Hell White Tiger martial soul and ascend to the title of Douluo. All of these things were clearly beyond what Su Cheng could do at his age. And she couldn't understand why Su Cheng did all of that. Especially after she woke up, she realized something was wrong. There was clearly no such person in reality, yet all the martial arts techniques and skills from her memories were undeniably real. Until today, after seeing Su Cheng, she instantly became certain that her guess was the truth. Or rather, she hoped it was the truth. All these changes must be related to Su Cheng. Su Cheng inwardly acknowledged this. He had noticed something was off when they were inside the house. Whether it was Zhu Zuqing's reaction upon seeing him or her unreasonable level of cultivation, it was evident. Of course, the most crucial factor was that unique aura, too similar to the Zhu Zuqing from his memories. Seems like a situation similar to Little Snow's, but not as severe as schizophrenia. Su Cheng thought to himself, does this mean the longer I interact with someone in the simulated world, the more it affects them, and the more related memories they have? Thinking this, he couldn't help but be vigilant, wondering what Bibi Dong's current situation would be like. Why aren't you saying anything? Zhu Zuqing stared at Su Cheng. Aren't you good at pretending? Keep pretending. Upon hearing her angry rebuke, Su Cheng temporarily pushed aside his thoughts and looked at the slightly excited Zhu Zuqing in front of him, smiling softly. So, what did you come out to find me for? Zhu Zuqing was stunned. Yeah, why did she come out? She hadn't thought about it at all, just acted on a difficult to restrain instinctive impulse, and didn't even know why she chased after him like this. She just wanted to talk to him, or maybe ask him a few questions. But now that she had seen him and vented her emotions, she suddenly didn't know what to do or say next. Looking at Zhu Zuqing, Su Cheng suddenly felt a stir in his heart, and a bold plan began to take shape in his mind. You joined Shrek Academy for that white tiger martial soul, right? Su Cheng asked. Zhu Zuqing stared silently at him, then nodded after a moment of silence. You want to become stronger? Of course. Why? Is it for your family's decaying competition rules, or to control the Star Luo Empire in the future? For neither. I simply want to become stronger, without needing any other reasons, Zhu Zuqing said coldly. What about you? Are you planning something again? This time, I won't listen to you. Haha, no, of course not. Su Cheng laughed heartily at her response. I think you said it well. Too well. Just because of that, I can help you again. Zhu Zuqing was stunned. Su Cheng's reaction was completely different from what she had imagined. But what she had just said was indeed the truth, not just empty words. Defeating Dai Wuxia and others was just incidental, a reward for using the white tiger martial soul. But family rules, the throne of Star Luo, she didn't care about any of those things. The grand scheme in her dreams, the lifelong lie, had made her weary of such matters. I can help you greatly improve your cultivation in a short time, with no hidden dangers, and even help you solidify your foundation. You should be aware of my abilities, Su Cheng said seriously. However, there is one condition. You must ensure that your academy's team advances to the finals of this year's Soul Master Grand Competition. Zhu Zuqing raised an eyebrow at the statement, but didn't inquire further for the time being. She simply said, how will you help me? I'll explain in detail later. For now, go request a long leave from the teachers at your academy. Let's say 3 months, tell them you need to practice alone for that time. After staring at Su Cheng for a while, she nodded gently. All right. Once Zhu Zuqing left the area and returned to the education committee, Doupo suddenly appeared next to Su Cheng from somewhere. Obviously, he hadn't gone too far before and had been lurking somewhere, observing the situation. You seem to care a lot about this girl, he suddenly exclaimed. Is that so? Su Cheng was taken aback. You don't seem to be this happy often. Doupo scrutinized him with a probing gaze. Do you admire her? Indeed, Su Cheng nodded candidly. Don't you find her pure? To be honest, he hadn't expected Zhu Zuqing to say something like, becoming stronger doesn't need a reason. But whether Zhu Zuqing was pure or not was clearly not Doupo's focus, as a sly smile crept onto his face. Looking at Su Cheng, he asked, what about the Martial Soul Hall? What about it? Don't play dumb, it's obvious there's something between you and that girl, Doupo remarked. Su Cheng's expression turned slightly awkward, earnestly saying, you wouldn't understand. It's a good thing I didn't introduce you to Yan Yan. I can see that neither of these girls is easy to handle. You'll have your hands full in the future, Doupo chuckled, seemingly amused. He had no prejudice against Su Cheng for knowing many girls or the relationships between them. But in his eyes, none of these people were comparable to Doupo. Su Cheng didn't have to wait long before Zhu Zuqing walked out of the education committee and approached him. In the past year, Zhu Zuqing had often taken such breaks for solitary practice, and the teachers at the academy couldn't control her, so they let her be. As Doupo had already left, Su Cheng had taken his bag of tricks before he departed. Come with me, I'll take you somewhere first. Seeing Zhu Zuqing ready, Su Cheng wasted no time and turned to walk out of the academy, preparing to take her to the ice and fire yin-yang eyes. During the journey, Zhu Zuqing's gaze kept drifting towards Su Cheng from time to time. Her mood was far from as calm as she had just shown. Why did you say I should lead the team to help Shrek Academy reach the finals? She asked. I need someone from your team to confront the Martial Soul Hall, Su Cheng replied. Hey, Zhu Zuqing smirked sarcastically, aren't you supposed to be from the Martial Soul Hall yourself? Not yet, Su Cheng's expression stiffened, surprised that she remembered such details. Zhu Zuqing didn't dwell on the matter, instead provocatively asking, what if I can't do it? Nothing will happen, Su Cheng replied casually, I've already given you the benefits in advance, and if you can't do it, I can't do anything about it. Turning to look her in the eye, he added, but I'll be very disappointed. HMPH, Zhu Zuqing coldly scoffed, whether you're disappointed or not has nothing to do with me. Indeed, Su Cheng smiled, unconcerned. Now that Miss Fourth is so carefree, she doesn't need to care about anyone else's opinions. As long as you know, Zhu Zuqing turned her head to look ahead, if you dare to deceive me, I won't let you off so easily. I, Su Cheng, never tell lies voluntarily. Hearing this, Zhu Zuqing immediately glared at him. Su Cheng quickly added, realities that haven't happened don't count. Sunset Forest, in the deep valley where the ice and fire yin-yang eyes were located. Su Cheng and Zhu Zuqing stood side by the spring. As they gazed at the spectacular sight of ice and fire merging before them, Zhu Zuqing couldn't help but be mesmerized for a moment. After a while, she glanced at Su Cheng beside her and lowered her eyes, lost in thought. Su Cheng didn't notice her expression at this moment, instead pointing to a beautiful scene in the valley. Zuqing, do you see all the rare and exotic plants here? Some of them are immortal herbs. Consuming just one can change one's destiny. It's possible to achieve the rank of titled Douluo in the future. Their effects are far superior to the potions I once brewed. However, many of these herbs are not suitable for everyone. If consumed improperly, they can not only damage the body but also ruin one's cultivation, and even endanger one's life. And, I want to tell you something. Su Cheng turned to look at Zhu Zuqing seriously. I've never consumed any of the immortal herbs here. Zhu Zuqing was startled by the revelation. Since the immortal herbs here were so powerful, why didn't Su Cheng eat them? My cultivation path is different from ordinary people. My body is my foundation, and the effects of these immortal herbs are too strong. It's difficult for anyone to fully digest them, and there will inevitably be a large amount of medicinal residue remaining in the body, which would disrupt my physical balance. You, on the other hand, are different. You will achieve the Hell White Tiger martial soul in the future, and your focus will be on the martial soul. Moreover, beast martial souls are inherently different from tool martial souls. So, these immortal herbs will greatly assist you. But whether or not to use them is entirely up to you. If you don't want to use the immortal herbs, I can also brew potions from the other herbs here for you. Their effects far surpass your usual cultivation methods, and there will be no medicinal residue. Speaking, Su Cheng stared at Zhu Zuqing with a serious expression. Zhu Zuqing's gaze lingered on his face for a moment before turning her head away, avoiding his gaze, and murmured softly, your suggestion is for me to use the immortal herbs. Yes, then let's use the immortal herbs. Chapter 131, Seeking Su Cheng. Su Cheng nodded and walked back to the side of the spring. Now that you have cultivated techniques that can enhance your bloodline and cultivation, and you also intend to upgrade your martial soul, you no longer need to rely solely on immortal herbs to enhance your soul power. Similarly, your martial soul bloodline has been strengthened by the Nirvana Sutra, and the effect is already sufficient. As a result, you don't need to be overly concerned about the properties of immortal herbs. It's better to accumulate medicinal power as much as possible to enhance your foundation and strength. Give me your hand. Zhu Zuqing didn't say anything and directly raised her right hand to hand it over. Su Cheng gently pinched her fingers, wrist, and forearm, feeling her current physical strength, and nodded inwardly. Her physical quality was much stronger than that of an ordinary soul ancestor, reaching a level comparable to a soul king. Considering her 38th level of cultivation, although her physical foundation was not particularly profound, it was already sufficient. It was probably the benefit brought by absorbing the third soul ring across the years. Actually, for Zhu Zuqing now, whether it was the Qi mushroom, snow narcissus, or 8-petal immortal orchid, which were neutral immortal herbs, they could all have good effects. As long as she didn't take herbs with relatively extreme attributes like the crest phoenix tail, or the land dragon golden melon, there wouldn't be any problems. But since medicinal power was the priority, more was naturally better. The immortal herbs couldn't be taken multiple times, as the conflicting medicinal powers between them could be lethal. However, in this place, there were two kinds of immortal herbs whose medicinal properties happened to complement each other. Thinking of this, Su Cheng let go of Zhu Zuqing's hand and looked at her. Time is limited, just follow my instructions. Unlike him, Zhu Zuqing's cultivation level was insufficient, her physique was much weaker, and she didn't have 100,000-year spirit bone, so she couldn't stay near the extreme yin-yang spring for too long. In just a moment, her body began to react, but because of her strong will, she managed to remain calm. "Do you see that octagonal white flower?" Su Cheng pointed. Following his gaze, Zhu Zuqing saw a beautiful white herb growing alone beside the extreme yin spring. There were tiny crystal-like stamens in the center of its petals, shimmering like ice crystals. It was the octagonal mysterious ice grass, an immortal herb with extraordinary cold poison. "Later, you will cut it down with a dagger and quickly bring it back to the hot spring. Remember, be fast, it's highly toxic." After saying that, he went to the other side of the extreme yin-yang spring, where the scorching yang spring was located. Here grew a plant that looked like a white cabbage but was entirely red, the fiery apricot orchid, possessing top-tier fire poison. Su Cheng took out a jade shovel from his soul tool and picked it. By this time, Zhu Zuqing was ready and returned to the vicinity of the extreme yin-yang spring. Seeing this, Su Cheng immediately flicked his hand, and the fiery apricot orchid was thrown to the ground in front of Zhu Zuqing like a ribbon. As the two immortal herbs came closer to each other, Zhu Zuqing was surprised to find that the almost paralyzing cold emanating from the peculiar white flower disappeared instantly. Now, a faint red light enveloped the octagonal mysterious ice grass, while a faint white mist shrouded the fiery apricot orchid. The breath between them began to suppress and blend with each other. Watching this strange scene before her, Zhu Zuqing couldn't help but be astonished. "Hurry up and eat them both, then focus on your mind," Su Cheng's voice suddenly came to Zhu Zuqing's ears. After the two herbs were in contact and suppressed each other, their effects would completely disappear after 10 breaths. But undoubtedly, for someone like Zhu Zuqing, who had no understanding of the hidden secrets of these two herbs, this was quite a risky move. Although she didn't know the effects of these two herbs, just based on the terrifying reaction when she picked the octagonal mysterious ice grass for a short time, anyone would know that both of these things contained extraordinary poison. Let alone taking them simultaneously, even eating one of them would probably cause even a title Douluo to die on the spot. But she didn't hesitate at all. After hearing Su Cheng's voice, she didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately picked up the two poisonous immortal herbs and put them into her mouth. No matter how stubborn she was, Zhu Zuqing knew very well in her heart that she had an extraordinary trust in Su Cheng. Perhaps it was because of the 20 years of companionship in another world, or perhaps it was because of the regretful outcome brought by her former arrogance, or perhaps it was the strange emotions that had silently fermented. All of this made her unwilling to hesitate on such matters anymore. Although both herbs were poisonous, after being suppressed by each other, they no longer had their previous dominance, and they immediately turned into liquid and flowed down her throat. In just 3 breaths, Zhu Zuqing's body suddenly trembled violently. Then, a layer of ice blue rose directly from under her feet, and in the blink of an eye, her entire body turned completely blue, followed by a layer of red rising. For a moment, blue and red light alternated on Zhu Zuqing's body, looking extremely strange. But under the impact of the two extreme energies, Zhu Zuqing felt unbearable pain, and her nerves were almost about to burst. At this moment, a surge of soul power came from behind Su Cheng. Just as a thought flashed through her mind, her weakened body instantly leaned forward and fell into the spring where the ice and fire merged. After entering the spring, the two energies of ice and fire in her body immediately began to churn violently, and in an instant, she fell into a coma. The water surface of the spring in the extreme yin-yang spring returned to calm, with a clear division between milky white and reddish water. The water vapor continued to permeate the air, and everything returned to silence. Su Cheng frowned and looked at Zhu Zuqing's current position, spreading out his 5 elements domain and silently sensing her condition. Seeing that everything was normal, his brows gradually relaxed. Although he still had some worries in his heart, considering Zhu Zuqing's current level of cultivation and physical fitness, as well as her absorption of the medicinal power of the two herbs, there shouldn't be any accidents when enduring the baptism of the ice and fire in the spring. While Zhu Zuqing continued to absorb the medicinal power of the herbs and undergo the ice and fire tempering, Su Cheng turned and walked towards the valley. He planned to collect all the mature herbs and the several immortal herbs and put them all into Doubo's 100 treasures pouch during this time. Although he believed that Zhu Zuqing wouldn't go out and talk indiscriminately, it was better to be safe than sorry. Moreover, leaving those mature herbs in the extreme yin-yang spring didn't make much sense. It was better to leave more spiritual energy to nourish the blue-silver emperor seedling and other immature treasures. Just as Su Cheng and Zhu Zuqing entered the extreme yin-yang spring, the lord of the martial soul temple in Tiando City, Solace, also entered the Royal Academy of Tiando with a young man in black clothes from the martial soul city. Although this person was young and it was difficult to gauge his cultivation depth, from Solace's respectful attitude and the demeanor of the youth, it was easy to see that this person was definitely extraordinary and held a high position, making people not dare to be disrespectful. Apart from the nominal visits and exchanges for learning, the two individuals specifically mentioned wanting to meet with the talented student Su Cheng from the second team. Upon hearing this request, Meng Shengji and the others felt somewhat troubled. Su Cheng has always been a solitary figure, rarely informing the academy of his movements such as leaving the school. His whereabouts are seldom known to anyone, not even to those closest to him like Ning Rongrong. The only person who might have clearer insights is Du Bo. However, the temperament of Du Bo is well understood by the leading teachers in the academy. If one fails to gain his favor, no status matters, so they dare not easily disturb him. Apart from this, Meng Shengji and the others have had quite a few other worries recently. Just recently, the group from Shrek Academy left, taking with them the leader of the Royal Combat Team, Qin Ming. Now, with the Soul Master competition approaching, finding a senior Soul Master who can command the team again in the short term is not an easy task. Moreover, for both the Academy and the Tiando Empire, Qin Ming's presence itself holds significant importance. Not long ago, this young Soul Master, who was only 34 years old, had already broken through to the level of Soul Emperor. If things go as expected, it's only a matter of time before he becomes a titled Douluo, so his loss is quite significant. This matter also requires the Education Committee to report and explain to the royal family. Seeing this situation, Qian Runshui, who disguised herself as a young man with soul bones, didn't insist further. She left Solace alone to deal with those from the Education Committee and went on her way, searching the academy on her own. Although there are many students in the Tiando Royal Academy, compared to its vast campus, student sightings are rare. Walking along the path, Qian Runshui casually took out the white flower stained with a hint of blood color. The red color on her fingertips floated silently, emitting a faint golden red light, low-key yet splendid. After finding no one in the second team's lounge, she didn't rush. Instead, she turned and headed towards the first team's lounge, hoping to see if Su Cheng might be there. However, before she reached the door, she heard voices coming from inside. Teacher Qin Ming has left the academy, and we don't know who the academy will find to lead the team in the future. I hope the level won't be too poor. The voice of a young girl was soft and charming, tinged with a hint of melancholy. In my opinion, it doesn't matter who comes. Your team's strength is more than sufficient, and you'll likely get a decent ranking. The slightly older voice followed. Grandpa, how can you say that? Even if we don't consider the competition results, can I just abandon my cultivation? The girl's tone showed her disagreement. That's true, the old man agreed, otherwise, why don't you join the second team? That kid Su Cheng has some skills, knows more than me. If you train with him, your talent won't be wasted. If I speak up, he'll give you face. Then, seeming to remember something, he quickly changed his tune, but forget it, that kid does have a bit of a sinister nature, but the girls around him are even more trouble. Today, he's running around with another girl again, who, at 13, already has strength close to a soul ancestor. I don't know how she cultivated. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sound of pushing the door from outside the lounge. Both Du Bo and Du Yan turned to look, seeing a handsome young man in black walking into the lounge. With an obviously fake smile on his face, he bowed to Du Bo, Jr. from the Martial Soul Hall. Ling Yuan pays respects to Poison Douluo. Martial Soul Hall. Du Bo's expression changed from cold disdain to surprise and curiosity upon hearing the visitor's self-identification. He wondered about the purpose of the visitor and was impressed by his strength. As a peak-level titled Douluo at level 95, Du Bo couldn't sense the young man's level of cultivation. Moreover, the young man entered without making any noise, which, while partly due to Du Bo's lack of vigilance, shouldn't have escaped his subconscious awareness. This person was quite extraordinary. Besides his strength, his self-identification also made Du Bo's interest peaked. This person actually came from the Martial Soul Hall, judging by his age and demeanor, he should be no ordinary person. He might even be among the core figures of the younger generation in the Martial Soul Hall. Since Su Cheng has already decided to join there in the future, and he himself has some intentions, it's naturally not good to offend him. Thinking this, Doubo's expression softened slightly, nodding, no need for formalities. What brings you here? The young man stood tall, looking directly at Doubo. His voice was flat, devoid of emotional fluctuations. Just now, I overheard the senior mentioning the name Su Cheng. I wonder if it's the Su Cheng, the captain of the second team of the Royal Combat Team. Doubo was about to nod in agreement, but then he remembered the woman who was quite close to Su Cheng. If he remembered correctly, Su Cheng once mentioned that the woman holds a high position in the Martial Soul Hall, and even the current pope must be wary of her. Seeing the young man's keen interest in Su Cheng, he speculated that he might be acting on her behalf to gather information. What he just said may have been heard by many, who knows if there will be any misunderstandings. No matter what, it's not suitable to be revealed from his mouth. Su Cheng's handling of emotional matters is his own business, but it shouldn't be revealed by him. Thinking of this, Doubo paused and quickly changed his words. You heard wrong. I didn't mention Su Cheng, I was talking about a teacher in the academy. Qian Renxuinzu raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Anger surged in her heart, immediately sensing that there was definitely something wrong inside. Doubo didn't think much about it and didn't even consider that the person in front of him might be the woman he had met that day. Looking at the young man disguised by Qinren Shui, his expression remained calm and peaceful. If you're looking for Su Cheng, you've asked the wrong person. While I do have some acquaintance with him, I don't know where he is. That kid is always elusive, and few people in the academy know his whereabouts. Chapter 132, Who Said I'm Your Father? The next day, in the ice and fire yin-yang spring. Zhu Zuqing, now fully awake, leapt out of the spring, creating splashes of water. Sensing the commotion, Su Cheng quickly turned to look. He saw a figure, white as snow, spinning in the air before plunging back into the water. Do you have spare clothes? Su Cheng's teasing voice came from afar. Hearing this, Zhu Zuqing, concealed underwater, felt a mixture of embarrassment and anger. Under the combined effect of powerful energy within her and the extreme cold and heat of the ice and fire yin-yang spring, her clothes had long been dissolved, leaving her completely naked in the water. After asking once and receiving no response, Su Cheng decided not to press further. Although soul tools were rare, given Zhu Zuqing's background, acquiring one wouldn't be difficult. Turning back to his tasks, Su Cheng resumed his work. Since Xiao Wu no longer had the Spirit Hall's love forbidden pill to conceal her soul beast aura, Su Cheng took it upon himself to concoct some medicine for her. However, making such concoctions wasn't easy. While it could be concealed from ordinary people, hiding from someone like Bibi Dong, a title Douluo, was as difficult as reaching the sky. Even with his medical expertise, Su Cheng was at a loss and could only experiment. Moments later, a sharp sound cut through the air behind him. Zhu Zuqing, unnoticed, had silently approached him from behind and struck with a claw. Clang! A sword barrier emerged, accompanied by the sound of metal clashing. Su Cheng turned around with a smile. Too slow and too weak, he said. His eyes flickered slightly, noting Zhu Zuqing's increased cultivation level. The toxic effects of the octagonal mysterious ice grass and the blazing apricot were not as easy to absorb as the water lilies or eight-petaled orchids, requiring Zhu Zuqing's current level to convert them into her own soul power. It required continuous cleansing of the body using the water from the ice and fire yin-yang spring. Is this how you thank me? Su Cheng teased, seeing Zhu Zuqing's annoyed expression. Zhu Zuqing's face alternated between red and white as she glared at him before muttering, "Pervert." I didn't even look, Su Cheng retorted. Strangely, Zhu Zuqing felt even more irritated at his words. However, before she could react, Su Cheng added, "Besides, I've seen it before, you haven't fully developed yet." Su Cheng. Zhu Zuqing's soul rings shimmered as she lunged at him again. This time, Su Cheng didn't underestimate her. With the eternal sword in hand, he countered her attack swiftly, stopping the blade inches from her neck. You've improved, but you still have a long way to go to beat me. Keep practicing, fourth miss. HMPH. Zhu Zuqing snorted and stood before him. How do you feel? Su Cheng asked. Great physical resilience, even stronger than most spirit masters. I can also sense a significant enhancement in my bloodline when using martial arts, she replied, her eyes gleaming. In addition, it seems I'm more resistant to ice and fire energy attacks. This is just the beginning, Su Cheng nodded. While the initial boost from consuming the herbs was high, it only used a small portion of their power. In the following months, aside from acquiring the fourth soul ring, you'll need to fully absorb the remaining power in the ice and fire yin-yang spring. 3 months, along with the boost from the additional soul ring, should be enough for you to advance beyond level 44. The power of the 2 herbs can sustain your cultivation until the Soul Saint stage. By then, your martial soul should have evolved into the Hell White Tiger. With the help of martial arts, you'll have already grasped the true essence of your martial soul. Your future cultivation won't face any bottlenecks until you become a god. A god? Zhu Zuqing repeated incredulously. Yes, a god, Su Cheng glanced at her. But those aren't things you need to worry about now. Don't aim too high, take it one step at a time. Thank you, she murmured softly, her eyes downcast. No need to thank me. After all, who said I'm your daddy? Su Cheng smirked. Zhu Zuqing's face darkened, and she attacked him again without a word. She noticed Su Cheng had reverted to his annoying self, always finding joy in provoking her anger. In the following days, Su Cheng divided his time between training and teaching Zhu Zuqing, while also focusing on researching concealment drugs. However, he found that even with his knowledge of herbalism, medicine, and martial souls, along with the insights gained from Tang Hao's Blue-Silver Emperor, the drugs he concocted could only conceal from ordinary titled Douluos. Achieving the effects of the love forbidden pill was nearly impossible, and relying solely on such drugs would definitely not fool Bibi Dong. Perhaps with Xiao Wu's temperament, she might recklessly embark on an adventure even with the drugs. But even if she wanted to, Tang Hao would likely intervene. Moreover, her actions would introduce many variables, which would be detrimental to his plans. Maybe after I absorb the 5th soul ring and advance to Soul King, I'll have a solution. If not, I'll have to think of other ways. Su Cheng sighed inwardly. For him, reaching Soul King was a crucial step. With the harmonization of the 5 elemental attributes and the further enhancement of his domain, he had a premonition that Tang Hao's pure soul rings, condensed naturally, were extraordinary. As long as he roughly understood the principles behind it, he could significantly broaden his horizons and elevate his knowledge to a new level, leading to a qualitative change in his past accumulation of knowledge. In the meantime, Zhu Zuqing wasn't idle. Following Su Cheng's advice, she spent most of her time soaking in the water of the ice and fire yin-yang spring. By neutralizing the latent power within her body and enhancing the efficiency of her nirvana scripture, her cultivation speed far exceeded normal. Moreover, during this time, with the continuous operation of her techniques, she noticed her martial soul strength entering a rapid advancement phase once again. Having studied at Shrek Academy, Zhu Zuqing had gained a lot of information about martial soul from Dai Mubai. Her rapid progress was thanks to this. After consuming the 2 herbs, her martial soul's foundation was strengthened again, and now her martial soul strength was definitely not weaker than those soul masters with full innate soul power. Furthermore, with Su Cheng's help, she also hunted a soul beast in the Sunset Forest after reaching level 40, adding a Millennium level 4th soul ring to her martial soul. With the tempering of the 2 herbs, Zhu Zuqing's physical attributes were significantly enhanced. Coupled with the secret technique of acupuncture with silver needles, absorbing a 4th soul ring was not difficult. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Zhu Zuqing quietly immersed herself in the spring water, silently cultivating. By now, her soul power had soared to level 43, with level 44 within reach. At that moment, Su Cheng's lazy voice echoed from the distant mountains. Let's go, 4th miss. 3 months have passed. He had also reached level 50 in cultivation and could now add the 5th soul ring to the eternal sword at any time to advance to Soul King. Zhu Zuqing opened her eyes in the spring water, looking somewhat bewildered. Has it already been 3 months? She murmured. Scenes of taking the immortal herb, practicing combat techniques, and engaging in verbal sparring seemed like they had just happened yesterday. She hadn't realized time had passed so quickly, and now, without warning, the agreed-upon deadline had arrived. For these 3 months, she didn't need to worry about anything. No one needed to be on guard, and there was no need to consider cultivation plans or interpersonal relationships. Everything was arranged clearly and transparently, and all she had to do was accept it. But now, everything was coming to an end. What's wrong? Reluctant to leave, how about going back to the Royal Academy with me and waiting for Daddy to take us? Su Cheng teased casually, noticing Zhu Zuqing's lack of response to his earlier remarks. Still no response. After a moment, a figure slowly emerged from beside the spring. Unlike before, Zhu Zuqing didn't immediately explode with anger or retaliate physically upon hearing Su Cheng's teasing comments. Instead, she silently stood before him. Seeing her expression, Su Cheng fell silent, finding it difficult to say what he had planned. After a long moment of silence between them, he finally spoke up. "Let's go." With that, he turned and began walking towards the outskirts of the valley. As they walked away from the sunset forest, Su Cheng glanced at Zhu Zuqing, who appeared gloomy. "What's wrong, fourth miss? The competition is about to start soon, and we're looking forward to seeing your performance," he remarked casually. "If you really can't bear to leave, you can continue practicing here. I can even secure a spot for you in our Royal Academy's second team." "You're overthinking it," Zhu Zuqing replied calmly. Su Cheng chuckled at her response and didn't push the matter further. Instead, he asked, "Have you noticed anything unusual about Tang San from your academy?" "Of course, I know he has some special weapon techniques with astonishing power," Zhu Zuqing replied, turning to look at Su Cheng. "But I don't think you know that he possesses a twin martial soul, do you?" "A twin martial soul?" Zhu Zuqing was taken aback. "That's right, he's Tang Hao's son from the Haotian sect, and his second martial soul is the Haotian hammer." "I see." Zhu Zuqing's expression changed as realization dawned on her. She had been wondering why someone with just a blue-silver grass martial soul could progress so quickly in cultivation and why the blue-silver grass he possessed seemed noticeably different from ordinary ones. "Do you want him to advance to the finals because of this?" Zhu Zuqing glanced at Su Cheng with suspicion. "But what impact can it have on you even if he has a twin martial soul?" "Of course not," Su Cheng chuckled wryly. "Tang San doesn't have anything I desire. I want them to advance to the finals for Xiao Wu." "Xiao Wu?" Zhu Zuqing was initially surprised but then smiled with skepticism. "I remember now, you both attended the same elementary academy, right? And you and Tang San seemed to have some conflicts before. Could it be because of Xiao Wu?" "What are you thinking?" Su Cheng shook his head, deciding to be honest. "Zhu Zuqing, I don't want to deceive you. Xiao Wu's true identity is actually a 100,000-year soul beast in human form. You should know what that represents, right? But she and Tang San have Tang Hao's protection. If I don't find a way to restrain others, wouldn't I be walking into a trap?" "A 100,000-year soul beast." Zhu Zuqing's feet faltered, and her heart surged with shock. A 100,000-year soul beast. So, Tang San's reason for being with her. Thinking of this, she couldn't help feeling a chill run down her spine. Zhu Zuqing had observed the relationship between Tang San and Xiao Wu along with everyone else at Shrek Academy. Those two were almost inseparable. Every time Xiao Wu suffered even a slight injury, Tang San would go berserk, behaving extremely recklessly. Although she had always been uncomfortable with Tang San's behavior and attitude, and she had always been wary of him, there had been a part of her that had envied the bond between those two. But she had never expected that Xiao Wu's true form was actually a 100,000-year soul beast. Could everything have been an act? Zhu Zuqing had heard of the legend of sacrificing 100,000-year soul beasts. Her face went blank for a moment as she murmured, "So, Tang San has been after Xiao Wu's 100,000-year soul ring." "No, Tang San probably doesn't know Xiao Wu's true identity yet," Su Cheng shook his head. "Tang Hao probably figured it out, but it's hard to say what he's thinking. But Tang San's intentions probably don't revolve around soul rings." "I see." Zhu Zuqing's expression softened, feeling relieved. Regardless of whether she and those two would become allies or enemies in the future, she didn't want their relationship to be based on falsehoods. "The reason I'm telling you this is because I hope you'll keep your distance from Tang San and not act against him casually. He already has many secrets, and behind him is a peak Douluo with the Haotian hammer, which is quite dangerous," Su Cheng warned solemnly. "Everything that has happened in these past few months, you should try to keep it secret, including your cultivation progress. It's best to come up with suitable reasons in advance. Tang Hao is not someone to be underestimated. Money and power can sway people's hearts." "I understand." Zhu Zuqing was no longer the naive girl she once was and understood the importance of discretion. After learning about Tang Hao's existence, she felt even more solemn. Fortunately, her extraordinary talent for cultivation had always set her apart from others. While her cultivation progress had been faster these past few months, finding a reasonable explanation for it wouldn't be too difficult, especially with the inclusion of the 100,000-year level 4th soul ring. Soon, the two of them arrived at the outskirts of the Sunset Forest. "This is for you," Su Cheng said, handing Zhu Zuqing a bottle of potion as they stopped near the forest exit. The pale red liquid in the glass bottle emitted a colorful glow. "Do you recognize this?" he asked. Zhu Zuqing reached out and took it, saying nothing, memories flooding back to her. "If you ever feel impatient with the progress of your bloodline fusion, use this. I can guarantee your safety," Su Cheng said calmly. "Don't worry, it won't kill you. My situation was unique, it had nothing to do with this potion." He wasn't lying. While the potion was potent and caused a strong reaction during bloodline extraction, it wasn't lethal. In the simulated world, Su Cheng had burned through his life force in large quantities afterward to restore his cultivation quickly, which had left him with little remaining lifespan. "Let's part ways here. You go find your academy's teachers, and I'll head back to the Royal Academy," Su Cheng suggested. Zhu Zuqing fell silent, holding the potion bottle tightly, lost in thought. "Why the long face?" Su Cheng chuckled. "Didn't you say before that becoming stronger doesn't require a reason? Follow your heart's desire and enjoy the power and freedom." He turned and walked away, waving his hand. "Zhu Zuqing, don't be a kite that appears to be free, be the wind itself, unburdened by anyone." Zhu Zuqing watched his retreating figure silently, a faint smile playing on her lips. Arrogant man. Chapter 133. Little brother Su Cheng, long time no see. Returning to the Royal Academy of Tian-Do after some time, Su Cheng didn't waste any time and went straight to the resting room of the second team's combat squad. Although his time with the combat squad was brief, over the past 3 months, there had been quite a few matters accumulated here that needed attention. After quickly arranging things, he was prepared to call Ah Yin and then head out directly to find the Blue-Silver King to promote to Soul King. The second team's resting room wasn't as luxurious as the first team's, but it was still quite extravagant. The spacious room could accommodate dozens of people without feeling crowded, and its palace-like decoration style looked magnificent. However, at this moment, in this huge room, there was only one person sitting upright on the spacious sofa in the center. Upon hearing the sound of the door being pushed, the person turned to look, and Su Cheng's gaze met a pair of deep black eyes that seemed as profound as the sea. The person's expression seemed to be smiling, but the depths of their eyes were as cold as frost, devoid of any warmth or amusement. "Su Cheng, my little brother, long time no see. You really made me wait." "Xiao Shui," Su Cheng exclaimed in surprise. Although the person before him appeared to be a young man at this moment, looking perfectly ordinary, he recognized her with just one glance. Moreover, no one else would address him like this except her. Upon hearing Su Cheng's address, the black-clad youth emitted a faint wave of soul power, and their somewhat ordinary appearance instantly changed. Their fair face became lively and radiant, and a pair of phoenix-like eyes shimmered with a faint chill. Who else could it be if not Qian Runshui? Then, she moved slightly, like a phantom, flashing in front of Su Cheng. Her speed was so fast that even he had trouble reacting. Immediately after, her fair right palm, like a sword, aimed directly at his vital points, with the condensed soul power forming sharp blades, showing no mercy in her attack. Although she didn't use her martial soul, Qian Runshui was someone extraordinary. With the enhancement of her six-winged angel martial soul, her soul power concentration far exceeded those of the same rank, not far from the level of a soul saint. In terms of attacking power, she was not weaker than an ordinary soul saint. Su Cheng raised his eyebrows and also refrained from using his martial soul, engaging in combat with her using his soul power. After advancing his domain, he could now summon a small amount of elemental power without using the eternal sword, making his strength far superior to those of the same rank. Qian Runshui's expression changed slightly, lightly praising, "You've improved quite fast." Then she became more ruthless in her attacks, using various deadly moves, with a hint of invisible killing intent hidden within. "Hey, what are you doing? Why so aggressive as soon as we meet?" Su Cheng said as he defended himself. Even without using his martial soul to unleash his self-created soul skills, he couldn't entirely keep up with Qian Runshui's fierce attacks and was soon at a disadvantage. After all, there was a two-tier difference in their levels, and she also mastered the secrets of the Meridian Restoration method, making her movements even faster than his. "Hey, how does it feel to be surrounded by beautiful women?" Qian Runshui said casually, her hands not stopping. "I heard you've hooked up with another genius girl from another academy. What, having a miss of the 7 treasure glazed tile school by your side isn't enough for you? I guess I shouldn't have let you off back then when you said you treated me like a little sister. Does a little sister need your help so badly? I shouldn't have spared you. It's not what you think." Su Cheng sighed, realizing why she was angry. It was probably some gossip she heard from somewhere, most likely orchestrated by that old man, Doupo. But he couldn't gain anything by fighting her like this, so he reluctantly took a blow and stepped back a few steps, avoiding her attack for the moment. Seeing this, Qian Runshui didn't pursue further, but her expression instantly turned cold. "Su Cheng, can you explain to me why Ning Rongrong's martial soul has turned into the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda?" She had waited for Su Cheng here for 3 months, almost understanding everything related to him. She knew that he and Ning Rongrong had left the first team and joined the second team together, and that the little girl's martial soul had completely compensated for her own shortcomings. Except for Su Cheng, she couldn't think of anyone else who could achieve this. "It's not what you think." Su Cheng sighed, realizing the complexity of the situation. There were too many reasons involved, and it wasn't easy to explain it clearly. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and asked, "By the way, do you have the Heartbroken Red with you?" He had encountered a bottleneck in his research on masking his aura with drugs. Perhaps utilizing the properties of the Heartbroken Red could help him solve the problem. At his words, Qian Runshui first scrutinized him expressionlessly, then lowered her eyelids, falling silent. Long lashes cast a shadow over her jet-black eyes, obscuring her expression and making it difficult to discern her emotions. After a while, with a flip of her hand, a white flower tainted with dots of blood appeared in her palm. The King of Flowers was connected with her aura, quietly floating on her fingertips, emitting a faint golden red light. "You picked it." Su Cheng was somewhat surprised to see that the Heartbroken Red had already acknowledged her as its master. He had thought that given Qian Runshui's current state, she wouldn't be able to gain the recognition of this immortal grass. "What's wrong, are you disappointed?" Qian Runshui said lightly, with a hint of mockery in her tone, whether mocking Su Cheng or herself, it was hard to tell. Then she put away the herb, somewhat disinterestedly waving her hand. "Never mind, do as you wish. Since there's nothing else, I'll go back to the Soul City before I leave." She added in her mind, "But before I go back, I have to deal with certain people." "Wait." At this moment, Su Cheng suddenly stepped forward, grabbing her wrist to stop her movement. Qian Runshui turned her head back, staring at him coldly without saying a word. They exchanged silent glances. Gradually, Su Cheng's gaze became sharp, with a cold light emanating from his eyes. After a long while, he wore a serious expression and nodded decisively. "You blinked first." Qian Runshui looked at him in astonishment. "You blinked first, who plays this kind of thing with you?" Qian Runshui couldn't help but laugh at his words, her anger dissipating by half. "When did you become so childish?" "You too," Su Cheng retorted, making Qian Runshui blush. Then, she turned her face aside, trying to shake off his grip on her arm. Instead, she ended up being pulled back to the sofa by him. "Come sit down first, I'll explain the situation to you." After sitting down, Qian Runshui lowered her head in silence. It wasn't because she was angry this time but rather because she felt embarrassed. The 3 months of waiting had made her mood too suppressed, coupled with her extreme concern, inevitably leading to her overthinking things. Meeting today and failing to control her emotions, all her suppressed feelings erupted at once. Su Cheng's teasing remarks had made her feel somewhat embarrassed now. "Don't overthink it, I didn't plan to give the Heartbroken Red to anyone else. I wanted you to take it out to see if it has any other uses." Qian Runshui didn't say anything more, silently taking out the Heartbroken Red again. Su Cheng observed the immortal herb in front of him, furrowing his brows in contemplation. During the first simulation, he had also seen this state of the lovesick Heartbroken Red, but at that time, the purpose of taking this flower was to help Qian Runshui advance quickly, without delving too deeply into its characteristics. At that time, Su Cheng didn't attach much significance to studying such rare herbs. These items were born from the essence of heaven and earth, each one unique and possessing powerful and singular medicinal properties that couldn't be replicated with ordinary herbs, making them impossible to mass produce. But now, he felt that his previous thoughts were too narrow-minded. Indeed, the medicinal power of immortal herbs was extraordinary, and no combination of ordinary herbs could achieve a similar effect. And functions like concealing one's aura were just incidental traits, indicating significant research value. Moreover, it didn't stop there. Currently, on the surface of the heartbroken red, there emitted a layer of golden red light, like a barrier, firmly guarding it within. It appeared harmless but was exceptionally sturdy. Even he, using all his strength, would find it difficult to shatter it. Only Qian Runshui, as its master, could approach or use it freely. This characteristic was also quite peculiar. After a brief examination, Su Cheng turned to Qian Runshui beside him and asked, "What level are you at now?" 67. Only 67, that's a bit too slow, time is running out, he muttered to himself. Upon hearing this, Qian Runshui felt speechless. Wasn't this fast enough? Unable to hold back, she retorted, "Do you think advancing to a Soul Emperor level is as easy as advancing to your Soul Ancestor level?" "Oh, that's not what I meant," Su Cheng smiled. Indeed, her advancement speed was already quite fast. Calculating, she could advance one level in less than a year, which indicated her exceptional talent. However, to absorb the 7th Soul Ring, you need to reach level 70. The 7th Soul Ring, what does that mean? Qian Runshui raised an eyebrow. "We'll talk about that later." Su Cheng glanced at her and then asked, "What exactly is your current situation?" I mean your spiritual state seems unstable." He carefully adjusted his wording. Qian Runshui lowered her gaze slightly and after a moment, said in a bitter voice, "Shortly after returning to the Soul City, she gradually fell into a state of sleep." A state of sleep? Su Cheng was surprised. Is it dangerous? Not for the time being. Qian Runshui still lowered her head, making it difficult to discern her expression. "But as I gradually become stronger, she becomes much weaker." "Aren't you symbiotic?" Su Cheng furrowed his brows lightly. This was different from what he had thought. During these days, he had pondered over the hidden implications and possible solutions to their situation. However, due to Qian Runshui's reluctance to discuss the matter when they parted ways, he had very few clues to work with, and everything was mainly guesswork. But if they weren't symbiotic, it would be easier to solve. They would only need to find a way to create a host body to separate the two. In the Douluo continent, the existence of soul bodies wasn't uncommon. At this moment, Qian Runshui whispered again, "We are symbiotic, so if she perishes, I won't be able to continue to exist." "I see," Su Cheng pondered, "is this due to an unhealthy mental state?" Qian Runshui's expression darkened, and she said softly, "Do you mean my existence is redundant? Or perhaps, I shouldn't have existed at all?" Her palm clenched silently, and her fingertips turned slightly pale. "But it's fine like this. With your abilities, you should be able to eliminate this hidden danger, right?" A faint sense of tension and worry arose in her heart. Did he really see it that clearly? "You misunderstood. To me, both of you, although with different consciousnesses, are still Qian Runshui. Essentially, there is no difference." Su Cheng reached out and gently patted her shoulder. "When I mentioned an unhealthy state, I meant that this mental state is not suitable for prolonged periods." Su Cheng propped his chin with one hand and pondered, "The problem with your situation lies in the difficulty of maintaining balance. Being symbiotic and having opposing attributes, it's hard to convert each other. Once one side becomes too strong, the other becomes even more dangerous. Why can the ice and fire yin-yang eyes maintain balance? That's because the two Dragon King corpses were already dead, so there was no possibility of one side continuing to grow stronger. Moreover, they were existences that surpassed dimensions, so there were almost no external factors that could disrupt the balance between them. If there's a solution, I have a somewhat immature idea." Su Cheng spoke slowly as he contemplated. "Perhaps if there's a relatively fixed anchor and the addition of a third-party existence, it might be possible to stabilize your spiritual state in the short term." "A third-party existence?" Qian Runshui furrowed her brows, her expression becoming dangerous. "What are you thinking?" Seeing her expression, Su Cheng couldn't help but smile wryly. "Don't overthink it. When I say third party, I don't mean a new consciousness but rather something that can stabilize the soul. If he had to describe it, it was somewhat similar to the significance of awaken to his 5 elements domain. It's just that his 5 elements rotation could convert each other, so even without awaken's presence, the domain would only become duller and weaker, but there would be no danger. In that case, let me first study the characteristics of the heartbroken red, and when the time is right, you can take it. Su Cheng quickly made a decision. Since you were able to successfully master it, there shouldn't be any problem with taking it. Plus, you can use its medicinal power to reach the level 70 threshold, which might also help alleviate your spiritual state. The medicinal properties of the heartbroken red are mild and gentle, and its main role is to strengthen weaknesses and deficiencies. Since Qian Runshui's 2 consciousnesses are essentially one, there is no distinction between malignancy and benignity. For an unconscious existence like an herb, it will instinctively seek to compensate for the relatively weaker spiritual attributes. From this perspective, after taking it, the weaker side of Qian Runshui's body will receive greater benefits, which is extremely advantageous for maintaining balance. Moreover, this immortal herb's medicinal power lasts for an extended period, so even if there are any accidents, there will be enough time to rectify them. Chapter 134, Are You Her Lover? Level 70. Qian Runshui had no objections to Su Cheng's arrangement, but she was somewhat puzzled. You mentioned this before, why are you in such a hurry to have me reach level 70? She asked. This is related to another matter, Su Cheng replied, turning to look at her. Regarding what you said before, the girl I took away, she comes from a place called Shrek Academy and is also preparing to participate in this year's Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament. Qian Runshui narrowed her eyes slightly at his words. Although her previous anger had dissipated to some extent, she still cared about this matter and was waiting for Su Cheng's explanation. Among the members of that team, there is a member who has transformed into a 100,000-year soul beast, Su Cheng continued. You remember how powerful the martial soul true body brought by a 100,000-year soul ring can be, right? Moreover, the souls of soul beasts above 100,000 years have a chance to be preserved in the soul ring. 100,000-year soul beast transformation. Qian Runshui's spirit shook. She naturally remembered the power of a 100,000-year soul ring vividly, especially when combined with a martial soul true body, the strength could undergo a qualitative transformation. Although losing the enhancement of 2 soul skills brought by the 100,000-year soul ring, she could gain a significant enhancement in domain and martial soul, completely different from the martial soul true body used by ordinary soul saints. In a dream in another world, she had absorbed a 100,000-year soul ring as her 7th soul ring, so she was very clear about its significance. Her original plan was to wait until level 70 before finding an opportunity to hunt down the 100,000-year soul beast in the dream. But doing so would involve greater risks. Killing the beast itself wasn't a problem. With the intervention of the title Douluo from the martial soul hall, she only needed to deliver the final blow. But the problem lay with Bibi Dong. In the simulated world, she could do this because Su Cheng had reached an understanding with Bibi Dong, making this soul beast a bargaining chip between them. But in the real world, trying to obtain that soul ring would be akin to snatching food from Bibi Dong's mouth, with huge variables involved. Qian Runshui thought for a moment before asking, if that's the case, why don't we just take action directly? What does it have to do with the Academy tournament? I've never heard of this Shrek Academy before, and I doubt there are any strong individuals there, right? Su Cheng shook his head, explaining, no, we can't. That transformed soul beast is secretly protected by Tang Hao. Unless you can persuade your grandfather to take action, we won't stand a chance. The Tang Hao who disappeared for more than a decade. Yes, him. He should have reached the peak Douluo level by now, and he even possesses a 900,000-year soul ring. Qian Runshui fell silent at his words. It was highly probable that Qian Douluo wouldn't be willing to take action, and she didn't want to plead with him either. Qian Daoliu's tolerance towards members of the Tang sect was unusually high. Not to mention that Tang Hao was the inheritor of this generation's Tang sect supreme Douluo. Even during the previous battle with Qian Shuan, he hadn't said much, let alone make an exception for a 100,000-year soul beast. Even if she didn't tell him the truth beforehand and tricked him into going, the most he would do would be to save herself at the end, never putting too much thought into that 100,000-year soul beast. With a change of heart, Qian Runshui now understood Su Cheng's intention. With a serious expression, She said, "So, you want that transformed soul beast to be exposed in front of everyone, and then we'll take advantage of the chaos." "That's right," Su Cheng nodded calmly. "Once that soul beast's true form is exposed, there will inevitably be conflicts between Tang Hao and the martial soul hall. Bibi Dong has a second martial soul and is determined to obtain the 100,000-year soul ring, but Tang Hao won't let her succeed. We'll seize the opportunity to strike during the chaos. As long as you can kill it on the spot, the martial soul hall will naturally support you in absorbing the soul ring. Even Bibi Dong won't be able to say anything by then." Listening to this plan, Qian Runshui didn't show much joy on her face. Instead, she seemed worried. "But have you considered the risks involved? With just the two of us, our chances are slim," she said. "There are risks, but when strength is lacking, we have to take risks. This is the best opportunity. Neither Tang Hao nor Bibi Dong is someone we can contend with. They have their own grievances, and that transformed soul beast won't often expose itself to the view of title Douluo. The only chance to bring them together is during the finals of the Soul Master Tournament." Su Cheng remained calm, indicating that he had already considered this plan for a long time. "At least by then, you'll have the support of some forces from the Martial Soul Hall, and I have a peak Douluo level combat power on my side. When I reach the Soul King level, my strength will be at least at the level of a high-level Soul Saint. Besides, our presence is not strong, we'll be lurking in the shadows, waiting for the right moment, and we have absolute initiative. With this advantage, as long as the timing is right, there's at least a 30% chance of success." A 30% chance was already worth a try, and that was just Su Cheng's conservative estimate. Doupo excelled in group attacks, and with his improved strength, restraining the existence of all title Douluo present was not difficult. Chen Xing and Ji Yurong won't necessarily take action then. Their relationship was one reason, but the key was that they didn't need the soul rings on Xiao Wu, and it wasn't possible to grab them and raise them until Ning Rongrong reached level 90. It might be possible for the foolish Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect to do this, but with Ning Fengji's wit, they would definitely understand the principle of cherishing what they already had. Of course, Su Cheng's greatest confidence still came from himself. Until now, he couldn't be sure how much the fifth soul ring would enhance him. If the effect exceeded expectations, there might be an additional 20% chance. And in this three-way confrontation, having a 50% chance of winning was an absolute advantage. "There's another question," Qian Runshui said, looking at Su Cheng with probing eyes. "If I absorb the 100,000-year soul ring and ascend to Soul Saint, do you still have a chance to win the final championship?" "That's when it gets interesting," Su Cheng chuckled lightly. "With your current strength, it won't be enough once I ascend to Soul King." Less than a month later, Su Cheng came to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect alone. After Qian Runshui fully understood all the details of the plan and waited for Su Cheng to make all the necessary preparations, she returned to the Spirit Hall City in advance to take the Heartbroken Red. This visit to the Heavenly Do Empire, apart from some personal reasons, was mainly to inquire about the use of the immortal herb and the dormant host personality. Now that she had received relatively satisfactory results, and even had some unexpected surprises, she couldn't afford to delay any longer. The risky plan that Su Cheng had mentioned, even with her current temperament, couldn't help but feel alarmed, not daring to take it lightly. In this time, Su Cheng's return to the Seven Treasure Glazed Glass sect was for the purpose of promoting the potion. There was no faction more suitable than the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, with its vast wealth and business spread across the continent. Moreover, it was a win-win situation. Considering the risks Su Cheng had to bear, it was hard to say who would benefit more. "Xiao Cheng, you're saying that this potion, when consumed by a soul master, can help them conceal their own aura and cultivation base, making it difficult even for title Douluo to perceive." Ning Fengji looked surprised as he watched Su Cheng take out the potion. Not only him, but Chen Xing and Ji Yurong beside him also had serious expressions. Although they knew that Su Cheng had deep research in this area, they still had some doubts in their hearts, thinking that this child might be underestimating the perception ability of title Douluo level experts. In the Douluo continent, the most straightforward way to judge a soul master's strength is to observe their soul ring quantity. But for powerful individuals with strong spiritual power, such troubles were unnecessary. If there was a significant difference in cultivation level between two soul masters, one could easily discern the approximate level of the other. "That's right, Sect Master, You also know that I have some research in herbal medicine. This is one of my achievements in recent years. I hope you can promote it on my behalf, and the profits can be distributed according to the situation. The effect is guaranteed. I have already let Senior Doupo try it before, and Master and Senior can also experience it. Su Cheng looked at Ning Fengji seriously and said, I have only one request. I hope that when the medicine is sold in the early stage, the price set should not be too high. First, promote it as much as possible so that the vast majority of soul masters are aware of the existence of this medicine. He wasn't worried that Ning Fengji would be driven by greed. The benefit of doing business with smart people lies here. The other party has enough sense to know how to balance each other's psychological expectations. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji picked up the medicine and observed it for a while. Then he opened the bottle and drank it in one gulp. In just a moment, the powerful aura of a soul saint level completely converged and became invisible. Chen Xin and Ji Yu Rong were stunned. Ning Fengji's soul power level, which was clearly distinguishable in their eyes, became as indiscernible as that of an ordinary person without cultivation. Even with their peak Douluo level perception ability, they couldn't see through the depth of the other party. Of course, with Ning Fengji's demeanor and temperament, he was obviously not an ordinary person. So if he walked outside like this, it would actually make people more cautious, only feeling that this person's strength far exceeded their own. As a powerhouse at the peak of the soul saint level, Ning Fengji was equally sensitive to his own situation. After silently concentrating for a while, he raised his head and said, the effect of the medicine can last for about 3 days. If it is used by a soul master below the king rank, one bottle of medicine is enough for more than 10 days. The lower the cultivation level, the longer the duration. At this moment, his face still showed a mixture of disbelief and excitement. His surprise came not only from the visible commercial value of this bottle of medicine but more importantly from his keen sense of the strategic significance it possessed. While earning profits, the potential influence gained was even more astonishing. Not all soul masters like to act ostentatiously. Talented individuals abound on the continent, and apart from the title Douluo, there are few soul masters who dare to claim that they won't encounter stronger opponents. In the world of soul masters, strength always comes first. With a medicine that can conceal one's cultivation level, even without considering other effects, just the ability to obscure one's strength could play a significant role, greatly enhancing the personal safety of many lone soul masters. Moreover, although this kind of medicine is precious, it is not too extravagant. At least with the strength of the 7 treasure glazed glass sect, they can definitely afford it. After contemplating for a while, Ning Fengji looked at Su Cheng, his excitement still evident in his eyes. Xiao Cheng, after selling the medicine, the sect will take 15% of the profits. What do you think? This price is quite fair, and it can even be said that Ning Fengji has made quite a concession. In terms of business, the 7 treasure glazed glass sect's channels are second only to the martial soul hall and the 2 great empires on the continent. Just this kind of resource alone could be worth a considerable share. However, Su Cheng refused with a wave of his hand. Master, this proportion doesn't seem appropriate. I suggest a 50-50 split. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji's face did not show any joy. Instead, he felt a tightening in his heart. Although he did make a concession in the previous ratio, no matter how powerful the sales channels are, they are not worth a 50% profit. After exchanging a glance with Chen Xin in silence, he gently smiled and said, Xiao Cheng, 50-50 is too much. It seems you haven't done much business, so you don't have a concept. Even if we are like a family, you can't make endless concessions. Yes, Chenger, since Fengji has spoken, let's go with his previous proposal, Chen Xin also advised in a low voice, pretending to be displeased. As a teacher, how can you take advantage of your disciple? Su Cheng quickly bowed and apologized, it was my rashness. Let's go with what the sect master said. However, he sighed inwardly. Since it was like this, he would just give up all the profits. He didn't expect Ning Fengji's perception to be so keen, seemingly sensing some of his thoughts just from this detail. What Su Cheng didn't say was that there were antidotes specifically tailored to this kind of medicine. After completing the plan, he planned to give the antidote to the 7 treasure glazed tile sect as well, to avoid too many additional variables due to the emergence of this medicine. He had no intention of tricking the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. During this period of time, How much money the other party could earn and how much they could expand their network would depend on Ning Fengji's own methods. After leaving the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, Su Cheng returned to Tian-Do City. This time, he didn't return to the academy but wandered around the city. From a distance, he saw a long line outside a fruit shop, extending out of sight. At the entrance of the fruit shop, a woman was busy back and forth. The woman had a graceful figure and a slender waist. Even if you didn't look at her face directly, just her back was enough to make people unable to hold back their admiration. Then she turned her head, wearing a plain headscarf on her head. Although her face looked a little dusty, her beauty was still evident. The long line in front of the fruit stall, how many people were genuinely there to buy fruit, and how many were there to steal glances at the woman's beauty, it's hard to say. After seeing this scene from a distance, Su Cheng shook his head with a light smile and walked over, swaggering to the front of the line. This behavior immediately caused a lot of dissatisfaction and commotion. Hey, don't you know how to line up? Where did this kid come from? So rude. Aren't soul masters supposed to line up? Look carefully, I'm also a soul master. I'm still a big customer of Moon Pavilion. At this moment, hearing the commotion, Yin, who was standing with her back to the store, turned her head and saw Su Cheng smiling at her. Her face first showed a moment of surprise, then quickly lowered her head. In these days, what she did was no different from an ordinary person. She had never used soul power, so she didn't feel Su Cheng's approach just now. Otherwise, given their relationship, she should have sensed something. The next moment, a middle-aged woman suddenly rushed out of the shop, angrily shouting, "Who dares to cause trouble here?" She could run a small shop in Tian-Do City, where every inch of land was valuable. Although she was not a soul master, she evidently had some background. In the Tian-Do Empire, the environment was different from the Star Luo Empire. Here, the strength of the nobles varied, and it was difficult to say which ordinary person had connections with which noble family. Soul masters were rare, but as long as the imperial city's public order was good, she wasn't afraid of anyone. "You, madam, misunderstood," Su Cheng said politely to the woman, smiling, "I'm here to pick someone up." He pointed to Yin, who was standing silently next to him. The woman was first startled when she heard this, then she carefully looked at Su Cheng and nodded inwardly. His words were pleasant, and his demeanor was extraordinary. He didn't seem like a bad person. Seeing Yin's embarrassed expression as she stood there with her head down, she smiled and said, "Are you her lover? With such a beautiful wife, you should take care of her well. I've seen her wandering around the city for a few days, not saying anything, just staying in the shop to take care of it. Be sure to take good care of her in the future, don't let her get angry and leave home again." Soul masters mature early. Although Su Cheng looked slightly younger than Yin, considering Yin's innocent demeanor, the two indeed looked like peers. Su Cheng didn't mind being misunderstood by a stranger, but seeing Yin's face flush red and her struggling expression as if she wanted to speak but didn't know how to, he explained with a smile, "Sister, you misunderstood. She's my sister." He pointed to the side of his head with his right hand. "She has some problems. She went missing for a while before, and our family was very worried. I spent a lot of effort to find her." "No wonder." The woman nodded in understanding. Although she didn't think the girl was stupid, her words and actions were indeed overly naive, as if she had never left home before and was ignorant of everything. Thinking of this, she looked at Yin with a little pity and earnestly advised, "Then you must take good care of your sister in the future and never let her go out alone again." Yin noticed Su Cheng's movements and words, and her heart suddenly surged with anger. She wanted to refute. Then she saw the woman's reaction and her face turned red instantly. Turning around and lowering her head, she felt extremely embarrassed. Recalling her experiences and the things she had done during these days, it seemed indeed that she couldn't be called smart. Chapter 135, Yin's Uncertainty. Ignoring the regretful gazes of passers-by and the curious individuals who wanted to inquire further, Su Cheng, along with Yin, quickly departed the scene after leaving 10 gold soul coins as thanks. Next, he would seek the promotion of the Blue-Silver King to Soul King. "How have you been feeling these days, living alone in Tian-Do City?" Su Cheng asked. Yin fell silent at Su Cheng's question. Naturally, Su Cheng didn't throw her into the world without preparation, and he had provided her with plenty of gold soul coins. However, Unfortunately, it didn't take long before she was swindled clean. In a place like Tiando City, aside from the elite at the top of the pyramid, no one dared to easily resort to robbery. However, those high-level powerhouses wouldn't care about a few gold soul coins. But if they couldn't steal, couldn't they deceive? After observing for a while, some people noticed that this overly beautiful woman often spent money to help ordinary people. They noticed her frequent purchases from the slave market, buying some seemingly pitiful slaves and then setting them free. Thus, they came up with the guise of a slave children rescue organization, and swindled her out of hundreds of gold soul coins. By the time she realized it, those people had vanished without a trace. Luckily, Yin didn't need to eat. She could sustain herself by instinctively absorbing the essence of plants and trees, otherwise, she might have returned to her soul state and entered the eternal sword long ago. However, these events clearly took a toll on her, but she felt embarrassed to complain to Su Cheng. With no money left, she didn't know what she could do and could only aimlessly wander the streets. Eventually, she was taken in by a kind-hearted woman from a fruit shop who mistook her for a homeless person. Such people were not uncommon in Tiando City. Every day, countless people became wealthy in this imperial city, but just as many fell into poverty overnight. However, inadvertently, this experience turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Within this shop, she encountered numerous ordinary people and matured a lot. Come on, tell me what you've been through these past few days. It looks like you've faced quite a few setbacks. Yin remained silent at her prompting. Seeing her lack of response, Su Cheng chuckled lightly. My silly sister, I suppose you've spent all the money I gave you by now, haven't you? Yin raised her head to speak but couldn't find the words. She realized she couldn't argue back and lowered her head again. Hey, money moves people's hearts. Su Cheng glanced at her and knew he was right. However, 100 gold soul coins meant nothing to him. Regardless of the reason, he couldn't be bothered to pursue it further. Then, he looked ahead, speaking intentionally or unintentionally, these are just a few gold soul coins. Compared to 100,000-year soul beast, how much value do you think they hold? Yin was startled by his words, glancing at Su Cheng before turning her head away, remaining silent. After experiencing all this, if you were to return to wandering the world aimlessly as you did before the sacrifice ceremony, would you still dare? She still didn't speak. The answer was no, but Su Cheng wasn't ready to let her off so easily, continuing to question, so, in your heart, what is more important, the safety of your loved ones or your dream of exploring the world? By the way, do you know how old Tang Hao was back then? Even someone of my age understands these principles, wouldn't Tang Hao? Then, he glanced at Yin, who had been silent the whole way, adding, but compared to your age, you're probably just a little kid, hey. Su Cheng. Yin glared at him indignantly. The last sentence was a bit too much. In the world of soul beasts, age wasn't calculated like this. After transforming, they were reborn as humans, so it was natural to calculate age in human years. Yin, have you ever thought that Tang Hao has already gotten used to it? Ignoring her anger, Su Cheng continued walking and speaking. He's used to your adventures, your sacrifices, your silent presence following behind them. She still didn't respond. Then, when you made your final sacrifice, what were you seeking? Were you hoping for his regret? Hoping he would realize the value? Or simply hoping they would survive? These words stirred up a whirlwind of thoughts in Yin's mind. At that time, she hadn't thought about these things. Is regret after loss of any use? However, I can tell you, Tang Hao does regret deeply. He spends his days drowning in alcohol, like a broken man. Perhaps over the years, he has thought more than once that he should not have let you sacrifice yourself. Of course, maybe it's just wishful thinking. Please stop. Yin shook her head, her face pale, looking at Su Cheng with pleading and confusion in her eyes. Whether it was due to heartache or fear, she didn't feel any joy, anger, or worry after hearing these words. Su Cheng looked ahead without looking at her. Do you know, if I hadn't appeared, you might have had a chance to be resurrected someday. Tang Hao's son is not simple, he knows a lot and would have treated you as his own parents. He paused, turning to gaze at Yin's bewildered and helpless eyes. Yin, if mistakes could be rectified, could they be forgiven? Yin's face was pale, her lips devoid of color. Everyone makes mistakes, it's not shameful. But sometimes, the reasons for the mistakes are shameful. Su Cheng said lightly, ask yourself these questions, I can't provide the answers. After leaving the city, Su Cheng looked at Yin. Let's go, find the Blue Silver King, and don't forget your promise. Yin sighed silently, temporarily setting aside her jumbled thoughts. The calm sea in her heart, which had finally settled down these past few days, was once again stirred up by Su Cheng's words. After thinking for a moment, she pointed in a direction. Then she spoke softly, if you can't succeed, you can't hurt them either. She knew Su Cheng's purpose for this journey, but she wasn't optimistic. This wasn't underestimating Su Cheng. To be honest, Yin, aside from Su Cheng himself, understood his true strength the most. But she also understood the situation of the Blue-Silver Grass clan. For someone like Su Cheng, who possessed a sword martial soul, the Blue-Silver Grass forest couldn't possibly be of much help, even with the 5 elements domain. Don't worry, there are plenty of soul beasts in the world, and I don't need to focus on a single Blue-Silver Grass. Su Cheng said frankly. But seeing Yin's worried expression, he couldn't help but sneer. However, your mentality of all soul beasts being one family is a bit laughable. Humans hunting soul beasts is just like wolves hunting rabbits or sheep eating grass, it's the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest. Even among soul beasts, there's no peace, territorial disputes, strength competitions, and struggles for food are common. Don't talk as if there are only 2 factions in the world, humans and soul beasts. Even among your soul beasts, don't herbivorous soft-boned rabbits feed on your blue-silver grass. If we have to categorize, it's more accurate to say that creatures with consciousness and true self-awareness belong to one faction. Yin was stunned, looking at Su Cheng with amazement. It was the first time she had heard such a view. But I never pity soul beasts, and if a transformed soul beast deserves to be killed, I will kill it without hesitation. Su Cheng grinned, revealing his gleaming white teeth. A chill ran down Yin's spine. Su Cheng continued, however, ask yourself, these are questions I can't answer. Immediately, he turned back with a furious look and shouted, then why did you just say those pompous words? Joke, why did you come to ask me about this? Su Cheng smirked, a cruel light flashing in his eyes. This world is like this. Do you think I want to obtain soul rings by hunting soul beasts? This method of promotion disgusts me. I don't even want to eat spirit grass. If it weren't for the bottleneck in leveling up, why would I bother hunting soul beasts to help myself advance? This has nothing to do with factions. To be honest with you, if the way for soul masters to advance was to kill and take rings, I would still not hesitate to do what needs to be done. Quote. This speech left Yin standing dumbfounded, speechless for a moment. Su Cheng snorted coldly, in my opinion, the way people rely on soul beasts and soul rings for advancement is not reasonable. The relationship between the two is not a normal cycle of nature, but rather seems like some special will imposed on this world's rules. But for me now, resisting is futile. You'd better pray that this time I can succeed and find a way to advance naturally without hunting soul beasts. Upon hearing this, Yin felt a shiver of fear and asked in a hoarse voice, is this why you want to go to the blue-silver grass forest, not just to condense the 5th soul ring? What do you think? Su Cheng turned around and headed in the direction Yin had just pointed to. Watching his figure, Yin couldn't help but mutter softly in her heart, Su Cheng, what kind of person are you? Several hours later, Su Cheng followed Yin to an unknown forest. Before Yin could speak, he keenly sensed the strange and harmonious environment around him. Like a domain, but higher than a domain. If one had to describe it, it was like a fragmentary alternative world. Su Cheng immediately closed his eyes. The 5 elements domain spread out, the vertical lines on his forehead flickering. Blue-silver grass, a plant as common as weeds in the Douluo continent, was abundant here, with no other common weeds in sight. As Su Cheng gradually immersed himself in this world, the dormant blue-silver emperor's soul bone in his right leg suddenly began to emit a faint blue light. Standing beside him, Yin also took a deep breath. Her feelings at this moment were much deeper than Su Cheng's, her gentle eyes filled with nostalgia and affection. Here, all of this had once been her people, and they all regarded themselves as a mother. Even though her body no longer possessed the true bloodline of the blue-silver emperor, she still felt the connection as if blood were flowing. The forest exuded a strong sense of attachment. Like a wanderer who had been away from home for many years, finally returning to the embrace of his mother. Resentment, gratitude, surprise, nostalgia. Countless emotions silently poured out to her. With the help of Yin, one of the axes of the five elements domain, Su Cheng soon merged with this small world. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out in his mind without warning. King, great king, is it really you? You have finally come to me, thank the heavens. These words were addressed to Su Cheng but also to Yin standing beside him. In the previously peaceful and distant small world, there suddenly arose a strong spiritual force entangling with Su Cheng. King, please come to me. Can you? The voice seemed even more eager, tinged with intense longing. Su Cheng didn't hesitate, he got up and rushed directly into the forest. Yin was surprised at this moment. She thought that she needed to be the link between them to connect their spiritual forces, but she didn't expect Su Cheng to directly sense the call of the Blue-Silver King. Entering the forest, Su Cheng leapt up and quickly moved forward in the direction of the spiritual pull. Wherever he passed, the blue-silver grass on the ground seemed to cheer excitedly, swaying rhythmically as if dancing happily for his arrival. The size of the forest was not large, but the plants here looked very ancient, as if they had experienced countless years. Towering ancient trees pierced the sky, and even the sun's rays had difficulty penetrating through the dense vegetation. After a half-hour of rapid travel, the spiritual force connected to him became exceptionally clear. King, I'm here. The spiritual call appeared again, with excitement mixed with a hint of nervousness. Passing through two ancient trees that required several people to hug, the enormous Blue-Silver King's main body appeared in front of Su Cheng. Long vines climbed up, tangled until about 10 meters high, seeming to be composed of countless vines. Each vine was as thick as a human waist, with a diameter of over a foot. It shimmered with a crystal-clear blue light, and the blue-silver grass around it grew exceptionally lush. In the center of the vines, there was even a face-like mark, showing a clear smile. An extremely powerful aura was released without reservation. From the center of that face, a strong spiritual fluctuation spewed out, swirling around Su Cheng's body in a joyful rhythm. Blue-Silver King, Su Cheng stared at the huge vine in front of him. King, you've finally come. The face in the center of the vines opened its mouth, speaking human words. Your Majesty is here. He seemed somewhat incredulous at the scene before him. Before, Yin's aura seemed uncertain, but now, it sensed a very clear blue-silver emperor aura from Su Cheng. But after careful sensing, 2 drops of blue liquid flowed from the eyes of the face. Immediately, extreme anger followed. A high and painful roar pierced the sky. Even though it was as gentle as it also had an untouchable scale. Who made you suffer such hardship? Su Cheng felt the terrifying mental pressure beside him, his expression slightly solemn. Although this strong and condensed hostility was not directed at him, the feeling of being against the world, even with just a slight touch, was uncomfortable. But he didn't feel too much fear in his heart. It wasn't because he trusted Yin, but because he was confident that he could break free from here. In this small world, the Blue-Silver King's strength was indeed far superior to his. But to keep him here was still far from enough. The Blue-Silver King's killing methods were limited, strong in spiritual power and restraint. However, these were precisely restrained by his true sight pupil, which could help him break through the encirclement. Watching the tears drop from the Blue-Silver King's eyes and the extreme anger on its face, Yin also felt touched. Perhaps she had been too narrow-minded in the past. Trapped in human emotions, she completely forgot her identity and responsibilities, forgetting the loyal subjects who always missed her. Shaking her head, she said softly, all that has passed, you don't have to worry about it, and I have let it go. Besides, Su Cheng will help me truly revive in the future. Then she turned to Su Cheng, isn't that right? Yin's gaze was as sincere as a child's, without any hint of threat. She was never the type to threaten others. Although they had spent a considerable amount of time together, the experiences during this period were vivid in her mind. During these days, Su Cheng had never deceived her. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng turned to look at Yin. His eyes flickered slightly, and after a moment, he said in a deep voice, I cannot guarantee. But I will try my best. That's enough. A smile appeared on Yin's face. Turning back to the enormous Blue-Silver King in front of her, she said solemnly, help him undergo the awakening ceremony. Chapter 136, Fifth Soul Ring. As Yin's voice fell, a tremendous aura suddenly surged, not from the Blue-Silver King in front of Su Cheng, but from the entire forest. A faint blue light emanated from each blue-silver grass quietly, tiny blue dots converging together, quickly forming a blue sea. In the next moment, Su Cheng immediately felt himself becoming the center of this sea. His body eagerly absorbed the energy from this blue sea as if starved. The Nirvana scripture swiftly circulated, the eternal sword appeared in his hand, and the 5 elements domain spread out on its own. Under the effect of his cultivation technique, although his soul level was stuck at 50 due to the lack of soul rings, his soul power was rapidly increasing, far surpassing his past efficiency in cultivation. This energy from the blue-silver grass, although not of extreme attributes, in Su Cheng's view, its characteristics were not inferior to those of so-called extreme attributes. Blue-silver grass, a ubiquitous weed at the bottom of the soul beast food chain, actually possessed extremely tenacious vitality. They were not powerful, yet they could grow in various extreme and harsh environments. It occurred to Su Cheng that the immortality that Yin mentioned regarding the blue-silver domain evolving to the extreme was essentially an extension of this trait of blue-silver grass. Countless blue-silver grass selflessly provided him with specks of energy starlight endlessly. Although the ocean of blue formed by these dots was boundless, the number of plants in this forest was too vast, and their existence had been too long. The combined energy was probably not even a drop in the bucket compared to the vastness of the forest. Su Cheng sat cross-legged in this extremely comfortable environment but did not immerse himself in it. Apart from leaving a trace of vigilance for possible accidents from the outside world, his attention was mainly focused on the energy sea in front of him. At this moment, the true vision pupil on his forehead emitted a bright golden light. This time, this vertical line finally did not just open a narrow slit but projected a screen of light, like the shadow of a vertical eye, capturing all the changes within sight. The spiritual power in his sea of consciousness rapidly dwindled, but it would be completely replenished in just a few breaths. But the consumption was fast, and the replenishment was faster. The endless blue sea continuously replenished all his consumption, filling him with blue light that permeated his body, mind, and soul power. Although this energy was powerful, it was not rough, instead, it was extremely gentle. There was no sense of impact or pressure, just like when he absorbed Yin's 100,000-year soul bone, it nourished him silently. Gradually, his skin surface had completely turned into a crystal clear blue, countless blue-silver grass growing and coiling around him. Not only him, but Yin standing beside him also had countless blue dots merging into her, strengthening her body and silently enhancing her essence. The scale of the energy merging into her even exceeded Su Cheng's, but unfortunately, at this moment, Yin's strength was limited, her foundation was weak, and she could only absorb some of the energy, with most of it also merging into Su Cheng's 5 elements domain. In this process, she benefited greatly. However, Su Cheng encountered some obstacles. Although his physical strength was slowly increasing, with 4 soul rings appearing one after another, yellow, purple, black, he had been unable to form the 5th soul ring he had been patiently waiting for. On the ancient face of the blue-silver emperor, there appeared a very vivid look of astonishment and confusion, looking at Yin standing beside Su Cheng. "Your Majesty, does he not have the bloodline of the blue-silver emperor?" Yin heard the voice and opened her eyes, looking at the youth sitting on the ground enveloped by the blue ocean. Her delicate eyebrows lightly furrowed, shaking her head slowly. As expected, as she anticipated, Su Cheng could not possibly use the awakening ceremony of the blue-silver emperor clan to add the 5th soul ring for himself. Even if his soul power, physical qualities, and mental strength all met the requirements, it was simply impossible. The foundation of bloodline awakening is the bloodline of the blue-silver emperor. Based on this, the blue-silver emperor guides the bloodline within the other party's body, aided by the power of the entire blue-silver grass forest, to help them awaken and promote. Without the bloodline, how could the blue-silver emperor guide it? Well then, the blue-silver emperor hesitated. Continuing like this was equivalent to doing useless work. "Let's wait a little longer," Yin said softly. The energy of the blue-silver grass was gentle and harmless to Su Cheng's body, and even if he absorbed it as a reserve of soul power for future promotion, it was beneficial. Moreover, for some reason, she had an inexplicable confidence in Su Cheng, feeling that since he had said it, he would definitely be able to do it. Time slowly passed, the sea formed by countless dots of light floated silently around Su Cheng. He was not too anxious at the moment. At this moment, Su Cheng, who was in the real field of view, silently observed everything in front of him and the essence of his previous soul rings. At this moment, with his inexhaustible spiritual power and its subsequent replenishment, it was an excellent opportunity to make good use of the true vision pupil. To him, whether he could succeed this time was not important. The most crucial thing was to seize this opportunity to glimpse the mystery of soul ring condensation. In Su Cheng's real vision at this moment, there were countless light dots emanating from the blue-silver grass surrounding him, but they could not enter his body, unable to condense into shape, and ultimately turned into energy merging into his domain and body. Where's the difference? Su Cheng closed his eyes, constantly pondering and deducing in his mind. What are soul rings? What about soul skills? Oh right, Xiao Wu. If he remembered correctly, Xiao Wu, the 100,000-year soft-boned rabbit, who cultivated into human form, had a very special ability, self-obtained soul rings. Every 10 levels, she could generate a completely suitable limit soul ring for herself. And in the original timeline, after Tang San accepted the Blue-Silver Emperor's energy guidance, he also condensed the 5th soul ring that adapted to his own limit years. Su Cheng recalled the first few soul rings he had just observed. In each soul ring, there was a faint shadow corresponding to the soul beast he had killed back then. Further observation revealed some lines that he could not understand, but they were extremely condensed and singular in nature. I understand. Su Cheng suddenly opened his eyes. It's the concentration of bloodline, the concentration of human martial souls. Bloodline is insufficient, far inferior to those human-shaped soul beasts. And to spontaneously generate soul rings, one needs a sufficiently strong bloodline concentration as the catalyst. Tang San succeeded because his Blue-Silver Emperor bloodline was stimulated by the instinctual ability of the Blue-Silver King. But my bloodline, it seems the Blue-Silver King is unable to guide its condensation. Yin knew that the awakening of the Blue-Silver Emperor was related to bloodline, but she didn't understand the underlying principles. Though she had explained it to Su Cheng before, it was evidently not clear enough. Su Cheng was different. With the effect of true vision, he could see the inner essence of soul rings. With a flash of insight, he found the root cause. Those lines represent the attribute law power represented by bloodline. And the so-called soul skills are just external manifestations of the combination of attribute laws and martial souls. So, there are 2 requirements to form a soul ring. The first is the law power contained in the bloodline after killing soul beasts, and the second is sufficient energy. I should have realized it long ago. Su Cheng's lips curled into a smile. The similarities between soul beasts and martial souls, and the breakthrough of the level bottleneck by the condensation of soul rings, he had thoroughly researched these during the second simulation. To spontaneously generate soul rings, 3 conditions are required: laws, guidance, and energy. What are the laws? In the Douluo continent, the bloodline of soul masters is the law, martial souls are the law, and the core of soul rings is naturally the law. And the soul skills attached to soul rings are the manifestation of the combination of laws and soul power. As for how to draw out the law energy from the bloodline, coincidentally, Su Cheng had an unconventional method. The eternal sword appeared in his hand, and the Nirvana scripture quickly operated. Then, a bottle of potion appeared in his hand, and the liquid in the bottle shimmered with a faint red light under the blue light dots around it. Su Cheng didn't hesitate. He unscrewed the bottle cap and poured a few drops into his mouth. Yin, standing beside him, was surprised to find that Su Cheng's aura had changed, becoming exceptionally explosive and ethereal, a faint blood vapor rising from his body. At the same time, the huge phantoms of the eternal sword and the innate array diagram appeared beside him. Su Cheng didn't pay attention to his second martial soul. Instead, he fully operated the Nirvana scripture, continuously stimulating the bloodline foundation of the immortal sword martial soul with his own level 50 soul power fluctuations. Gradually, a void halo seemed to appear around him. The next moment, those blue light dots gathering around him seemed to have finally found their target, rapidly merging into this halo. The color of the blue halo gradually deepened, finally turning into a pitch-black soul ring, encircling the outer side of the other 4 soul rings. The moment it appeared, it seemed to form a strange harmony with the previous 4 soul rings. The 5 soul rings began to rhythmically pulsate. Then, the lifespan of the previous 4 soul rings began to increase synchronously. The yellow first soul ring quickly turned into purple, then the color of the 3 purple soul rings gradually darkened and became even more profound. During this process, a strand of Su Cheng's black hair gradually turned into dark blue, and his facial features became softer and deeper. But soon, his appearance returned to its original state. He had now completed the 5 elements, and his control over himself had also reached a new level. While his body's foundation had experienced a leap in improvement, it had also become more condensed. The power of this small world alone was not enough to overwhelm his physical foundation and change his facial features. However, although his appearance remained unchanged, his temperament was vastly different from before. The whole person seemed more natural, as if there was no distinction between him and the entire world. The previous Su Cheng was more like a hidden blade, restrained but still strong. But now, he appeared gentle and harmonious. Yin's face was full of astonishment. She couldn't understand how he did it. Although she had subconsciously believed that he could succeed before, it was more like a blind expectation and trust, without any basis. At this moment, the imagined became reality, making the scene seem unreal. Is there really nothing you can't do? She looked at Su Cheng in a daze, her eyes flickering. Over the past year or so of being together, the things he had done, the words he had said, and the little things in daily life kept coming to mind, making her expression increasingly conflicted. But Su Cheng was already too preoccupied to pay attention to the changes around him. With the appearance of the 5th soul ring, the 5 elements were completely perfected, and the scene in his true vision began to undergo earth-shattering changes. At this moment, he was gradually drawn into the scenery in his field of vision, gradually immersing himself in it. He even forgot to be vigilant about the changes in the surrounding environment. First, there was darkness, or rather, pure whiteness. It was the void without any substance. Then, the yin and yang rotated, and the 5 elements evolved. Based on this, the world was born from nothingness, then experienced a calm, continuous, and long period. After that, the peaceful world began to gradually decay through various catastrophes, and the foundation of the 5 elements dwindled until everything returned to emptiness. This process seemed extremely long, yet also extremely short. Countless years seemed like a flick of a finger to him. This was the effect of true vision. In the amplification of the first completion of the 5 elements, the effect of this externally attached soul bone seemed to reach an unprecedented level, even allowing him to see a glimpse of the core laws of the world. Su Cheng slowly opened his eyes and let out a long sigh. Birth, existence, decay, emptiness. So that's how it is, it's actually like this. Even if the 5 elements are complete, they cannot escape the ultimate extinction. Nothing in the world is eternal. Even if the 5 elements are complete, they will eventually reach the ultimate extinction. Even the world with all 5 elements will one day perish, let alone a single person. At this moment, the Blue-Silver King felt inexplicably horrified. The young man in front of him, who seemed full of vitality, had a vitality that exceeded its imagination limits. However, at this moment, there was a sense of death emanating from him from within. This kind of deathly intent was not the ordinary aura emitted by someone whose life was nearing its end, but rather the profound sense of the world's descent into oblivion, the ultimate exhaustion of all things. Under this aura, the boundless vitality hidden within the incredibly ancient blue-silver grass forest where he found himself seemed insignificant, like a drop in the ocean. Yin noticed a tear rolling down Su Cheng's cheek. He's crying. At this moment, Su Cheng also felt a chill on his face. Reaching out to touch it, he was somewhat surprised. I'm crying. Then he chuckled inwardly, I'm afraid of death. This tear, falling unconsciously, was actually a reflection of his inner instinct. After hesitating for a moment, Yin still asked softly, Su Cheng, what's wrong with you? Su Cheng paused for a moment, then said softly, I'm scared. Yin stared at him blankly, you're afraid too. Why wouldn't I be? Su Cheng's face remained calm. As long as one is human, they always harbor fears, but they usually keep them buried deep within, not showing them outwardly. What are you afraid of? Yin was somewhat puzzled and concerned. Death, Su Cheng confessed candidly. Death, you'll die. No one could feel Su Cheng's overwhelming vitality at this moment better than her. It wasn't the superficial cultivation base, physique, or martial soul, but rather a state similar to when he was still the 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor in the past. No, it was even higher than his level back then. That's something for the future, no need to worry about it now. Su Cheng's smile reappeared on his face as he looked at Yin. I should be able to live much longer than you. This time, Ayin didn't get angry at his words. She could sense that Su Cheng actually felt somewhat heavy-hearted at the moment. What exactly happened just now? I saw something, but even if I told you, you probably wouldn't understand, Su Cheng casually replied. It would be hard for others to comprehend the profound sense of oblivion he felt just now. After the recent realization, his strength had reached a new level. But in terms of cultivation, he felt even more uncertain. Then he chuckled lightly again. But this is just an inevitable obstacle on the path of cultivation. Since I don't want to go with the flow, encountering such things is unavoidable. Seeing Ayin staring blankly at him, Su Cheng thought she was still thinking about the matter of soul rings he mentioned earlier. He comforted her, "Don't worry, I've already come up with some ideas for soul ring condensation, so there will be a solution in the future." Now that he understood the general principles, finding a universal method was only a matter of time for him. However, such matters still needed careful consideration. The complexities involved would make widespread dissemination extremely difficult. At least with his current strength, daring to get involved would be tantamount to seeking death. After bidding farewell to the Blue-Silver Queen, Su Cheng and Ayin left the Blue-Silver Grass Forest together. This time, both of them gained tremendously. Needless to say, Su Cheng benefited, but Ayin also obtained a perfect body. In addition to this, the Blue-Silver Queen, as the leader, also gained considerably. The fluctuations in Su Cheng's 5 elements domain had an extraordinary guiding effect on it. It could even be said that under the current effect of the 5 elements domain, all the blue-silver grass in the forest underwent a qualitative leap. Moreover, during the recent process, the brief aura emitted by Su Cheng brought it even greater benefits. Although it didn't witness that scene of great oblivion, it was still greatly enriched. Moreover, even if it had seen it, it might not have been a good thing for it. At least Su Cheng had all 5 elements, and as a plant-type soul beast, representing vitality, wood was its fundamental attribute. If infected by such extreme deathly intent, it might not be able to withstand it. It was difficult to predict the outcome. Walking on the road, Su Cheng suddenly remembered something and turned his head to look at Ayin. Will there be new blue-silver emperors born in the future? No, there won't be. Ayin shook her head. This wasn't because of Su Cheng, but because of her. During the previous awakening ceremony, she had already completed the reconstruction of her body. She was not the blue-silver emperor now, but her essence was higher than that of the blue-silver emperor. But even so, this blue-silver grass forest no longer had the ability to assist another blue-silver emperor bloodline in awakening. Su Cheng nodded at the words and didn't pay much attention to this matter, instead saying, "You don't know yet, but your son, Tang-san also has a 100,000-year-old transformed soul beast by his side." Ayin was stunned and turned to look at Su Cheng. "Have you seen this potion?" Su Cheng took out a vial and shook it lightly. "This is a calming potion I spent nearly 4 months researching. It can conceal the aura of the transformed soul beast, preventing it from being detected by title Douluo." "What do you mean?" "It means that with this thing, that soul beast will follow Tang-san to participate in this Soul Master Grand competition, and then there will be an opportunity to kill it." Ayin stared at the vial in astonishment, then lowered her head gently. Her azure blue bangs fell, casting a shadow over her cheeks, obscuring her expression. After a long silence, she finally asked in a slightly hoarse voice, "Why did you tell me this?" Su Cheng casually put away the vial and turned his head to look ahead, saying lightly, "Have I ever hidden anything from you?" Chapter 137. The competition begins, Shrek vs. Royal Academy Team 2. In the capital of the Tian-Do Empire, Tian-Do City. The Elite Soul Master Academy competition for the entire continent is about to begin. For the next period of time, all the Tian-Do district qualifiers will take place here. The format of the Soul Master competition is not overly complicated. Apart from the 3 spots guaranteed for the final by the Martial Soul Temple team, the Tian-Do Royal Main Team, and the Star Luo Royal Main Team, each of the 2 empires is divided into multiple districts to compete for 15 final spots. In the end, 33 teams will gather in the Soul City for the ultimate championship battle. On the side of the Tian-Do Empire, including surrounding kingdoms and duchies, it is divided into 5 districts for the qualifiers. Because the Tian-Do district is the core of the empire and has more advanced academies, there are more spots available, with 5 teams advancing to the finals. The qualifying stage is a team battle, rank by winning points, with the top 5 teams earning qualification to advance. 28 teams will compete in 27 rounds of qualifiers, meaning nearly a month of qualifying time, which is also a test. 27 days of continuous competition is enough to exhaust teams with poor endurance. At this moment, as the largest district, Tian-Do City is holding a grand opening ceremony. As the grandest event in the Soul Master world, it attracts not only the attention of Soul Masters, but also the entire populace of Tian-Do City, from the royalty and nobility to the commoners, who all consider this competition the grandest festival. The opening ceremony is held in the Tian-Do Great Soul Arena within Tian-Do City. As the main arena of the Tian-Do district, the Tian-Do Great Soul Arena ceased all soul fights a month ago for internal renovations. All the sub-arenas within the Great Soul Arena were merged with the main arena to form an immense competition venue. Apart from the VIP area remaining on the north side of the entire venue, the renovated Great Soul Arena can now accommodate 80,000 spectators simultaneously. Early in the morning before dawn, the renovated Tian-Do Great Soul Arena had already attracted a large number of spectators. At the same time, there were also many imperial aristocrats gathered outside, hoping to have the opportunity to get to know the young talents of the empire ahead of time. In the Douluo continent, Soul Masters are undoubtedly scarce resources, never exceeding 6 figures. The young Soul Masters participating in the Soul Master competition are among the elite, naturally unwilling to miss the opportunity. Recruiting one is always worthwhile. In addition, 5,000 city defense soldiers were mobilized to maintain order in the city, trying to prevent any disturbances from occurring. But none of these matters concerned Su Cheng. At this moment, the Royal Academy Team 2 led by him had already entered the rest area, waiting for the competition to begin. The main arena has dedicated rest areas provided for each participating academy, with seats for thousands of people, divided into various zones for the convenience of the Soul Master students to rest and wait. To be honest, it's no wonder Qin Ming didn't have much confidence in Su Cheng joining Team 2. Except for Su Cheng and Ning Rongrong, the other members of the team indeed couldn't measure up. At first glance, not a single person had reached level 40 in cultivation. Even Ning Rongrong, who was at level 39, might not have a chance to advance to rank 4 Spirit Master before the finals. The official members and substitutes of Royal Academy Team 2 were quite numerous, all just waiting to win easily. At this moment, they gathered in the back seats, chatting casually. Su Cheng didn't care about this either, sitting alone in the front and looking around at the other teams. At this moment, his gaze suddenly paused, and he mentally transmitted, "Look over there." Yin was sitting beside Su Cheng. She appeared in her spiritual form at this moment, invisible to anyone except Su Cheng. Following Su Cheng's gaze, her eyes also fell on Tang San. Su Cheng nodded subtly, "He's Tang San." "You mean Ease?" Yin's voice gradually trailed off, her expression complicated. "He's another soul," Su Cheng added directly. "It's not obvious yet, but when I fight him, you'll feel something wrong with him. There were too many people here, and it would be impolite to release one's domain. Later, when they face off, as long as he covers with his domain, with Yin's affinity with the domain, she would be able to sense the operation of the mysterious heaven skill within Tang San. By then, the truth would be obvious at a glance." After Su Cheng finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to Tang San. Turning his gaze, he looked at Zhu Zuqing, who was sitting silently in the corner, and couldn't help but suppress a chuckle. Yin, seeing him silent, tilted her head in curiosity. Seeing Su Cheng's expression, she also followed his line of sight and noticed Zhu Zuqing sitting there with a gloomy face, slightly stunned. She turned her head back to look at Su Cheng, then fell silent. She rarely saw Su Cheng show this expression. At this moment, Zhu Zuqing's expression was somewhat ugly. The reason was simple: the uniforms of the Shrek team were just too outrageous. The standard Shrek Academy uniform was a color between yellow and green, described by other students as a vomit green. However, for this academy competition, Dean Flender specially ordered them a new set of uniforms. Apart from the vomit green color, each person also had a monstrous Shrek pattern occupying almost the entire chest, in a vivid green color. That's not all. On the back of each person, there were 6 brightly embroidered red characters, seeking sponsorship advertisements. Below the 6 characters, there was a line of small print, advertising fees. Please contact Dean Flender of Shrek Academy for an interview. She didn't want to argue with Flender too much over such trivial matters, so she could only sit in the corner and try to reduce her presence as much as possible. At this moment, she seemed to sense something and raised her head sharply. Then she instantly noticed Su Cheng sitting in the distance, throwing mocking glances at her, couldn't help but grind her teeth in frustration. She cursed softly, damn it. It was unclear whether she was cursing Flender or Su Cheng. Not long after, staff members of the competition entered the rest area and organized the students who were already assembled to enter the arena. The first team to enter the arena was the Tian-Do Royal Academy's second team, escorted by the host team. The stands, capable of accommodating 80,000 spectators, were all decorated with a silver theme. Although it was morning, specialized soul guide illuminations hung around, giving the surroundings a luxurious yet grand atmosphere. Around the vast and open square were countless cheering spectators. In the center of the field, there was a golden-themed podium, behind which was the renovated VIP area. The spacious field had a diameter of over 150 meters, with a dedicated waiting area for the teams in the center. Each academy's entrance was accompanied by a special announcer on the podium. The first to enter is the participating team from the Tian-Do Royal Academy, with a total of 16 students. Their slogan is, "Friendship first, competition second." They truly live up to the representation of the royal team, with a slogan that is quite grand. Let's hope they can fully demonstrate their strength and not easily give in for the sake of friendship. Su Cheng glanced towards the direction of the VIP podium, paying no attention to the cheering and applause. In the center of the first row sat a person dressed in a golden-red imperial robe, adorned with a diamond-studded crown, with a dignified yet somewhat aged appearance. He was none other than the Emperor of Tian-Do, Emperor Shui Yi. On his left sat the representative of the Tian-Do City Martial Soul Temple, Archbishop Solace. He was dressed in a crimson robe, adorned with a pentagonal white gold crown, with his eyes slightly closed, showing a somewhat indifferent demeanor to the surrounding excitement. On the right side of the emperor sat Su Cheng's old acquaintance, the lord of the seven treasure-glazed sect, Ning Fengji. He wore a white robe today, with a seven-colored golden crown symbolizing his status. As one of the top 3 sect masters of the 7 great sects, he was fully qualified to sit in this position. After noticing Suo Cheng's gaze, Ning Fengji nodded gently in acknowledgement and smiled slightly towards Ning Rongrong, who was standing behind him. Only the 3 of them sat in the first row of the VIP podium. Prince Shui, as well as the 3 academic commissioners of the Tian-Do Royal Academy, were all seated in the second row of the VIP area. With the arrival of the Shrek Academy team at the back of the formation, all the participating academy teams had finally entered the arena. Afterwards, the Emperor and Ning Fengji gave their speeches, which were nothing more than the usual formalities and ended quickly. Surprisingly, Sect Master Ning Fengji openly expressed his support for the Tian-Do Royal Academy team, which was a bit surprising. Then, Archbishop Solace slowly stood up. Led by palace maids, he walked to the side of the MC and began the draw. He did not speak, but each time he drew a pair of opponents, he handed it to the MC to announce. The first round of the preliminaries, the Blue Sun Academy versus the Purple Star Academy. The first round of the preliminaries, the Oakland Academy versus the Flame Radiance Academy. The first round of the preliminaries, the Tian-Do Royal Academy versus the Shrek Academy. The Shrek Academy team members did not pay much attention to the matchups of the other academies. However, when they heard that their first round opponent was the second team from the Tian-Do Royal Academy, the expressions on their faces couldn't help but twist slightly. To be precise, they looked somewhat ugly. Except for the 4 members from the Blue Tyrant Academy, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Tai Long, Huang Yuan, Jing Ling, and Zhang Zhu, all thought of the Soul Master with the sword martial soul. For a moment, there was a continuous booing, with many spectators shouting, cheating. In their view, the Tian-Do Royal Academy's second team clearly chose an easy target. The attire of the Shrek Academy team didn't look like a team of Soul Masters at all, rather, it looked more like a group of clowns. As the draw ended, Archbishop Solace glanced across the entire venue and said calmly, "The draw is absolutely fair. I swear by the honor of the Martial Soul Temple. At the same time, I announce here that any participating student from the academies present, who can enter the final competition, will be allowed by the Martial Soul Temple to directly join the Martial Soul Temple." With these words, the audience had no strong reaction, but the Soul Masters in the arena were in an uproar. What is the Martial Soul Temple? It's the highest institution in the Martial Soul Hall, next only to the Spirit Palace and the Hall of Douluo. Each of the two major empires' capitals has one. The Spirit Palace is exclusively for the Pope, and the Hall of Douluo is a symbolic existence. Therefore, the Martial Soul Temple is the highest institution in the Martial Soul Hall. Being able to enter the Martial Soul Temple directly is a shortcut to strength for a Soul Master. There, not only will they receive the best treatment, but they will also have access to various cultivation methods in the honor of the Martial Soul Temple, all of which are extremely attractive to ordinary Soul Masters. After hearing the words of Archbishop Solace, Emperor Shui Yi's face noticeably darkened. Ning Fengji, beside him, gently shook his head at the Emperor, which somewhat eased his complexion. Suo Cheng's eyes flickered slightly. Has the conflict between the Martial Soul Hall and the Empire escalated to such an extent? It's almost going to be brought out into the open. But these things have little to do with him. He came to the second team to participate in the preliminary round just to understand the situation of the Five Elements Academy. Well, now we are about to start the first round of the preliminaries. The first match will be between the Tian-Do Royal Academy and the Shrek Academy. All participating academies, retreat from the stage. The two teams preparing for the match, please get ready. The match will officially begin in half an hour. Little San, do we need to use substitutes? Dai Mubai looked at Tang San beside him, his expression somewhat solemn. That person brought too much pressure on him. Because they hadn't taken the fairy herb, the substitutes now were Ma Hongjun, Huang Yuan, Jing Ling, and the four auxiliary soul masters they had recruited earlier, Yun Chu. Tang San remained silent for a moment, preparing to shake his head and refuse. Their goal was to reach the finals. There were 5 spots in the Tian-Do competition area. Even if they lost the first match, it wouldn't affect the subsequent points competition. Moreover, with his current strength, they still had Zhu Zuqing in the team, who was exceptionally strong. Could Su Cheng really suppress all 7 of them alone? Because of Su Cheng, Shrek Academy had also conducted some investigations into the situation of the Imperial Do team. They knew that apart from Su Cheng and Ning Rongrong, the other members of the team were not strong. At this moment, however, Tang San suddenly noticed Xiao Wu's pale face beside him, and his heart couldn't help but tighten. Tang San knew Xiao Wu's determination. Xiao Wu bit her lower lip, her eyes firm. Even though she was the youngest among the team members, she was still a spirit master. She wouldn't embarrass herself, especially after she had seen the unbearable pressure on Tang San's face. She couldn't let Tang San worry about her. Tang San's heart softened. He turned his gaze towards the referee's seat. The referee for this competition was the one who announced the draw earlier. Seeing Tang San's gaze, he nodded slightly to indicate that it was possible to substitute. He stopped the motion of shaking his head and said decisively, "Let's not use substitutes, let's go with our strongest lineup." Since Yu Shaogang had given him full command, he had the authority to lead the team to take risks. "Teacher, let me be willful this time for Xiao Wu's sake. I must help Xiao Wu overcome her inner demons. Otherwise, it will have a significant impact on her future." Zhu Zuqing, who was standing behind the team, heard their conversation and sneered inwardly. But she didn't say much. Dai Mubai nodded in response to Tang San's decision. "Little San, you arrange the tactics." Although Zhu Zuqing was undoubtedly the strongest member of the Shrek Academy team now, the core of team combat and command still rested in the hands of Tang San, the control-type soul master. However, the reason why he could still have such authority was also because Zhu Zuqing maintained an indifferent attitude towards it all. She wasn't interested in team command, and she didn't even care about team combat. Unless the team could win against Su Cheng through teamwork. But, she glanced around at the various members of the Shrek team and shook her head inwardly. It's simply not possible. The preparation time quickly passed, and the lights on the stage faded away. The two teams entered the stage amidst loud cheers. At this point, the venue had already undergone changes. In just half an hour, the ready-made stage had been fully constructed. The circular stage was 10 meters high and had a diameter of over 30 meters, making it quite spacious. When the preliminary matches truly began tomorrow, 5 stages would be set up simultaneously to facilitate the matches. Su Cheng led the Tian-Do Royal Academy's second team, consisting of 16 members, to line up in the center of the stage, facing off against the Shrek Academy team members on the opposite side. Captain, what's the plan? Someone within the second team looked towards Su Cheng, asking softly. Just watch them, Su Cheng replied. The profound understanding of the great annihilation intent he had gained in the spirit forest had already been condensed into a sword technique. Now he just needed a sparring partner, and the Shrek team might be an excellent choice. After the formalities, non-participating personnel, please leave the stage. After the formalities were completed, the extra team members left the stage, leaving only the 7 members from each team participating in this first round of the preliminaries. Chapter 138, Clearing the Field with a Single Sword. In the Shrek Academy team, standing at the forefront were Dai Mubai, Tai Long, and Huang Yuan. In the middle was Tang San, flanked by Zhu Zuqing and Xiao Wu, while the auxiliary soul master, Zhang Zhu, stood at the back of the formation. Although Huang Yuan was a substitute player, Tang San chose not to let Oscar play to fully utilize the tactics set up in advance for later matches. The Emperor Shui Yi smiled as he looked at the arena, saying to Ning Fengji beside him, Master Ning, it seems that this first match will be without suspense. Ning Fengji chuckled and nodded calmly. Seated next to them, Solace, upon hearing their words, lifted his eyelids slightly to glance at the scene on the stage before disregarding it and continuing to doze off. Soul Master prodigies. As the Lord of the Martial Soul Hall, he had seen plenty of them. To him, this kind of competition was just child's play, not worth his attention. Perhaps if it were the finals, it might be somewhat interesting. The first round of the preliminary round officially begins. At the referee's signal, the first match of the preliminary round of the Elite Soul Master Academy tournament on the whole continent began. Similar to Soul Arena battles, there was a 1-minute preparation time for both sides to release their martial souls. Dai Mubai coldly stared at Su Cheng and the others. He raised his hands in front of his chest and roared, Brothers, release your martial souls. White Tiger Vajra transformation. Immediately, brilliant martial souls appeared on the bodies of the members of both teams, with soul rings swirling under their feet. When all the soul rings of the team members were visible to everyone, sounds of astonishment spread through the audience. Not only in the audience stands, even in the VIP stands, there were gasps of surprise. The young people on the stage all had the cultivation level of at least a soul elder of the 3rd rank, making them the cream of the crop of the younger generation. Among them, Zhu Zuqing's 4 soul rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black, were particularly dazzling, far exceeding the common perception. However, at this moment, almost no one noticed her 4th soul ring, which had absorbed 5,000 years of energy. This was simply because, at this moment, Su Cheng, standing at the forefront of the Tian-Do Royal Academy team, holding a long sword, had 5 soul rings silently swirling around him, surpassing any words in their breathtaking intensity. Tang San and the others felt a sinking feeling simultaneously. This guy has already reached the rank of Soul King. What they didn't know was that this was Su Cheng's performance after disguising himself with Yin's ability. It would be too excessive to simultaneously reveal 5 black soul rings. Su Cheng didn't intend to be that ostentatious. As for the issue of crossing the age limits with the first few soul rings, many people had already witnessed it, so further disguise would be superfluous. Swift. With this thought in mind, but now that the Shrek team was like a drawn arrow, there was no room for hesitation. With a loud shout from Tang San, the 7 members of the Shrek Academy swiftly launched their attacks. As a level 37 assault-type soul master, Dai Mubai took the lead, his muscles bulging as he charged straight ahead with Tai Long and Huang Yuan. Zhu Zuqing and Xiao Wu also simultaneously approached from the sides. Behind Tang San, Zhang Zhu held a strange scepter in her hand, with a slender lower end and a heavy upper end, engraved with some strange runes. As the 3 soul rings on her body shimmered, she casually waved the scepter and inserted it into the ground in front of her, causing concentric circles of orange light to silently spread out. Dai Mubai roared to the sky, showing no restraint, and directly activated his 3rd soul ring ability, the White Tiger Vajra transformation. Tai Long's 3 soul rings also simultaneously activated, instantly transforming him into a ferocious gorilla under the pure amplification of strength. Huang Yuan's 3rd soul ring ability, the Sky Wolf transformation, was somewhat similar to Dai Mubai's, but with a slightly inferior amplification, only increasing his attack power and speed by 50%. These 3 assault-type soul masters from Shrek Academy actually opened their Millennium Soul skills as soon as they started, completely surprising the audience. After all, Using such consumptive soul skills right at the beginning, once blocked by the opponent, it would be difficult to have any follow-up attacks. The first and third soul rings of Tang San glowed yellow, and then his third soul ring lit up. Countless tough blue-silver grass surged out from the ground, entangling and restraining. He didn't choose to use the most important group control skills of a control-type soul master in team battles, but instead used a single target control soul skill, aiming to restrain the strongest member of the Tian Do Royal Academy team, Su Cheng. Of course, the strongest attack point in the Shrek team right now was undoubtedly Zhu Zuqing, with the highest soul power level. The two soul rings under her feet lit up in succession. Fourth soul skill, Shadow Attachment. With this soul skill activated, Zhu Zuqing's whole body shimmered with shadows, and all her attributes instantly soared by 20%, with her strength and agility increasing by more than 70%. Third soul skill, Shadow Slash. With her hands clasped above her head, the blade tips on her 10 fingers quickly merged together, forming a 1-foot-long blade. After injecting soul power, the black light blade condensed into a straight line, piercing towards Su Cheng with an astonishing destructive power. This was also her strongest single-target attack skill. This series of attacks was as swift as lightning, leaving the spectators amazed and struggling to keep up, and even surprised them. Not only the assault-type soul masters charging ahead, but also everyone else unhesitatingly exerted their full strength. Did the Shrek team completely disregard the issue of subsequent consumption? However, they didn't know that the actions of the seven at this moment were all part of the tactics set up by Tang San before the match. Focus fire on Su Cheng. In Tang San and the others' view, if they couldn't restrain him, this battle would be hopeless. As for what comes next, if they couldn't catch him off guard in one go, the subsequent result would likely be that Su Cheng would pick them off one by one. But faced with the fierce attack from the opponents, the response of the members of the Tian Do Royal Academy team was somewhat puzzling. Su Cheng took a step forward. The other members of the Tian Do second team behind him also simultaneously lit up their soul rings, but they retreated backward, clearly displaying a defensive posture, dividing their formation into two halves. This was Su Cheng's arrangement for them before they went on stage. Although they didn't understand the reason behind it, they just needed to follow suit at this moment. Su Cheng narrowed his eyes slightly, recalling the scene of the extinction of all things half a month ago. Then he opened his eyes. He held the sword in both hands, slowly lifting it upwards. This movement seemed extremely simple, but his action seemed to make the long sword in his hand weigh over 1,000 caddies. In the next moment, a huge sword shadow soared into the sky. Sword 15, Empty Mountain. The enormous sword shadow slashed down from above. The scene before the 7 members of the Shrek Academy changed. No, it wasn't just them. Even the spectators facing Su Cheng felt a similar sensation. Apart from this sword shadow, it seemed that there was nothing else between heaven and earth. Pure and quiet, untouched by anything, silent as if all sound had disappeared. 1,000 mountains, devoid of birds, and 10,000 paths, bereft of human traces. This sword was not meant to destroy or kill, but to be empty. Mountains stood tall in the distance, with countless paths crisscrossing, yet there were no birds in the mountains, and no one on the paths. 1,000 mountains were covered in snow, and 10,000 paths were hidden. The profound meaning of great extinction, once used, instantly enveloped the entire arena. The soul skills unleashed by the members of the Shrek Academy before, under this sword shadow, gradually vanished one after another. Around Su Cheng, the blue-silver grass that had sprouted was broken at every root. Even before touching the sword shadow, they were shattered by the scattered sword chi around them. Immediately after, 3 assault-type soul masters who collided head-on with the residual sword chi were immediately sent flying. And following behind, Xiao Wu, who had been ready to attack after the 3 members blocked the opponent, hadn't even used her soul skills yet, but was sent flying immediately, even faster than when she came. Tang San watched Xiao Wu's figure with eyes wide open, then stopped hesitating and once again summoned a large amount of blue-silver grass to intercept in midair, and the 8 spider lances burst out of his body to support him as he charged forward. Su Cheng's eyes flickered slightly as he lightly pressed down the eternal sword, swiftly bringing down the sword shadow. If just now they had only felt some residual effects, now facing this terrifying sword chi directly, Tang San instantly felt his mind go blank, unable to even make a resisting movement. As the sword chi swept through, the blue-silver grass had no resistance and was instantly torn apart, even the 8 spider lances broke a few. Despite the strong external soul bone, as Tang San's soul master level grew, it was evident that he was still unable to fully unleash its maximum effect. Spitting out blood and falling to the ground, Tang San watched the horrifying scene before him, his body trembling slightly. He wanted to reach out and grab the fragments of his soul bone, but he couldn't move at all, unable to even use his hidden weapon techniques. During this time, Zhu Zuqing's gaze moved through the gaps in the sword chi, but she was unable to approach. Su Cheng glanced at her, gently tilted his wrist, and with a slight sway of the sword shadow, effortlessly locked onto her, knocking her down to the arena below. Finally, the sword shadow hovered over Zhang Zhu, who stood at the back of the team, her face pale. Her healing soul skills were still in effect, but it was clear that they were no longer effective. After a moment of stalemate, Su Cheng raised an eyebrow and said faintly, "Do you want to fight me alone?" He didn't intend to seriously injure the members of the Shrek team. If their condition was too poor, it would be difficult for them to secure a spot in the finals relying solely on Zhang Zhu. Zhang Zhu finally reacted, hurriedly shaking her head and wisely retracting her martial soul. Glancing at Tang San, who seemed as fragile as a thread of silk, she quickly spoke, "We surrender." In fact, not only the members of the Shrek team, but even the 6 people standing behind Su Cheng at this moment had pale faces, finally understanding why Su Cheng had instructed them to be on the defensive beforehand. Although they hadn't directly faced the power of this sword, the impact of that sword intent made them feel despair. And during this process, Su Cheng's soul rings hadn't even lit up. In other words, during the use of this sword, he hadn't used any soul ring skills to enhance it. This was only natural. During their journey through the forest of blue-silver grass, the benefits Su Cheng gained from advancing to Soul King far exceeded their initial expectations. His level had directly soared to level 54. Under the resonance of the soul rings, all of them had reached the level of 10,000-year-old soul rings, perfectly matching his body's limit of 63,000 years. With the combined effects of the blue-silver emperor right leg bone, 5 elements fullness, domain enhancement, and the nirvana scripture, his physical qualities were terrifyingly high, even beyond his own expectations of his body's endurance. With this method of condensing soul rings, he didn't even need to use the secret method of acupuncture with silver needles anymore. Because the principle of silver needle acupuncture didn't fundamentally improve his physical qualities, it was more like borrowing and then returning. It was equivalent to borrowing a bit of physical potential for a short period of time, and then compensating for it after the enhancement of the attached soul rings. In addition, there was also the insight gained from witnessing the scene of the world's destruction. Regardless of how it would affect his future cultivation, just in terms of the derived offensive methods, it was simply absurdly strong. It was not an exaggeration to say that even an ordinary soul saint using their martial soul true body might not be a match for him using only the eternal sword martial soul. As for Qian Runshui at soul saint level, it would also depend on him using all his techniques before it was known who was stronger. The battle ended quickly, not even a minute had passed. However, in the Tian Do Great Spirit Arena, which accommodated tens of thousands of people, it was silent. No shouts, cheers, or chants. Only countless figures stood densely packed in the spectator stands, watching the battle intently. It wasn't until now that they hadn't come to their senses. Even the 3 sitting in the front row of the VIP stands stood up without realizing it. The aged face of the Emperor Du Yi, at this moment, was like a withered tree experiencing spring, revealing a clear expression of surprise as he turned to Ning Fengji. "Master Ning, is this child?" He knew that the protector Douluo of the 7 treasure glazed tile clan had taken on an apprentice, who was currently studying at the Tian Do Royal Academy, and was in the same team as Ning Fengji's daughter. Ning Fengji heard the emperor's question, only then did he come to his senses, trying hard to calm himself down, nodding, "Yes, it's him." In his heart, he sighed, regretting that Sword Douluo didn't come to watch. Because there would only be one match on the opening day, although it was certain that the Tian Do royal team would participate, it would be too conspicuous for a titled Douluo to come here. In their view, Su Cheng's strength was evident, and they were well aware of his background. His character was not one to seek the limelight. It didn't matter whether they came or not. It might be better to wait until the finals to see, perhaps there would be some exciting scenes. Who knew that on the first day, Su Cheng would bring such a big surprise? Standing beside him, Archbishop Solace, whose eyes had originally seemed half asleep, was now shining brightly, staring at Su Cheng, his hands clenched tightly. Then he had a thought. He suddenly remembered the person he had seen from the martial Soul City a while ago, who seemed to be a student at the Tian Do Royal Academy. At first, he thought that person would be on the Royal Combat Team, but now he realized that it was probably this child. Thinking of this, he glanced subtly at the Emperor Du Yi beside him, with a hint of ridicule in his eyes, but he didn't speak, calmly sitting back down. It wasn't until this moment that the referee reacted. He quickly announced loudly, "In the first round of the preliminary round, the Tian Do Royal Academy wins." His voice also woke up countless spectators on the scene. Boom! The sound of discussion erupted instantly, becoming increasingly intense. As for any conspiracy, joking, why would there be any conspiracy? Moreover, were the members of the Shrek Academy team weak? Even though their attire looked like they had just come out of a circus, not a single one of these students had a cultivation level lower than Soul Elder, and they all had the best Soul Ring configurations. There was even an agility-type Soul Master with a fourth 10,000-year Soul Ring. But even so, they were still swept away by someone with a single sword strike. There was no way around it, that person was just too strong, terrifyingly so. The only thing that puzzled people was why this person wasn't in the first Royal Combat Team. The teachers and students from participating academies in the region were now focusing their attention on Su Cheng. The discussion was lively but much more restrained, and the analysis was more professional. Who is this person? A Soul King, and with two 10,000-year Soul Rings? That move he just used, is it a self-created soul skill? Can we withstand that one sword? It's hard to say, but don't worry too much. The Shrek Academy has 6 Soul Elder and 1 Soul Ancestor. Facing a Soul King naturally doesn't give much chance. What nonsense are you talking about? Do we have a chance against a Soul King? It's not too bad, after all, besides the captain, the rest of the Tian Do second team are just Soul Elders. I really don't understand, why would someone like him come to compete with us for a spot? Why not just become the captain of a team directly? It doesn't matter, there are still 4 spots in the finals. The demeanor of the Shrek Academy's teachers was much more serious compared to the relaxed attitude of teachers from other academies during the discussion. Flender, Yu Shaogang, Qin Ming, and others looked at each other for a while, unsure of what to say. Could they blame the students? When the opponent's strength reached this level, it was useless to say anything, and they couldn't help but feel somewhat disheartened. Qin Ming, is this what you meant by just having relatively strong personal strength? Flender turned to Qin Ming, his expression somewhat speechless. He wasn't blaming Qin Ming, mainly because the intelligence was too far off. Could this be called relatively strong? Qin Ming gave a wry smile, not knowing how to explain at this point. This level of strength had already surpassed the understanding of ordinary people. If he remembered correctly, that Su Cheng was only 14 years old, right? Who was the real monster here? Lu Erlong looked at the downcast appearance of the people beside her and couldn't help but feel a bit dissatisfied. With a snort, she said, "He's just a Soul King, nothing to worry about. That move may be powerful, but the consumption must be considerable. It may seem easy on the surface, but it might actually be more difficult than it appears." After speaking, she glanced coldly at Su Cheng on the platform. She had acknowledged Xiao Wu as her goddaughter. Although they hadn't spent much time together, she had already developed extremely deep feelings for her. Besides, she wasn't the type to be bullied. At this moment, seeing Xiao Wu being seriously injured and unconscious, she felt extremely distressed. She secretly made up her mind. I must find an opportunity to teach that kid a lesson. Su Cheng didn't pay attention to the discussions around him, he turned and led his team towards the platform. Before leaving the platform, he glanced at Tang San, who was still staring at him, shook his head, and said, "Is this also considered innate full soul power? Blue silver grass is such a garbage martial soul." Before he could finish his words, he turned his head and jumped off the platform. At this moment, his expression changed slightly as he noticed Zhu Zuqing coldly staring at him nearby. Su Cheng's previous sword strike had only knocked her down to the platform below and hadn't caused much harm to her. After a short while, her breathing had stabilized. Su Cheng didn't care either, just passing by her, he stopped for a moment to look her up and down. The peculiar team uniforms of the Shrek Academy, worn by Zhu Zuqing, always had a strange contrast, adding a touch of comedy. Su Cheng smiled and nodded at her. Nice clothes, very distinctive. As soon as she heard this, Zhu Zuqing's fair face instantly turned red, gritted her teeth, turned angrily and left, not even caring about her teammates on the platform. After Su Cheng left, the members of the Shrek Academy slowly walked down the platform with the help of Juju and other substitute members. Tang San raised his head with some unwillingness and glanced at Su Cheng's departing figure, silently clenching his fists. The words of the opponent just now echoed in his ears. Innate full soul power. He knew the situation of his innate full soul power, but why was it that even with the mysterious heaven technique, his cultivation speed couldn't keep up with Zhu Zuqing and Su Cheng? And Xiao Wu. Tang San turned his head to look at Xiao Wu, whose face was pale and lips still stained with blood, feeling extremely distressed. He had sworn that he would never let her get hurt at any time. Whoever dared to hurt her would surely pay 100-fold in return. However, on the platform just now, he had failed to protect her again, letting her get hurt. Moreover, the shadow in Xiao Wu's heart was not alleviated, but rather became heavier due to the repeated collisions with Su Cheng. Tang San walked towards the direction of the rest area with a heavy heart. At this moment, the discussion next to him suddenly entered his ears. That captain of the Tian Do royal team has such a powerful sword martial soul. I wonder how it compares to the world's #1 weapon martial soul, the Haotian hammer. It should be the Haotian hammer. That's the legendary martial soul, the heritage martial soul of the world's #1 sect. That's right, Haotian hammer. Tang San's footsteps paused slightly, looking down at his left hand. There, hidden was his second martial soul. Chapter 139, Tang San's Enlightenment. Do you feel it? Returning to his room and temporarily separating from his teammates, Su Cheng looked at Ah Yin beside him. Why did this happen? Ah Yin's complexion was somewhat pale. In the recent battle, she sensed Tang San's unique soul power circulation method through Su Cheng's domain, which was obviously different from ordinary people. At that moment, under the might of that sword, none of the Shrek 7 devils could sense the aura of the domain. With Su Cheng's control over the domain, without using suppression ability, it would be impossible for those people to feel it based on their level of cultivation. I'm not sure either, Su Cheng said lightly. It could be an accident, or there might be other external forces at play. I remember. Ah Yin hesitated as she looked at Su Cheng. You mentioned your situation before. She knew Su Cheng also had a special cultivation technique, but she knew this technique was something Su Cheng developed on his own. As for Tang San, based on his use of the blue-silver grass martial soul and the speed of his soul power cultivation, Ah Yin didn't think he had that ability. Moreover, the fluctuation of that technique was completely different from Su Cheng's. Su Cheng's method of soul power circulation was more closely related to the body, bloodline, and martial soul direction, with a much higher efficiency in condensing soul power, clearly fitting the energy system of the Douluo continent. While the energy inside Tang San's body was significantly different in nature from soul power, as if it came from another world. Without Su Cheng's words, it would indeed be difficult for anyone to think of this significant cause and effect. But with his earlier hint, one could instantly come to realize it. My situation is not entirely the same as his. My memories awakened gradually. In our terminology, it's called previous life wisdom. Besides, I have some special talents. Su Cheng shook his head. So, I can't figure out what's going on with him. Then he turned to look at Ah Yin. In a comforting tone, he said, Don't worry, I will investigate this matter thoroughly in the future. However, the original soul of that body has completely disappeared. Ah Yin glanced at him for a moment and softly asked, Why are you willing to help me? Su Cheng paused for a moment at her words, then pondered for a while before continuing. Your help to me is significant, much greater than you imagine. Originally, I just wanted that 100,000-year soul bone of yours, but unexpectedly, your presence has brought me immense benefits. In terms of cultivation techniques and aptitude, there has been a transformative improvement. And because of you, I have gained a much deeper understanding of my future path of cultivation. Besides, Su Cheng fell silent for a moment, looking out at the clear sky through the window, then sighed softly. There are many things I can only share with you. In this world, he was actually quite lonely. He wasn't sure if he had traveled to this world or awakened here, but in either case, he felt somewhat out of place in this world. This sense of alienation accumulated in his heart for a long time, turning into an invisible mental pressure that significantly affected his state of mind. So he also yearned for power. With power, he could have the capital to change this world. But those secrets, no one could confide in. Qian Runshui was certainly trustworthy, and there were many things he didn't mind telling her. Ironically, the person he had been in contact with the longest was Chen Shin Nd Qian Runshui in the simulated world. Especially the latter, the two had been together for more than 20 years, which was of extraordinary significance to him. But Qian Runshui was different from Yin. She was too strong-willed and opinionated, and there were many things Su Cheng didn't dare to easily tell her, fearing it might have other consequences. Yin looked at Su Cheng with a puzzled expression. She felt that his demeanor at this moment seemed somewhat vulnerable. As they spent more time together, she almost forgot that the young man who looked like a young adult was actually just a boy under 15. Although this person might have another long and mature memory like Tang San's. But she also understood the mutual influence of soul and body. The same soul placed in the body of a 10-year-old child and a dying 90-year-old would have completely different mental perceptions. Having experienced the transformation into a soul beast, death and rebirth, and the reconstruction of her spiritual body, Yin's understanding of the body was not superficial. Her fingers moved lightly, almost involuntarily wanting to lift her arm. But she quickly reacted, retracting her fingers, clenching them, and then lowering her head again. Su Cheng took a deep breath, a smile reappearing on his face, and his tone relaxed. Don't think too much about it, and it's not just for you. I also need to clarify some things for myself. Moreover, even if Tang San doesn't have any other secrets, he is still the son of destiny in this world. Every time he experiences setbacks, there will always be some adventures. His external soul bone and his twin martial souls are proof of that. Of course, apart from inheriting divine positions, any other adventures are not as good as twin martial souls in immortal grass. At most, it's just turning misfortune into blessings, getting the chance to absorb soul rings beyond the year limit. Now without the immortal grass, it's equivalent to directly cutting off a lot of his upper limit. Yin nodded silently without speaking. She felt a little confused now. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, the sound of knocking suddenly came. Su Cheng quickly composed himself, turned around, and walked over to open the door. He saw Ning Fengji standing at the door with a smile on his face. Master, why are you here? Su Cheng was somewhat surprised. At this time, Ning Fengji should have stayed by the emperor's side. Just here to congratulate you on winning the first match, Ning Fengji said with a smile. Wasn't that within your expectations? There's nothing to congratulate. Su Cheng smiled and stepped aside, leading the other person into the room. Winning the match was, of course, within my expectations, but your strength completely exceeded my expectations, Ning Fengji said with some emotion. When he first saw Su Cheng, even without Chen Xin's past remarks, based on his own insight, he could see the extraordinary aspects of this child. But no matter what, he couldn't have imagined that someone at this age could achieve such a scene today. When I report back to the sect about this battle, Sword Uncle will definitely regret not being here to watch it today. It's just a coincidence today, and I happen to gain some insights into swordsmanship. I see, Ning Fengji nodded thoughtfully. Then he pondered and said, but it seems that you alone can handle all the other teams. Seeing Ning Fengji's expression, Su Cheng was puzzled. Master, if you have something to say, just say it. Ahem, Xiaocheng, we're not outsiders, so I'll just say it. Ning Fengji's face was slightly embarrassed. I was thinking about Rongrong, this child. It's rare for her to have such an opportunity for experience. Hearing this, Su Cheng suddenly understood. He smiled and said, I understand. Rest assured, as long as we can secure our spot in the next round, it doesn't matter who competes. As for the allocation and scheduling, let the other team members gather intelligence on the other academy teams. I happen to be free as well. That was the truth. He really wasn't interested in participating in this kind of competition. Joining the second team was solely to gain a close understanding of the Elemental Academy, deepening his relevant accumulations and insights. If he didn't need to act later, that would be even better. To be honest, your biggest opponents in this preliminary round are those Elemental Academies. Ning Fengji also breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. As long as you defeat them, even if you don't participate in the subsequent matches, with Rongrong's 9 treasures glazed tile pagoda as assistance, your team will easily advance. That would be ideal. Tang San sat alone in his room, looking somewhat bewildered. The scene of easily defeating all the team members, the scene of Xiao Wu being severely injured and unconscious in front of him, the scene of his desperate counterattack being futile. They flashed before his eyes one after another. Since becoming a soul master, he had always stood at the pinnacle among his peers. The blue-silver grass wasn't a powerful martial soul, it was even considered a waste martial soul, but under his teacher's guidance, his strength was always on par with, or even superior to, every other soul master except Zhu Zuqing. As time passed, Tang San had even forgotten about the issues with his blue-silver grass itself and always placed himself on the same level as those with powerful martial souls, even feeling a slight sense of superiority. Until he met Su Cheng again, and fell under his sword once more. The contemptuous gaze, the disdain for his martial soul, all deeply wounded his pride. This time, as he calmed down and thought carefully, he suddenly realized that if it weren't for him having an additional external soul bone, the 8 spider lances, the serendipitous acquisition of a high-quality third soul ring, and even having any advantages at all. His combat reflexes, clear tactical thinking, and the Tang sect's secret techniques as a trump card were clearly superior to others. Only his cultivation level and martial soul were holding him back. Yes, why is it that with the Haotian hammer and mysterious heaven skill, my cultivation speed is so slow? As a former Tang sect disciple who had researched the furious Buddha Tang Lotus, Tang San had a pride far beyond that of ordinary people. At this moment, the words his teacher, Yu Shaogang, had said to him when they first met came back to him. Quote, "Are you curious why I know you have a twin martial soul? I've investigated 647 people with blue-silver grass as their martial soul. Among them, only 16 had soul power, a probability of less than 3%. And even among these 16 people with soul power, none of them had a soul power level surpassing rank 1, while you were born with full rank 10 soul power. According to one of the 10 core competencies of martial souls that I've studied, the innate soul power size is directly proportional to the martial soul quality. Obviously, blue-silver grass couldn't satisfy this. So I can be sure that you should have another martial soul, and it's a very powerful one. Quote, "Based on my many years of research on variant martial souls, no martial soul would mutate with the blue-silver grass martial soul. And since your blue-silver grass martial soul is just an ordinary one, I can be completely certain that my judgment is correct." Tang San extended his right hand, and the blue-silver grass martial soul silently appeared in his hand, swaying gently, emitting a faint blue light. An ordinary blue-silver grass, a universally known waste martial soul. How could such a weak blue-silver grass help him reach the pinnacle of soul masters? Even reaching his current level was extremely fortunate, what more could he expect? He then extended his left hand. A pitch-black hammer appeared in his hand. The surface of the hammer was black, shimmering with a deep glow, with faint patterns swirling around the cylindrical hammer head, looking extraordinary at first glance. Tang San stared blankly at the Haotian hammer in his hand. Before participating in the competition, Yu Shaogang had a deep conversation with him. Quote, "Your other martial soul is blue-silver grass, and I don't expect you to cultivate it to level 90. But as long as you cultivate it to above level 60, then you will have the opportunity to reach the Haotian hammer with full 10,000-year soul rings in the future. At that time, even if it's just one title Douluo, how could they possibly be your opponent? With 9 10,000-year soul rings enhancing various attributes, you will be unmatched by ordinary soul masters. Level 60. Tang San repeated this threshold level softly. Level 60. With just the blue-silver grass, how many years will it take me to cultivate to level 60? Do I have to waste these 10 or 20 golden years of cultivation for nothing? No, absolutely not. The blue-silver grass was fundamentally not a good martial soul, and while he was still young, he could still abandon it. Tang San was well aware that the shortcomings of a martial soul would gradually become apparent as the soul power level increased. Even now, it was already somewhat inadequate. He stared firmly at the Haotian hammer in his right hand, his gaze gradually becoming resolute. This was the inheritance martial soul of the Haotian sect, the top-ranked martial soul among the 7 great sects of the continent. If he had chosen to cultivate the Haotian hammer from the beginning, then his current strength would be far beyond what it was. He would be countless times stronger, and maybe he wouldn't even lose to Su Cheng. A mere sword martial soul, what right did it have to surpass the number 1 artifact martial soul in the world? The terrifying aura of that sword on the stage still haunted him. The alternating scenes played out before his eyes. If he had been strong enough at that time, how could Xiao Wu have been injured again? Level 40, just level 40. Tang San murmured to himself, as long as I reach level 40, I'll start cultivating the Haotian hammer. He was already not far from reaching rank 40 in soul power. After adding the 4th soul ring to blue silver grass, he might be able to directly attempt adding 10,000 year soul rings to the Haotian hammer. Even if he only added a few soul rings to the Haotian hammer, his soul power would undoubtedly skyrocket. Perhaps it wouldn't take long for his cultivation to reach the Soul King level, surpassing Su Cheng. But, should he ask his teacher about this? Yu Xiaogang had previously mentioned that conflicts might arise between twin martial souls once they began to develop simultaneously. Even if the two martial souls were in harmony, physical attributes were crucial factors during the process of adding soul rings and enhancing attributes. What if his body couldn't bear the burden during this period? Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a knocking sound suddenly came. Tang San was startled and quickly put away his martial souls, then got up to open the door. After opening the door, he was surprised to see his teacher, Yu Xiaogang, standing outside. Xiao San, how are you? Have you calmed down now? Yu Xiaogang's stiff face revealed concern. He had been worried about Tang San's state of mind all along. Everyone in Shrek Academy had seen his desolate appearance earlier. But he hadn't come earlier to give him some time to digest and calm down on his own. After all, today's defeat was indeed a painful one. Using their strongest lineup and the collective strength of the entire team, but still unable to withstand even one move from the opponent, was a devastating blow. Tang San forced a smile on his face at the words and nodded. Seeing this, Yu Xiaogang sighed. That Su Cheng is indeed extraordinary. But after all, he has reached the level of Soul King, so it's only natural for his strength to surpass yours. Remember, you have the unique advantage of twin martial souls, and it's only a matter of time before you defeat him in the future. Tang San fell silent at this. After a while, he looked up at his teacher. Teacher, the weakness of blue-silver grass has become increasingly apparent. In the future, can I really compete with other soul masters relying on this martial soul alone? Yu Xiaogang was initially taken aback, then frowned. What do you mean? Although I'm not yet 15 years old, I've put in too much effort in cultivation. Tang San lowered his head, his tone somewhat gloomy. I don't want to waste my efforts on a waste martial soul like blue-silver grass. What's the point of that? By then, will I still have time to cultivate the Haotian hammer? Quote. Hearing this, Yu Xiaogang was speechless for a moment. Had he been a bit too presumptuous in the past? Adding high-level soul rings to the Haotian hammer was indeed a good idea. But the problem was, the golden cultivation period of soul masters wasn't long-lasting. How long would it take to increase the level with blue-silver grass? Was this really the best choice? It's worth noting that Zhu Zuqing in the team had already reached level 46. Teacher, let me switch to cultivating the Haotian hammer. Tang San suddenly looked up at Yu Xiaogang, his eyes burning. Quote. I need to consider this. After a moment of silence, Yu Xiaogang finally spoke. His face also became serious. I'll leave for a while. Don't worry about this matter for now, and wait for me to come back. During this time, focus on leading the team in the competition. Also, don't think about the second martial soul for now, focus on cultivating blue-silver grass. You're leaving? Tang San was surprised at the words. I need to gather more information about twin martial souls. You need to know that cultivating twin martial souls is risky. Even if you really want to switch, it's not something that can be decided overnight. In theory, as the team leader, Yu Xiaogang shouldn't leave the team during this critical period of the preliminaries, especially after the team's first defeat. But he saw Tang San as the hope for the future, and he nurtured him as his own son. Compared to that, the importance of the team's results was obviously secondary. Moreover, he believed that with Tang San's tactical thinking and maturity, even if they lost the first match, they would still perform exceptionally well against other teams later. Tang San was also immediately moved, and his mind instantly calmed down. Whenever, his teacher always thought things through for him in advance. After a long silence, Yu Xiaogang didn't say anything more. After patting Tang San's shoulder, he turned and left the room. For his only disciple, he was ready to leave immediately to meet someone in Seoul City. Chapter 140, Don't Say I Didn't Give You a Chance. The next day, a new round of preliminary matches began swiftly. However, unlike the opening match, 5 platforms were already set up in the main arena, with battles taking place on each one. Su Cheng directly delegated the authority of scheduling and command, allowing the team members to allocate tactics based on intelligence gathered from other teams. He himself strolled around, going to watch matches outside the arenas of the teams from the other elemental academies. The audience couldn't spot Su Cheng among the team from the Tian-Do Royal Academy the next day, naturally causing some disappointment. However, there was nothing they could do. This was not a performance. Each academy had its own tactical arrangements, so such situations were normal. On the other hand, other teams secretly breathed a sigh of relief at this sight. They weren't hoping to eliminate the Tian-Do Royal Academy, mainly fearing that injuries during battles might affect future matches. If Su Cheng were to participate, to ensure nothing went wrong, they would have to choose to forfeit. During this period, the matches of the Shrek Academy proceeded smoothly, earning quite a few points. After all, Zhu Zuqing's strength was evident, and in the absence of the 5 elemental academies, the strength of other teams was not particularly high, with many teams not even having a soul ancestor. Moreover, Tang San and the others were not weak, making it difficult for ordinary academies to gain an advantage under their cooperation. Furthermore, the Shrek team didn't face the powerful Elephant Armored Academy as they did in the original timeline in their second match, thanks to special treatment from Solace. Otherwise, with their current strength, they probably wouldn't have been able to defeat those turtle shells. However, in the subsequent battle against the Blaze Academy, the Shrek team almost encountered a setback. Due to not using the immunity to ice and fire of the immortal herb, Tang San's blue-silver grass was completely suppressed by fire-type attacks. Fortunately, Zhu Zuqing had previously used the octagonal mysterious ice grass and the fiery glazed body refinement, allowing her to effortlessly handle the attacks from the Blaze Academy and carry the team alone. Also, because this battle hardly had any effect, it further strengthened Tang San's determination to switch to training with the Haotian hammer. A few days later, it was finally Su Cheng's turn to take the stage. This time, the opponent of the Tian-Do Royal Academy team was the Wind God Academy team. He certainly couldn't miss this. Among the 7 members of the Godwind Academy team, 6 of them were roughly the same age, in their early 20s, with only the support-type Soul Master standing at the back of the team looking very young, seeming even younger than Su Cheng. The person walking at the forefront was tall and handsome, with a smile on his face, looking very carefree. This person was the captain of the Godwind Academy team, Feng Shaoxian, a level 44 powerful assault-type soul ancestor. Although still young, he already exuded the demeanor of a strong individual, showing no trace of his usual flattery. Apart from him, there were 2 others whose soul power levels exceeded 40, one possessing the Shadow Leopard Martial Soul, a agility-type soul master, and the other possessing the Wind Blade Martial Soul, a powerful assault-type soul master. 3 soul ancestors, 4 soul elders, truly the strongest team among the 5 elemental academies this year. It was only the support-type soul master at the back who looked very young that Su Cheng had never seen before while watching the matches. As for the other matches, because the Godwind Academy had maintained a continuous winning streak, the type of her martial soul had not been revealed, adding to her mysteriousness. After both teams stood facing each other, the referee quickly walked to the center of the platform and loudly announced, "Both sides, salute." Su Cheng, seeing the momentum of the opponent at this moment, nodded inwardly. This was the effect he wanted. The current elemental academies were different from before. Although the elements remained singular, there were various directions of development. Take the Godwind Academy as an example. The members of the team were all Wind Attribute Soul Masters, but they were divided into different positions such as assault, agility, control, and support. For Su Cheng, the tactical arrangements of these people were not important, as they were still young and had limited numbers of soul rings and soul skills. Their tactics could only go so far. However, the combination of their soul rings and soul skills, as well as the effects produced between them, was worth his reference and study. Especially the soul rings. After understanding the essence of soul rings, Su Cheng was even more looking forward to the research results of these academies. Combined with the effect of true vision, rather than saying that today's match was a battle, it was more like him learning from others. "It's you, Feng Xiaoshan saw that Su Cheng was leading the Tian Do Royal Academy team onto the stage today, and his expression instantly became serious. He stared at Su Cheng, saying in a deep voice, "I'm 24 years old this year, awakened to the innate full soul power variant martial soul, the Gale dual-headed wolf, and now at level 44. I know you're strong, but our team might not necessarily lose to you." Feng Xiaoshan, "I know you." Su Cheng nodded. "Let's fight first." In the past few days, he had also watched many matches of the elemental academies, and he quite favored Feng Xiaoshan's talent. It was a pity that he had chosen the wrong path of growth. But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. Many things had to wait until after the match to be discussed. "You can release your martial souls now." The referee's voice rang out again. In an instant, flashes of light appeared on the stage. Shadow of wolves, leopards, wind blades, phoenixes, and a series of martial souls appeared one after another. But the support-type soul master seemed to have only a faint breeze passing by her side, without any other phenomenon. Su Cheng's eyes flashed with understanding. So it's this kind of martial soul, interesting. The members of the Godwind Academy team quickly formed their formation after releasing their martial souls. 2 assault-type soul masters stood at the forefront of the team, slightly offsetting their positions. The control-type soul master with the wind grass stood in the middle, while 3 agility-type soul masters stood on both sides. The support-type soul master still stood at the back of the team. Just as Feng Xiaoshan stood at the forefront, a sharp howl erupted from his mouth, and a faint blue light surged from within him. As the blue light surged, his body underwent an obvious change. With the cracking sound of bones, his muscles and bones expanded simultaneously, making his body significantly larger. His long hair also turned blue, and from his left shoulder, a wolf head emerged. The blue wolf head had a fierce gaze, staring at Su Cheng, emitting a trace of chill from its mouth. On the other side, Su Cheng's team repeated the scene from before, with all 6 members releasing their martial souls and quickly retreating from the stage, almost reaching the edge of the arena. The match begins. With the referee's command, both teams immediately sprang into action. Su Cheng's teammates didn't hesitate, directly leaping off the stage and quickly exiting the arena, causing Feng Xiaoshan and the others to pause for a moment in surprise. Su Cheng actually didn't want this to happen. But there was no way. If these teammates stayed on the stage, they would only be in the way, causing chaos and affecting his ability to feel the effects of other people's soul skills. However, this was not the first opening match, and many things didn't need too much consideration. Fortunately, the members of the Godwind Academy team had strong combat literacy and did not let this unexpected situation affect their mentality, but instead became more cautious. The next moment, dense grass leaves quickly covered the ground. A gentle breeze swept over the yellow sand, instantly disturbing and dispersing the airflow around Su Cheng's body. It weakly affected his perception and speed. Su Cheng's eyes flashed, focusing on the control-type soul master in the center. This wind attribute control skill was very interesting, somewhat similar to a field effect. Although the current limiting ability was not strong, there was great potential for growth in the future. In terms of the development and use of soul skills, there were experts in the Godwind Academy. Thinking about it, Su Cheng also released his 5 elements domain, but did not use its suppression effect. It was only used as sensory assistance to help him feel the effects of the opponent's soul skills more clearly. At the same time, a faint golden light appeared on his forehead. The true vision began to operate at a low efficiency, adding the effect of seeing through and part of the real field of view. This state consumed very little of his mental power, and with his current mental strength, he could maintain it for several hours without any problems. Domain. Feng Xiaoshan and the others instantly felt the subtle changes in the environment but quickly realized that although it was a domain, it did not exert any suppression on their attributes and status, seeming to only enhance perception, equivalent to suppressing the control effect of the wind grass. Su Cheng's domain energy fluctuation was very small, and the phenomenon of external bone spirit was also inconspicuous. Apart from the people on the stage, most of the audience didn't notice anything. It's just strange why Su Cheng didn't use the terrifying sword move he used before. But the strong ones in the VIP stands were all serious at this moment. Such mature control of the domain. Ning Fengji narrowed his eyes slightly and said softly. At least he has completed 2 advancements. Sitting beside him, Chen Xin nodded affirmatively. It's almost comparable to the domain bonus under the martial soul true body state. This time, he didn't miss it, and came to watch the match, as it was not far from the 7 treasure glazed tile sect's gate. And even if he couldn't see Su Cheng's battle, it was good to see how Ning Rongrong was doing now. Take your time to watch. Chang'er probably won't end the battle quickly. On the stage, as the battle began, Feng Xiaoshan's body almost instantly accelerated, rushing towards Su Cheng. A faint blue light surged behind him, and he charged with incredible speed, even surpassing the agility-type Soul Master behind him. At the same time, his first soul ring had already lit up, sharp wolf claws sprung out from his palms, and his merciless gaze locked onto Su Cheng. Even before the person arrived, the wolf claws were already swung out. 10 semicircular wind blades, with piercing sonic booms, sealed off the evasion paths around Su Cheng. The first soul skill of the Wind Wolf martial soul is generally Wind Blade, but Feng Xiaoshan, who possesses the Gale dual-headed wolf martial soul, has Wind Blade formation as his first soul skill. From the tenfold increase in quantity, one can see how much stronger his first soul skill is compared to the ordinary Wind Wolf martial soul, showcasing the innate advantage of advanced martial souls. In the moment he pounced, the other members of the Godwind Academy also moved. The tactical repertoire of the elemental academies is rich now, not inferior to the usual balanced team. The wind-chiming bird martial soul enveloped the agile soul masters, swirling in the sky, further compressing Su Cheng's mobility. The strongest shadow leopard soul master hovered near the edge of the stage, ready to strike. Under the domain's blessing, Su Cheng could perceive the movements of all opponents, rendering all external interferences ineffective. Indeed, as Chen Xin said, he didn't go all out right away this time. His purpose was to observe the opponent's use of soul rings and soul skills, especially the intricacies of combining soul ring rules with attributes, so he wasn't in a hurry. His third soul ring lit up, activating the soul skill, Shadow Splitting. After the upgrade of his soul rings and his own cultivation improvement, this soul skill could now split into 7 sword shadows, each possessing 90% of the original Eternal Sword's power. Sixth sword, Sword Control Technique. Under the control of his divided attention, 5 sword shadows slashed out from different directions, intercepting all but the control-type Soul Master and the support-type Soul Master. The remaining 2 guarded his sides, keeping an eye on Feng Xiaoshan directly in front. Without any surprise, the opponent should have follow-up actions. Seeing his response, the audience couldn't help but feel puzzled. Logically, the most pressing targets should be the control-type Soul Master and the support-type Soul Master providing buffs. Since there's such a powerful soul skill and the sword shadows are so formidable, why give the opponent the chance to continue using soul skills? Just like the first day, the one left on the stage was the auxiliary Soul Master from the Shrek Academy. Is it confidence or arrogance? It's hard for the audience to determine, but facing Feng Xiaoshan at this moment, Su Cheng felt a wave of coldness in his heart. In front of those eyes shimmering with a faint golden light, it seemed like all his actions had been completely exposed, and he felt like his movements had been fully anticipated. It's worth noting that the Gale dual-headed wolf martial soul is not simple. The benefits of the dual-headed wolf allow him to balance both offense and agility, with no weaknesses in speed or defense. Even so, he also had a premonition that this attack might ultimately be in vain. Sure enough, facing Feng Xiaoshan's wind blades, Su Cheng showed no intention of dodging. With the sword shadows preceding the attack, the shadows dispersed between each slash. Feng Xiaoshan gritted his teeth, continuing to charge forward under the assault, preparing to attempt the same attack at close range. At that moment, a faint voice suddenly entered his ears. "Don't say I didn't give you a chance. It's better not to use the same skill twice." Su Cheng didn't want to waste time with him. This wind blade skill was meaningless, even if it was a variant skill. His attention was now more focused on the control-type Soul Master and the support-type Soul Master. He had already prepared to deal with the others. Feng Xiaoshan's heart chilled, feeling a sudden increase in mental pressure. He felt that the oppression brought by the sword shadow in front of him had increased several times, making it impossible for him to step forward anymore. The opponent hadn't even exerted force before. Phew. Feng Xiaoshan's expression became more serious, giving up his previous idea. Then, 2 huge wings spread out from his back. At the same time, a blue light condensed behind him, taking the form of the Gale dual-headed wolf. Against the backdrop of the magnificent light and shadow, Feng Xiaoshan soared into the air, his wings flapping once, lifting him up to a height of 50 meters above the ground. Su Cheng glanced up, instantly understanding the opponent's intentions. Although flight skills were of no use to him, he didn't think about interrupting the opponent's soul skill. Instead, he began to observe the other few people. Feng Xiaoshan hovered in the air, staring down at Su Cheng. I know you're very strong, but I have one more self-created soul skill. It's called the Gale Dual-Headed Wolf 36 consecutive slashes. But I'm afraid you won't dare to let me build up power to complete it. Originally, he didn't expect to be able to use this soul skill. Based on Su Cheng's strength shown on the first day, he could easily interrupt his self-created soul skill. Without being fully charged, the 36 consecutive slashes couldn't unleash too much power. But seeing Su Cheng's posture, it seemed like he had other ideas, so maybe he could give him the opportunity to go all out. He immediately began to test the waters with his words. Su Cheng sneered lightly, casually saying, a poor attempt at provocation. You can go ahead and use it, let me see what you're capable of. As Feng Xiaoshan uttered the words, self-created soul skill, it immediately caused a sensation in the audience. Self-created soul skills are rare, and those who can create them are all exceptional talents. On the first day of the opening match, Su Cheng already showcased a self-created sword technique that amazed everyone. And now, there's another soul master preparing to use a self-created soul skill. With that in mind, the upcoming battle is bound to be incredibly exciting. Su Cheng didn't pay attention to the commotion in the audience. With a few words, he had already begun to exert his strength. Get rid of the useless ones first. In the blink of an eye, the other agile soul masters and assault soul masters suddenly felt a change in the rhythm of the sword attacks in front of them. The previously manageable sword shadows suddenly accelerated several times, making it impossible for them to keep up. Under the immensely strengthened assault of these four sword shadow avatars, even though they used all their soul skills, they were still slashed out of the arena. Subsequently, the control-type soul master followed suit. In just a moment, the previously tense battle scene underwent a complete upheaval. In the next moment, except for Su Cheng, there were only Feng Xiaoshan and the auxiliary soul master left on the entire stage of the arena. The spectators were stunned. The entire soul arena fell silent in an instant, leaving the participants on the other platforms still confused. But interestingly, the seemingly beautiful and innocent auxiliary soul master, despite her pale face due to excessive soul power consumption, didn't seem nervous at all. Instead, she looked at Su Cheng with curiosity written all over her face. Chapter 141, Taking You to Win. Immediately, a look of astonishment appeared on the girl's face. She felt a warmth spreading through her body. Is this the effect of the opponent's domain enhancement? Although it couldn't directly help her recover soul power, it significantly reduced the consumption and power of soul skills. But why would he do this? At this moment, Feng Xiaoshan, flying high in the sky, began to move. The shadow of the double-headed wolf behind him gradually merged with his body. This was his second soul skill, the dual wolf fusion. With this enhancement, his strength and agility would be greatly increased. Combined with his third soul skill, swift double wings, his state had already reached its peak. Relying on the assistance of these two soul skills, his self-created soul skill could be fully unleashed. With a long roar, Feng Xiaoshan moved. His body descended from the sky like a shooting star, without making a sound throughout the process. The emanating cyan light completely converged, and his body and wings fused at the perfect angle. With the enhancement of the wind attribute, he had found the most perfect descent path at this moment. The sharp edges of the wings shimmered with a faint cyan light under the sunlight. The so-called Gale Demon Wolf's 36 consecutive slashes originated from the edges of these wings. In the blink of an eye, the light wings slashed, completing the first clash with Su Cheng's long sword. Clang! In the reverberation of the metallic clash, Feng Xiaoshan propelled himself upward again, his body spinning in the air, and his right wing once again descended. Su Cheng still held his sword horizontally, as he promised earlier, not using any soul skills to interrupt, and controlling the force very well. Feng Xiaoshan bounced back again, with a mysterious way of leveraging force, impressing Su Cheng. This soul skill didn't seem as simple as it appeared on the surface. At least in terms of conception, it surpassed the vast majority of soul masters. Su Cheng himself was proficient in this aspect and had the right to speak. His earliest self-created soul skill evolved from basic sword moves into sword stance and power accumulation strikes, which he used to defeat Qian Runshui, who was stronger than him in soul power, martial soul, and domain. Feng Xiaoshan's attack speed was fast, and he had already completed 5 attacks in no time, with the force of the light wing's strikes gradually increasing. During this process, he kept adjusting his trajectory with the changing wind. This self-created soul skill wasn't very strong. Its main feature was continuously enhancing its attack power using speed and gravity, but it was too easily interrupted. It was far inferior to the wind hammer technique of Haotian sect. However, Feng Xiaoshan was still quite talented, considering his youth, to achieve this level. Su Cheng glanced at Feng Xiaoshan, who kept attacking in midair, then looked at the auxiliary soul master opposite, who was surprised by the domain enhancement. Use all your available auxiliary skills on him, otherwise, he won't last until the end, he said. As his words fell, it immediately caused a commotion among the spectators in the audience. The other spectators from various teams looked at each other, feeling complex emotions. The girl finally understood the purpose of the enhancement the other party had been providing for her, rolling her eyes involuntarily. But she didn't refuse. 3 soul rings lit up in succession, fully enhancing Feng Xiaoshan's physical state. Actually, Su Cheng was a bit speechless at this point. When Feng Xiaoshan landed the first blow, he already had a good idea. With the opponent's current physical fitness and soul power foundation, relying solely on himself would absolutely not last until the completion of the soul skill. He secretly thought that Feng Xiaoshan was really peculiar, wasting his talent without realizing it. Clearly, he had the potential to achieve the title of Douluo, but he didn't focus on it and instead pursued his own self-created soul skill. Moreover, the result was a soul skill that could only be used in team battles, unable to be fully exerted by himself. The collision between the two continued. After the 23rd strike, Feng Xiaoshan's body was surrounded by extremely terrifying sharp soul power. Streams of cyan light burst out, and even the surrounding wind pressure was as sharp as blades. The impact of the aftermath was comparable to that of a soul ancestor, and the frontal power was close to that of a soul king. However, under this fierce and violent attack, Su Cheng remained like a rock, not moving an inch. In contrast, Feng Xiaoshan's wings, which were connected to his arms, were almost completely numb from the shock. In his heart, he was even more horrified, secretly acknowledging Su Cheng's terror. If it weren't for the little girl, Qingyu, who had been constantly enhancing him with soul skills, he wouldn't have been able to hold on any longer. 23. 24. The audience in the stands was also watching Feng Xiaoshan's subsequent changes attentively. 28. 29. The other members of the Godwind Academy's team, who had been knocked down from the stage, secretly cheered for their captain. 36. Finally, with Feng Xiaoshan's sharp roar, the final transformative strike descended. At this point, Su Cheng keenly sensed that the opponent's aura had changed. The power of this strike had even slightly surpassed the peak of a Soul King, approaching that of a Soul Emperor. Su Cheng felt somewhat disappointed. After all the effort and risk-taking, and enduring such a long period of accumulation, even suffering significant injuries to his body, all for this final strike, and the result was this. It's not that he looked down on the power of a Soul Emperor level. It had nothing to do with his own strength. It was just that the cost-effectiveness of this self-created soul skill was too low. Originally, he thought that by accumulating power to this extent, there might be some qualitative changes, even resonating with the laws and harnessing the elemental forces in the surrounding environment, equalizing with the heavens and the earth. But there was none of that. There was indeed a qualitative change, but it was too minimal. He sighed silently in his heart. Su Cheng swung his sword diagonally. The cyan blade, condensed to its limit, shattered instantly. Then, Feng Xiaoshan fell to the ground, his face pale. This strike didn't harm him at all, it was his own exhaustion of soul power after using this soul skill that left him completely drained. With the referee announcing the end of the battle, enthusiastic applause instantly swept the entire venue, with spectators cheering and marveling at the brilliance of this battle. However, the VIP seats were silent. Chen Xin, Solace, Ning Fengji, and others looked solemn. 2 attacks completely cancelled each other out. How was that possible? Su Cheng being able to unleash this sword strike didn't surprise them. The power of his first sword strike was much stronger than this. However, the complete annulment of 2 attacks shocked them. The terrifying thing was this astonishing control, held with perfect precision, indicating that Su Cheng had almost no consumption in this battle. Battle power at the level of a soul saint. Several people simultaneously muttered in their hearts. Do you know how old I am? Su Cheng looked at Feng Xiaoshan, who was sitting on the ground panting heavily, and said lightly. I'm not yet 15 years old. Feng Xiaoshan's heavy panting paused abruptly, and he looked up in astonishment. I won against you today without using any soul skills, just because my level is 10 levels higher than yours, that's all. What stage you're at determines what you should do. Just to prove your talent, why bother with creating your own soul skills? It's purely gambling with your own future. Because your talent doesn't lie here. Having high innate soul power can only prove that you are a genius in cultivation. Pursuing self-created soul skills at the expense of the basics is somewhat foolish. Feng Xiaoshan fell silent at Su Cheng's words, not knowing how to refute them for a while. Although he was exceptionally talented, he was not arrogant. Feng Xiaoshan came from an ordinary background, and the Wind Demon Wolf was only a moderately strong martial soul. It was because of the mutation of his martial soul that he possessed innate full soul power. But in his eyes, this kind of aptitude could only be considered as a gift from nature, and couldn't prove anything. Similar words had been said to him before, but his talent was too outstanding. Even if he spent a lot of time on creating his own soul skills, he could still crush his peers in level, completely unaware that this was a half-hearted approach. Being able to create his own soul skills was originally something he was extremely proud of. Seeing him ponder for a moment, Su Cheng continued, your talent is good. There's a spot for you on my team. If you can't make it to the finals, or if you make it to the finals and want to compete for the championship, you can come find me anytime. Hearing this, Feng Xiaoshan's eyes widened slightly, and he couldn't think about those thoughts he had just now. He said in astonishment, you. Don't rush to answer. Wait until you've adjusted your state and thought it through, Su Cheng said, then ignored Feng Xiaoshan and turned to the auxiliary soul master from the Godwind Academy team, who was also exhausted. What's your name? Feng Qingyu. The girl's eyes were clear, with a slight curiosity, but she didn't seem to feel any sense of loss after losing the match. Her talent was extremely good, and she was young. The next tournament would be her time to shine. I'm guessing your martial soul is Shadow. Although Su Cheng phrased it as a question, his tone was very certain. Feng Qingyu was even more surprised when she heard this. Wind itself was invisible and intangible, and shadow martial souls were extremely rare and not easily detectable by others. She didn't expect Su Cheng to see through it so easily. She didn't deny it, just nodded gently. Yes, if I remember correctly, there's also a shadow martial soul owner from the Blaze Academy, but it's a fire attribute, and they develop in the direction of control-type soul masters. Su Cheng thought to himself, different attributes of the original martial soul, this is interesting. However, the person from Blaze Academy has slightly inferior talent, but the current Feng Qingyu. Thinking of this, he nodded gently towards Feng Qingyu and said, you can also join our team for the finals. After saying that, he prepared to leave the stage. Okay, what? A crisp and pleasant voice came, making Su Cheng slightly stunned. I said okay. Didn't you say I can join your team? Feng Qingyu blinked innocently, looking at him. Su Cheng suddenly became suspicious. What's the situation with this girl, just agreeing like that? He turned his head and looked at Feng Xiaoshan again. Seeing this, Feng Xiaoshan smiled bitterly and glanced at the girl, explaining to Su Cheng, she's the granddaughter of our academy's principal. Whatever she wants to do, she can do. Alright, Su Cheng naturally agreed, but even if you decide, if you want to compete, you'll have to wait until the finals. This was determined by the competition rules. Before the preliminary round began, the list of participants from each academy had already been submitted. When the final spots were confirmed and the teams from each academy went to the Royal Academy for the finals, they could submit the list of participating students again. And at that time, Feng Qingyu would also have to temporarily transfer to the Royal Academy. It's okay, Feng Qingyu said casually, can I go to your team first? Up to you, Su Cheng shrugged indifferently. It would be convenient for him if she came earlier, so he could start researching her martial soul situation sooner. Captain, then I'll go first. Take care of yourself. Feng Qingyu said insincerely to Feng Xiaoshan. Then she followed Su Cheng down from the stage. Feng Xiaoshan, who was sitting on the ground recovering some of his stamina, sighed helplessly and waved his hand. His mood at this moment became even more depressed. Damn it, this is the first time I've used my self-created soul skill in public and lost so miserably. It's so embarrassing. I don't know how Huo Wu will look at me in the future. If Feng Xiaoshan's inner thoughts were heard by Su Cheng, he might have ended up receiving a reprimand. In the VIP stands. After hearing Su Cheng's words of recruiting opponents, Ning Fengji was initially surprised, but then felt somewhat helpless. Although there was nothing wrong with what Su Cheng said, and it was true that he had authority over the second team, it wasn't necessary to say it in public like that. It could lead to misunderstandings. Glancing at Emperor Shui Yi beside him with a smile, Ning Fengji said, "Your Majesty, Su Cheng is still young and sometimes speaks without considering the consequences. Don't take it to heart." But Emperor Shui Yi waved his hand, "Master Ning, this is a good thing. To be honest, we all know the strength of the Martial Soul Hall. Let him arrange the second team as he wishes." Although he said that, he had another thought in his mind. That was about the Godwind Academy. Especially after learning about Feng Qingyu's identity just now, Emperor Shui Yi was even more delighted. Although the Five Elements Academy was affiliated with the Tian Do Empire, the relationship was still somewhat distant, and it was not under the control of the empire, enjoying a high degree of autonomy. The imperial family had been eyeing these academies for a long time, but it was only wishful thinking. After today, perhaps he could take this opportunity to get closer to those powerful elemental academies. He was certainly pleased with this development. On the other hand, in the spectator area of the participating academies, the discussion was much louder. Especially Su Cheng's public recruitment of members from the Godwind Academy team, which made people feel uncomfortable. They didn't think too much, mainly feeling envy and jealousy. Damn, this Su Cheng from the Royal Academy is really trying to show off. Someone suddenly muttered to themselves, immediately resonating with others. That's right, I had that feeling just now. Why is he talking about taking the championship so lightly, as if winning it is easy? What he said doesn't seem to be a problem, it's better than us. At the direction of the Tian Shui Academy team. Different from other teams, it seemed livelier here. And because this academy only recruited beautiful girls, they often attracted attention from many people. Wow, so cool. Speaking was a petite girl with an egg-shaped face standing at the forefront of the crowd. She had a petite figure and a childish face, but her short emerald green hair made her look very spirited. As she spoke, she turned to look at another girl with long aquamarine hair behind her. "Sister, do you think he will invite me to join their team too? Should I accept it when the time comes?" After speaking, she began to ponder by herself, her pretty face turning slightly red, not knowing what she was thinking about, causing others to feel helpless. Here we go again. 7. Stop daydreaming. Even if he does invite someone, it will be the captain, not you. At this moment, a red-haired girl standing beside them teased. "Alright, stop messing around, you two." For a while, there were constant sounds of laughter and chatter, both inside and outside the team, filled with a lively atmosphere, making other students around them envious. In the Tian Do city, in the hall of the Pope. Bibi Dong was flipping through the latest intelligence obtained from Solace, her expression complex. A soul king under 15 years old, with 2,000-year soul rings and two 10,000-year soul rings. Self-created soul skill, with an attack power comparable to that of a soul emperor without the support of soul ring skills. Xiao Shui even specifically went to see him. "Su Cheng, it's really you." At this moment, someone came to report. "Elder token, cultivation level of a great soul master." Bibi Dong was stunned at the news. Then, she sensed it and instantly perceived the figure sitting quietly in the council chamber at this moment. Her gaze trembled slightly. Xiao Gang. Her slender and fair fingers tightened suddenly, crumpling the paper in her hand into wrinkles. Then she lowered her head to look at the stack of documents. The scene from the dream years ago, instead of fading away with time, became even more profound. Perhaps because of the mental torment of the Rakshasa god exam, her heart was often in turmoil, and her emotions became more extreme. Those harsh words seemed to echo in her ears all the time. Chapter 142, Disappointed Bibi Dong. In the grand hall of the Pope's palace, only Yu Shaogang sat quietly in a luxurious chair. He paid no attention to the magnificent decorations around him, simply sipping his tea and pondering how to face Bibi Dong later. His mood was not as calm as it appeared on the surface. No matter how he interacted with Lu Erlong, Yu Xiaogang had to admit that he couldn't forget the woman he was about to meet. Bibi Dong held a special place in his heart. She was beautiful, noble, exceptionally talented, every positive attribute seemed to apply to her. She was also the first person to truly acknowledge him. But unfortunately, he couldn't risk the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. The warnings from Qian Zunji were not to be ignored. Moreover, was he really that resolute? She ultimately chose the power of the Pope. I hope she still remembers our past a little. She was now the Pope of the Martial Soul Hall, far from the ignorant girl she once was. He usually dealt with people of immense power and influence. He didn't know how her attitude might change in this situation. But regardless, this trip was necessary. Tang San was his hope for the future, his significance was unparalleled, no one was more important than this child. After guarding in the city of Nuoding for 20 years, he finally encountered such a talent. How could he give up? But, Yu Xiaogang's gaze became solemn. Tang San's identity is a problem. The son of the culprit who killed the previous pope, Tang Hao, the heir to the Clear Sky Hammer. And from their few brief encounters, Tang Hao seemed to hold some resentment towards the Martial Soul Hall. In this complex relationship, could there be any variables? However, the Martial Soul Hall should not know Tang San's true identity. After all, Tang Hao had disappeared for so long, and Tang San's Clear Sky Hammer was never known to outsiders. But this meeting today was risky. Would Bibi Dong be interested in the existence of twin martial souls, and would she notice Tang San's presence because of it, then trace back to Tang Hao? Let's observe her attitude first. Yu Xiaogang took a sip of tea. If Bibi Dong still cares about our past, directly admitting it might not be a bad idea, promising not to let Tang San and the Martial Soul Hall become enemies in the future. At this moment, the grand arch of the hall opened, and a soft voice sounded from outside. You wait outside, without my command, no one is allowed to disturb. Yes. Yu Xiaogang turned his gaze towards the door. A woman walked in from outside. She was draped in a luxurious black robe with golden trim, accentuating her near-perfect figure. A 9-curved purple gold crown rested on her head, and the Pope's scepter in her hand tapped lightly on the ground, emitting a faint tinkling sound. Fair skin, extraordinary beauty, a noble and sacred demeanor. At this moment, Bibi Dong had none of the nervousness she had when alone. Her face was calm, her eyes deep as a tranquil pool, like a goddess descended to earth. Their gazes met. At this moment, subtle fluctuations appeared in Yu Xiaogang's indifferent expression, reminiscence, regret, and melancholy. Bibi Dong looked at him, inexplicably reminded of the scenes in her dreams. One of them was the first time she saw Su Cheng in this hall. For some reason, she suddenly felt like smiling. Why have you come? Bibi Dong said lightly. Her voice was melodious and gentle, like a breath of spring breeze. But Yu Xiaogang's gaze became somewhat bleak, placing his hands on the table in front of him and standing up. Yes, I've come. How have you been? Bibi Dong showed a faint smile. As the ruler of the Martial Soul Hall, even the emperors of the two great empires must show deference to me. What could be wrong? Do you think I'm not doing well? Yu Xiaogang sighed. Bibi Dong, I know the pain in your heart. Bibi Dong, didn't you say that I almost forgot this name? Please call me the Pope, or address me as Your Majesty. Yes, Your Majesty. Yu Xiaogang's pupils contracted slightly, a few traces of pain flowing in his eyes. He turned around and walked back to where he had been sitting, seemingly lost in memories. Watching his back, Bibi Dong was startled. A strong sense of familiarity. Why have you come to me? We haven't seen each other in 20 years. Yu Xiaogang took a deep breath, suppressing the turbulent emotions in his heart. When he turned around, all the excess emotions in his eyes had disappeared, leaving only indifference. Your Majesty, I have a request. Oh, you've come to ask me for something. That doesn't seem like your style. It seems that time does indeed change a person. Speak. Yu Xiaogang didn't explain, just said in a deep voice, Your Majesty, I want to know how you managed to overcome the difficulty of twin martial souls back then. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes slightly, her mind turning, but she calmly said, You don't need to know these things. It's meaningless to you. I have taken in a disciple, who has been training with me for 8 years. Fortunately, he possesses twin martial souls like you. This child is exceptionally talented, and I hope to cultivate him into a strong individual. Twin martial souls. Bibi Dong's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Your disciple, does he have twin martial souls? She had indeed paid attention to Yu Xiaoging's movements. On the contrary, because of the exceptionally realistic dream, she had learned quite a bit about Yu Xiaoging through the Martial Soul Hall's information network. In her understanding, Yu Xiaoging did indeed take in a disciple several years ago. But that disciple possessed a trash martial soul, the blue-silver grass. When she first learned this news, she was somewhat excited. Being able to cultivate a blue-silver grass martial soul master step by step to where he is today, even not inferior to those with top-tier martial souls, is enough to prove Yu Xiaoging's true talent and knowledge. At this moment, her heartbeat seemed to slow for a beat. There was a sense of weightlessness, as if she had stepped into thin air. What is the second martial soul of your disciple? Bibi Dong's tone was slightly urgent. She didn't know what she was expecting at this moment. Upon hearing this question, Yu Xiaoging hesitated. You should know that even if you don't say it, I can still find out. Quote. His second martial soul is the Clear Sky Hammer. The Clear Sky Hammer. It's actually the Clear Sky Hammer. Bibi Dong's eyes drifted slightly. Yu Xiaoging thought it was because of the matter with the Clear Sky sect that she was displeased. However, the Clear Sky sect had long severed ties with Tang Hao. It was just a Clear Sky Hammer, so it shouldn't be particularly serious. He hurriedly added, rest assured, if you are willing to tell me how you did it back then, I can assure you that my disciple will never be at odds with the Martial Soul Hall in his lifetime. But he didn't know that what Bibi Dong was concerned about wasn't those consequences at all. In fact, in Bibi Dong's mind, she didn't particularly resent Tang Hao. Qian Zunji died well. If it weren't for Tang Hao, she might not have had the chance to successfully ambush that beast herself. Bibi Dong stared at Yu Xiaoging. What is the innate soul power level of your disciple? He has reached full innate soul power, Yu Xiaoging said proudly. After all, this disciple was a peerless genius he had carefully selected. Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes slightly. So you have been lurking in Nuoding City for so many years without taking in any disciples just to wait for this person? That's right, Yu Xiaoging nodded, his tone solemn. Only he can prove my theory to the world. I understand. Bibi Dong lowered her head for a moment, lost in thought. Then suddenly she thought of something, raised her head to look at Yu Xiaoging. Yu Xiaoging, you have also met a soul master named Su Cheng, haven't you? Yu Xiaoging was taken aback by the question, not sure why Bibi Dong was mentioning that person, and nodded, yes, I have. How do you view him? Not bad, he's a rare talent. Talent, Bibi Dong repeated silently. Then she continued, I heard that he has absorbed soul rings across year limits multiple times, and even had two 10,000-year soul rings and 2,000-year soul rings at the Soul King stage. What do you think? Yu Xiaoging frowned, not understanding why Bibi Dong kept asking about Su Cheng. But now he needed help from her, and judging from her attitude, there seemed to be room for negotiation, a hint of nostalgia. In order not to affect the situation, he pondered for a moment before saying, this is indeed somewhat unexpected. But you may not know that my disciple also surpassed the normal absorption limit of soul rings for his third soul ring, reaching over 2,000 years. At this point, he began to analyze out of habit. From my observations, as long as the soul master's willpower is strong enough to withstand the extreme pressure and pain caused by cross-year limit absorption of soul rings, there is a chance to achieve greater gains. However, this approach is quite risky, and that Su Cheng probably also paid a considerable price for it. After speaking, Yu Xiaoging looked indifferent, not minding revealing these secrets. In his view, as long as he could obtain the method of cultivating twin martial souls, it was completely acceptable to exchange some of his research results. Quote. Bibi Dong looked at Yu Xiaoging in silence for a moment. Then she nodded and asked, so what do you think of your disciple compared to Su Cheng now? Of course, Su Cheng is stronger for now, but when Tang San grows up, with the immense potential of twin martial souls, his future development space will far surpass Su Cheng's. Do you think so? Bibi Dong lightly pursed her lips, her gaze somewhat scattered. But then she came back to her senses, her expression calm. To overcome the difficulty of twin martial souls, the key lies in having a strong enough physical fitness. As long as the physique is tough enough, and the two martial souls do not reject each other, it is possible to cultivate twin martial souls together. As for how to improve physical fitness, it depends on your abilities, relying on external things like soul bones and medicines. Yu Xiaogang was overjoyed at these words. He bowed deeply to Bibi Dong, saying in a deep voice, "Thank you." This thank you came from the bottom of his heart. For him, nothing was more important than Tang San's future development. Watching Yu Xiaogang bow in gratitude, Bibi Dong remained calm. "You may leave." Yu Xiaogang silently nodded and turned to walk towards the door. When he reached for the door handle, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. But after hesitating for a moment, he still opened the door and quickly left. Bibi Dong sighed as she watched the empty hall door not far away. Chapter 143, Gentle Breeze. Don't hide, come out. The Pope is so generous, revealing the secret of the twin martial souls so casually. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Qian Runshui gracefully emerged from the shadows outside the door. Your courage seems to be growing. Bibi Dong's expression was slightly solemn as she spoke lightly. Although her demeanor was calm, she did not show any anger. She had become accustomed to his behavior and couldn't be bothered to argue with her anymore. No one would bother with a lunatic, especially when the lunatic was her own daughter. Don't misunderstand, I didn't eavesdrop on purpose. I just happened to pass by and heard about a soul master with low cultivation levels flaunting Elder's badge, claiming to have received a personal audience with the Pope, so I came to take a look out of curiosity. Qian Runshui chuckled lightly. She didn't harbor much animosity towards Bibi Dong now either. Hatred often stems from caring. The more you care, the easier it is to brew various emotions. Now that the main personality was asleep, she didn't really feel much towards Bibi Dong. Of course, in her eyes, Bibi Dong was also quite ill. I didn't expect the one holding the Elder's badge to be this, master. Who do you think this Pope's badge belongs to? Qian Runshui teased. That's none of my concern. Qian Runshui only casually mentioned it. Seeing that Bibi Dong wasn't interested, she changed the subject. It seems like you've also received information about that soul master from the Tian-Do Royal Academy's team. She didn't know that Bibi Dong also had some memories from another world. When she went to Tian-Do City last time, she exchanged some information with Su Cheng. Judging from Bibi Dong's behavior over the years, there was nothing unusual. Neither of them had done anything like promoting the secret method of adding extra soul rings to the main branch of the Martial Soul Temple or investigating Su Cheng's information. Combining the performance of Du Bo, Chen Xin, and others, they concluded that Bibi Dong should be in a similar situation. There might be some subconscious impressions, but nothing specific. Having a few vague impressions was normal. Even ordinary people would have residual memories in their dreams, and occasionally encountering certain scenes would evoke a sense of déjà vu, which was not a big deal. It seems that you have some opinions about Su Cheng because of me. Did you tell Yu Xiaogang how to cultivate the twin martial souls to help Tang San challenge Su Cheng? Bibi Dong glanced at her lightly, neither admitting nor denying it. In fact, this statement was only half correct. Bibi Dong did reveal the method of cultivating the twin martial souls with the intention of letting Yu Xiaogang's disciple challenge Su Cheng, but not to target Qian Runshui. She just didn't agree. Over the years, Su Cheng's words in her dreams had always lingered in her heart. Even today, Bibi Dong still held some fantasies, hoping to see Yu Xiaogang's disciple prove himself. She knew that Su Cheng didn't value Yu Xiaogang's disciple. She didn't know what mentality she had, wanting to give Yu Xiaogang's disciple another chance. Perhaps, it was also giving herself a chance. Pope, dare to make a bet with me. Bibi Dong's eyebrows raised at the proposition but didn't respond immediately. After Yu Xiaogang returns, he will definitely cultivate his disciple during this time. With his disciple's cultivation, he should be able to reach level 40 before the finals. If his second martial soul is equipped with 4 soul rings, even if his cultivation doesn't reach the level of a soul king, it won't be far off. Let's see how he and Su Cheng perform in the finals. If Su Cheng loses, whether your disciple wants to become a saintess or inherit the Pope's hall in the future, I won't stop her. Instead, I'll do my best to help her. But if Su Cheng wins, you'll hand over the power of the Elder Hall. Upon hearing this bet, Bibi Dong didn't immediately respond, but instead asked with a hint of meaning, do you really trust him like that? Qian Runshui felt that the other party's expression at this moment was somewhat strange, but she didn't care, just pretending not to understand the relationship between Su Cheng and herself. Making this bet was also to lower her vigilance, making it more convenient to deal with that 100,000-year soul beast later. She asked in return, "Why don't you trust the master's judgment and ability?" There was a hint of mockery in her tone. Bibi Dong scrutinized Qian Runshui for a moment before saying, "I can bet with you, but not in the finals. Even if Yu Shaoging's disciple really achieves something, it won't be effective so quickly." Qian Runshui was startled. "This doesn't sound like something you would say." "People change. How old are you this year?" In the resting area of the Tian-Do Royal Academy team, Su Cheng looked at Feng Qingyu beside him and asked. 2 months shy of 13. The girl glanced at the other members of the Tian-Do Royal Academy team gathered in groups in the distance and casually replied. Her silver hair shimmered in the sunlight, making her look even more pure and natural. Su Cheng was somewhat surprised. This child's talent is very high. A 13-year-old soul elder should be among the top in her age group. "Are you born with full soul power?" "Yes." The girl turned her head to look at Su Cheng. "Your aura is very special." What do you mean?" Su Cheng was surprised. "I can't describe it." Feng Qingyu's eyes were filled with doubt. "You seem different from other soul masters, more pure and natural." Su Cheng was taken aback. So perceptive, he understood what Feng Qingyu meant. Su Cheng is indeed very different from ordinary soul masters now. The purification effect of the evolved nirvana scripture on bloodline martial souls has gone further, affecting the soul deeply. Moreover, since comprehending the method of condensing soul rings in the blue-silver grass forest, the impurities in the soul related to soul beasts on those soul rings have been removed. Coupled with the perfection of the 5 elements, his soul power has fundamentally changed from traditional soul masters. Su Cheng didn't continue discussing this topic and asked, "I've watched several matches of your Godwind Academy. I never saw you play." "Yeah, I'm just a substitute, so I don't need to play in matches. This time, I volunteered." Feng Qingyu's tone was light. "Feng Shaoshan is such a fool. He doesn't understand anything and still thinks there's a chance of winning. I've watched the matches of your academy. As long as you play, whether I play or not, it's a definite loss. Whether I participate or not, I can still win, so it doesn't matter. I just wanted to experience the sword technique you used before, in case you participate." At this point, she sighed. Who knew you would participate but not use that sword technique, letting Feng Shaoshan play acrobatics there, making me tired to death. Acrobatics. His self-created soul skill looks stupid. The teachers in the academy all told him to stop practicing those things, but he wouldn't listen. Su Cheng was speechless at her words. "Hey, your sister is interested in you." At this moment, Feng Qingyu suddenly spoke up, gesturing towards Ning Rongrong's direction with her eyes. Su Cheng's expression didn't change much at the mention, just staring at Feng Qingyu with a somewhat strange look. "You're so young, why are you thinking about such messy things?" "Oh, mainly because she looks at me strangely." Feng Qingyu picked up some fruit from the table and started eating, speaking in a vague tone, "And obviously, it's because of you. Your senses are really sharp." Su Cheng smiled, not caring about what she said, just admiring her extraordinary talent. "It's amazing that you can perceive so much information just from a first encounter without fully understanding the situation. This potential is far more valuable than external factors like martial souls and innate soul power levels. This seems more like an innate trait, similar to talents like medical genius or sword genius. No wonder you chose to follow the path of an auxiliary-type soul master." Su Cheng couldn't help but marvel. Originally, he was a bit puzzled. This shadow martial soul should have other, more diverse development paths. Actually, the development path of a soul master's martial soul is generally not fixed, it depends on suitability. Take blue-silver grass, for example. It can be developed into either a strong offensive soul master or an auxiliary-type soul master, but the subsequent effects are hard to predict. Ultimately, the choice depends on the soul master's personal understanding of their own martial soul. There are few auxiliary-type soul masters in the world mainly because most soul masters prefer to pursue strength. Usually, only special martial souls like the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda or food-type martial souls like Oscars are not easily changed in their future development direction, or the cost-effectiveness of taking the auxiliary route is exceptionally high, leading them to develop towards being auxiliary-type soul masters. "You got it wrong." Feng Qingyu swallowed the fruit in her mouth and chuckled, covering her lips, being an auxiliary type soul master is because this type of soul master has it easiest. Easiest? Su Cheng's expression paused slightly. What do you mean by easiest? It couldn't be what he was thinking, right? Of course, I mean living an easy life. Feng Qingyu rolled her eyes. My grandfather is so annoying, always making me practice this and that. If I were to become a control-type soul master, wouldn't I have to use both my hands and my brain? Being an auxiliary-type soul master is completely different. As she spoke, Feng Qingyu excitedly sat up straight, her delicate fingers counting the advantages of being an auxiliary-type soul master. First of all, in team battles, if we lose, it's definitely not my fault. After all, I did my best, it's the fault of those who are supposed to be in charge of attacking. Look at today's Feng Shaoshan, for example. And there's no danger. Everyone has to prioritize protecting me. It's only when they've all been knocked down that it's my turn. Most importantly, it doesn't require much effort on my part. If it's just me left, I can just concede. You can't expect a soul master like me without any attack capabilities to turn the tide, right? Even so, they still have to thank me. It's so comfortable. Su Cheng looked at her dumbfoundedly, momentarily unsure of what to say. From the perspective of an ordinary soul master, it seemed to make sense, and being the granddaughter of the Dean of the God-Wind Academy, she wouldn't lack bodyguards as an auxiliary-type soul master. You're quite a genius, Su Cheng murmured. So, is that how you convinced your elders? For a soul master with a shadow martial soul and full innate soul power, choosing to enhance auxiliary abilities would generally not be approved by their parents, right? I'm not stupid. I didn't tell them that. Feng Qingyu gave Su Cheng a strange look. But since no one else in my family has awakened their shadow martial soul, they can't guide me either, so it wasn't difficult to convince them. Plus, being an auxiliary-type soul master doesn't mean I can't switch careers later on. When my level increases, won't the early auxiliary-type soul skills be beneficial to me? Anyway, low-level soul skills are just transitional. I'm not like that idiot Feng Shaoshan, who's been tirelessly practicing his self-created soul skills since before reaching level 40. He's just idle. Su Cheng silently nodded without speaking. Captain, I'll stick with you from now on. You have to protect me well, and if necessary, I can call you brother. Don't say those useless things. Su Cheng pinched his forehead with his fingers, feeling like he had misjudged initially. This child looked innocent and beautiful, seemingly harmless. But in reality, her personality wasn't so restrained, and she was quite intelligent. What do you mean by, stick with me? At this point, Feng Qingyu was serious. I can feel that you're very strong, and you don't harbor any ill intentions towards me. You're not planning to disappear after this Soul Master Grand competition, are you? You won't be returning to the academy. Well, Su Cheng hesitated for a moment. This child's talent was indeed extraordinary, and her thought process was very clear. It was evident that her understanding of Soul Masters far exceeded that of ordinary people. Most importantly, her martial soul's uniqueness and her keen senses could provide significant help in his research. But the problem was her identity was extraordinary. After he finished this competition, he would be going to the Martial Soul Hall, so Feng Qingyu couldn't possibly join him there, right? Even if she had the idea herself, the Divine Wind Academy wouldn't allow it. You're not willing. Seeing his hesitation, Feng Qingyu furrowed her brows. Well, it makes sense. I can see that you're the kind of person who likes to be independent. You're probably not willing to carry a tag-along. Now, I do have some use to you, but it's hard to say how long that will last. You don't have to be so straightforward, Su Cheng sighed. He wasn't angry. On the contrary, he found her direct style quite to his liking. In all aspects, Feng Qingyu was weaker than him, so there was no threat. Her straightforwardness made communication easier. I can't allow it, ... but I can find a way to sneak out on my own. But you'll have to support me. As such a weak auxiliary-type soul master, I don't want to wander outside and get myself killed. ... You don't mind, do you? Just look at me, you obviously think I'm quite useful. So, how about it? It's just a small matter of leaving the Godwind Academy, and I'll cooperate with you. It's not difficult. SS's, aren't you afraid I'll deceive you? And why do you think I can protect you? We've never even met before. Su Cheng looked at her as she made plans seemingly without considering him, feeling somewhat bewildered. It's intuition. My feelings are usually accurate, most people can't fool me. You're quite something. I'll think about it. Okay, but you'd better make up your mind soon. There's not much time left for the competition, and I'll stick with you to win the championship first. Feng Qingyu's words were not just casual. Her martial soul was unique, and her senses were exceptionally sharp. In her eyes, Su Cheng's strength might not even match that of her grandfather, who was a soul Douluo, but it wouldn't be too far off, at least comparable to a soul saint. Yet Su Cheng was still young. In her view, this was the best time to attach herself to a powerful figure. Moreover, Su Cheng exuded a natural aura, which was quite special. She had a very clear intuition, and even if she couldn't learn anything from him, spending time with Su Cheng would undoubtedly be beneficial for her future growth. Who else do you plan to recruit? By the way, is the Martial Soul Hall's team really that strong? Aren't you enough on your own? Talking about the competition again, Feng Qingyu asked thoughtfully. They're very strong, Su Cheng sighed, recalling the figure of Qian Runshui. I can handle a one-on-one fight, but if it's 1 against 7, I might not be able to manage. As for who to recruit, I'll decide after finishing the remaining matches in the competition. Chapter 144, Ice Phoenix. After several days, Su Cheng once again stood on the platform. Although he had already faced off against the Godwind Academy team and hadn't participated in subsequent battles, with the assistance of Ning Rongrong, the performance of the Royal Academy of Tian Dou's second team was still impressive, winning every match thereafter. This was quite normal. Not all academy teams possessed Soul Ancestor level combat power. Ning Rongrong's 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda had strong auxiliary abilities. With her support skills, the other team members also gained strength close to Soul Elder level. As long as they didn't face an extremely powerful elemental academy, the Royal Academy of Tian Dou's second team couldn't be considered weak at all. But today, they were up against the Heaven Water Academy team. On the platform, 7 girls in blue uniforms stood opposite, with the leader having long aquamarine hair draped over her shoulders, delicate features, and fair skin, giving her a misty and ethereal beauty. The Royal Academy of Tian Dou's team, Su Cheng, a level 54 assault-type soul master. The Heaven Water Academy team, Shui Binger, a level 43 control-type soul master. Both sides, prepare to release your martial souls. As the referee gave the command, both sides formed their formations, and their martial souls were released simultaneously. The Heaven Water Academy had formidable strength, with 3 soul ancestors among them. 3 assault-type soul masters stood at the forefront. Shui Binger was in the middle, with 2 agility-type soul masters flanking her on either side. At the end of the team stood a pale-faced girl with black hair, presumably the auxiliary-type soul master of the opposing team. Apart from the captain, Shui Binger, both an assault-type soul master and the auxiliary-type soul master at the end also possessed soul elder cultivation. On Su Cheng's side, it was similar to before, with Su Cheng advancing alone while the others retreated to the edge of the platform. Seeing this familiar scene, Shui Binger's expression didn't change much. Obviously, this had become a routine for Su Cheng's team, and the other teams had gotten used to it as well. Or perhaps they had no choice but to get used to it, because he won every time. Su Cheng had already seen the martial souls of the other team members during previous matches and had an idea of what to expect. Only Shui Binger's martial soul was different. She was enveloped in a layer of brilliant and misty blue light, floating behind her, emitting powerful energy fluctuations. The true identity of this mysterious martial soul couldn't escape Su Cheng's eyes, it was an ice phoenix. But now, upon closer inspection, he felt that there wasn't much difference from his previous observations during the matches. It seemed ordinary. With the referee's command, the match quickly began. One by one, the other members of the Royal Academy of Tian Dou's team leapt off the platform, leaving only Su Cheng. The 5 elements domain was deployed. The 3rd soul ring lit up. The eternal sword in his hand once again split into 7 sword shadows. 5 of them intercepted the main assault-type soul masters, while the remaining 2 protected him. Only Shui Binger, the control-type soul master, and the auxiliary-type soul master at the back were not attacked by the sword blades. At this moment, the 1st soul ring on Shui Binger's body also lit up. A flash of ice blue light, the 1st soul skill, Ice Seal. Although this instantaneous control skill was only a 1st level soul ring skill and had a simple and direct effect, it was quite powerful, with excellent control effects and instant activation, making it difficult to defend against. The previous winning streak of the Heaven Water Academy mostly relied on Shui Binger's powerful crowd control ability. However, this skill had no effect on Su Cheng. He didn't even make a move, and the two sword shadows beside him didn't react either. Instead, a layer of sword chi barrier spontaneously appeared around his body. Then the sword chi froze and shattered, turning into ice mist that dispersed, leaving him unscathed. This unexpected turn of events stunned Shui Binger, clearly not anticipating this outcome. Her expression became more solemn, and the second soul ring on her body lit up. 5 ice rings were released, each covering one of the 3 assault-type soul masters from Heaven Water Academy and the 2 agility-type soul masters. The 5 soul masters covered by the ice rings instantly gained a translucent blue armor layer, and with the simultaneous effort of the 3 assault-type soul masters, they finally gained a brief respite from the pressure imposed by the sword blades. Su Cheng thought for a moment but decided not to increase the power of his sword technique for now, wanting to see what other tricks the opponents had up their sleeves. Snow dance, begin. As Shui Binger spoke, she quickly applied the second soul skill to herself, and a layer of frost armor appeared on her body. At the same time, the assault-type female soul master charging towards Su Cheng raised her arm, emitting a bright blue light. The first soul ring lit up, and a few scales appeared on her face, spreading across her body. Then, the second soul ring also lit up, and a massive blue light rose from her chest, colliding with the longsword blocking her path. Su Cheng glanced at it but didn't pay much attention. Although it was an enhancement-type skill, it was simple and straightforward, lacking substance. His attention was now focused more on the auxiliary-type soul master at the back of the Heaven Water Academy team. The black-haired girl named Shui Wu was dancing in place. With her black hair flowing, she danced gracefully, the 4 soul rings on her body flashing alternately, and concentric blue halos spread out with her movements. Then, suddenly, a dark cloud appeared in the sky directly above the platform, completely covering the entire area. Immediately after, pea-sized raindrops began to fall from the sky, quickly turning into a downpour of water curtains. Su Cheng narrowed his eyes slightly and nodded, interesting. Not only was the martial soul skill interesting, but the opponent's martial soul was also quite unique. Seeing the actions of Shui Binger and Shui Wu, the other team members also stopped trying to break through the sword blockade and launch attacks. Instead, they gathered quickly, forming a protective barrier in front of the two. It's a martial soul fusion skill. At this point, many spectators also noticed the actions of Shui Binger and Shui Wu, shifting their attention to the platform. This was the first true martial soul fusion skill to appear in this competition. Blue and black hair instantly merged into one, transforming into a dazzling blue-white column of light that soared into the sky and floated into the hovering dark clouds. At the same time, the bodies of Shui Binger and Shui disappeared, and in the next moment, the icy rain in the sky changed, turning into snowflakes dancing in the air. Each snowflake was as sharp as a blade, swirling and floating down. During their descent, they transformed into huge ice and snow vortexes, sweeping towards Su Cheng. In the VIP seats, Emperor Shui Yi looked somewhat worried and turned to Ning Fengji, whispering, "Master Ning, the Tian Shui Academy unexpectedly has a martial soul fusion skill, and it seems extremely powerful. Your Majesty, rest assured, they won't be able to defeat Su Cheng." Ning Fengji said calmly, showing no concern. At the direction of Shrek Academy, Tang San stared intently at the ongoing battle on the platform, feeling complex emotions. Just yesterday, Yu Shaogang had brought back good news, and now he could start practicing with the Haotian hammer. Now Tang San was only a step away from becoming a soul ancestor. After reaching level 40 and switching to practicing with the Haotian hammer, he could try attaching soul rings to it, or even try for a 10,000-year soul ring. He firmly believed that by then, with the formidable power of the number 1 martial soul in the world, this competition would no longer be Su Cheng's stage alone. Dai Mubai looked resentfully towards the direction of the Tian Shui Academy team. Clearly, he could also have the opportunity to demonstrate the power of his white tiger martial soul like Shui Binger did, but until now, Zhu Zuqing had never attempted this soul skill with him. And as Zhu Zuqing's strength continued to grow stronger, and he made no progress in recent years, the Academy's teachers also didn't support them trying the martial soul fusion skill, fearing it would slow down Zhu Zuqing's progress. Thinking of this, He glanced at Zhu Zuqing beside him with a mixture of words. Zhu Zuqing's eyes were vacant, seemingly looking at the snowflakes floating in the sky, or perhaps at the two martial souls merging. Or maybe she wasn't looking at anything, just lost in her own world. In the Godwind Academy team, Feng Xiaoshan glanced at the girl next to him. Qingyu, they finally used this move. Do you think Su Cheng can handle it? Feng Qingyu rolled her eyes at the words, of course. Feng Xiaoshan was stunned. Is it a, of course he can, or, of course he can't? Quote, quote, on the platform, if you can withstand this move, we'll admit defeat. Shui Binger's voice came from afar. This martial soul fusion skill of hers had not been fully utilized since the start of the competition, nor had she ever used it before. They didn't want to lose to Su Cheng so easily. Accompanied by the huge snow dance vortex, a grating sound of cutting and rubbing reverberated in Su Cheng's ears. Then, a clear phoenix cry sounded from the soaring blue pillar of light. In midair, the snowflakes that had originally formed a tornado-shaped cutting attack scattered and reformed into a new shape. A giant ice phoenix, over 7 meters long, appeared out of nowhere. This ice phoenix was extremely vivid, like a living creature. Its eyes were bright, its tail feathers long and extraordinarily beautiful. The blue divine bird descended from the sky without any trace of fire or smoke, dragging a dazzling blue light as it floated down. Its movements were not fast, but with each step forward, the snowflakes falling from the sky would make its body more solid. Seeing the splendid ice phoenix in front of him, Su Cheng was stunned. The power of this attack was very strong. Even the overflowing energy fluctuations had reached the level of a Soul King, and the frontal pressure was definitely above a Soul Emperor. But at this moment, he was indeed distracted. In the previous matches, Shui Binger had never fully used her martial soul, nor had she ever used this martial soul fusion skill. Su Cheng knew that there were some extraordinary top-tier martial souls in this world, and he knew that Shui Binger's martial soul was the Ice Phoenix. But he had never cared before. Although it was named Phoenix, it was at best just a type of martial soul. Perhaps it was just a bird with a beautiful appearance, so it was given a nice name, just like Ma Hongjun's chicken martial soul. But at this moment, he realized he was wrong. Although the Ice Phoenix before him emitted a chilling aura, almost freezing the surrounding air entirely. But within the core essence of this Ice Phoenix, he discovered a hint of vitality that seemed immortal. This trace of core-level vitality, while high, was extremely weak. Even placed on Shui Binger's martial soul, it wouldn't have any practical effect. It was like a speck of gold dust sprinkled on a 100-meter earthen city wall, extraordinary in value but meaningless to the wall. If it weren't for the support of Shui Wu's martial soul fusion technique and Su Cheng's deep understanding of martial souls, as well as his practice of the Nirvana scripture, he probably wouldn't have noticed it. Even with the assistance of superficial true vision, it wouldn't be possible. Phoenix. Golden light radiated from Su Cheng's eyes, and golden threads flashed across his forehead. But he made no move, not even the sword by his side trembled. The descending Ice Phoenix hesitated for a moment in midair, and Shui Binger's somewhat angry voice came from the blue light. Why are you still standing there? Release your soul technique. I can't control it anymore. This martial soul fusion technique placed an immense burden on her, and the energy condensed in the Ice Phoenix was something she couldn't control at all. Su Cheng ignored her, staring fixedly at the giant divine bird. The next moment, the uncontrollable Ice Phoenix descended from the sky, and the vast energy poured down instantly. Boom! In an instant, a surging cold wave swept over. In Shui Binger's anxious and astonished eyes, Su Cheng closed his eyes instead and was engulfed in this incredibly powerful attack. This could be said to be the most destructive scene since the start of the qualifiers, and also the most terrifying. Under the extremely powerful energy fluctuations, Su Cheng's unguarded figure was completely exposed. There was a clamor from the audience seats. Quick, go save him. Shui Binger gasped for breath and shouted loudly. She knew too well how powerful that attack just now was. It was an attack at the level of a Soul Emperor. Even if Su Cheng was strong, receiving such a blow without any defense could definitely endanger his life. She did say earlier that they would admit defeat if he could withstand this blow, but it didn't mean letting Su Cheng take the hit without any resistance. Even Ning Fengji, who had been calm just a moment ago in the VIP seats, was now a bit anxious. He didn't understand why Su Cheng didn't dodge. That attack, even if he didn't block it, dodging would not be difficult at all. Su Cheng had the protection of a Soul Saint level domain. The martial soul fusion technique of the Heaven Water Academy couldn't even lock onto him. Brother, Ning Rongrong, who was watching from the sidelines, was surprised and quickly ran forward. But there was someone who was faster than her. A green figure swept past like a gentle breeze. In the fluttering black hair, the face that was usually cold was now filled with anxiety. It was the sole ancestor of the Shrek Academy team. Feng Xiaoshan and Feng Qingyu whispered to each other not far away, both looking somewhat puzzled. The three academies of Wind, Fire, and Water in the Five Elements Academy were friendly with each other, so they had some understanding of Shui Binger's martial soul fusion technique. According to Su Cheng's strength, he shouldn't have been unable to handle it. Feng Xiao's thoughts went even deeper. From Su Cheng's expression just now, it seemed like he was anticipating it, as if he deliberately accepted this attack. But why? Was there something special about that ice phoenix? Chapter 145, Immortal Light. Ning Rongrong stared blankly at the girl beside her. At this moment, the girl was wearing the ridiculous green uniform of the Shrek Academy team, covered with various advertisements. But her appearance, figure, and demeanor could make people instinctively overlook those external factors. No matter how fancy or ugly the external attire, they couldn't overshadow her unique temperament. Haughty and carefree, as free as the wind. Ning Rongrong certainly knew this person. The Shrek Academy team had not lost a single match except on the first day, relying entirely on the girl's strong personal abilities. She was the biggest dark horse in this Soul Master competition. The Tian Do Royal Academy at least had a reputation, but the Shrek Academy was completely unknown to ordinary people. It could even be said that, apart from Su Cheng, she was the strongest in this competition. If Su Cheng hadn't performed so brilliantly in the past few days, perhaps this girl would have attracted everyone's attention. Young in age, high in cultivation, and possessing a spirit ring surpassing theoretical limits. Her strength was extremely formidable, almost single-handedly defeating all members of the Blazing Academy's seeded team. Her formidable Hell Civet martial soul subverted everyone's perception of agility-type soul masters, being both fast and powerful without any shortcomings. But her anxious expression and swift movements at this moment left Ning Rongrong puzzled. She didn't understand how these two people were connected. Zhu Zuqing didn't care about the opinions of others at this moment. Even the teachers and teammates of the academy were forgotten at this moment. She wasn't someone who cared about others' thoughts in the first place. At this moment, what surged in her mind was the figure of the person whose martial soul she had devoured, the figure who had left alone at the last moment. Swish, an invisible sword chi flew in, blocking in front of her. Zhu Zuqing was initially angry, but then a silver light flashed in her hand as she reached out. "Little girl, calm down." A voice with a hint of powerful soul power instantly reached her heart. This made her sober up. Zhu Zuqing looked sideways. 7 Glazed Tile Pagoda Sect's guardian Douluo Chen Xin was standing not far in front of her at this moment. However, he didn't look at her at this moment, but stared solemnly at the icebergs on the stage. The temperature near the stage had dropped to an extreme level, even someone with her physique found it difficult to bear. One can imagine how terrifying the low temperature in the central area of the stage must be. There seemed to be a flash of light in Chen Xin's eyes, and he said in a deep voice to the people nearby, "Wait, Chang'er is fine." In his perception, although Su Cheng's aura had dropped to the bottom, almost to the point where ordinary people couldn't perceive it, the vitality in the core area of the iceberg was intense, and there was even a tendency to further enhance. The members of the Heaven Water Academy team looked at each other when they heard this, without saying anything more. Although the members of the Tian Do Royal Academy team were anxious, with the presence of the title Douluo, there shouldn't be any major problems. The referee outside the ring finally breathed a sigh of relief. As a Soul King, he had no way to deal with the current situation in front of him. But now that the sword Douluo was present, there would naturally be no problem. The competition could continue normally. Su Cheng's life or death was uncertain, but he hadn't fallen off the stage. Although Shui Binger and Shui Wu's souls were exhausted and they were unable to fight, their teammates were still in a decent state, at least with plenty of soul power left. Now the only thing to consider was whether Su Cheng could break through the blockade. At the same time, in a hidden view, a figure emitting a blue-golden light quietly appeared. It was Yin. After the journey through the blue-silver grass forest, as long as she didn't attack actively, appearing in spiritual form, there were few people who could detect her presence. Even strong figures like Chen Xin had difficulty detecting her when she actively hid. Yin didn't care to see how others reacted at this moment, her face full of seriousness as she manipulated part of the authority of the Five Elements domain, protecting Su Cheng, who was locked in the ice mountain without distraction. In Su Cheng's eyes, however, another scene appeared. This technique of Shui Bingers, crossing two major levels and displaying the power of a Soul Emperor with Soul Ancestor level strength, was indeed powerful, but it was not enough to cause him significant harm. The reason Su Cheng had endured this attack was precisely because he was not afraid of this level of attack. With the protection of the Five Elements domain at the level of a Soul Saint, the 100,000-year Soul Bone from the Blue Silver Emperor, and the 5 attributes of the 60,000-year Soul Rings enhancing his own attributes, Shui Binger's fusion technique could injure him, but it was not enough to seriously harm him. Moreover, it wouldn't take long for him to fully recover. The greatest strength of the Five Elements domain lay not in its enhancement or suppression effects, but in its eternal nature. What Su Cheng sought was the glimpse of the immortal light he had seen from the giant ice phoenix. In the blue-silver grass forest, he had witnessed the world's decline. Although this experience had helped him greatly in his short-term combat power and would be beneficial for his future cultivation for a long time, from a longer-term perspective, it would become a profound shackle. Because he saw the end of his cultivation path. This had a detrimental effect on his state of mind. Even more troubling was that this seemed to be an insoluble problem. In his past life, he had heard many myths and legends. The tortoise may live a long life, but it still has its end. The python rides the mist, but in the end, it becomes ashes. Even immortals and Buddhas also had a day of decline due to the 5 decays of heaven and man. But among these beings, the phoenix was an exception. Because it could rebirth, the phoenix was a forever divine being. In the past, Su Cheng couldn't understand the meaning behind it. He thought it was some kind of secret technique that could extend one's lifespan, like the powerful soul techniques and miraculous abilities in this world. But even though the world could decay, how could such a divine being, no matter how mystical, escape the fate of destruction? But today, with the glimmer of insight from that immortal light, he finally touched upon a hint of a solution. The phoenix's rebirth wasn't about prolonging life, but about renewal. Miracles can't surpass karma. The primary cause of the world's decay lies not within itself but comes from disasters. Miracles can't surpass karma because miracles are themselves karma. Absorbing soul power, enhancing cultivation, bestowed by heaven and earth, and finally returning to heaven and earth, this is inevitable. Su Cheng realized. But when the phoenix undergoes rebirth amidst calamity, it eradicates karma, thus avoiding the bad end. When it approaches the stage of decay, it rejuvenates itself through rebirth, revitalizing its vitality. With a thought, myriad thoughts arise. With his insight, the Nirvana scripture spontaneously began to operate again, beginning a new transformation. A source seemed to appear within his body, burning like a flame, releasing a blazing vitality. At this moment, a warmth suddenly emanated from his right leg. The 100,000-year soul bone from the Blue Silver Emperor, which had melted, began to gradually dissolve, and then turned into a warm stream that flowed into Su Cheng's body, transforming into the core of vitality. This time, it's truly a proper Nirvana scripture. Su Cheng chuckled lightly. From now on, there would be no more shackles on his path. From Su Cheng's awakening to the start of his technique, it actually took a very short time. To bystanders, it was just a few minutes. The temperature around the stage suddenly began to rise. The icebergs cracked one after another. With a loud bang, the giant iceberg shattered. Su Cheng reappeared in front of everyone. Everyone was astonished to find that he seemed unharmed at this moment, and his aura was unusually calm, not at all like someone who had just experienced a battle. No, not only was there no damage, but his state seemed even better than before. Su Cheng looked around, then realized there were quite a few people near the stage. It seemed that the commotion just now was a bit too loud. First, he nodded slightly to Chen Xin, then looked at Zhu Zuqing with some surprise and nodded lightly to her. Then he turned to the members of the Heaven Water Academy team on the stage and said softly, "Do you want to continue?" There was a hint of bitterness in Shui Binger's eyes. She originally had been extremely worried. Her kind-hearted nature didn't want anyone to be seriously injured because of her soul skill, otherwise she wouldn't have gone all out to suppress the fusion technique that far exceeded her control ability, and even suffered backlash as a result. But seeing that the move she had exerted with all her effort, using up all her soul power, had no effect, she felt a little dejected. She shook her head lightly, sighed, and said, "No, we concede." The other members of the Heaven Water Academy team didn't object to her decision. As long as they weren't blind, they could see that the opponent was in perfect condition now. Su Cheng wasn't surprised either. He nodded and continued, "If you don't mind, we can have a good exchange in the future. Your martial soul has great potential." Shui Binger's expression paused. She thought that the other party might recruit her, but she didn't expect him to say this, considering the huge gap in strength between them. Moreover, from the post-match exchange between the other party and Feng Xiaoshan, it seemed that he wasn't someone who liked to be polite. "If you're willing, you can consider teaming up with us for the finals. I can give you my share of the final prize." The members of the Heaven Water Academy team were a little surprised, but they didn't show any objection. Su Cheng didn't say much more. He nodded and turned to leave the stage. Shui Binger had already made up her mind. If the other party tried to recruit her like they did with the two members of the Heavenwind Academy team, she would refuse outright. She valued the team she led at the Heavenwater Academy, and the Academy's president was her direct elder. But the rewards for winning the championship. The Martial Soul Hall had made a significant contribution this time, directly offering 3 precious soul bones as the championship prize. Whether she could have a soul bone herself didn't matter much to her personally, but if there was a chance to obtain one, it would be beneficial to hand it over to the Academy. She hesitated for a moment. "Consider it, you can come find me anytime," Su Cheng said calmly. Afterward, he turned his attention to the black-haired auxiliary soul master girl beside her. "Are you called Shui Wu?" "Ah, yes," Shui Wu replied, somewhat surprised that he would engage her in conversation. "You're also welcome to join our team. Your martial soul is quite unique," Su Cheng said. Shui Wu nodded in a daze, seemingly still processing what was happening. After the referee announced the match result, Su Cheng jumped down from the stage. Approaching Chen Xin, he said, "Teacher, I made you worry." "No worries," Chen Xin observed him with slight surprise. "You seem to have gained some insights." "Yes," Su Cheng nodded calmly. Shui Binger's martial soul fusion technique was powerful, but her martial soul is even more special, containing a hint of immortality, which is remarkable. Su Cheng glanced at the Heavenwater Academy team departing in the distance. "If I can exchange ideas with her more in the future, my strength will undergo a transformation." Chen Xin nodded gently. "Your path in swordsmanship differs from mine. Now that your strength has reached this level, there isn't much more I can teach you. But in the future, be cautious and don't take unnecessary risks. You're still young, and there are plenty of opportunities to improve your strength, no need to rush. Remember, cultivate the heart before cultivating the sword." "I understand," Su Cheng said solemnly. Chen Xin's strength lay in his sincerity towards swordsmanship, different from most other powerful figures in this world. After Chen Xin left, Su Cheng walked over to Zhu Zuqing, who was standing nearby with a cold expression. "Sorry for making you worry. The situation was unusual just now, and I had some insights suddenly, so I decided to take that soul skill head-on," Su Cheng said. Zhu Zuqing looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze for a moment. Then she said in a low voice, "Come out tonight, I have something to ask you." Without waiting for his response, she turned and left. Su Cheng shook his head helplessly. "Brother, do you know that girl from the Shrek Academy team?" Ning Rongrong approached, looking at the departing figure of Zhu Zuqing with a soft voice. "I know her," Su Cheng nodded, glancing at her. "What's up?" Ning Rongrong hesitated for a moment, then asked, "How do you two know each other?" Su Cheng pondered for a moment, feeling it was difficult to explain. "It's impossible to tell others about the simulation. Can't say we met in a dream, right?" He could only say, "Their team came to our academy before, wanting to use the second team's quota to participate, but I refused, so we met like that." Ning Rongrong lowered her head in silence, not knowing whether to believe him or not. Returning to the team's resting area, Su Cheng found that Feng Qingyu had come over again today. "You keep coming over here all the time. Doesn't your teacher care?" Su Cheng asked. "He doesn't care." Feng Qingyu sat on the sofa, stuffing fruits into her mouth as she spoke. "I'm not a starter, just here to watch the excitement." It doesn't matter if I'm here or not. Alright, Su Cheng sighed and sat down, grabbing an apple and taking a bite. You're really good at pretending. You had to take that martial soul fusion technique head on. Feng Qingyu tilted her head back, running her silver hair through her fingers. I saw that a few members of the Heavenwater Academy team seemed a bit shaken. Su Cheng smiled but didn't explain further. She wouldn't understand even if he did. This child indeed had good talent, and more importantly, she knew how to think for herself and didn't just follow the crowd. But this was both an advantage and a disadvantage. If her accumulation was insufficient, knowing some higher-level things prematurely could easily lead her astray. Thinking of this, Su Cheng suddenly felt a little moved and turned to Feng Qingyu. Who is your teacher? Teacher. Feng Qingyu looked puzzled. I have many teachers. Which aspect are you referring to? I mean the kind of inheritance relationship, like the one-on-one mentorship between me and Sword Douluo. I don't have one, I just practiced with my grandfather. I see. Su Cheng hesitated, feeling it might be inappropriate to ask. He couldn't help but say, if you're willing, you can consider me as your teacher. But my cultivation level isn't high right now, and my actual age isn't much older than yours, so if you mind. No problem, I'm willing. From now on, you're my teacher, you have to take care of me. Feng Qingyu quickly agreed, as if afraid he might change his mind. Quote. Almost forgot, this child's thought process is different from ordinary people. Once a teacher, always a father. Su Cheng glanced at her, but first, you have to kowtow to me 3 times. Ah, Feng Qingyu was dumbfounded for a moment. You're too much. Su Cheng resisted the urge to laugh and said seriously, that's the rule in our place. Quote. After hesitating for a moment, Feng Qingyu bit her lip and prepared to perform the ceremony. For the sake of her safety in the future, she endured it. Su Cheng quickly reached out to stop her. I'm just joking. If I really make you kowtow, I'll be shortening my lifespan. The girl breathed a sigh of relief. Alright, release your martial soul and let me see. With a faint breeze brushing past, a transparent figure appeared behind Feng Qingyu. If it weren't for the soul rings appearing under her feet, most people wouldn't notice that she had already released her martial soul. But this naturally couldn't escape Su Cheng's keen eyes. He observed the real view, and then, the shadow of the opponent's martial soul was clearly revealed in his eyes. At the Shrek Academy team area. As Zhu Zuqing returned to her seat, several teachers and teammates looked at her with questioning eyes. Tang San frowned, concentrating without speaking, while Xiao Wu's eyes were full of doubt. Oscar looked helpless and secretly gestured to Zhu Zuqing. However, Zhu Zuqing completely ignored their strange looks, returning to her seat and sitting down. Zuqing, just now, Dai Mubai finally couldn't help but ask. I saw that the battle over there was intense, so I went to see what was happening. Perhaps I could gain some insights, Zhu Zuqing said, her eyes half closed, calmly. Do you know Su Cheng from the second team of the Royal Star Academy? Asked one of the teachers. Yes, I know him. We've met a few times before. Zhu Zuqing glanced at them. Don't you also know him? Tang San and Xiao Wu were in the same junior academy with him before, weren't they? Quote. Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, both frowning. I thought you seemed to have a good relationship, Dai Mubai said tentatively. Is that so? Zhu Zuqing's expression remained unchanged. You're overthinking it. He's one of the strongest opponents our team wants to defeat for the championship. Of course, we need to pay special attention. She added, I don't think he's as strong as we imagined. When Tang San completes the haotian hammer, we might still have a chance to win. Dai Mubai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Most of the others averted their gaze, exchanging glances secretly. Clearly, most of them didn't quite believe Zhu Zuqing's words just now. At this moment, Zhu Zuqing had no time to pay attention to the thoughts of others. She couldn't help but feel complex emotions. Before, Yu Xiaogang had left the team for more than 10 days, reportedly going out to inquire about some information to help Tang San practice the second martial soul, haotian hammer, more safely. Originally, she didn't care, but a casual remark made by the other party after returning to the team had left her feeling extremely complicated. Su Cheng isn't the strongest opponent you'll face in this competition. The Martial Soul Hall team is much more formidable. They also have 3 Soul Kings, and besides those Soul Kings, there's also a Soul Master with Soul Emperor level cultivation, named Qian Runshui, who is a descendant of the Qian family from the martial soul hall. Qian Runshui. This name instantly stirred up memories that Zhu Zuqing had been unwilling to touch deep in her heart. I know that you definitely have a follow-up plan. Let's make it clear, what do you want me to do? I already told you, once you become the emperor, surrender to the Tian Do Empire. I'm talking about later. There's nothing more. Nothing more. You've done all this, sacrificed yourself, just to let me become a title Douluo, then become the emperor of the Star Luo Empire, and then surrender to that Qian Runshui. That's one way to put it. In that dream, Su Cheng had also mentioned this name. Martial Soul Hall, Qian Runshui. 20 years of plotting and scheming, self-sacrifice, and finally begging, all to hand over the Star Luo Empire to that person. She couldn't accept it. Why? In Su Cheng's heart, what did he see herself as, and what did he see that person as? But what could her unwillingness change? That was a peak soul emperor, and a peak soul emperor under 25 at that. She possessed the memories of cultivation from the dream realm. She was confident that given time, she could reach that level before she turned 25. But the problem was, the reality was right in front of her, and she simply didn't have that time. Zhu Zuqing could allow herself to lose to Su Cheng. But instinctively, she didn't want to lose to that person. At night, Su Cheng stood alone in the forest outside Tian Do City, silently waiting. It didn't take long for him to feel a slight movement. She's here. A figure flew out of the city and quickly approached. Black hair fluttered in the wind, like an elf in the night sky, elegant and natural. Soon, the graceful figure landed not far in front of him. What are you? Su Cheng was momentarily stunned. A long, fitted dress in jet black enveloped Zhu Zuqing from head to toe. Only her face, cold with a hint of unique charm, and her flowing black hair were exposed. This was a custom-made dress that only the major aristocrats of the Star Luo Empire could possess. In the simulated world, Zhu Zuqing always dressed like this after reaching adulthood. However, Zhu Zuqing's figure had not fully developed yet, so this dress was slightly smaller in size compared to before. Su Cheng stared blankly at Zhu Zuqing not far away, feeling a little dazed for a moment. At this moment, although she stood alone, there was no sense of loneliness about her. The starlight seemed to converge on her alone, like the queen of elves in the night, natural and proud. What's wrong? Zhu Zuqing took a slow step forward, walking closer to Su Cheng, and raised her head slightly to look at him. What about this outfit? Is there a problem? Zhu Zuqing replied lightly, doesn't it suit me? That's not it. Su Cheng was puzzled. Why did you change into this? Even if the Shrek Academy uniform is ugly, there's no need to wear this. Su Cheng knew the situation with this long dress, just putting it on was quite troublesome. It's for you. Zhu Zuqing took another step forward. Huh, Su Cheng was astonished. What's wrong with you? You seem different from usual. What do you think I should be like? Su Cheng was caught off guard by her question and didn't know how to answer for a moment. Zhu Zuqing didn't delve deeper but just stared silently at him. After a moment, she spoke in a low voice, Su Cheng, are you planning to join the Martial Soul Hall? Su Cheng's eyebrows twitched slightly, but he didn't say anything. There's someone in the Martial Soul Hall named Qian Runshui, are you going to find her? Zhu Zuqing took another step forward, her eyes firmly fixed on him. Su Cheng turned his head slightly, avoiding her gaze. Su Cheng, I never thought you'd be this kind of person. You're really pathetic. What kind of woman could make you like this? Are you planning to surrender and hand the championship over to that Qian Runshui? Zhu Zuqing's tone was mocking, with a hint of ridicule in her eyes. No, it's not like that. Things aren't as you think. Su Cheng sighed. Ignoring his defense, Zhu Zuqing took another step forward. I thought that dream was so surreal, with many things different from reality, but in the end, it's still like this. Zhu Zuqing, I'm not going to the Martial Soul Hall just for. What am I to you? Zhu Zuqing took a half step forward, their figures almost overlapping. Suddenly, she raised her right hand and grabbed Su Cheng's collar with her slender fingers. Her tone was somewhat excited, with a hint of mist in her eyes. Su Cheng, what am I to you? Have you ever really cared about me? Su Cheng was slightly forced to lower his head as she pulled him. Their faces were less than a foot apart. In Zhu Zuqing's large and bright eyes, there was a faintly strange light. Warm breath emanated from her plump lips, spraying onto Su Cheng's face with a fragrant breeze. Zhu Zuqing, calm down and let me explain slowly. Su Cheng also felt a little confused. He didn't expect Zhu Zuqing to be so agitated. But he didn't dare to easily restrain her with force. Doing so would only complicate the situation further, and if anything went wrong, it would be even harder to recover. He could only try to ease the situation with words. I don't want to listen to your preaching. Zhu Zuqing said coldly. You always have all sorts of reasons, all sorts of lies. When it comes to reasoning, few people can match you. Since the last time I saw you, I haven't lied to you about anything. Haha, it's ridiculous. Zhu Zuqing tugged at the corner of her mouth, revealing a slightly twisted false smile. Staring into his eyes, she gritted her teeth. What you call not lying to me is just picking out a few true words at random to deceive me. What, do you still think of me as that 6-year-old little girl you used to bully and isolate when I entered school? Chapter 146, Why Bite Again? What to do? At this moment, Su Cheng also felt it was tricky. Zhu Zuqing nowadays was decisive and somewhat stubborn. If not handled properly, it could easily lead to tensions between them. Casual banter might work in normal situations, but in this situation, it might only worsen things. Should he just directly tell her the plan? About the hidden secrets within the martial soul hall, the divine inheritance, Xiao Wu's 100,000-year level soul ring, and so on. No, it wouldn't work. Su Cheng couldn't fully grasp Zhu Zuqing's current mindset, but he was certain that if he revealed everything, she wouldn't remain indifferent. There was a high probability that she would choose to take action quietly. This wasn't solely Su Cheng's matter. It involved Qian Runshui, and he had no right to use this information to gain Zhu Zuqing's trust. Moreover, Zhu Zuqing's strength was insufficient, and she had no one to back her up. It was too dangerous for her to get involved. As for joining the martial soul hall, even if she was willing, Su Cheng wouldn't allow her to do so. It wouldn't benefit her at all. The growth path of the Hell White Tiger determined that after her martial soul was completed, she was not suitable to join any faction. Su Cheng's eyes flickered, feeling somewhat uncertain. The situation arose suddenly, and he never expected Zhu Zuqing to meet him for Qian Runshui's matter, let alone react so strongly. Leaving aside the fact that Qian Runshui hadn't taken control yet, the martial soul hall shouldn't spread news about her existence. Even if Zhu Zuqing knew about it, there was no reason for her to dwell on it. He didn't understand the nature of the simulated world, whether it was a parallel world that interacted with the real world or just a virtual game. But the Zhu Zuqing in that world had been his companion for decades. Regardless of its authenticity, he couldn't just watch her take risks. So he mentioned Qian Runshui's situation at the last moment, but he didn't expect her to remember such trivial matters so clearly. Seeing Su Cheng silent, the anger, skepticism, and mockery on Zhu Zuqing's face gradually subsided, finally turning into a calm expression. Her gaze also gradually dimmed, and the 5 fingers grasping his collar slowly loosened. I'm tired, Zhu Zuqing said softly. I don't want to be used by you anymore, or cooperate with you in those role-playing games. I will fulfill what I promised, and help Xiao Wu enter the finals. Her hands hung down as she took a step back. Then I will leave the academy with Dai Mubai. I won't participate in the finals anymore. After saying that, she gave Su Cheng a deep look and prepared to turn around and leave. Su Cheng was taken aback by her words. This seemed to be the best direction for things to develop. Xiao Wu and Tang San would go to the martial soul hall to participate in the competition, and he could cooperate with Xiao Shui to plan for the 100,000-year soul ring. And Zhu Zuqing could take the opportunity to break free and wait for the future to promote her martial soul into the Hell White Tiger. Then the two would part ways. Just as he had said before, let the other party have no worries from then on. But, what exactly does Zhu Zuqing mean to me? Watching her actions and words, Su Cheng felt a sinking feeling in his heart. A tool, he didn't need to use someone close to him as a tool. He had many ways to maneuver according to circumstances. A friend, if that was the case, then he should let go now. The relationship between gentlemen is as light as water, and they don't need to demand too much from each other. But, Zhu Zuqing's slightly fragile shoulders were held by a powerful hand. She looked up angrily. You. Before she could finish her words, a shadow enveloped her. Her red lips were sealed, and her subsequent words were forced back, turning into a soft moan. Under the moonlight, two figures overlapped. Zhu Zuqing's originally somewhat cold cheeks froze for a moment. Soon, her eyes became hollow and vacant, as if shrouded in mist. After a moment, Zhu Zuqing's absent-minded eyes suddenly trembled slightly, and focus returned to them. Her eyebrows furrowed, and the corners of her mouth lifted. Hiss. Su Cheng let go of her, raising his hand to cover his mouth as he tilted his head back. There was a strong taste of blood in his mouth. Are you a dog? Zhu Zuqing's face flushed red as she glared at him, her high chest heaving, leaving captivating traces. Then she raised her right hand and forcefully wiped her lips. What are you doing? You stuck out your tongue. Disgusting. You. Disgusting. Without giving Su Cheng a chance to speak, Zhu Zuqing scolded him and turned away, quickly leaving the forest. However, compared to when she arrived, her movements seemed somewhat embarrassed, as if she were fleeing for her life. She didn't say anything about not participating in the finals or parting ways. Quote. Indeed, it's disgusting. A gentle voice with indescribable emotion suddenly sounded beside him, making Su Cheng feel embarrassed. You don't understand. It's really shameless. Relying on a little girl's affection for you, you use such means to forcefully keep her. What about the words you said about me before? Listening to Yin's soft words, Su Cheng couldn't help but feel tongue-tied. Indeed, he was greedy and unwilling to let go. His words sounded nice, saying that he hoped she would pursue her freedom, but in the end, he still provoked her like this. The qualifiers in the Tian-Do district continued as usual. After the battle with the Heaven Water Academy, Su Cheng didn't encounter any more surprises in his subsequent matches. The Elephant Armor Academy had decent strength, but their martial souls and soul skills were nothing special. The whole team consisted of heavy tanks, so he quickly ended the battle. After winning, Su Cheng, as before, approached Huo Yanli, who had a soul bone. Unlike the conflicts with Feng Shaoshan and Shui Binger, Huo Yanli immediately showed strong interest. In fact, they had already discussed this internally before. At this point in the competition, the quota was mostly certain. The Tian-Do Royal Academy, Shangfeng Academy, and Lei Ting Academy were almost guaranteed a place in the finals. With Zhu Zuqing in the Shrek Academy team, they also had a good chance of advancing. Among the remaining academies, the Heaven Water Academy and Blaze Academy were not weak. It would be extremely difficult for the Elephant Armor Academy to win and secure a top 5 position in the standings. What they sought mainly was to have a main spot. This would give them a chance to shine in the finals, at least showing the Pope and Elders the potential of the Diamond Mammoth martial soul in the hands of the younger generation. As for the Thunderclap Academy team behind them, Su Cheng's solicitation was unsurprisingly rejected. Although their captain, Yu Tianxin, spoke politely, her attitude was extremely firm. Su Cheng didn't mind. This team had a great chance of advancing to the final competition. Moreover, they had the support of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan behind them. Given the family's style of doing things, it was unlikely they would allow their academy students to be mere ornaments in other teams. A month passed quickly, and all the qualifiers in the Tian-Do City region were over. According to the procedure, the award ceremony was about to take place to award the qualification certificates to the top 5 teams in the qualifiers. The process of the ceremony was not complicated. Under the announcer's announcement, the top 5 teams' captains and vice-captains walked up to the stage together. Among them, the Tian-Do Royal Academy ranked first, the Shangfeng Academy ranked second, the Lei Ting Academy ranked third, the Shrek Academy ranked fourth, and the Heaven Water Academy ranked fifth. Su Cheng and Ning Rongrong were the representatives of the Tian-Do Royal Academy. Not far away were Zhu Zuqing and Tang San, representing the Shrek Academy team. During this process, Tang San, as the vice-captain of the Shrek team, occasionally glanced over with a hint of provocation in his eyes. Tang San's cultivation had already reached the 40-level threshold for advancement. During the waiting time for the advancement competition, he would focus on adding soul rings to his Clear Sky Hammer. He believed that by the next stage of the competition, he would surely shine. As the team captain, Zhu Zuqing seemed to completely ignore Su Cheng when they stepped onto the stage, as if he didn't exist in her eyes. However, a faint blush flashed across her cheeks when she felt Su Cheng's gaze on her. With the representatives of several teams standing on the platform, the host announced, "Next, His Majesty and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School Master Ning, along with Archbishop Solace from the Martial Soul Hall, will personally present the qualification certificates and bonuses to the 5 teams entering the advancement playoffs. Both the Emperor and Ning Fengji cast satisfied glances at Su Cheng and Ning Rongrong. Especially the Emperor, whose eyes almost glowed with warmth. On the other side, Solace, the representative of the Martial Soul Hall, kept his eyes low, seemingly indifferent to the proceedings. However, from an unnoticed angle, he occasionally glanced at Su Cheng with a calculating gaze. The qualification certificates were actually letters, more of a formality since the qualifications of the top 5 teams were well known to everyone. The top 5 teams received the same bonus, 10,000 gold soul coins awarded by the Tian Do Empire. The prizes for the top 3 positions in the finals would be provided by the Martial Soul Hall. The awards ceremony quickly ended, and Su Cheng and Ning Rongrong walked out of the Tian Do Great Spirit Arena together, where the other members of the academy were waiting outside. The Emperor is really generous, granting titles of Viscount to 10 people directly, and if they win the championship, they can even be promoted further, with their own territory. Was the Empire always like this? Su Cheng asked casually, looking at the certificate in his hand. He hadn't paid much attention to the rewards of the competition, as they hadn't participated for the prizes anyway. No, Ning Rongrong shook her head. Not even Baron titles were granted before, let alone Viscounts. Even the noble titles given to Soul Masters were just honorary titles without land. She continued in a low voice after looking around and confirming no one was listening. Dad said that the conflict between the Tian Do Empire and the Martial Soul Hall has escalated to the point of irreconcilability. Su Cheng frowned at her words. Not because he doubted the relationship between the Martial Soul Hall and the Empire, but because he found it strange that Ning Fengji would tell Ning Rongrong these things. Was this meant for him to hear? Su Cheng. Just as he was pondering, a sudden voice interrupted his thoughts. Su Cheng turned to see a remarkably beautiful girl calling out to him. She had a tall and well-proportioned figure, with long red hair resembling burning flames. It was Huo Wu, the control-type soul master from the Blaze Academy team, who had fought him before. Her martial soul was also a shadow with herself as the core, similar to Feng Qingyu's, but with different attributes and lesser talent. What's up? Su Cheng looked at her, waiting for her to speak. Huo Wu stared at Su Cheng and said in a deep voice, if we join the Tian Do Royal Academy team, can we play as main members? The trip to the Soul Master Academy competition for the Blaze Academy had already ended prematurely. Although they had defeated the Elephant Armor Academy, they had not been able to win against the other elemental academies. Coupled with their losses to the Shrek Academy team and the Tian Do Royal Academy team, they had no chance of making it to the final competition. This was a big blow to the proud Huo Wu. Su Cheng had made a routine invitation after the battle ended. But the problem was, he had only offered 2 substitute spots at the time, which Huo Wu felt was insincere and unacceptable. For this reason, she had been depressed for a long time. Su Cheng glanced at her and then at the helpless Huo Wuxia beside her, shaking his head slightly. He replied calmly, I can't guarantee that. If the Heaven Water Academy's Shui Binger joins the team, then you'll only be substitutes. Research on Shadow Martial Souls only needed one person like Feng Qingyu. Considering team battles, there was no need for too many control-type soul masters in the team. If Shui Binger were to join the team, there would be no need for Huo Wu anymore, as the cooperation between fire and water would not be easy. Moreover, Shui Binger could also help him with his cultivation. But until now, Shui Binger had not given a definite answer. Su Cheng was not in a hurry. He could wait until the playoffs were over to decide. Huo Wu, on the other hand, was filled with anger at his words. She clearly felt that the other party's remarks at this time implied that her strength was inferior. But there was not much she could do about it. Su Cheng didn't mind, and even nodded to Huo Wuxia beside her. Captain Huo, my previous promise still stands. If you're interested in participating in the finals, you can consider coming to me. Okay, you too, keep up the good work, Huo Wuxia smiled. He didn't feel repelled by Su Cheng's words. The Soul Master competition was ultimately about strength. From team selection to advancing step by step, it was all about this. Since the Blaze Academy had been eliminated, it meant that they were not as skilled as their opponents, plain and simple. Even willing to offer them a substitute spot was already quite good. He didn't think that with Su Cheng's terrifying strength, he really needed any teammates' help in the subsequent battles. Who does he think he is? After Su Cheng left, Huo Wu muttered angrily. Let's go find the Divine Wind Academy. We can be main players there, and with their martial skills, Feng Shaoshan will surely agree, Huo Wushuang suggested. Hearing this, Huo Wu was taken aback. She glanced at her sister beside her, her eyes thoughtful. It was indeed an idea worth considering. The advancement playoffs would take place a month later, during which time the members of the various academy teams could adjust their own conditions. A month later, the advancement playoffs would still be held within the Tian-Do Empire, but the venue would change from the Tian-Do Great Spirit Arena to the Royal Arena. At that time, the 10 teams selected from the 5 kingdoms in the empire through the preliminaries would also compete together. However, this should be the least important part of the entire competition. The final spots had already been determined, and the rankings in the advancement playoffs would only slightly advantage the teams in the finals. Unlike the preliminaries, the advancement playoffs were individual arena battles, fought according to the list submitted for each match. Su Cheng had already made up his mind to take it easy and see how things went, focusing mainly on fishing. As for the final ranking of the team, it was irrelevant. But for the other team members, this was a good opportunity. In addition to competing against the top talents of their age, they could also accumulate experience and receive additional rewards. In the night, at the Shrek Academy, in an unnoticed moment, a tall figure quietly appeared in Yu Xiaoging's room. The man wore a simple gray robe, his messy black hair cascading over his shoulders, and his weathered face etched with experience. Master. The newcomer's voice was deep and hoarse. Yet, upon hearing this voice, Yu Xiaoging immediately recognized the true identity of the speaker. They had met more than once before. Lord Haotian. Yu Xiaoging quickly rose to greet him. Tang Hao waved his hand, indicating that formalities were unnecessary. Then, in a low voice, he asked, "Are you planning to start San's training with the Haotian hammer now?" Although Tang Hao didn't always stay by Tang San's side, he kept a close watch on his son's progress. He couldn't remain unaware of the recent changes in Tang San's mindset. After all, news about Tang San's intention to switch to training with the Haotian hammer had spread throughout the academy. Yes, indeed. In response to Tang Hao's question, Yu Xiaoging's expression turned serious. He recounted the conversation he had with Tang San. He explained that he had sought advice from someone knowledgeable about twin martial souls to ensure Tang San's smooth transition to using the Haotian hammer. Tang Hao remained silent for a moment before speaking with his gravelly voice, "But you may not know, San's blue-silver grass martial soul is not as simple as it seems. It's not just ordinary blue-silver grass, it's blue-silver emperor, a top-tier martial soul comparable to the Haotian hammer." Blue-silver emperor. What kind of martial soul is that? Yu Xiaoging, who considered himself deeply knowledgeable about martial souls, had never heard of a martial soul called blue-silver emperor, especially one derived from blue-silver grass that could rival the Haotian hammer. The blue-silver emperor is the king of the blue-silver grass clan, the only one of its kind among countless blue-silver grasses, Tang Hao explained with a complex tone, hinting at deep pain. The blue-silver emperor lineage is unbroken throughout generations. Each generation, only one blue-silver emperor exists. Observing Tang Hao's expression, Yu Xiaoging sensed something and realized, that's San's. That's irrelevant to this matter. Tang Hao waved his hand, abruptly cutting off Yu Xiaoging's words, his emotions seeming to momentarily spiral out of control. He quickly regained his composure and apologized, "I'm sorry. It's okay, I understand." Yu Xiaoging sympathized, sensing a similarity in their experiences. Then, he continued, "The blue-silver emperor. However, based on my observations, San's martial soul doesn't seem to have any special characteristics. That's normal because his martial soul isn't truly the blue-silver emperor yet, nor is it close," Tang Hao explained calmly. His martial soul needs to undergo another awakening to become the true blue-silver emperor, a genuine top-tier martial soul. I see. Yu Xiaoging suddenly realized the profundity of the situation, feeling a sense of wonder. Tang San's martial soul was far more complex than he had imagined. However, that's not the most critical issue, Yu Xiaoging continued after pondering for a moment, looking at Tang Hao seriously. The most crucial point is that blue-silver grass itself is considered a mediocre martial soul with limited potential. It would take too long for it to reach level 60. By then, attempting to cultivate the Haotian hammer might be too late. The difficulty of advancing beyond level 60 increases exponentially, and there might even be risks to his life. Indeed, Tang Hao's eyes widened slightly, filled with a sense of fear. Moreover, now that we know San's primary martial soul is essentially on par with the haotian hammer, the solution becomes simpler, Yu Xiaogang continued confidently. We can start San's training with the haotian hammer first. After he reaches level 60, we can awaken his blue-silver emperor martial soul. It's a perfect plan. We could even wait until he reaches the rank of title Douluo before attaching high-ranked spirit rings to the blue-silver emperor. Yes, Tang Hao's eyes lit up with excitement. You truly live up to your title of master. Your wisdom is unmatched. His previously cold expression softened slightly, reflecting a subtle change in mood. At this moment, however, Yu Xiaogang's expression suddenly changed. Lord Haotian, considering what you said about martial soul awakening, should we try it with San first? Tang Hao was taken aback. Is that necessary? Although starting with the haotian hammer is a viable option, fully developing San's primary martial soul first would maximize his potential advantage as a twin martial soul. Chapter 147, Tang Hao's Stolen Home. The next day, Tang San left Shrek Academy. He wasn't alone, but accompanied by his father, Tang Hao, whom he hadn't seen for several years. Tang Hao didn't disclose their destination, but it was easy to guess it was related to Tang San's upcoming practice of the haotian hammer. Tang San had long known his father's true identity and was eagerly looking forward to it. Several days later, under Tang Hao's guidance, they arrived outside an unnamed forest. Upon their arrival, Tang San immediately sensed a familiar aura. Dangerous yet tinged with familiarity. Tang Hao stopped in front of the forest and looked at Tang San. Before practicing the haotian hammer, you need to upgrade your first martial soul to spirit ancestor by adding a fourth soul ring. Perhaps there will be suitable opportunities for you in this forest. Finally, was it time to become a spirit ancestor? Tang San couldn't help but feel excited at the thought, with Su Cheng's figure flashing through his mind. Sit down, Tang Hao said, pointing to the ground in front of him. Tang San hesitated for a moment but complied, sitting cross-legged, unsure of what his father wanted him to do. Tang Hao didn't explain, walking over to Tang San's side. Release your blue-silver grass soul, then use your heart to feel. Without much thought, Tang San immediately closed his eyes. Soon, his blue-silver grass martial soul emanated, surrounding his body and dispersing slowly, infused with the powerful spiritual power he had cultivated through the purple demon eye. The sense of familiarity he had felt earlier grew stronger. The forest was abundant with blue-silver grass, akin to an excellent training ground for him. Although the feeling was intensified here, it didn't seem particularly special. Don't you feel anything? Tang Hao asked, disappointed as time passed. Then his mood calmed down. Indeed, Tang San's spiritual power cultivation was still too low. Although it surpassed that of ordinary soul masters at the same level, it wasn't significantly higher. He had anticipated this, so he wasn't too surprised. Never mind, come with me, Tang Hao sighed before taking the lead and running into the forest. Tang San couldn't help but feel uneasy, not understanding what had just happened, as he noticed the flicker of disappointment in his father's eyes. The two of them traversed through the dense forest, surrounded by countless blue-silver grass and towering trees, exuding ancient vibes. After more than an hour of travel, a giant blue-silver king appeared before them. Tang Hao was surprised to see the blue-silver king, having only heard about it from Yin. But the aura emanating from this giant blue-silver king was much stronger than Tang Hao had expected. Tang Hao sensed that even with his strength, he might not necessarily win against it, especially when combined with this blue-silver grass forest. This was unexpected. Tang Hao had no reason to doubt what Yin had told him. The previous blue-silver king definitely didn't possess the strength of a title Douluo. And it would take a lot of time for a soul beast's cultivation to improve, let alone a plant-type soul beast like the blue-silver king. Clearly, for some reason, in less than 20 years, the blue-silver king had encountered some special opportunities. However, it was even more surprising for the blue-silver king. It sensed the pure blood of the blue-silver emperor within Tang San. Observing the two before it, the blue-silver king's mind raced with many thoughts but remained silent. Are you the blue-silver king? Tang Hao asked, looking at the massive, ancient face in the vines with extreme caution and politeness. Yes, I am, the blue-silver king replied, its gaze, though directed at Tang Hao, focused on Tang San beside him. Although it hadn't said anything, Tang San's pure blue-silver emperor bloodline had indeed been noticed by it. This was strange. Despite being a plant-type soul beast with naturally low intelligence, the blue-silver king had survived for an incredibly long time and, unlike Yin, had accumulated vast experience and wisdom over the ages. Upon seeing Tang Hao and Tang San, it knew there must be extremely complex stories behind them. However, those were irrelevant to it. The true blue-silver emperor had temporarily departed, and they were no longer motherless children. Moreover, there could not be two blue-silver emperors in the world at the same time. After Yin hadn't mentioned much about the two before, it wouldn't mention it either. It remained silent in response to Tang Hao's inquiry, as Tang Hao's questioning was of no importance to it. The blue-silver king could sense the powerful aura emanating from the man before it but wasn't afraid. Previously, after Su Cheng condensed the fifth soul ring here and upgraded, it gained significant insights, as did the other plants in the blue-silver grass forest. In this situation, it wasn't afraid of facing a peak Douluo. Not to mention, the blue-silver grass clan was known for its tenacious vitality. Noticing Tang Hao's powerful aura, it remained unperturbed. After a moment of silence, Tang Hao spoke again. This child possesses the bloodline of the blue-silver emperor. I hope you can help him awaken his martial soul truly. Blue-silver emperor. True awakening. Tang San's heart was already churning with waves of astonishment and excitement at Tang Hao's words. His thoughts raced. Just from Tang Hao's words, he realized his martial soul was definitely not ordinary blue-silver grass. In fact, he had suspected for a long time whether his martial soul was just ordinary blue-silver grass. Although his martial soul wasn't dominant, it was far from comparable to the ordinary waste martial soul of blue-silver grass. But he had never expected there would be an even greater opportunity. However, the blue-silver king's response poured cold water over his excitement. I'm sorry, I cannot help, the blue-silver king said calmly. Tang Hao furrowed his brows at the response but wasn't too disappointed. It was within his expectations. Indeed, it seems his spiritual power is still insufficient, Tang Hao muttered to himself. The blue-silver king remained silent in response to his self-talk. After a moment, Tang Hao asked again, when his cultivation reaches level 60 or 70, will he have the conditions to awaken the blue-silver emperor? The blue-silver king hesitated for a moment before speaking frankly. It has nothing to do with cultivation. He cannot awaken the blue-silver emperor martial soul. What? Tang Hao exclaimed in shock, widening his eyes. What do you mean he can't? His body clearly possesses the pure bloodline of the blue-silver emperor. How can he not awaken? Tang Hao demanded. There are other reasons, but your son indeed does not have the conditions to awaken the blue-silver emperor, the blue-silver king replied calmly, refusing to explain further. In its mind, no one was more important than Yin, the true emperor of the blue-silver grass clan. It wouldn't speak of matters unrelated to her, especially as Yin hadn't mentioned them previously. It remained silent in the face of Tang Hao's inquiries. The forest seemed to merge into one entity, and even if the strength was somewhat superior, it would be impossible to harm it even a bit. Seeing the silent blue-silver king, Tang Hao hesitated. He was shallow in knowledge when it came to martial souls, only knowing from Yin that the blue-silver emperor had a potential awakening. But as for whether martial souls were different from soul beasts or where Tang San's bloodline stood, he was clueless. The blue-silver king's secretive demeanor made him feel powerless. He had considered forcefully pressuring the other party to explain the secrets or attempting an awakening ceremony. But out of respect for Yin, he held back, though he was ready to use force if it came to securing Tang San's future. The crucial issue was his uncertainty about defeating the blue-silver king. Engaging in a futile battle would only result in irreconcilable enmity, depriving Tang San of future opportunities. With this in mind, Tang Hao abandoned his plans for confrontation and spoke with a low voice, I understand. Then, he turned away, saying calmly, San, let's go. Tang San, whose emotions had fluctuated from anticipation to confusion and disappointment like a roller coaster, looked at Tang Hao's dejected figure and felt a hint of dissatisfaction but chose not to voice it. After casting a cold glance at the blue-silver king not far away, he followed Tang Hao out of the ancient forest. After leaving the ancient blue-silver grass forest, Tang Hao slowly began to tell Tang San about his origins. But instead of immediately mentioning the blue-silver emperor, he first brought up another matter. San, do you know that the girl you call your sister, Xiao Wu, is not a human but a soul beast that has transformed after 100,000 years. What? Tang San's footsteps halted abruptly, stunned by this revelation. Tang Hao glanced at him and asked, now that you know this truth, what are your thoughts? Are you still willing to consider her as your family? Or are you planning to keep her confined, using her as a reserve for your soul rings and soul bones in the future? Tang San remained silent for a moment, then his expression hardened. So what if she's human or a soul beast? All I know is that she's my sister. And the person I love. He added silently in his heart. I see, I understand. Tang Hao's eyes flashed with complexity. His reaction surprised Tang San. You don't oppose. I only object to her being exposed blindly to the world. But the bond between you, I will always support. With a hint of sigh, he continued, but the 7 treasure glazed tile sect is indeed formidable. After she used the concealment elixir they sold, even I couldn't see through her true form. I see. Tang San finally understood. No wonder Xiao Wu was so excited after trying that breath-concealing elixir. If not for that, she wouldn't be able to participate in the Spirit Master tournament. In the eyes of titled Douluos, the existence of transformed soul beasts is as conspicuous as the bright moon in the night sky. But if Xiao Wu is a 100,000-year soul beast in human form, why is her strength so weak? This involves the secrets of transformed soul beasts. As Tang Hao spoke, he looked at Tang San with a mix of emotion and nostalgia, recounting his own past. In fact, your mother was also a 100,000-year soul beast in human form. She was the blue-silver emperor of 100,000 years. As Tang Hao finished his story, Tang San's expression changed from shock to a hint of ferocity. Wu, Soul, Palace. Although his teacher Yu Shaogang had warned him not to antagonize the Spirit Hall after he returned to the academy half a month ago, how could he not seek revenge for his father and mother's deaths? This matter had nothing to do with his teacher. He would bear all the consequences himself. Remember it well, now that the Spirit Hall is powerful, we can't afford to fight head-on. Wait until you achieve higher cultivation in the future before planning major actions. I understand. Tang San nodded, his expression cold and resolute. In the following days, the two of them practiced while traveling. Tang Hao didn't mention their final destination, and Tang San didn't rush him, trusting that his father had a plan. During the journey, Tang San added a 4th soul ring, a 7,000-year one, to his blue-silver grass martial soul. With this additional ring, he felt more confident about adding 10,000-year soul rings to his haotian hammer in the future. Several days later, they arrived at a massive waterfall. Follow me. With that, Tang Hao leapt up and swiftly reached the rocks behind the waterfall, using his clear sky hammer to push through into the cave behind the waterfall. Given Tang San's current strength, reaching that position was still quite difficult. But with the assistance of his external spirit bone, the 8 spider legs, and the hidden weapon's flying god claws, along with the blue-silver grass maintaining balance, he managed to catch up. When he entered the cave after exerting considerable effort, he immediately felt a shiver run down his spine. A piercing killing intent swept from all directions, making him feel as though he were standing naked in a freezing wasteland, unable to move. Ah Yin, Tang San saw Tang Hao kneeling not far ahead, trembling before a mound of soil. It was indeed Tang Hao. Tang San had never seen his father display such a vulnerable gesture before. From his vantage point, Tang Hao's face was already contorted beyond recognition, tears streaming down his cheeks. Who are you? A low growl of fury escaped through gritted teeth. Tang San felt the surrounding killing intent intensify. Cold, ruthless, evil, terrifying, the overwhelming aura was akin to a ferocious beast charging at him. Even though Tang Hao emitted it unconsciously, without any intent towards him, Tang San struggled to breathe under the extreme pressure. He had experienced something similar before. Su Cheng's sword intent had also subjected him to immense mental pressure. But the two were different in essence. In comparison, for the current Tang San, this killing intent appeared even more terrifying and direct. Enveloped within it, Tang San felt like he was in an icy dungeon, with his body covered in goosebumps and his thoughts seemingly dulled. What's wrong with Dad, and is this killing intent materialized? Yu Shaogang had once told him that when a person's strength reached a terrifying level, killing intent could even materialize, transitioning from invisible to tangible. But those who could achieve this level were rare even among titled Douluos. Nearly half an hour passed like this. During this time, Tang San silently endured the terrifying pressure without uttering a word. When Tang Hao finally recovered, Tang San's face was already pale and shaky. San, come here. The icy killing intent receded like a tide, and Tang Hao's slightly weary voice awakened Tang San from his numbness. At Tang Hao's words, Tang San slowly dragged his body forward with what little strength he had left. He looked at Tang Hao, wanting to ask what had just happened. But the expression on Tang Hao's face made him hesitate to speak. When Tang San approached, Tang Hao glanced at the empty mound of soil in front of him, then turned and struck the nearby rock wall with the back of his hand. However, there was no response. Tang Hao fell silent. He had actually mentally prepared himself. Since this place had been discovered and the seedling of the Blue-Silver Emperor had disappeared, the probability of the 100,000-year soul bone being lost was high. Dad, what's this about? After a long silence, Tang San couldn't help but ask. Tang Hao sighed and said softly, as I told you before, after your mother's sacrifice, she left behind a seed. I originally planted it here. As he spoke, Tang Hao pointed to the empty mound of soil in front of him. Tang San was momentarily stunned. Then, he realized and went from being blank to shocked, and finally, his shock turned into intense anger. My mother, not only that, after Ah Yin's sacrifice, she also left behind 100,000-year soul bone. I was planning to give it to you. After you absorbed it, it would have strengthened your physical foundation, making it easier to add high-level soul rings to your haotian hammer. Seeing Tang San's bewildered expression, Tang Hao sighed again. That soul bone has also disappeared. Tang San's heart sank. He knew exactly what 100,000-year-old soul bone was. His expression darkened further. Despicable thieves. You should leave for now and let me be alone. After saying this, Tang Hao ignored Tang San and instead stared blankly at the empty mound of soil in front of him. He wasn't particularly concerned about the loss of the soul bone. He hadn't planned on absorbing it in the first place. But the disappearance of the Blue-Silver Emperor's seed was something he couldn't accept. He feared that the thief might have destroyed the seed or ingested it as a precious herb. Every time he thought about it, he felt like his heart was bleeding. The next day, Tang Hao emerged from the cave, his expression returning to its usual calmness. However, he seemed even more gloomy and desolate than before. He looked at Tang San, who was sitting cross-legged beside the pool, and said lightly, I'll find out what happened. For now, come with me to add soul rings to your haotian hammer. Upon hearing his voice, Tang San immediately stood up and walked over. Dad, that terrifying aura you emitted yesterday. That terrifying killing intent still lingered in his mind. Tang Hao pondered for a moment before responding. Although he hadn't planned to let Tang San delve into the realm of the god of slaughter just yet, since his son asked, he explained, that was killing intent, the purest form of killing intent. A glint flashed in Tang San's eyes as he recalled being immobilized by Su Cheng's sword intent. To him, that feeling didn't compare to the overwhelming tangible killing intent. Having such powerful killing intent means you can completely overwhelm your opponent in terms of momentum during battle, right? Tang Hao shook his head. Wrong. The greatest function of killing intent isn't to affect your opponent but to help yourself. It allows you to disregard life and death, increase your attack speed, maximize your strength, and even perform beyond your limits. Even when facing opponents much stronger than yourself, you won't feel the slightest fear. Killing intent is a part of momentum. In some ways, it can be equated with courage. Or you could say, killing intent is the sublimation of courage. If Tang Hao's words were heard by Su Cheng, he would surely scoff and mock his shallowness. But Tang San was extremely admiring and convinced of his father. He immediately said firmly, Dad, please teach me how to cultivate killing intent. Tang Hao, however, waved his hand, rejecting his request. No need to rush. Your task this month is to improve your haotian hammer. As for anything else, after this Spirit Master tournament ends, I'll take you for further training. Chapter 148, The Path to Death. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Su Cheng finished his brief training at the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well and headed to the location of the advancement competition, the Royal Arena of the Tian-Do Empire. The advancement competition of the All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament was not as lively as the preliminaries. To protect the privacy and safety of Soul Masters, the advancement competition did not allow any spectators. In the Tian-Do Empire, Including the 5 teams that advanced from the Tian-Do City Preliminary Division, a total of 15 teams had already completed the registration process in the morning and gathered at the advancement competition site. There were fewer teams, but those who could advance from the preliminaries were undoubtedly the elite of the elite. The 10 teams from the 5 kingdoms and duchies arrived earlier to familiarize themselves with the environment. The royal hunting ground was located 50 kilometers southwest of Tian-Do City. The terrain within was varied, and the area was vast. It was where the royal family usually hunted and trained. Ordinarily, no civilians were allowed near it, and a regiment of 10,000 royal knights patrolled and guarded the area while also training there. To avoid unnecessary trouble and conflict and to prevent each academy's strength from being observed by others, all 15 advanced Soul Master Academy teams were assigned to different places to rest. Led by a soldier, Su Cheng soon arrived at the rest area designated for the Tian-Do Royal Academy. The members of the Tian-Do Royal Academy team would stay here until the end of the advancement competition. This stage of the competition was also a round-robin system. However, because the number of teams was much reduced, the competition time was shortened from 1 month to half a month. Then, after resting for another half a month, the final championship would be held in Spirit City, located at the border between the Heaven Do and Star Luo empires. Not long after Su Cheng entered the rest area, his disciple Feng Qingyu somehow got the news and ran over directly. She was accompanied by Feng Shaoxian, the captain of the Divine Wind Academy team. "Greetings, teacher." As soon as they met, Feng Qingyu bowed solemnly to Su Cheng. Feng Shaoxian looked at her in surprise and then turned to Su Cheng. Su Cheng felt a bit speechless. "You don't have to do this. Once a teacher, always a father. From now on, I will respect you like a father." Su Cheng was too lazy to respond to her and turned to Feng Shaoxian. "Brother Feng, what brings you here?" The advancement competition was about to begin. He was not like Feng Qingyu, who didn't need to compete, nor was he like Su Cheng, who didn't care about anything. On the contrary, as the team captain, he was actually quite busy. Even if he had decided to join the Tian-Do Royal Academy team in the finals, there was no reason to come over now. "It's like this, Brother Su. I appreciate your previous invitation, but our team plans to team up with the Blazing Academy in the finals. Even if we can't win the championship, we want to leave no regrets." Feng Qingyu rolled her eyes lightly and gave Su Cheng a knowing look. Su Cheng sighed and asked, "Is it because of Huowu from Blazing Academy?" "Partly because of her. I hope you understand," Feng Shaoxian said candidly. Su Cheng looked at him and originally wanted to say something more. But in the end, he just waved his hand and said, "Everyone has their own ambitions, no need to force it. I wish you to soon win the beauty's heart." There was no point in saying more. He and Feng Shaoxian were not close enough for him to make too many comments. Feng Shaoxian seemed quite pleased, especially with Su Cheng's blessing, which made him feel very good. He had only come to say hello. Seeing that Su Cheng didn't mind, he felt relieved and said with a smile, "I also wish Brother Su to win the championship smoothly. Please take care of Qingyu for me." "No problem." The next day, the competition officially began. Unlike the preliminaries, the advancement competition had only one competition field, the Grand Parade Ground of the Royal Knights. The 15 teams participating in the advancement competition would play 14 rounds of round-robin matches, all held in this single venue. The Grand Parade Ground had been remodeled, with a 100-meter diameter area marked in the center as the competition field. Compared to the preliminaries stages, this space was much larger and allowed the participants to better showcase their skills. On the north side of the Grand Parade Ground, a temporary grandstand facing south had been erected, which also served as the judges' stand. The number of dignitaries watching this time was much fewer than before. Looking around, besides a few people like Emperor Shuiyi, Ning Fengji, and Platinum Bishop Solace in the first row, the rest of the seats were occupied by military officials and some high-level personnel from the Tian-Do City Spirit Hall. Group battles were chaotic and difficult to follow, but the advancement competition was different. Each participant would display their individual strength under everyone's eyes, making it the best opportunity to evaluate a Soul Master's abilities. Outside the Grand Parade Ground, 10,000 Royal Knights surrounded the entire field, making the defense extremely tight. In the space between the circle formed by the Knights and the competition field, all 15 participating teams had arrived. Even those with a bye today were present. Even if they weren't competing, they needed to observe their opponents' strengths. The rules were simple. Each side would send 7 members, and every participant had to fight until defeated. The winner would face the next opponent until one side had all 7 members defeated. The draw had already taken place the night before. Coincidentally, the first opponent for the Tian-Do Royal Academy was Shrek Academy again. Emperor Shui Yi stood up from the grandstand and announced loudly through a soul-guided amplifier, "The advancement competition officially begins today. In the next 14 days, I hope each academy team will fully demonstrate their abilities and showcase the spirit of Soul Masters." As soon as he finished speaking, a cheer as loud as a landslide erupted, "Long live, long live, long live." Then, the 7 members each from the Tian-Do Royal Academy and Shrek Academy took the stage. Su Cheng glanced at the opponents. Zhu Zuqing still had the same indifferent attitude towards him, but Tang San looked over, ready to confront him. "Using the clear sky hammer now. Looks like you're confident." With a slight sense, he detected the change in Tang San's aura over the past month, and suddenly understood. However, this might not be a bad thing for him. With the Blue-Silver Emperor awakening out of reach, it would be better for him to focus on cultivating the clear sky hammer. At this moment, Tang San indeed felt very confident. His level had astonishingly reached 47. The soul power boost from absorbing the spirit rings was too significant. Especially at lower levels, absorbing spirit rings at their maximum limit was enough to increase one's soul power by at least 1 level. Moreover, Tang San hadn't just absorbed spirit rings at their limit. 1,000-year spirit ring for his blue-silver grass, combined with 4 10,000-year spirit rings for his clear sky hammer, had helped him increase his level by over 7, making him close to level 48 now. He finally considered himself the strongest in his academy's team. At least, that's what Tang San thought. Although Zhu Zuqing had the same level, there were differences even among those of the same rank. He looked at Su Cheng in the Tian-Do Royal Academy team with a serious expression. Although their levels differed by a bit now, he had 8 spirit rings, with the clear sky hammer bearing 4 10,000-year spirit rings. Though these rings were just over 10,000 years due to his body's endurance limits. But compared to Su Cheng's mere 2 10,000-year spirit rings, he believed he had a fighting chance. Shrek Academy's first participant was Xiao Wu, who consecutively defeated 2 members of the Heaven-Do Royal Academy. Su Cheng, watching from the sidelines, wasn't surprised by this. Xiao Wu's strength far surpassed those of the same level. After comprehending the method of spirit ring condensation, Su Cheng realized that these humanoid spirit beasts, due to their bloodlines turning into their martial spirits, had extremely pure bloodlines in martial spirits, which could be called origin martial spirits. Thus, when generating their spirit rings, they almost always got spirit abilities that perfectly suited their needs, and the ring's age would be the optimal limit according to their physique. In this situation, humanoid spirit beasts were naturally among the top fighters of their rank. Unless encountering a natural counter in attributes or battle styles, they were essentially invincible among their peers. The third participant for the Heaven-Do Royal Academy team was named Wang Yu. He was a control-type soul master, with soul power as high as Xiao Wu's, reaching level 38. Excluding the auxiliary-type soul master Ning Rongrong, he was considered the second strongest in the second team after Su Cheng. As light flickered, tentacles appeared behind Wang Yu. His martial spirit was an octopus. With the referee's signal to start, Wang Yu extended his hands, and his third spirit ring lit up. The 8 tentacles behind him rapidly grew and extended, wriggling towards Xiao Wu. Seeing the slimy tentacles, Xiao Wu felt a surge of disgust. She immediately focused her gaze on her opponent. But Wang Yu closed his eyes, clearly not wanting his third spirit ability interrupted by Xiao Wu's charm skill. In the previous 2 matches, Xiao Wu had already displayed her combat methods as an assault-type soul master, and her 3 spirit abilities were no secret. Closing his eyes didn't hinder Wang Yu's combat at all. As a control-type soul master, he had a second spirit ability specifically enhancing his senses. The water droplets on the ground constantly fed him information about the surroundings. Even without visual input, he had a clear grasp of the situation, possibly even sharper than sight. Xiao Wu moved silently along the outer circle of the arena. Wang Yu kept pressing towards her. The 8 tentacles on his body further extended, even splitting at the ends, enveloping her densely. Xiao Wu frowned lightly. The tentacles were extremely uncomfortable to look at. Especially with Wang Yu's first spirit ability causing further splitting, it was like a mental pollution. She started running faster to buy time. Her goal was simple: don't aim for victory but avoid mistakes. Maintaining 3 spirit abilities simultaneously consumed a lot of soul power. But Wang Yu clearly didn't intend to engage in a prolonged standoff. After pressing to a certain distance, he suddenly stopped and raised his arms. With his movement, the water droplets on the ground flew into the air. This unexpected turn caught Xiao Wu off guard. Since the start of the match, a significant amount of water droplets had silently accumulated on the ground. These weren't ordinary water drops, they contained special mucus from Wang Yu's martial spirit, which he could easily control. In the next moment, Xiao Wu was covered in these water droplets, her movements slowing down significantly. At the same time, the splitting tentacles accelerated their encirclement. Watching from below, Tang San looked anxious. According to the original plan, Xiao Wu should have conceded by now. The opponent had used all his spirit abilities, and her tactical role was fully achieved, not to mention her soul power was nearly exhausted. But Xiao Wu showed no intention of giving up. Xiao Wu finally unleashed her full speed, hoping to break free by bouncing and teleporting. In her calculations, she should have been able to escape the opponent's attack range before the dense tentacles could reach her. However, she soon realized something was wrong. As the split tentacles got closer, she felt a pulling force dragging her body, making it impossible to escape even with teleportation. At this moment, Tang San, standing outside the competition field, clenched his fists tightly. The current situation was beyond his control. After all, Xiao Wu had already participated in 2 matches and had little soul power left, making continuous teleportation impossible. When the dense tentacles exerted suction on her body, it not only slowed her down but also allowed the main 8 tentacles to strike swiftly. This was the real killing move. The timing was perfect. Right when Xiao Wu had to move forward, just after completing a teleportation, unable to continue with another move. The Control-type Soul Master's ability to grasp the battlefield was indeed unmatched by an Assault-type Soul Master. The current situation clearly showed that Wang Yu had considerable experience and excellent control over the battlefield. With a flash of white light, Xiao Wu's elusive figure suddenly came to a halt. 3 tentacles missed, 2 struck her, and the remaining 3 tightly bound her. A sea blue glow surged, the tentacles tightened, and pain spread across Xiao Wu's face, turning her complexion pale. "We concede." Yu Xiaoging's voice rang out in time. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu withdrew his spirit abilities. The sea blue light retracted into the ground. Just before Xiao Wu hit the ground, Tang San rushed over and caught her. Xiao Wu's body trembled slightly due to the cold, with a few fine red whip marks from the 3rd spirit ability she couldn't entirely avoid. Seeing her closed eyes and weak breath, Tang San felt a pang of heartache. He looked up at his opponent, and Wang Yu's face was also pale from the multiple spirit abilities he had used. A cold glint flashed in Tang San's eyes. He was not going to wait for his match with Su Cheng. He wanted to be the next one up to avenge Xiao Wu. Handing Xiao Wu to Zhang Zhu behind him, Tang San stood up and walked slowly onto the field. He walked neither quickly nor slowly but steadily and powerfully, his gaze fixed coldly on Wang Yu. Seeing Tang San's expressionless, slow approach, Wang Yu suddenly felt a sense of oppression. Although his soul power was greatly depleted, he didn't plan to give up. Wang Yu knew his strength was lacking, and he was unlikely to appear in the finals. The qualifying matches were his last chance to perform, making every battle invaluable. Reaching this point, Wang Yu already felt very content and grateful. His talent wasn't particularly outstanding, and his martial spirit wasn't strong. As a control-type soul master, he was far inferior to Dougu Yan and naturally couldn't make the first team. He had seen Su Cheng and others fight against the powerful elemental academies. He knew that without Su Cheng, their second team couldn't possibly defeat those academies or even Shrek Academy, and wouldn't have this chance to participate in the qualifiers. His soul power was less than half remaining. Just causing Tang San some trouble would be enough. Even though Su Cheng was there as a safety net, he didn't want to seem completely useless. Let the match begin. The qualifying match rules stated that contestants couldn't rest. With Tang San on the field, the match began immediately. A small black hammer instantly appeared in Tang San's hand. The first and second black spirit rings lit up one after another, making the hammer grow enormous. As the hammer's handle swung, the head of the hammer, with a fierce whistling sound, instantly smashed through the defense built by Wang Yu's third spirit ability. Then, the clear sky hammer mercilessly smashed onto Wang Yu's right shoulder. Bang! In the next moment, Wang Yu's body flew out of the field like a rag doll. Before losing consciousness, Wang Yu clearly heard the sound of his bones breaking as he spat blood. Boom! Driven by inertia, the clear sky hammer didn't stop and smashed into the ground beside Tang San. A huge pit appeared on the hard ground, with countless fine cracks spreading outwards with a crackling sound. Chapter 149, Go Home and Drink Milk. On the judging panel, the gazes of Emperor Shui Yi and Ning Fengji froze, as did those of Platinum Bishop Solace. It can be said that every soul master above level 60 and over 50 years old at this moment was deeply shocked. They all knew very well what that small black hammer represented. It was the martial soul that had created countless glorious histories in the entire soul master world, the pinnacle existence of martial souls. It represented a sect, countless powerful individuals, and the most powerful strength as well as weapon-type martial spirits. That was the haotian hammer. Apart from the haotian hammer, the four pitch-black soul rings beneath Tang San's feet were equally eye-catching, stirring the nerves of everyone present. Twin martial souls, the second martial soul with all 10,000-year soul rings. Emperor Shui Yi and Ning Fengji exchanged a silent glance, their gazes showing a hint of seriousness. They certainly knew the power of the haotian hammer, and they had heard countless legends about the haotian sect. When this overwhelmingly dominant martial soul, combined with the innate talent of the twin martial souls, how terrifying would it be? Solace quickly regained his composure. His eyelids drooped, concealing the sharpness in his eyes, and he glanced at Su Cheng in the direction of the Tian Do Imperial Academy. As a platinum bishop who held a high position in the martial soul hall, his knowledge was far superior to that of the emperor and the others. The haotian hammer was indeed powerful, standing at the pinnacle of the martial soul pyramid. The innate talent of the twin martial souls was also impressive. Unfortunately, switching to cultivating them in advance was equivalent to wasting at least half of their potential. Moreover, that Su Cheng was simply a monster. Emperor Shui Yi couldn't understand, and Ning Fengji only had a vague idea, because their strength and knowledge were insufficient. If it were Chen Xin, he could easily discern the difference with a glance. Solace had seen too many geniuses. What was another twin martial soul? That Su Cheng was someone even the Pope had to be cautious of, a figure involved in the power struggles at the core of Martial Soul City. But he only knew a little about these high-level struggles, and he had decided to watch from the sidelines. As someone who could sit in the position of Platinum Bishop, he wasn't a fool. The current situation in Martial Soul City was definitely not something a mere soul Douluo like him could meddle in. On the competition stage, after knocking his opponent away, Tang San walked back to his starting position as if nothing had happened. He appeared calm, but the teachers and team members from the Tian Do Imperial Academy were not having it. Wang Yu's injuries were extremely severe, half of his body was already soaked in blood. He was still unconscious, his right arm hanging limply, with fractures varying in severity from his shoulder to his arm. The teachers from the Tian Do Imperial Academy almost immediately lodged a protest with the competition committee. The referee hurried over to Tang San to inquire. Tang San's explanation was simple. Although he had quickly shattered his opponent's defense and gained the upper hand, his opponent hadn't conceded. He hadn't intended to kill his opponent, he merely knocked him out of bounds, which didn't violate the rules of the match. And that was the truth. Regardless of how you looked at it, Tang San had no intention of killing his opponent, and at the time, the Tian Do Imperial Academy hadn't indicated surrender either. Tang San remained standing in the center of the arena, turning back to look at Xiao Wu, who still looked pale despite her calm demeanor. In his heart, he silently vowed, "Xiao Wu, anyone who harms you will undoubtedly pay the price." Then, he looked down at the haotian hammer in his hand. The powerful sensation of strength surged and boiled in his heart. Finally, this formidable strength was finally starting to show itself. He had had enough of the feeling of powerlessness brought about by the blue-silver grass martial soul. In the Tian Do Imperial Academy team, Su Cheng's gaze moved away from Tang San's face and looked at Ning Rongrong, who was returning to the team with a grim expression. What's the result? No way, the other side didn't violate the rules. Su Cheng nodded lightly, as he expected. Then he asked, what about Wang Yu, how is he? The healing teacher said he'll need at least half a month to recover. It's uncertain how long it will take for him to fully recover. Ning Rongrong's expression was extremely angry. The other side had been too ruthless, they were clearly aiming to disable him. It was only because they didn't hit a vital point that they didn't kill him. Wang Yu had fought completely normally during the battle and had no ill intentions. She couldn't understand why the other side had acted so ruthlessly. Well, I see. Did it affect his foundation? No, but he probably won't be able to fight for a long time. He definitely won't be able to continue in the subsequent qualifying matches, and he might not even be able to participate in the finals. Okay, tell him when Wang Yu wakes up that he did a good job. Give him all the golden soul coins from my prize money and let him buy some medicine to recuperate. Su Cheng said indifferently, the next one up is me. Let that guy rest for half a month as well. Upon hearing this, all the team members, including Ning Rongrong, were instantly invigorated. They didn't know what the Haotian hammer was. Those 4 10,000-year soul rings did look intimidating. But so what? In their eyes, Su Cheng was invincible. This matter was also somewhat coincidental. Because it was the first match, Su Cheng had come to watch the excitement, so he had added his own name to the submitted list. Otherwise, he might not have been able to find this opportunity. On the arena, punches and kicks were blind, and it was normal to have serious or minor injuries. Tang San played it like this: logically speaking, there was no problem. As long as no one was killed, no one could say much. But you did the first one, then I'll do the 15th, emphasizing fairness and justice. Seeing Su Cheng step onto the stage, Tang San's face darkened as he watched him. Very well, is the blue-silver grass martial soul trash in your mouth? Then what about the Haotian hammer? After today, will you still dare to underestimate me? The people from Shrek Academy watching from the sidelines were all focused on the central stage. They knew that the person in front of them was the biggest opponent in the subsequent qualifying matches. It could even be said that he was the biggest obstacle in this tournament, second only to the Martial Soul Hall team. In Yu Xiaoging's heart, there was a flash of his previous conversation with Bibi Dong in the Pope's palace. Indeed, Su Cheng's soul ring configuration was unexpected. But if faced with the unrivaled Haotian hammer, coupled with 4 10,000-year soul rings, what then? The immense talent of the twin martial souls was always beyond the reach of other soul masters. Dai Mubai's face was filled with excitement as he glanced at Zhu Zuqing, who was observing calmly beside him. Zuqing, with Little San's current strength, should he be able to defeat Su Cheng from the Tian Do Imperial Academy? Perhaps, Zhu Zuqing said nonchalantly. She said this, but inwardly, she chuckled to herself. Just relying on Tang San, he couldn't even defeat herself, let alone defeat that bastard Su Cheng. Don't embarrass yourself by being defeated by that guy in one move. But that scoundrel was really infuriating. What was he up to all these days? She was constantly distracted by him, while he acted as if nothing was going on. Thinking about this, Zhu Zuqing's expression grew even darker. Let the match begin. As the referee's voice sounded, Su Cheng didn't waste any time. The first soul ring beneath his feet lit up, and the eternal sword in his hand instantly expanded to more than twice its original size. Everyone's hearts shook at the sight. This was the first time Su Cheng had used a soul skill outside of his third soul ring since the match began. Although it was only the first soul skill with the lowest level of soul rings, they didn't know that all 5 of Su Cheng's soul rings were at the 10,000-year level. And in terms of power, the boost from the first soul ring was actually the greatest. Tang San, seeing this, didn't dare to be careless. The first, second, and fourth soul rings lit up simultaneously. The enormous Haotian hammer was gripped in both hands, its hammer body shimmering with a deep and mysterious light. However, in the next moment, Su Cheng's sword struck with lightning speed. At that moment, Tang San's soul power had only just begun to circulate. Meridian severing and chi replenishment. This was the first time Su Cheng had used this technique in a match. Tang San, who was already slower in speed, couldn't react in time. In a hurry, he could only rely on instinct to sweep the Haotian hammer upwards. Second sword, slash. This strike was completely different from the usual slashes Su Cheng made casually. This was the second sword of the 3 basic sword techniques Su Cheng had practiced tirelessly. In addition to merging sword intent and incorporating bodily instinct, it also possessed extremely strong locking ability. Unless someone's spiritual power far surpassed his own, there was no way to avoid it, there was simply no chance to evade. And without considering attribute restraint and intense suppression, in terms of strength alone, this sword was actually the most powerful of all his sword techniques. Boom! With a loud bang, the haotian hammer in Tang San's hand was directly sent flying. But it wasn't over yet. The eternal sword in Su Cheng's hand continued unabated, and its strength didn't diminish in the slightest because of Tang San's attempt to block it with the haotian hammer earlier. The sword's speed was too fast. Tang San saw that the sword's edge was about to cut him in half. No one had anticipated that, after Tang San had used 3 soul skills, the first confrontation between the two would be such a one-sided crushing situation. In the eyes of everyone from Shrek Academy, it was too late for Yu Shaogang to surrender even if he wanted to. In the desperate gaze of everyone from Shrek Academy, Su Cheng lightly flicked his wrist, and the sword edge turned into a sword spine, striking again. Smack! The same scene unfolded once more, but this time, it was a different person who was sent flying. Tang San's body fell to the ground, blood spraying from his mouth. Emperor Shui Yi and Ning Fengji looked at each other in astonishment. Was the haotian hammer so weak? Were those 4 10,000-year soul rings just for show? When facing Su Cheng, there was no difference from facing other contestants, it was all over in an instant. Thud! In the next moment, Tang San's body fell to the ground, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out. The people from Shrek Academy who were watching from the sidelines rushed over to treat him. Due to their astonishment, the people hadn't even reacted in time to catch Tang San, resulting in a secondary injury. Fairness and justice, I'll give you half a month off, Su Cheng said calmly, almost casually. Not wanting your little girlfriend to get hurt, why let her participate in battles? Don't join the competition, just go home and drink milk, he added, his voice carrying across the arena, eliciting laughter. You, Tang San glared at Su Cheng with reddened eyes but lacked the strength to say more. Feeling the surrounding gazes and laughter, Tang San, physically and mentally exhausted, finally couldn't stay conscious any longer and passed out. What's wrong, brother, little San, will he be okay? Seeing Tang San's condition, Su Cheng had a good idea. The blow he delivered was enough for Tang San to lie down for over half a month without affecting the subsequent finals. Tang San's unconsciousness at this point was normal. If not for his strong mental power, he would have fallen unconscious when he was struck due to his body's self-protection mechanism. What do you mean? Just as Su Cheng was about to leave the stage, a cold voice echoed throughout the arena. Then, a figure appeared on the edge of the field. With an overwhelming aura, the figure's presence dominated the arena. But the most intense oppression was directed at Su Cheng. Under the overwhelming aura, the laughter in the arena instantly ceased, and everyone fell silent. The appearance of the figure was none other than Lu Erlong. Spirit Saint, Su Cheng raised an eyebrow, looking back at Lu Erlong with interest. He wasn't afraid of her at all. Su Cheng's ability to single-handedly challenge ordinary spirit saints referred to those at full strength after unlocking their martial soul true body. If the opponent wanted to overwhelm him with just their aura, it was simply laughable. If Dean Lu Erlong is not convinced, you can come into the arena and spar with me, Su Cheng said, holding his sword with one hand as the 5 elemental domains spread out, majestic sword shadows rising behind him, confronting Lu Erlong's aura. For a moment, it seemed like a standoff. What did you say? Lu Erlong looked astonished, her eyes slightly widened, feeling somewhat at a loss. Her fiery temper led her to appear in the arena without much consideration. She even attempted to oppress her opponent with a higher level of aura. But she didn't expect her opponent to be completely unfazed, leaving her unsure how to respond. As Su Cheng's aura continued to strengthen, Lu Erlong felt a sense of being locked in, a vague sense of danger creeping in. She paused, her expression becoming serious. This guy. Lu Erlong couldn't afford to slack off and adjusted her state silently, facing her opponent directly. She felt as if she would be struck down with a sword if she chose to restrain her aura or retreat at this moment. Lu Erlong focused her energy to face Su Cheng, and the overwhelming aura covering the entire arena gradually receded. Boom. After a brief silence, the noise in the arena resumed, with laughter even louder than before. The standoff between Lu Erlong and Su Cheng looked peculiar to the ordinary students. In their eyes, it seemed like Lu Erlong was genuinely trying to teach Su Cheng a lesson, unaware of her current predicament. These participating students were all among the best of their age group. As talented soul masters, who didn't have a temper? Why should Lu Erlong, relying on her age and high cultivation level, casually step onto the stage and intimidate others, making them inexplicably oppressed by her aura? Why should she be allowed to go all out while forbidding others from fighting back, then have the elders step in? It was simply ridiculous. Not just the Tian Do Royal Academy, even the students from the elemental academies felt resentful towards her behavior. Previously, when they fought against Su Cheng, they were mostly overwhelmed. But it was evident that Su Cheng only aimed to teach them and occasionally offer guidance, without any intention of holding grudges. Why did it turn into injuring someone severely as soon as it reached her? Was it necessary to be so extreme? As the clamor outside intensified, Lu Erlong's face flushed, and her breath grew restless. Her temper was already extremely fiery, and now she couldn't help but prepare to take action. However, not everyone failed to see through the situation in the arena. Those who reached the Spirit Saint level or above could discern the subtleties. Solace's expression became unusually serious. He was shocked internally. Is it already at this level? Seeing Lu Erlong becoming somewhat unable to control her emotions, he narrowed his eyes. This is a competition. What are you trying to do? A deep, cold voice echoed in the arena. If Lu Erlong's voice was awe-inspiring, then this voice made everyone's body chill, with an even stronger sense of oppression. At some point, Solace stood up from the VIP stand, staring coldly at Lu Erlong in the arena. He knew whom he should support at this moment, although Su Cheng might not need his help. Upon hearing Yu Xiaoging's voice, Lu Erlong hesitated for a moment, then, after glaring fiercely at Su Cheng, sighed and ultimately said nothing more. She adjusted her steps and returned to the preparation area of Shrek Academy. Seeing this, Su Cheng also withdrew amidst the uproar, causing Zhu Zuqing to furrow her brows slightly. After returning to the preparation area, he glanced at the other team members. You guys handle the rest. I won't steal your limelight anymore. Winning or losing doesn't matter. After all, His Majesty the Emperor is watching your performance from the VIP stand. That girl Xiao Wu, is she the transformation spirit beast you mentioned before? At night, Ayin appeared beside Su Cheng and asked softly. Through Xiao Wu's battle during the day and Tang San's reaction after her injury, she had guessed that this person was probably the 100,000-year transformation spirit beast Su Cheng mentioned before, due to the sedative potion and also because she had never seen the other party in a combat scene. She couldn't identify who Su Cheng's target was. Yes, it's her. After the improvement in the journey through the blue-silver grass forest, Ayin's strength had become very strong, and her behavior was no different from a real person's. In addition, she herself usually paid great attention to propriety and never caused trouble at critical moments, so Su Cheng had never restricted her activities. Seeing her hesitation at this moment, Su Cheng couldn't help but frown. What do you want to say? After a moment of silence, Ayin looked at Su Cheng and asked, haven't you already been able to gather soul rings on your own? And they are all soul rings of the highest quality. You won't reach level 60 in a short time, so why do you want to kill her? For her spirit bone. Su Cheng was somewhat surprised at her words. Was this sympathy for one's own kind? Although they were different races, they were both rare choices to transform into human form as soul beasts. For her, Xiao Wu's existence was probably indeed somewhat unique. No wonder she hadn't been coming out much lately. Su Cheng glanced at her. Have you been holding back these words for a long time? To be precise, it had been 3 months since she first learned that there were other 100,000-year-old transformed soul beasts. Alright, I won't kill her, Su Cheng said lightly. Ayin was stunned at his words. She knew Su Cheng wasn't the kind of person who would easily change his mind. Even if he did change his mind, it wouldn't be because of her. Originally, she had a lot more to say to continue persuading him, but she didn't expect him to just brush off the matter like this, directly shutting down all the things she wanted to say next. Are you serious? Ayin visibly relaxed, seeming to let go of a burden. But there was still a hint of doubt in her expression. I haven't lied to you, and I won't lie to you. Upon hearing this, Ayin looked at him in astonishment, hesitated for a moment, pursed her lips, as if she wanted to say something. But in the end, she fell silent again. Su Cheng couldn't help but feel suspicious and asked, what else do you want to say? He felt that Yin's emotions were somewhat strange at the moment. She was the kind of person who couldn't hide her feelings, and they were easy to see through. Now, this appearance clearly indicated that there was something else going on. After hesitating for a moment, Yin shook her head and said, "It's nothing." Then she returned to the eternal sword and disappeared. Seeing this, Su Cheng frowned, but he didn't dwell on it, just thinking that the old girl was starting to be overly sensitive again. The qualifying stage progressed quickly. After the conflicts on the first day passed, the subsequent matches proceeded extremely normally and harmoniously. Although Tang San was bedridden, Shrek Academy still had Zhu Zuqing. Her strength was extraordinary, and her performance in solo battles was even stronger than in team battles. At the same time, due to the lack of cooperation from teammates, Heaven Water Academy's Binger couldn't use soul fusion skills, and Feng Xiaoshan's self-created soul skills were also difficult to execute. Coupled with Su Cheng not appearing in matches after the first day, the result was that Shrek Academy's team unexpectedly achieved a perfect record under Zhu Zuqing's leadership, advancing to the final round with the highest score. In this stage of the competition, Tang San was the only loser. On the first day, he had shown off with the haotian hammer enhanced with 4 10,000-year soul rings, thinking he could become famous in one battle. As a result, he became a laughingstock and, just like Su Cheng, took a half-month break from the subsequent matches. After the matches ended, the emperor undoubtedly delivered another passionate and inspiring speech. Next, the final round was about to begin, which would truly determine the strongest academy on the continent. As an emperor, Emperor Shui Yi naturally couldn't leave Tian-Do City without permission. After the speech, the emperor announced that his son, Shui Beng, would represent him as the envoy of the Tian-Do Empire to participate in the judging work of the tournament. The 15 teams from the Tian-Do Empire would also be accompanied by him personally and would go to the Soul Palace at the border of the two empires for the final showdown. The teams were given only 3 days to adjust. 3 days later, more than 1,000 people set off together, including teachers and 500 royal knights as escorts, heading to the Soul Palace. From Tian-Do City to the Soul Palace, it was about a 20-day journey. The Soul Palace attached great importance to this final round. During the qualifying matches, a special venue had already been set up in the Soul Palace for the final round of this elite competition among advanced Soul Master academies from across the continent. At the same time, the Soul Palace issued a decree that during the competition, non-Soul Masters were strictly prohibited from entering to watch the matches, even nobles were not allowed, adding a sense of mystery to the final showdown. The common people didn't feel resentful about the decree from the Soul Palace since, for them, Soul Masters were already elevated figures. The Soul Palace was their temple, their sacred place. Who dared to say anything against the decree issued by the Pope? 3 days passed quickly. A group of over 1,000 people set off in a grand procession. Although each academy had its own arrangements, they represented the Tian-Do Empire after all, and as they spent more time together, the students began to appreciate each other. Among them, the relationships between several academies were closer, and they walked together. The Royal Academy of Tian-Do was undoubtedly the most watched side, especially with Su Cheng's presence, far more so than Shrek Academy, which had secured first place in the qualifying round. Many people were secretly looking forward to the sparks that would fly when this secondary team met the main team in the Soul Palace. To ensure that the participating players could rest well, the Tian-Do Empire specially prepared 15 luxurious, giant carriages for the teams to ride in. Even some basic soul engineering technology was used on these carriages, with excellent shock absorption performance, making the ride exceptionally smooth. Since the day they set off, Shrek Academy had been missing 2 team members, Zhu Zuqing and Dai Mubai. The teachers of the academy were actually somewhat dissatisfied with this matter. When Zhu Zuqing first proposed wanting to take a temporary leave from the academy, she was promptly rejected by Yu Shaogang and Flender. The reason was that they were worried they wouldn't make it to the final match on time and also needed to adjust their state on the way. But they didn't expect that on the night before the team's departure, they would just quietly leave without saying a word. It didn't matter if Dai Mubai was there or not. It seemed that his potential had been completely exhausted, and his cultivation hadn't improved in all these years. But Zhu Zuqing was different. She was the main force of the team. If she wasn't there, relying solely on Tang San wouldn't give them much chance of winning matches. This had already been proven by the one-on-one match between him and Su Cheng during the qualifying round. But Zhu Zuqing had always been willful, and Dai Mubai obeyed her every word. Now that the two of them chose to leave directly, the others had no choice but to hope that they wouldn't delay the match time. Or maybe they would get a few good draws in the beginning, so they wouldn't have to face two strong opponents. On the other hand, in the carriage of the Royal Academy of Tiando, Su Cheng sat calmly in the corner. He wasn't worried about the upcoming final round at all, as Qian Runshui would arrange everything when the time came. The so-called drawing lots could be manipulated in secret, so ensuring that Shrek Academy made it to the fourth round would be effortless. In the huge carriage, besides the original team members, there were also Feng Qingyu from the Godwind Academy and Hu Yanli from the Elephant Armored Academy. Ning Rongrong was not here at the moment. At the end of the qualifying round, she had finally broken through to the 40th rank. At this moment, she was following Chen Xin to hunt soul beasts to obtain her fourth soul ring in preparation for advancing to the soul ancestor level. She had also agreed with Su Cheng and the others to meet directly in the Soul Palace at that time. At this moment, Su Cheng suddenly moved and said, "Open the door." The other team members looked puzzled at his words, but they didn't ask more and moved closer to the front, one of them reaching out to open the door. Not long after, several beautiful figures suddenly appeared at the door. "Captain Su Cheng, classmates, sorry for the interruption. The people who came were the members of the Heaven Water Academy team."